The Green Tea's Crushing Victories in the 70s, Chapter 121 to Chapter 147. In her previous life, Tong Xuelu had never had the experience of being intimate with a couple on campus when she was in university. However, she had bumped into a lot of lovebirds and flowers. Today, she wanted to give it a try. The two of them walked around the campus for about 20 minutes before they finally found a secluded place with no other couples. The white moonlight enveloped the flower bed, and the flowers emitted a mesmerizing fragrance in the night. It was ambiguous and hazy. Tong Xuelu looked at Wenrugi and licked her lips. "Come on, let's do something naughty." Wenrugi's heart pounded as if it had been injected with a shot of cardiac stimulant. "But we're outside. It won't be good for you if someone sees us." Although they were engaged, it would definitely hurt her reputation if someone saw them doing intimate things. This was something he didn't want to see. Tong Xuelu wanted to laugh when she heard this. She felt that their positions had been switched. In the novels she read, it was usually the male lead who wanted to kiss the female lead outside. The female lead would be shy and worried about being seen. However, it was the other way around. Wenrugi was the one who was shy and worried. Wasn't she a little too much like a female hooligan? However, she couldn't help herself because he was a feast for the eyes. Wenrugi still wanted to say something, but Tong Xuelu suddenly leaned over and kissed him gently. "Don't say anything. Kiss me." Wenrugi was stunned for a second before he reacted quickly. He threw his shyness and worry to the back of his mind and held her face to kiss her fiercely. The wild yet extremely gentle kiss made Tong Zolve a little breathless. Tong Xuelu's eyes turned. Suddenly, she grabbed Wenrugi's shoulder and pushed him hard. Wenrugi was pushed to the ground. Wenrugi lay on the grass. His eyes were like two blazing flames. He looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Tong Xuelu's lips curled. She climbed over and sat on his waist. She whispered, "Let's see if we can roll around on the grass." Before she transmigrated, she watched TV dramas where a man and a woman would roll around together. She found it very puzzling. How could they still do that when they were rolling around like that? Wenrugi's eyelashes fluttered, revealing a puzzled expression. At the same time, his heart was beating like thunder. Tong Xuelu bent down and kissed his chin. "Hold my waist." Wenrugi followed her words and hugged her waist. The next moment, Tong Zolve lowered her head again, and their lips pressed together. Tong Xuelv exerted force in her body, trying to make the two of them roll. However, he only managed to roll half a circle before he ran into a technical problem. He could not roll anymore unless he rolled back. But what was the point of that? He had to spend a lot of energy to roll around like that. So the question was how the male and female lead in TV dramas a TV drama. Wenrugi saw her body flip over onto the grass and quickly covered the back of her head with one hand. Panting slightly, he said, "Careful, if you want to roll like this, we'll come back next time." Tong's as a small child snood a little bit. Tong Xuelu's arm was pricked by the grass and pebbles. She immediately gave up the idea of rolling on the grass. The moon was hanging above his head. The white moonlight shone on his face. Half of his face was bathed in the moonlight, while the other half was hidden in the darkness. His eyes were glittering, and his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He looked very lustful. Tong Xuelu's heart skipped a beat. She ran her fingers through his hair. Just as she was about to kiss him again, she heard footsteps approaching. Judging from their conversation, they seemed to be two teachers. Wenrugi's face turned pale. He quickly got up and hid under the bushes. Tong Xuelu. When the two people came closer, Tong Xuelu took a closer look. They were indeed two teachers. The two teachers were a couple from the physics department. The moonlight was beautiful tonight, so the couple came out for a walk. They didn't expect to meet Tong Xuelu here. The female teacher recognized Tong Xuelu. When she saw her, she couldn't help but be stunned. "Student Tong, why are you here alone?" Tong Xuelu said calmly, "The moonlight is beautiful tonight, so I came out to think about life." The couple, the female teacher, came back to her senses and smiled. "It's good to think about life, but don't stay out too late." Tong Xuelu agreed. When the couple walked away, she poked Wenrugi and said, "They've already left." Wenrugi crawled out from under the bushes. His voice was still a little hoarse as he explained, I told the teachers from the physics department that I'll only be here tomorrow. If they see me now, they'll definitely guess that we're here, doing bad things. Tong Xuelu narrowed her eyes. Her red lips curled into a smile. Do you know what you looked like just now? When Rugi's gaze landed on her red lips, his heart was beating like thunder. He felt his body heat up again. What did you look like? Like a maid who got caught climbing into someone's bed. When Tong Xuelu lowered her head and saw that the flowers she brought over had been squashed by them. She couldn't help but feel pity. You plucked the dean's flowers. Will he scold you when you get back? When Rugi leaned over and helped her remove a blade of grass from her hair. I'll buy some snacks as an apology when I get back. But what do you think about the social gathering the dean mentioned? Tong Xuelu, there are indeed many girls in our department who don't have a partner, but it's hard to say if they're willing. Why don't you go back and compile a profile of all the bachelors in your base? Other than their name, age, family, and other information, you also need to include their interests, hobbies, and a single photo. When you come over next time, I'll take a look at their profile. If possible, I'll ask for their opinions. It wasn't easy to be a matchmaker, so she didn't plan on getting involved in other people's marriages. If the conditions of those bachelors were not bad, she would report this situation to the faculty and let the faculty organize the social event. In the future, if those bachelors didn't have a happy marriage, they wouldn't blame her. And when Rugi's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll go back and tell the dean. It was getting late. When Rugi walked Tong Xuelu back to the dormitory and then went back to the guest house. When Tong Xuelu returned to the dormitory, Xianxia saw that her lips were red and swollen. She couldn't help but cry out, Zolv, why are your lips swollen? Tong Xuelu's heart skipped a beat. She looked calm and said, I just sat in the bushes for a while. I might have been bitten by a mosquito. Xianxia nodded innocently. Summer is coming. You should sit in the bushes less. I was once bitten in the eye by a mosquito and my entire eye was swollen. Tong Xuelu said gratefully, you're right. I won't go to the bushes in the future. She had already rolled around the bushes tonight. She had already lost interest in them. Choi Ruro glanced at Tong Xuelu. A meaningful smile flashed across her eyes, but she didn't expose her words. When Rugi's side was sweet, but Zhou Yan's side wasn't bad either. He brought the flowers back. Wang Xiaoyun was pleasantly surprised. Wang Xiaoyun held the flowers in her hands and blushed. Why did you suddenly come back? Zhou Yan stared at her face. I came back when there was a holiday. Do you like the flowers? Wang Xiaoyun smiled and nodded. I like them. Why did you think of bringing me flowers? Zhou Yan sighed. Xiaoyun, I was worried that you would divorce me because of my health. Qiming asked me to treat you better so that you wouldn't divorce me. Wang Xiaoyun's hand that was holding the flowers froze. She put the flowers on the table and walked over to grab Zhou Yan's hand. Why are you so stupid? Why would I divorce you because of such a thing? Zhou Yan said dejectedly, but if I can't cure it in my lifetime, we may not have children for the rest of our lives. Do you really not mind? Wang Xiaoyun, if I can't have children, will you divorce me? Zhou Yan shook his head like a rattledrum. Of course not. Wang Xiaoyun said softly, then I won't either. If we really can't have children, we can adopt one. Zhou Yan's eyes turned red when he heard his wife's words. He leaned over and hugged her. Xiaoyun, I, Zhou Yan, will treat you well for the rest of my life. Wang Xiaoyun blushed and said softly, yes. Soon, the sound of the bed creaking could be heard in the room. The moon outside shyly hid behind the clouds. The next day, when Rugi went to give a speech to the students of the physics department. The male teacher who went for a walk last night was stunned when he saw Rugi. Professor Wen, is your face hurt? Rugi subconsciously touched his left face and said calmly, yes, I was accidentally scratched by a tree branch. After Rugi left, the male teacher whispered to his wife, I said I saw two people in the flowers last night. Their backs looked like Professor Wen. Look at his face. I'm sure it was him last night. The female teacher shook her head. I didn't expect Professor Wen to be so wild and private. The male teacher laughed softly. I was wild when I was young too. The female teacher blushed and looked at him angrily. Neither of them said anything about what happened last night. When Rugi went up to the podium to give a speech, the seats below the podium were full. Students from other departments also came to listen. Some people came late and didn't have a seat, but they didn't want to leave and stood outside to listen. The classroom was crowded with people, and it was very lively. Shurjunmin stood at the door and looked at Wenrugi on the podium. His eyes were filled with poison. Qing Wenyao and Qing Jia were both sent to reform through labor. The Qing family resented the Shur family because of this, and now the alliance between the two families was in danger. In order to appease the Qing family, the Shur family had almost emptied their pockets. Shurjunmin was also scolded by his father and grandfather because of this. The Shur and Qing families were like rats in the street. They were in a sorry state and couldn't be seen in the light. On the other hand, the Wen family was becoming more and more prosperous. Shurjunmin couldn't take this lying down. However, he wouldn't make a move unless he was 100% sure. But even if he didn't make a move, others could. Shurjunmin squeezed through the crowd and went to the library to look for Gao Min. Gao Min was surprised to see him. Junmin, are you here to look for me? Shurjunmin nodded. Let's go outside and talk. Gao Min hurriedly packed up her books and followed Shurjunmin out of the library. The two of them sat down on a rock by the lake. Gao Min looked at him anxiously. Junmin, I didn't want that to happen when I was young. Besides, I was so young and didn't know anything. Please don't break up with me because of this. I won't be able to take it. Shurjunmin looked at her coldly and said in an icy voice, Gao Min, you were defiled by the old man next door. You're dirty and you're no longer a virgin. No man wouldn't mind a woman like you who doesn't have self-respect and self-respect. Gao Min covered her face and burst into tears. Tears flowed out from between her fingers. You're right. I'm dirty. I'm a woman who doesn't have self-respect and self-respect. She was the second child in her family. She had an older brother and a younger brother. Her parents and grandparents all favored boys over girls. She was a girl and was neglected by her family since she was a child. At that time, there was a lonely old man next door who didn't have any children. His wife had passed away, but he was very kind to her. The old man often gave her candies to eat. Because she was not favored at home and was very greedy, she often went to the old man's house to accompany him. Later on, after the old man gave her candies, he suddenly took off her pants and touched her body. She was so scared that she cried, but the old man threatened to kill her if she told anyone. She was scared and hurriedly said that she wouldn't tell anyone. Later, she hid from the old man, but he still took her to his house and took off her pants several times. It wasn't until the old man died of illness that her life returned to normal. All these years, she never dared to tell anyone about it. However, after being together with Shurjunmin, she felt that she had found someone to rely on. Shurjunmin told her that she couldn't hide anything from him and that she must tell him all her secrets. She also felt that it would be too much if she kept anything from him, so she told Shurjunmin about what the old man had done to her. She didn't expect that Shurjunmin would take it to heart. Shurjunmin, Min, I'm a normal man. I take it to heart because I love you. If I didn't love you, I wouldn't care if you were dirty or not. You make me feel so bad. Gao Min was both touched and upset. Junmin, I love you too. I love you more than anything else in the world. I'm sorry that I couldn't give you the best of me. It's my fault. Woo-woo, Shurjunmin frowned and sighed. After hearing what you said last time, I wanted to break up with you, but I couldn't let you go. You're so dirty, so I can't not mind. It's all because of you that I'm in so much pain. Gao Min bit her lower lip and tears flowed. I'm sorry. I don't want you to be in so much pain. Junmin, tell me, what can I do to make you feel better? Shurjunmin looked at her with his dark eyes. In order to make it up to me, are you willing to do everything for me? Gao Min nodded her head like she was pounding garlic. I'm willing. As long as it can make you feel better, I'm willing to die right now. Shurjunmin rubbed her hair and wiped her tears. Little fool, how can I let you die? But ever since I was fired and given a bad name, my classmates almost never talked to me. I try my best to do well, but the teachers won't believe me anymore. It's all because of her. Gao Min rubbed her face against his palm. You're right. It's all because of Tong Xuelu. My classmates don't talk to me, and no one in the dormitory is willing to talk to me. If Tong Xuelu didn't insist on reporting us, we wouldn't be like this now. Shi Junmin nodded. So you know what to do, right? Gao Min was stunned. What should I do? Shi Junmin frowned again. He pulled his hand back and said coldly, why are you so stupid? I'm already in so much pain. Can't you use your brain and think about how to make me feel better? Gao Min trembled at his scolding. She hurriedly tried to please him. Junmin, don't be angry. I'm thinking now. Since Tong Xuelu made you suffer so much, I'll kill her. As long as she's gone, you won't be in so much pain. Shi Junmin's eyes lit up. He put his hand back on her head and rubbed it gently. Min, you're so dirty. No man wouldn't mind. I'm the only one who can endure the pain and accept you. Gao Min grabbed his hand and was so happy that she burst into tears again. Junmin, thank you for accepting me. I will definitely make you happy. Shi Junmin wiped her tears and said in a low voice, good girl. Remember to be quick. Okay, I know. The teachers and professors worked quickly. They translated the script in less than a week. Of course, they didn't translate the whole script. Instead, they focused on the dialogue and subtitles. They skipped the parts that weren't necessary. After receiving the script, the students of the English department immediately started rehearsing. Tong Xuelu played the role of Auntie Wang next door. She had a lot of scenes at the beginning. At this moment, she was rehearsing with Xianxia, who played Shi. However, after she said one line, Xianxia stopped and said, Tong Xuelu, your expression just now wasn't kind enough. It was too fierce. You have to remember that you're an old woman now. *ck you're old woman. Tong Xuelu rolled her eyes in her heart. I'm a young woman. Of course, I can't pretend to be kind. Your skin is darker than mine. You might look better as an old woman. Why don't we switch roles? Xianxia choked. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Especially when he heard Tong Xuelu say, your skin is darker than mine. He was so angry that he almost tore her mouth apart. At this moment, Gao Min said, I also think that Tong Xuelu has the temperament of the female lead. Tong Xuelu is beautiful and has a good figure. If she's the female lead, she will attract everyone's attention. I agree with what she said. You two should switch roles. When Tong Xuelu heard this, she raised her eyebrows. Gao Min spoke up for her. Did the sun rise from the west today? After Gao Min finished speaking, he continued to ask the others, do you think what I said makes sense? I think we should vote again. I support Tong Xuelu to be the female lead, Shi. Xianxia was so angry that his whole body trembled. He glared at Tong Xuelu fiercely. The rehearsal room was silent. It was so quiet that it was very awkward. Gao Min wanted to continue instigating, but Tong Xuelu spoke first, no need. I think the current arrangement is very good. I was just joking just now. Shi had a lot of lines. She didn't want to waste time reciting and rehearsing. Moreover, when she saw Xianxia's expression, she knew that she definitely wouldn't give up the role of Shi so easily. She was too lazy to fight for this kind of thing. When Xianxia saw that Tong Xuelu took the initiative to give in, the anger in his heart subsided a little. The rehearsal continued. However, for some reason, Gao Min was targeting Xianxia at every turn. Not only that, but she also made it seem like she was doing this for Tong Xuelu. Xianxia naturally grouped them together. He even thought that Tong Xuelu secretly ordered Gao Min to make things difficult for him in front of everyone. After the other students left, Xianxia blocked Tong Xuelu's path and said hatefully, Tong Xuelu, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can talk to the teacher openly or come directly at me. Don't you think that you are too despicable to let Gao Min make things difficult for me? Tong Xuelu looked at her and said, first of all, I didn't ask Gao Min to target you. Gao Min and I had a falling out a long time ago and we still haven't reconciled. Secondly, I am not interested in the role of the female lead at all. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't even want to believe the punctuation marks of Tong Xuelu's words. Don't give me that. If you didn't ask Gao Min to do this, why would she protect you? She's not crazy. Tong Xuelu sneered and said, maybe she is crazy. After she finished speaking, she walked away. Xianxia looked at her back and was so angry that she almost broke her silver teeth. The summer night breeze blew in their faces, and unknown insects sang in the flowers. Tong Xuelu walked back to the dormitory with her eyebrows slightly furrowed. What was Gao Min trying to do? Did she want to provoke a conflict between her and Xianxia? If she wanted to do this, then she had succeeded. However, she felt that things weren't that simple. In the next few days, Tong Xuelu was even more vigilant against Gao Min. However, she didn't expect her to suddenly give up. It was as if she had done that on a whim that day. When Xianxia saw this, she was even more certain that Tong Xuelu had told Gao Min to do this. However, she had given up temporarily because she had warned her. Therefore, in the following rehearsals, Xianxia took every opportunity to target Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu was so annoyed that she decided to find a way to get rid of these two annoying people in one go. However, before she could think of a way, Gao Min made her move. While Tong Xuelu was dealing with the villain, Fang Jingyuan was being pursued fiercely by Small Eyes. At this time, she had just returned to the courtyard of the headquarters. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Xiao Qingping leaning against a tree and waiting for her. When he saw her enter, he immediately rushed over and said, Jingyuan, you're home? Fang Jingyuan rolled her eyes and said, don't follow me. I don't want to talk to you. If you don't want to talk to me, then listen to me. Xiao Qingping smiled flatteringly. This smile made his eyes look even smaller. As he spoke, he took out a dress from the bag and handed it over. This is the latest style. I think you'll look good in it. Take it back and try it on. Fang Jingyuan glanced at it. Her heart moved, but she shook her head and said, I don't deserve it. I can't take your things. Xiao Qingping said, if you don't want it, then I can only throw it away. As he spoke, he threw the dress to the side. This was a feint, but Fang Jingyuan didn't know. She thought that he was really going to throw the dress away, so she subconsciously jumped up to catch it. As she jumped, her feet slipped and she lost her balance and fell to the ground. She was so scared that she screamed. Xiao Qingping was also shocked. He quickly ran over and tried to pull her back. When Fang Jingyuan saw him running over, she reached out like a drowning person and grabbed his pants in a hurry to stabilize herself. Just as the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, they heard a tearing sound. Xiao Qingping's pants couldn't bear Fang Jingyuan's weight and split open. It split open. It split open. Xiao Qingping watched helplessly as his pants burst open. His lower body felt cold, and his buttocks were exposed just like that. What was even more embarrassing was that there was a hole in his underwear and he didn't have time to mend it. Fang Jingyuan, Xiao Qingping. Time seemed to stand still. Fang Jingyuan looked at the hole on Xiao Qingping's butt and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. It wasn't until a gust of wind blew over that Xiao Qingping felt his butt become cold. Only then did he remember that his underwear was torn. Suddenly, his face became as red as a braised pig's head. Fang Jingyuan's gaze met his red face, and in the next moment, she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qingping, there's a hole in your butt. These days, everyone's clothes were mended, but young people generally didn't want to wear such torn underwear. She didn't expect Xiao Qingping to be wearing torn underwear despite his modern appearance. She was dying of laughter. Fang Jingyuan was laughing so hard that her head was about to fall off. Xiao Qingping's face was extremely red. He wrapped the skirt around his butt and said, lend me the skirt. I'll send it to you later. I don't want it. You can wear the skirt that you covered. After saying that, she made a face and ran away. Her laughter could still be heard from afar. Xiao Qingping's face was so red that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Fang Jingyuan ran home with a smile and bumped into Mother Fang, who was coming out of the house. Mother Fang saw that her face was red from laughing and couldn't help but be curious. What are you laughing about? Girls should pay attention to their image. Look at you now. Fang Jingyuan touched her mouth that was sore from laughing and said, Mom, I only come back once a week. Can you not miss me? By the way, why did you get off work so early today? Mother Feng's face suddenly lit up. Your brother is going on a blind date today. The girl is very good. I came back to pack up and go with your brother later. Feng Jingyuan was stunned. Big brother is going on a blind date again? In the past, she didn't quite understand why her brother was so stubborn. Recently, she figured out that her brother liked Tong Xuelu. In the past, when Tong Xuelu chased after him, he didn't care. Later, Tong Xuelu left the Tong family and found someone else. That was when he realized that he liked Tong Xuelu. If you don't cherish it when you should, what's the use of regretting it later? Mother Feng smiled and nodded. I was worried that your brother wouldn't want to get married for the rest of his life, but I think he's gotten over it recently. You're the only one left. Feng Jingyuan rolled his eyes. I'm so hungry. Mom, is there anything to eat? She didn't know when her mother had become a loudspeaker that urged people to get married. She had heard so much about marriage that her ears had grown calluses. Mother Feng couldn't do anything about it. I know you think I'm naggy. Don't cry to me when you're old and nobody wants you anymore. There are snacks in the kitchen. Go get them yourself. Feng Jingyuan ran happily to the kitchen. She pouted and said, I won't cry. As she spoke, Xiao Qingping's embarrassed look appeared in her mind, and she couldn't help but laugh. There was actually a hole in her underwear. She could laugh about this for the rest of her life. It was Tong Jessen's birthday this weekend. They were supposed to rehearse a stage play on Saturday and Sunday, but Tong Xuelu asked for leave and went home. Tong Jessen's performance this semester had been very good. Although he couldn't get 100 marks like Xiao Jiaming, he wasn't the first or second from the bottom. His performance in class was also very good. Tong Xuelu made his favorite roast duck and spicy hot pot for him. She also made French fries and ketchup with tomatoes. Other than that, she also made a delicious and interesting dish, glutinous rice with eggs. When it was time to eat, the French fries and glutinous rice with eggs mesmerized the children. After the potatoes were fried, the skin was crispy, but the inside was very tender. It was crispy and fragrant when one took a bite. Dipping it in some tomato sauce, it was sour and sweet. It immediately got rid of the greasy feeling after being fried. The more one ate, the more fragrant it became. Tong Jessen threw French fries into his mouth one after another. Sister, why didn't you make such delicious food for us before? Tong Xuelu said, I just thought of this method recently, so I tried it. I didn't expect it to be so delicious. Although Shen Wanrong was an adult, he also liked French fries. I didn't expect potatoes to taste so good after being cut and fried like this. I'll ask Zhuzhu's grandfather to learn from you. Tong Xuelu smiled and agreed. Oh right, the second college entrance examination is starting in July. Is Wei Ran ready? When he heard about the college entrance examination, Shen Wanrong smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed. That child has been working even harder recently. Previously, everyone was worried that there would only be one college entrance examination. Now, there's a second one so soon. It seems like our country is really getting better and better. When the others heard this, they all nodded. Their eyes were full of hope for the future. Tong Xuelu was also certain of this in his heart. Although the past 10 years had caused a lot of damage to the country, because of this lesson, the country would enact a series of correct policies. The country would start to develop vigorously, and the people's living standards would change dramatically. Xiao Mianmian and Wei Zhuzhu, who were sitting at the table, each held a duck egg in their hands. Then, they bumped the heads of the duck eggs against each other. When the duck egg shell was cracked, what was revealed was not the white of the duck egg. This made the two girls cry out in shock. Grandma, there's rice in the duck egg. Xiao Mianmian also opened her eyes wide. Sister, is this duck egg spoiled? Tong Xuelu saw that the two girls finally realized that the duck egg was different today. He smiled and said, You'll know if it's spoiled when you open it. Xiao Mianmian and Wei Zhuzhu quickly peeled the duck egg. More glutinous rice was revealed. What was even more surprising was that they could eat meat and other fillings inside the duck egg. The glutinous rice egg tasted similar to glutinous rice and salty rice dumplings, but the novelty was not something that dumplings could compare to. The fact that there was glutinous rice and other fillings inside the duck egg made the children feel very refreshed. They took one duck egg at a time and ate 2 or 3 of them. Tong Jiasun picked up the third glutinous rice egg. "Sister, you didn't tell us in advance. I was wondering how you got the duck egg out." Actually, he felt a little wrong just now. He felt that his sister did not put enough effort into his birthday. She actually put the duck egg on the table just like that. He did not say that the duck egg was not delicious, but it was his birthday today. This only happened once a year. He hoped that the food on the table would be his favorite. He did not expect that he had misunderstood his sister. Shen Wanrong looked at his granddaughter's round belly and was curious. "Zulf, how did you get the duck egg? Why is there glutinous rice inside?" Tong Xuelu smiled and said, "It's actually quite simple. It just takes a little bit of effort." The glutinous rice egg was to wash the duck egg and make a small hole in the duck egg to pour out the egg white. Then, the glutinous rice and other fillings were carefully stuffed into the duck egg. After that, the duck egg was placed in a steamer and steamed until it was cooked. It was not difficult to make, and the taste was not special. It was just very novel. She spent a lot of effort because it was Tong Jiasun's birthday today. If it were any other day, she would not have done it. As expected, Shen Wanrong immediately dismissed the idea of learning. The hole in the duck egg is so small. It's so troublesome to stuff the fillings back in. Only you have the patience. Tong Jiasun felt even more guilty when he heard this. He raised his head and said with a red face, "Sister, thank you." Not only did his sister buy him a present, but she also made him a table full of novel and delicious food. He was so happy. Before Tong Xuelu could answer, Wei Zhuzhu said something shocking. "I've decided. When I grow up, I'm going to marry Jiasun." Tong Jiasun's face turned red from choking on the glutinous rice. He kept coughing and said, I don't want to." Wei Zhuzhu put his hands on his hips and asked, "Why not? Am I not pretty enough? Or am I not cute enough?" Tong Jiasun was speechless. When the people in the room heard their conversation, they laughed so hard that tears came out of their eyes. Shen Wanrong wiped his tears and asked, "Zhuzhu, why are you suddenly saying this? Do you know what marriage is?" Wei Zhuzhu nodded. "Of course I know. Marriage means going to someone else's house to eat his rice and sleep on his bed. Sister Zulf made so many delicious and fun things for Jiasun on his birthday. That's why I've decided to marry him and eat his rice." Tong Jiasun shook his head like a rattledrum. "I don't want to marry you. I want to be a bachelor for the rest of my life." Marrying a wife was too scary. He had to share his delicious food with others. He decided that he would be a bachelor for the rest of his life. No, he would not marry in his next life. "Buddha, please let me be a bachelor for the rest of my life." Tong Jiasun made a wish for his 10th birthday in his heart. Ha ha ha. These two idiots are really making me laugh to death. Everyone in the room was laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Tong Xuelu went back to school on Sunday morning. Other than Lin Lanwan, everyone else in the dormitory went out. Tian Fingji and Xie Xiaoyan went to the school building to study. Choi Ruru's husband came to Beijing for the past 2 days, so she went out early and came back late. Needless to say, Jiang Baihui was a social expert. Usually, if he was not socializing, he was on the way to socialize. He spent very little time in the dormitory. Tong Xuelu put away his things and was about to go to rehearsal when he was stopped by Lin Lanwan. "Zulf, wait a minute." Tong Xuelu was stunned when he heard her voice. He turned around and asked, "What's wrong? Do you have something to say to me?" Lin Lanwan had an inferior and cowardly personality. Usually, her presence in the dormitory was very weak. Fortunately, she did not cause any trouble, so Tong Xuelu did not dislike her. Lin Lanwan looked into Tong Xuelu's limpid eyes. She lowered her head and hesitated for a while before saying, You better be careful of Gao Min." Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows slightly. "What do you mean? Did Gao Min say something to you?" Lin Lanwan shook her head. "She didn't say anything to me, but she's been a little strange recently. She's always talking to herself. Last time, I saw her write your name a lot in her notebook and then cross it out one by one. She did not know how to describe it. At that time, Gao Min's eyes were red and she stared at the notebook as if it was her enemy. The way she crossed it out was very crazy. She did not doubt that if Tong Xuelu was standing in front of her, she would definitely eat him alive. At that time, she was so scared that her heart was pounding. For the past 2 days, Gao Min had asked her to study with her, but she refused by saying that she was not feeling well and did not dare to be too close to her. Tong Xuelu did not expect Lin Lanwan to say this to him. After all, she was usually closer to Gao Min. She nodded and said, "Thank you. I'll keep it in mind." After leaving the dormitory, Tong Xuelu was still thinking about Gao Min's matter. She did not understand what medicine Shi Junmin fed Gao Min to make her so obedient. After thinking about it, she could only say that her love brain was really scary. Halfway there, she was suddenly stopped by a boy. The boy's face was red. He looked at Tong Xuelu and said helplessly, "Hello, Tong Xuelu." Tong Xuelu felt bad for him. "Come, take a deep breath with me. Inhale, exhale, inhale again, exhale. Are you feeling better?" The boy was guided to take a few deep breaths. He nodded and smiled shyly. "I'm much better. Thank you." Tong Xuelu waved her hand. "You're welcome." Then, she walked around the boy and continued walking. The boy? The people around them? The boy reacted quickly and chased after her. "Tong Xuelu, wait a minute. I have something to tell you." Tong Xuelu stopped and looked at him. "What's the matter?" The boy's face turned red again. I think you are very outstanding. I want to learn and improve with you. Can you give me a chance?" Tong Xuelu shook her head calmly. "No. Not only do I have a girlfriend, but I'm also engaged." The boy looked at her like a bolt from the blue. You're engaged?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "Yes. So you should look for other girls to learn and improve with. Goodbye." The boy. His heart was broken. The people around them were also in an uproar. The news of Tong Xuelu being stuffed with a love letter by Gao Min was only spread in the foreign languages faculty. People from other faculties saw that she was alone every day and thought that she did not have a boyfriend. Gao Min happened to see this scene. When she saw Tong Xuelu walking over, she suddenly said in a strange tone, "It's different to be beautiful. Even after you're engaged, a large number of men still rush over to confess to you." Tong Xuelu glanced at her brain. "Gao Min, are you crazy?" Gao Min was instantly enraged. "Tong Xuelu, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because the teachers and professors like you. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll report you." "Tong Xuelu, if you're not crazy, why would you like a man like Shi Junmin?" When Gao Min heard this, she was even angrier than when Tong Xuelu said that she was crazy. "Shi Junmin is 100 times better than your fiancé. Speaking of which, you're the crazy one. Otherwise, you wouldn't be engaged to a murderer." "Murderer?" Tong Xuelu frowned. "Gao Min, what do you mean by that? If you don't make it clear, I can report you for framing me at any time." Gao Min snorted and said proudly, "I mean exactly what I said. Your fiancé killed his own younger brother when he was young. Didn't he tell you?" "Killed his own younger brother? Wasn't Wenrugi an only child? Where did his younger brother come from?" Moreover, Wenrugi and the Wen family had never mentioned this matter. However, Gao Min didn't look like she was lying. This made Tong Xuelu's heart skip a beat. However, she looked calm and said, "Gao Min, I'm warning you for the last time. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll report you to the faculty right now." Gao Min looked at her and suddenly laughed. "Tong Xuelu, don't tell me you don't know about this matter? Haha, I thought your fiancé was very good to you. I didn't expect him to hide such an important matter from you." Tong Xuelu's face turned cold. "You don't have to worry about my affairs. You worked so hard to get into university. Instead of spending your energy and time on your studies, you went against me because of Shi Junmin. Are you sure you want to continue like this?" Gao Min's eyes revealed a happy expression. "That's because he's worth it." "Worth it? Last time, Shi Junmin didn't speak up for you. Instead, he pushed you out to be the scapegoat. Is this what you mean by worth it?" Gao Min was stunned for a moment. Then, her face flushed red. Don't try to drive a wedge between us. Sure, Junmin loves me very much. Tong Xuelu chuckled softly. I think of two idioms about you, deceiving oneself and others. Deceiving oneself and deceiving oneself. If you have the ability, prove it to me. After that, she ignored Gao Min and walked straight into the rehearsal room. Gao Min glared at her back. She was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She was very unconvinced. Sure, Junmin loved her. She had to prove it to Tong Xuelu. After another 2 or 3 days of rehearsal, everyone was very familiar with the plot. Xianxia kept her promise and invited her aunt over. When the students found out that the director of the arts department was coming over to guide them, they were very excited. Because they had to perform for the director of the arts department tomorrow, everyone went back to rest early after the last rehearsal. They were prepared to perform tomorrow. On the second day, the students who participated in the performance came to the rehearsal room after class. There was already one more person in the room. At this time, Xianxia was holding her hand and acting coquettishly. Auntie, you have to guide me well later. If I don't perform well, you have to point it out truthfully. Director Qian rubbed her head and said intimately, Auntie will open her eyes wide and watch your performance later, okay? Xianxia smiled even more brightly. Then I'm relieved. The others came in and looked at Xianxia with envy. Xianxia puffed out her chest like a peacock and introduced everyone. This is my aunt, the director of the arts department. Auntie, these are my classmates. Director Qian greeted everyone in a friendly and slightly serious manner. Everyone was very happy. Tong Xuelu did not know this Director Qian. Director Qian was transferred here after she left the arts department. Previously, she heard that she was the director of the arts department in the Northwest Army. Director Qian glanced at everyone and suddenly said, Students, you have to perform well. This time, other than guiding you, I also want to choose a few suitable candidates from among you to participate in the filming of the movie. When everyone heard this, they could not help but be stunned. Even Xianxia was confused. Auntie, what's going on? Why didn't you tell me before? Director Qian said, Your uncle wants to film a movie about a new era of university students. It's mainly about the new style of university students after the college entrance examination. However, he hasn't found a suitable candidate. After knowing that I'm here to guide you today, he asked me to help him take a look. He said that if there are suitable candidates, they will participate in the filming of the movie. Everyone was in an uproar. Oh my God, filming a movie. If we are chosen, won't we become famous actors? Then we have to be chosen first. I wonder what role Director Qian wants to choose. Xianxia was so excited that her cheeks were flushed. Auntie, what role does Uncle want to choose? Director Qian said, There are all kinds of roles. If you perform well, it's possible for you to be chosen as the male and female lead. When everyone heard this, they were very excited again. Although they were not acting majors, if they were chosen to enter the film industry, it meant that they would have a meteoric rise. Everyone was very excited, except for Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu was not interested in being a celebrity. Her goal was very clear. She wanted to skip grades and graduate quickly. Then, she would take advantage of the reform to start her own business and earn a lot of money. Seeing how calm Tong Xuelu was, Director Qian could not help but take a few more glances at her. Xianxia saw his aunt's gaze fall on Tong Xuelu. He could not help but frown. He moved his feet to block his aunt's view and said, Auntie, can we start now? Director Qian looked away. You guys can start. Xianxia immediately led everyone to the stage and made other arrangements. Then, he announced the start of the filming. Tong Xuelu's attention was not on Xianxia. Instead, it was on Gao Min. She realized that Gao Min's mental state was a little strange today. She seemed very excited. She secretly raised her guard and told herself that she must be on guard against her later. Before Tong Xuelu transmigrated, she was already known as an Oscar-winning actress. As long as she wanted to, even if her performance was not the most professional, it was still more professional than the students present who had not undergone any training. Although she did not have many lines, her tone and expression were very vivid. She immediately attracted Director Qian's attention. More importantly, she was too beautiful. Even if she wore gray clothes and deliberately made herself look old, it still could not hide her elegance. Director Qian felt that Tang Xuelu was even more beautiful than the actors he had seen before. It would be a pity if such a seedling did not become an actress. As for his niece, Qian Saixin, although she acted very seriously, Director Qian could not go against her conscience and say that her performance was very good. On the contrary, because she used too much strength, her expression was exaggerated and pretentious. She did not act like Xier at all. Instead, she acted like a shrew. Director Qian's gaze fell on Tang Xuelu again and he nodded his head in praise. Qian Saixin's gaze was fixed on her aunt. When she saw her aunt's gaze fall on Tang Xuelu from time to time, she felt an ominous premonition in her heart. She used all her strength to perform. Her voice became louder and louder, and her movements were more exaggerated than usual. She originally wanted to use this to attract her aunt's attention, but she did not expect that it would backfire. The more Qian Saixin watched, the more anxious she became. Suddenly, she made up her mind and stretched her leg towards Tang Xuelu, who was beside her. Tang Xuelu didn't pay attention to her feet. She staggered and fell forward. A sharp pain came from her ankle. She sat on the ground and gasped. Everyone immediately stopped. Tang Xuelu, are you okay? Tang Xuelu touched her ankle and said, I think I sprained my leg. Qian Saixin pretended to be worried. What should we do? Tang Xuelu, can you still stand up? Tang Xuelu originally wanted to point out that she tripped her, but she suddenly glanced at Gao Min, who was beside her. She saw that the latter was also anxious. She swallowed the words that were at the tip of her tongue. Please help me to the side to sit down. Everyone hurriedly helped her off the stage to rest. Tang Xuelu, you look a little pale. Are you sure you don't need to see the school doctor? Tang Xuelu waved her hand. No need. I'll be fine after resting for a while. She could not just leave like this. She wanted to stay and see what Gao Min wanted to do. Everyone saw that she did not agree, so they returned to the stage to discuss the next performance. What should we do now? Will we be unable to rehearse with one less person? Qian Saixin puffed out her chest and said, I know the entire script like the back of my hand. I can play 2 roles. Tang Xuelu's role as Auntie Wang does not have many scenes, so I can temporarily replace her. Qian Saixin wanted her aunt to approve of her, so she decided to steal Tang Xuelu's role as well. No one else had memorized Tang Xuelu's lines before. Director Qian only came today, so everyone thought about it and felt that this was the only way. Director Qian looked at her niece coldly and did not say anything. Others might not have seen it, but she did. Her niece had deliberately tripped Tang Xuelu with her leg. She had watched Qian Saixin grow up since she was a child. In her impression, her niece was generous and cheerful. She never knew that she would do such a thing. However, she could not shout out at this moment. Otherwise, her niece would definitely be given a demerit. Qian Saixin did not notice her aunt's strange behavior and began to perform with all her might. Tang Xuelu's gaze fell on Gao Min. She saw that her face was getting paler and paler. Just as Qian Saixin ran over to play her role, Gao Min's hand suddenly trembled. Tang Xuelu felt that something was wrong. However, before she could say anything, an accident happened. With a kacha sound, the rope of the chandelier on the stage suddenly broke. The chandelier fell and hit Qian Saixin's head. Qian Saixin screamed and fell into a pool of blood. The accident happened in an instant, and everyone was shocked by the scene. Tang Xuelu was also stunned. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. If Qian Saixin hadn't tripped her on purpose, she would be the one lying in a pool of blood right now. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shiver. Tang Xuelu's gaze landed on Gao Min. The latter was staring at Qian Saixin, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Her whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Seeing her like this, Tang Xuelu couldn't help but suspect that she had something to do with this accident. Director Qian was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. She screamed and rushed to the stage, Xin, how are you? Don't scare Auntie. Tong Shualu hurriedly shouted, Director Qian, stop. Don't shake her. He turned around and said to the stunned crowd, now is not the time to be in a daze. Hurry up and call the teacher and the school doctor. Saving lives is more important. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. Yes, I'll call the school doctor. Then I'll inform the homeroom teacher and the department head. I'll go too. Gao Min said and wanted to run out as well. However, Tong Shualu grabbed her arm and said, you can go alone. Student Gao should stay and help take care of student Qian. Gao Min's eyes were bloodshot. She stared at Tong Shualu and said, I won't be able to help even if I stay. Let go of me. Tong Shualu frowned and pretended to be in pain. Who said you won't be able to help? My leg hurts. Student Gao, please support me. Gao Min stared at her. She was afraid and hated that she was meddling in other people's business. She didn't know if she was being sensitive, but she felt that Tong Shualu seemed to know something. Tong Shualu grabbed her arm and leaned on her body to prevent her from leaving. She didn't have any evidence to prove that this matter was related to Gao Min, but she felt that even if Gao Min didn't do it, she should know the truth, so she couldn't let her go now. Soon, the school doctor and department leaders rushed over. When they saw Qian Saixin lying in a pool of blood, everyone gasped. After a simple examination, the school doctor said, there's a hole in this student's head. I'll give her a simple bandage to stop the bleeding. After that, we still have to send her to the hospital for a checkup to prevent any sequelae. Director Qian looked at his niece, whose eyes were tightly shut, and his heart ached. Doctor, will my niece be all right? Just now, she was still very angry with her niece for doing such a despicable thing. She planned to give her a good scolding when she got back, but she didn't expect such a sudden turn of events. If anything happened to Qian Saixin, how was she going to explain it to her brother? Something happened right in front of her eyes. As the doctor cleaned the wound, she said, I don't know yet. The brain is the most important and the most fragile organ of a person. Even the slightest carelessness can put her life in danger. The chandelier fell from a high place and hit the head. It was very likely that it would cause intracranial hemorrhage and brain damage. The situation wasn't optimistic. When Director Qian heard the doctor's words, she couldn't help but cry. After the wound was bandaged, the school doctor and the students carried Qian Saixin out on a stretcher and quickly sent her to the hospital. After the group of people left, the rehearsal room quieted down. The air was filled with the strong smell of blood. The homeroom teacher frowned. What happened? Hurry up and tell me. The class monitor, Shi Zhenru, was frightened and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Although he was still very scared, he still told the homeroom teacher everything that happened. The homeroom teacher frowned. Why did the chandelier fall? I remember that the rope was changed not long ago. The chandelier this time was different from the ones that came later. It wasn't directly installed into the ceiling, but hung from a rope. The school would check the rope every once in a while. They didn't expect something to happen today. Tong Shualu said in a clear voice, Teacher Huang, I think we should get someone to check the rope. Maybe we can find some clues. The homeroom teacher came back to his senses and quickly nodded. You're right. I'll get the electrician to check it out. When Gao Min heard this, her body trembled again. Tong Shualu grabbed her arm. Tong Shualu turned his head slightly and glanced at her. Student Gao, are you cold? Why do you keep shivering? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at Gao Min. Student Gao, you don't look well. Are you okay? I think you're scared. When I saw student Qian get hit in the head, my legs went weak. Gao Min pulled her hand away from Tong Shualu's arm. Yes, I'm scared. My stomach doesn't feel good. I want to go back to the dormitory to rest. After saying this, she turned to leave. At this moment, the electrician came over. Tong Shualu hurriedly said, Student Gao, can you wait for a while? After the electrician comes back with the results, I want to trouble you to help me back to the dormitory. Gao Min was stopped again. Her heart was filled with resentment. However, Tong Shualu didn't leave even though his leg was injured. She, who wasn't injured at all, was in such a hurry to leave. It seemed like she had a guilty conscience. Gao Min thought about it and decided to stay. However, when no one was paying attention, she glared at Tong Xuelu again. Her gaze was like that of a venomous snake. It would have been fine if the electrician didn't check, but after he did, his expression changed. The rope of the chandelier has been tampered with. The homeroom teacher was stunned. Tampered with? What do you mean? The electrician said, Teacher, look at the cut on the rope. It's very smooth. It doesn't look like it broke on its own. Instead, it looks like it was cut in half and couldn't withstand the force of gravity. Also, this rope was replaced half a month ago. If there was no external force, it wouldn't have broken on its own. The rehearsal room was silent. It was as if a ghost had come. Everyone looked at each other and saw the disbelief and fear in each other's eyes. The homeroom teacher's face was also very pale. How is this possible? Who would be so vicious as to harm classmate Qian? The other students came back to their senses and began to discuss. That's right. Classmate Qian is beautiful and enthusiastic. She wholeheartedly serves the class. I can't think of anyone who would go against her. I think it's possible that she's too outstanding. Someone is jealous of her, so they came up with such a despicable method. Tong Xuelu said, Teacher, I suggest we report this to the school and the police. This is a matter of life and death. We have to catch the culprit behind this as soon as possible. The homeroom teacher nodded repeatedly. You're right. Everyone, don't touch anything here. I'll go to the office and inform the leaders. Gao Min's whole body trembled again. Suddenly, she pointed at Tong Xuelu and said loudly, I think that among us, the person who is most likely to harm classmate Qian is you. Classmate Qian is beautiful and has a good family background. However, because of her arrival, she stole everyone's attention, especially the lead role of this stage play. Therefore, you harbored hatred in your heart and secretly attacked her while she was on the rope. Tong Xuelu, you're really despicable. As soon as she said this, everyone's eyes fell on Tong Xuelu. Everyone suddenly remembered that Xianxia was hit by the chandelier because she replaced Tong Xuelu. If Tong Xuelu didn't sprain her ankle, then Xianxia would definitely be fine. Could it all be a coincidence? Moreover, during the rehearsal, the two of them had a few conflicts. Xianxia had also accused Tong Xuelu of deliberately targeting her in front of everyone. Could it be that the rope was really cut by Tong Xuelu? That would be a crime. Seeing that everyone was looking at Tong Xuelu with suspicion, Gao Min felt refreshed. She looked at her teacher proudly and said, Teacher, everyone here saw how classmate Tong targeted classmate Qian. I suspect that the culprit is Tong Xuelu. The homeroom teacher didn't want to believe that Tong Xuelu was such a vicious person. Classmate Tong, how do you explain this? Tong Xuelu looked coldly at Gao Min and said, The innocent will know that I didn't do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suggested to call the police. If I really did it, I would have done everything I could to stop you from calling the police. I would have destroyed the scene and left as soon as possible. But after classmate Qian was injured, I was the one who ordered the other students to call the school doctor. I was also the one who suggested to protect the scene. Also, other than me, classmate Gao Min also had a conflict with classmate Qian. Gao Min, when everyone heard Tong Xuelu's explanation, they felt that what she said made a lot of sense. If it was really Tong Xuelu who wanted to kill Xianxia, she wouldn't have reminded everyone to call the doctor. She also wouldn't have the awareness to protect the scene. She also looked very calm and magnanimous. On the other hand, Gao Min tried to leave several times but was stopped by Tong Xuelu. Gao Min saw that everyone's eyes were on her and her heart almost stopped. Don't slander me. I don't have any grudges with classmate Qian. Why would I target her? You, on the other hand, suddenly fell down. If it weren't for your ankle, classmate Qian wouldn't have been hit by the chandelier because she took your place. Tong Xuelu sneered, You don't have any grudges with classmate Qian, but you have a huge conflict with me. Like you said, if I didn't sprain my ankle today, I would be the one in trouble. Everyone. Gao Min, could it be that Gao Min wanted to deal with Tong Xuelu? Who knew that Tong Xuelu would sprain her ankle and Xianxia would be the unlucky scapegoat? Gao Min screamed, You're talking nonsense. Since you suspect that I did it, then show me the evidence. Otherwise, I'll report you for framing me. Tong Xuelu shrugged, I don't have any evidence, but weren't you the one who framed me first? I believe that the police will find out the truth and bring the real culprit to justice. The head teacher saw that they were quarreling and didn't have any concrete evidence. Instead, it seemed like they were trying to shift the blame to each other. She hurriedly said, "All right, everyone stop quarreling. I'm going to report this to the leader. When the police arrive, they will definitely find out the truth." After saying that, the head teacher asked everyone to leave. She locked the rehearsal room and went to find the leader with the electrician. Everyone discussed outside the rehearsal room for a long time before dispersing. Tong Xuelu went to have her ankle checked with her roommates. Her ankle was fine, but she had sprained her ankle. She would be fine after applying some medicine. News of such a big incident in the rehearsal room quickly spread throughout the school. Everyone was talking about it. Although Tong Xuelu was the one who initiated the police report and she was the one who asked someone to call the school doctor, many people still suspected her. It was too coincidental that she sprained her ankle at that exact moment. Moreover, many people could testify that she had a conflict with Xianxia. There were also many people who suspected Gao Min. However, compared to Tong Xuelu, her attitude was a little strange. She wasn't as traceable as Tong Xuelu. Therefore, all of a sudden, the spear of public opinion was pointed at Tong Xuelu. Everyone looked at Tong Xuelu strangely. Some people even came to the dormitory to ask Tong Xuelu if she was the one who cut the rope. Jiang Baihui was so angry that she chased all of them out. After closing the door, her face was still red with anger. A bunch of brainless people. They jumped to conclusions based on rumors. The police officers didn't even say anything and they already convicted you. I really want to slap them to death. Tong Xuelu looked calm. You said that they are brainless. Why should I be angry with them? Quickly sit down and eat. The food will get cold soon. Jiang Baihui tilted her head and looked at her. Aren't you angry at all? Tong Xuelu shook her head. I believe that the police officers will give me justice. Jiang Baihui sat down. I really admire you. You can still be so calm at a time like this. But don't worry, I believe that this has nothing to do with you. The other people in the dormitory also expressed their belief that Tong Xuelu was innocent. Everyone in the dormitory had their own personalities and thoughts. They also had conflicts with each other. But now, seeing that everyone trusted her so much, Tong Xuelu couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. When Gao Min heard the commotion from the dormitory next door, her face lit up with joy. If she wasn't worried that someone would notice her, she would immediately run to Shi Junmin to tell him the good news. But soon, her joy turned to sorrow. After the police officers recorded Director Qian's statement, they brought back a piece of news. According to Director Qian, the reason why Tong Xuelu fell was because she was accidentally tripped by Xianxia. Xianxia had a moderate concussion and was still unconscious. However, Director Qian was Xianxia's aunt and the director of the Arts and Crafts Regiment. Her words carried a lot of weight. Once this news came out, Tong Xuelu's suspicions were immediately cleared. When Jiang Baihui heard the news, he immediately rushed back to the dormitory. Zolv, the police officers have proven that you are innocent. Tong Xuelu raised her head from her textbook. What happened? Jiang Baihui hurriedly told the other people in the dormitory what she heard. At this moment, the dormitory door wasn't closed, so the other people in the dormitory also heard what Jiang Baihui said. Xianxia said happily, that's great. With Director Qian's statement, let's see if anyone else dares to talk nonsense. Jiang Baihui nodded firmly. Director Qian is Xianxia's aunt. She definitely won't side with Zolv. Tong Xuelu was stunned when she heard this. Previously, she didn't say that she was tripped by Xianxia because the situation didn't allow her to do so. Xianxia was hit by the chandelier because she took her role. If she had said it then, on one hand, it would have made her seem cold-hearted. On the other hand, it would have confirmed the conflict between her and Xianxia. However, she didn't expect Director Qian to personally tell this to the police officers. Although she lied a little and said that it was an accident, she was still very surprised. Since the other party had done her a favor, she didn't plan to expose Xianxia. At this moment, Gao Min, who was standing outside the dormitory, was pale and her heart was beating like thunder. She didn't expect the situation to take such a turn. Previously, she didn't know that Xianxia deliberately tripped Tang Xuelu. She also didn't expect Director Qian to personally clear Tang Xuelu's suspicions. Now that Tang Xuelu was no longer a suspect, the biggest suspect was her. Although she was very careful when she went to the rehearsal room to cut the rope, there were many people who saw her on the way back. If those people came out to testify, what should she do? Tang Xuelu glanced outside and suddenly said loudly, "Student Qian's injuries are very serious. He's still in critical condition. I heard that the police officers have already asked all the teachers and students in the school to find witnesses. Once they find the culprit, it's very likely that he will be executed on the spot." When the people present heard this, they were so frightened that they sucked in a breath of cold air. Tang Xuelu's lips curved slightly. She said this on purpose. She knew that Gao Min must be paying attention to her. This time, Director Qian spoke up for her, which would definitely make her lose her sense of propriety. At this moment, as long as she added fuel to the fire, Gao Min would quickly give herself away. As expected, Gao Min's legs went soft and she almost fell to the ground. After returning to the dormitory, she became more and more afraid. After a while, she stood up and rushed out of the dormitory. She ran directly to Shi Juanmin's dormitory. When Shi Juanmin's roommates saw Gao Min coming over, they all looked at her strangely. Shi Juanmin felt guilty when he was stared at by his roommates. He left the dormitory and pulled Gao Min to the top floor of the teaching building. Shi Juanmin looked at her unhappily and said, "Why did you come to the dormitory to look for me? Didn't I tell you not to look for me if there's nothing important?" Gao Min felt bad when she saw him being so fierce. "Junmin, I'm afraid that what I did will be exposed. Xianxia's aunt has proven Tang Xuelu's innocence. The police officers will investigate me soon. What should I do?" Shi Junmin was stunned. After he understood the situation, he frowned and said, "Are you trying to get me killed? You know that the police officers will investigate you, but you still went to the dormitory to look for me. What will others think of me?" Gao Min felt like her heart was being pricked by needles. "Junmin, don't do this to me. I came to you because I was too scared. Please save me. I don't want to be shot." Shi Junmin pried her hand away and pushed her violently. "Calm down, okay? Xianxia is still alive. How can the police officers shoot you?" Gao Min was pushed back 2 steps and fell to the ground. Her palm rubbed against the ground and immediately scratched. She looked at her injured palm and murmured, "Even if the police officers don't shoot me on the spot, they will arrest me. I'm finished." Shi Junmin naturally knew this. "Don't think too much. You should calm down at this time. I have to study tonight. I'll go back first." Gao Min didn't expect him to still want to study at this time. She got up from the ground and hugged Shi Juanmin's waist. "Junmin, I beg you. Please don't leave me. I did all this for you." Shi Junmin was furious. He pried her hand away and flung her away. "Gao Min, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I ask you to do these things? I didn't know anything from the beginning to the end. It was you who took things too hard and targeted Tang Xuelu. It has nothing to do with me." Gao Min was flung to the ground again. Her head hit the wall and she was in so much pain that she saw stars. Shi Junmin only looked at her coldly and turned to leave. Gao Min felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. Her tears poured out like a flood and her face was covered with tears. She suddenly remembered what Tang Xuelu said to her when he mocked her. She stood up and climbed to the low wall. "Junmin, if you dare to leave like this, I'll jump down from here." Shi Junmin paused. He was furious. He turned around and said gently, Min, what are you doing? Come down quickly." He didn't care about Gao Min's life or death, but his roommates saw him come out with Gao Min. If something happened to Gao Min later, he couldn't escape responsibility. Gao Min shook her head. "Junmin, I'm dead this time. My life is completely ruined. I've done so many things for you, but you turned around and stabbed me in the heart. I'd rather die like this." Shi Junmin was so angry that he was about to explode. However, he had to appease her on the surface. Min, don't be impulsive. Xianxia is not dead. You'll be locked up for a few years at most. When you're released, I'll marry you. We'll have a few children and live a good life. Gao Min's lifeless eyes lit up. You're really willing to marry me? Shi Junmin nodded and walked towards her. Of course. I love you so much. I won't marry anyone else except you. But when you talk to the police about this later, you can't mention me, not even half a word. Do you understand? Usually, Gao Min would immediately nod when she heard Shi Junmin's words. In his words, she was more obedient than a dog. However, at this moment, Gao Min's eyes were fixed on him, which made his hair stand on end. Shi Junmin walked in front of her and held one of her hands. Don't you believe me? Min, how can you doubt me? I didn't abandon you even though you were so dirty and undignified. Isn't this enough to prove my love for you? Shi Junmin's words were like a knife that stabbed Gao Min again. Junmin, are you really willing to marry me? Shi Junmin said patiently, of course. Why are you so long-winded today? How many times do you want me to say it before you believe me? Gao Min smiled strangely. Then I'll turn myself in later. But before that, we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register our marriage. Shi Junmin was happy to hear that she was going to turn herself in. However, when he heard the second half of her sentence, his face suddenly darkened. You're simply unreasonable. You're destined to go to a labor camp. If I marry you, which unit will accept me after graduation? He didn't expect that Gao Min would be so difficult to deal with today. However, it was impossible for him to marry Gao Min. It was impossible in this lifetime. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought of marrying Gao Min. Moreover, now that she was in trouble, he couldn't wait to cut off all ties with her. He regretted it now. He wanted Gao Min to help him deal with Tong Xuelu. But he didn't expect her to be so stupid as to use such a method. She might as well stab Tong Xuelu with a knife and then commit suicide. She was simply a scourge. Gao Min looked up and happened to meet his eyes that flashed with disgust and impatience. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on her in the dead of winter. Her whole body turned cold. She suddenly remembered that when she was young, she was forced by the old man next door. She had never been happy in her life. Originally, she thought that meeting Shi Junmin would be the beginning of her happiness. However, he was going to abandon her now. Why was her life so miserable? Even at this time, she still couldn't bear to resent him. Junmin, I can't listen to you this time. Either you marry me, or I'll tell the police what you asked me to do. Shi Junmin's eyes were about to split open. He said coldly, Gao Min, are you sure you want to do this? Gao Min nodded. I love you. I have nothing left. I can't lose you too. Once she was in prison, her family would definitely not recognize her. When she was released, she would have nothing left. Therefore, she had to hold on to Shi Junmin like a drowning person holding on to driftwood. Shi Junmin's face was as cold as a glacier. Gao Min, you forced me to do this. In that case, you might as well die. Gao Min was no longer under his control. As long as she was alive, she could threaten him at any time. In that case, he might as well let her die. Later, he would tell everyone that Gao Min committed suicide to escape punishment. Although they might suspect him, as long as there was no evidence, no one could do anything to him. Thinking of this, he forcefully pushed Gao Min down the stairs. Gao Min didn't expect him to be so heartless. She just said that she wanted to die to scare him. She was so scared that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She grabbed Shi Junmin's hand with one hand and his collar with the other. The two of them pushed and fought against each other on the low wall. When people were desperate, they would erupt with unexpected strength. Gao Min usually looked very delicate, but now she was as strong as a bull. Shi Junmin couldn't get rid of her. Suddenly, his feet slipped, and his whole body fell towards Gao Min. The two of them were stunned at the same time. In the next moment, their bodies fell down together. Shi Junmin struggled frantically, but Gao Min smiled strangely and didn't let go of him. We can't share the same bed when we were alive, but we can still sleep in the same grave when we die. Junmin, I love you. Love your mother's head. Shi Junmin wanted nothing more than to kill her, but it was too late. The two of them fell quickly. Then, with two thuds, they fell to the ground one after another. Gao Min's head hit the stone on the ground. Her brain exploded and she stopped breathing. Shi Junmin fell next to her. She held his head in her arms, but his lower body fell heavily on the ground. He was in so much pain that his vision turned black. The next moment, he fainted. The students below the teaching building were frightened by the scene, and screams could be heard everywhere. Soon, the school leaders and the school doctor rushed over. By the time the school doctor arrived, Gao Min was already dead. Shi Junmin was still breathing and was immediately sent to the hospital. After emergency treatment, Shi Junmin's life was saved. However, the fall caused him to be paralyzed and he couldn't move anything below his neck. For Shi Junmin, it was a fate worse than death. Tong Xuelu was shocked again when he heard that one of them was dead and the other was injured. It was very scary. At that time, Tong Xuelu said those words to provoke Gao Min into giving herself away, but she didn't expect to provoke her to this extent. One dead and one injured. At this moment, Jiang Baihui was vividly describing, "You guys weren't at the scene, so you didn't see how scary that scene was." The two of them fell from the 5th floor. Gao Min's brain matter exploded on the spot. Speaking of which, the two of them were also unlucky. Gao Min's head just happened to hit a huge rock downstairs when they fell from the 5th floor, while Shi Junmin's spine hit a protruding rock and became paralyzed. The other people in the dormitory were scared and disgusted when they heard this. Lin Lanwan was so scared that her face turned pale. Her teeth chattered nonstop, and she felt very uneasy. When the other dormitory mates went to get food, Lin Lanwan used the excuse that she wasn't feeling well to ask them to help her get food back. Then, she walked in front of Tong Xuelu and said, "Zolv, Gao Min's death, is it related to me?" Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows. "What does this have to do with you?" Lin Lanwan played with her fingers and said, "Previously, Gao Min asked me to study with her, but every time I said I was busy. I already knew that something was wrong with her. If I had persuaded her properly, would she not have become like this?" As she said this, she covered her face and cried. Tong Xuelu put down his book and looked at her. "Gao Min's thoughts are extreme. You can't persuade her to change. People have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. You didn't do anything wrong by staying away from her. You don't have to blame yourself or feel guilty about this." Lin Lanwan cried until her eyes were red. "Is that so? You really think that this has nothing to do with me?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "You don't have to take responsibility for yourself. Also, if the police officers and department leaders ask you about this, you better not say such things. Otherwise, they will very likely blame you for not reporting what you know." Lin Lanwan was so scared that she forgot to cry. "Then, when the time comes, will I be arrested or given a major demerit?" Tong Xuelu shook his head. "That's not the case. But gossip is a fearful thing, so you'd better adjust the way you speak. After all, you really didn't know that the other party would do such a thing before today." Lin Lanwan nodded fiercely. "I didn't expect her to be like this. Then I won't say that in the future. Thank you for reminding me." Tong Xuelu waved his hand and looked back at the textbook. However, he was thinking that the two families would not be able to unite this time. Tong Xuelu was right. Ever since the Shi family received the call from Beijing, it was as if the sky had collapsed. Shi Junmin's parents burst into tears the moment they heard the news. Shi Junmin's second sister-in-law even fainted from crying. At this moment, the Shi family was dead silent. Shi Xianxia comforted his second cousin brother. "Second brother, you have to pull yourself together. This family still depends on you." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Xianxia's second sister-in-law, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying, suddenly jumped up and scratched Shi Xianxia's face. "It's all your fault, you bastard. If you didn't cheat on me, the Shi family wouldn't have been driven out of Beijing, and my son wouldn't have become like this." Shi Xianxia didn't expect this. His face was scratched a few times, and he was in so much pain that he twitched. Qing Shouyun saw that her husband was being scratched and quickly ran over to stop Shi Xianxia's second sister-in-law. "Second sister-in-law, calm down, Pa." A crisp sound was heard. Shi Xianxia's second sister-in-law slapped Qing Xiuyun's face hard. F***CKU, calm down, UB**TCH. Can't you live without a man? You're already married and have a child, but you still seduce other men. AB*TCH like you should have been condemned and paraded through the streets. Qing Xiuyun didn't expect her to suddenly attack her. Her face was slapped and immediately became red and swollen. Shi Xianxia saw that his wife was slapped and his face suddenly became fierce. Second sister-in-law, don't go too far. We understand that you're upset, but why are you venting your anger on your own family? Shi Xianxia's second sister-in-law went crazy. If I don't vent my anger on you, who should I vent it on? You two are shameless, but you want everyone to suffer with you. Why don't you just die? She had had enough. When she married into the Shi family was very prosperous. Everyone envied her for her good fortune and said that she married into the Shi family and enjoyed a good life. In the beginning, things were very good. The Shi family had connections in the government and the army. Others had to beg their parents everywhere to buy things, but they didn't have to beg others. Others had to beg them in return. However, such good days came to an abrupt end when Shi Xianxia, his brother-in-law, had an affair. At that time, the old master of the Shi family was still alive. When this happened, he couldn't bear to blame Shi Xianxia. Instead, he went against the Wen family. At first, everyone thought that with the Shi family and the Qing family, they would definitely be able to pull down the Wen family. If the Wen family was pulled down, then the Shi and Qing families could take the opportunity to rise. However, man proposes, God disposes. The Shi and Qing families were defeated and were chased out of the capital. Their glory days were over. All these years, the Wen family had never stopped attacking the Shi and Qing families. As long as the Shi and Qing families stood up, the Shi and Qing families would go crazy. After more than 10 years, the three families formed a dead knot. In fact, she didn't agree to be enemies with the Wen family from the beginning. However, as a young daughter-in-law, she didn't have the right to speak. Later, when she was chased out of the capital, she tried to persuade her husband not to go against the Wen family. However, no one was willing to listen to her. Now, her son was paralyzed. He was only 27 years old this year. What was he going to do in the future? Shi Xianxia was so angry that his face turned black. He turned to his second cousin brother and said, "Second brother, talk to second sister-in-law." If it was any other time, second brother Shi would definitely accuse his wife of not looking at the big picture and ignoring the interests of the family. However, this time, he stared at the ground for a long time without saying a word. Shi Xianxia was his third uncle's only son. The Shi family had always been united. The cousins were as close as real brothers. Shi Xianxia had offended the Wen family by having an affair, but they had never thought of giving up on him. Moreover, if they could pull the Wen family down, the Shi family would also benefit. Therefore, when his parents and grandfather decided to join forces with the Qing family, he also agreed. Although he had been attacked again and again over the years and was even chased out of the capital, he never complained. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but have doubts. Shi Xianxia was the one who had an affair. However, now that his family was living well, his son was lying in the hospital and wouldn't be able to stand up in the next life. Why did he have to pay such a heavy price for Shi Xianxia's mistake? Seeing that his second brother didn't say anything, Shi Xianxia couldn't help but panic. Second brother, do you hate me? Second brother Shi wanted to say no, but second sister-in-law picked up a vase and smashed it on Shi Xianxia's head. You're worse than an animal. If my son can't recover, we'll all die together. The vase hit Shi Xianxia's head and blood spurted out. He was stunned for a moment and then fainted. Qing Xiuyun let out a scream and the Shi family was suddenly in chaos. Shi Xianxia didn't die, but with this injury, the blame in second brother Shi's heart instantly turned into guilt. Second sister-in-law Shi was slapped and locked up. Qing Xiuyun said, "Second brother, I know you're upset that Jun Min has become like this. However, it's already happened. If we still fight among ourselves, won't the Wen family laugh at us?" Second brother Shi sighed and didn't say anything. Qing Xiuyun pursed her lips and continued, "Second brother, I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it." Brother Shi looked up at her and asked, "What do you think?" Qing Xiuyun said, "Second brother, the girl who jumped off the building with Junmin is dead. This means that we have the right to decide what to say. Second brother Shi's eyes lit up. Go on. Ching Shuyun said, we can say that Junmin fell off the building with the girl because he sacrificed himself to save her. This way, he will become a hero. Once they were crowned as heroes, the school and the government would definitely compensate them accordingly. Most importantly, there was a hero in their family who sacrificed himself to save others. They might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to make a comeback. Second brother Shi's father, second old master Shi, walked out of the room and coughed. Shuyun's idea is good. Second brother Shi hurried over to help his father. Father, why did you come out when you're not feeling well? Second old master Shi sighed. How can I rest when you're quarreling like this? Second brother, I know your wife is angry, but we're a family. When your grandfather, eldest uncle, and third uncle passed away, I promised them that I would protect the Shi family. You can't let the Shi family fall in your hands. Do you understand? Second brother Shi's anger had mostly dissipated when he heard Shi Xiumin's injury, but when he heard his father's words, all his anger dissipated. He nodded. I understand, father. I'll talk to Junmin's mother later. Second old master Shi nodded with satisfaction. He turned to Ching Shuyun and said, go to Beijing with your second brother tomorrow. You must do this well. Ching Shuyun smiled and nodded. I understand, second uncle. I won't let the Shi family fall. Second old master Shi nodded approvingly. The next day, Ching Shuyun and second brother Shi took the train to Beijing and arrived before noon. They went straight to the hospital without informing the school. Seeing Shi Junmin lying on the bed in despair, second brother Shi burst into tears. After Shi Junmin woke up and found out that he was paralyzed, he didn't say a word. Only when he saw his father did he burst into tears. Father, I'm paralyzed. The doctor said that I can only lie in bed for the rest of my life. I'm a cripple. The doctor and the police couldn't bear to see the father and son crying like this. Ching Shuyun covered her face and cried for a while. She turned back and said to the police officer, Comrade, you see that my nephew is very emotional. Can we talk outside and leave some space for the father and son? Let my second brother persuade him. The police officer had been taking Shi Junmin's statement since he woke up, but Shi Junmin didn't say a word. Because of this, they understood and didn't force him. When they heard that his family wanted to persuade him, they quickly nodded. Okay. Seeing that the police officer agreed, Ching Shuyun's eyes lit up. He turned to second brother Shi and said, Second brother, I'll go out with the police officer and the doctor first. You talk to Junmin. Second brother Shi's face was covered in tears. When he heard Ching Shuyun's words, he remembered his plan. He quickly wiped his tears and said, Okay. I'll talk to Junmin. Ching Shuyun, the doctor, and the police officer walked out and closed the door on their way out. An hour later, second brother Shi opened the door of the ward again. He looked exhausted, but he was more energetic than before. He glanced at Ching Shuyun and nodded slightly. Then, he looked at the police officer and said, Police officer, my son's emotions have calmed down. If you have anything to ask him, feel free to ask. The police officer's eyes lit up. He immediately went in to take Shi Junmin's statement. Student Shi, what happened yesterday? Why did you and Gao Min fall from the top of the teaching building? Shi Junmin pursed his lips. A student in our school was hit in the head by a chandelier. He's still in the hospital. Officer, you should know about this. The police officer nodded. Of course. Why did you suddenly mention this? Shi Junmin said, because the person who cut the rope of the chandelier was Gao Min. She was worried that you would find out, so she came to me and asked me to help her. But how could I help her commit such a crime? So I persuaded her to turn herself in. She should be punished for her wrongdoings. But Gao Min was very agitated. She climbed up the wall and wanted to commit suicide. When I saw her like this, I didn't think of anything. I just wanted to save her. But I couldn't save her. Instead, she pulled me down the teaching building with her. When I woke up, I was already like this. The doctor said that I can only lie in bed for the rest of my life. I'm a useless person. Boo-hoo, Shi Junmin began to cry. Because he couldn't move, he could only let his tears flow down. The two police officers were shocked when they heard his words. Student Shi, you mean you got injured because you tried to save Gao Min? And Gao Min committed suicide to escape punishment, which led to this tragedy. Shi Junmin said with tears flowing down his face, that's right. Gao Min and I met because of her cousin. At first, I had a good impression of her. I wanted to develop and become comrades with her. But later, we made a mistake and were given a demerit by the school. I deeply realized my mistake, so I decided not to date during the school period. I wanted to spend my time on studying and serving the people. I didn't expect Gao Min to hold a grudge against me. I heard from her that she wanted to deal with Tong Xuelu this time. But she didn't expect Tong Xuelu to sprain his ankle. That's why the chandelier hit Qian Min. The police officers at the side quickly recorded his words. After the statement was taken, the police officer stood up and said, Student Shi, have a good rest. We will investigate. If what you said is true, then you are sacrificing yourself to save others. We will not let your sacrifice be in vain. Shi Junmin's lifeless eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, but he still pretended to be in pain and didn't say anything. Qing Xiuyun said, Thank you, police officer. Junmin can't accept the fact that he has become a disabled person. I hope you won't hold it against him. The police officer waved his hand and said, We understand. You should persuade him not to despair. Many people with disabilities can still make great contributions. Qing Xiuyun wiped his tears and said, You're right. We will persuade him. After the police officer left, Qing Xiuyun turned around and asked Shi Junmin, Think about it carefully. Does Gao Min have a habit of writing notes? She just thought of this matter. If Gao Min had a habit of writing notes, they might be exposed if the police officers found it later. Shi Junmin looked at her coldly and said, Don't worry. I told her not to write notes. If she was found, it would be easy for others to find out. Gao Min did have a habit of writing notes before, but she was persuaded by him. Qing Xiuyun was relieved. After the police officer's investigation, he confirmed Shi Junmin's words. The rope of the rehearsal room's chandelier was indeed cut by Gao Min. Some students saw her sneakily coming out of the rehearsal room during break time. The conflict between Gao Min and Tong Xuelu was also confirmed by the school. Tong Xuelu was called over again to make a statement. After making the statement, she heard the police officer say that Shi Junmin might have sacrificed himself to save others. She was so disgusted that she almost vomited. Police officer, are you sure that Shi Junmin sacrificed himself to save others? The police officer said, We're not sure yet. We'll continue to investigate. If there's no new evidence, we'll use Shi Junmin's words. They had already verified with many students that Shi Junmin and Gao Min had a good relationship. Gao Min's cousin also said that Gao Min treated Shi Junmin as her biological brother and trusted him more than her own cousin. Yesterday, Gao Min's father came over to make a statement. He said that Gao Min's mother had a mental illness. It was said that Gao Min's mother's family had a hereditary mental illness. When she was agitated, she would easily do impulsive things. In other words, it was reasonable for Gao Min to confide in Shi Junmin when she was so depressed at that time. She was capable of harming others, so it was reasonable for her to want to commit suicide by jumping off a building when she was agitated. Shi Junmin had helped Gao Min several times. He even persuaded Gao Min to focus on her studies in front of Gao Min's cousin and told her not to pick on her classmates. Shi Junmin was indeed a helpful person. Besides, he was on good terms with Gao Min. When he saw that Gao Min was about to commit suicide, he would definitely save her. Tong Xuelu was so angry that she almost burst into laughter. On Friday, she packed up and went home to tell her family about the news. Old Mr. Wen was so angry that he almost smashed the table. I don't believe that the Shi family would sacrifice themselves to save others. Now that the girl is dead, they can say whatever they want. Uncle Zong nodded. Exactly. But we don't have any evidence to prove that he's lying. Are we going to let him off so easily? Commander Xiao frowned. If we can't find any evidence, Shi Junmin will really be made into a hero. By then, we'll be in trouble. The Shi family could make use of this incident to make a comeback and even return to Beijing. That Shi Junmin had framed Tang Xuelu time and time again. If he were to be made into a hero, he would definitely vomit blood. Besides, that girl actually used such despicable means to deal with Zulf. It would be too easy for her to die just like that. Tang Xuelu said, "Grandpas, do you have a way to see the transcripts from the police station?" Old Mr. Wen was stunned. "You want to see the transcripts? What do you want to do?" Tang Xuelu nodded. "I want to see everyone's transcripts and see if I can find any clues. From there, I can find evidence to expose Shi Junmin's lies." Even if Shi Junmin were to be made into a hero because of this incident, her two grandpas were not the only ones who were indignant. Old Mr. Wen said, "Although the police station is not the same as Piao Jian's, he has been there for many years and has connections. I'll give him a call now." Tang Xuelu stood up. "I'll go with you." Hence, everyone headed to the post office to give Piao Jiani a call. Piao Jiani had a lot of things to say at the police station, so he quickly applied for leave. After hearing old Mr. Wen and Tang Xuelu's words, he thought for a moment and said, "It's a little difficult, but it's not impossible. Give me 2 days." Tang Xuelu frowned. "Can you do it in 1 day?" Piao Jiani paused for a moment. "I'll give it a try." Tang Xuelu also knew that his request was a little too demanding, so he did not say another word. Piao Jiani immediately contacted the police station as soon as he returned home. After making use of his connections, he finally gave Tang Xuelu an accurate answer the next day. After work, Tang Xuelu and Piao Jiani went to the police station and read all the transcripts. From the transcripts, she found out that Gao Min's family was mentally ill and that Gao Min had a habit of keeping a diary since he was in elementary school. However, when the police officers searched her belongings, they did not find any diary. A person's habit was not easily changed. Tang Xuelu decided to start from this point. After 2 days of investigation, she found a clue from some of her classmates. Gao Min usually went to Baihu alone, except for classes and self-study. Baihu was located in a remote area, so many of her classmates did not go there. However, Gao Min often went there alone, which was very strange. After Tang Xuelu found out, she and Jiang Baihui went to Baihu together. Jiang Baihui said, "Zulf, are you sure that Gao Min hid the diary here?" Tang Xuelu shook her head. "I'm not sure. I just want to give it a try. It would be best if they could find it, but if not, they could only say that God was helping Shi Junmin." Tang Xuelu and Jiang Baihui began a carpet search around Baihu. Because of the wide area, the two of them searched until their backs were sore, but they did not find anything. Soon, the morning passed. Tang Xuelu stood up and massaged her waist. "Let's go eat first. We'll look for it later." Although Jiang Baihui was exhausted, he did not complain. Instead, he held her hand and said, "You promised to make me something delicious later." Tang Xuelu smiled and nodded. "Don't worry. Whether or not we find anything useful, I won't go back on my word." At first, she was wary of Jiang Baihui, but later, she realized that she did not have any bad intentions and had helped her several times. She gradually let down her guard. The two of them were about to go to the cafeteria when suddenly, Tang Xuelu saw a stone that was placed in a different direction from the others. "Wait a minute." Tang Xuelu withdrew her hand and walked towards the stone. She examined it and found that it was indeed a little strange. When the stone was moved away, she could see that the soil behind it had been dug up. Tang Xuelu suddenly had an idea. She quickly found a branch and started digging. Jiang Baihui did not understand why she suddenly started digging. "What are you digging for? Is there something inside?" Tang Xuelu did not answer. After a while, the branch touched something hard. She was delighted and quickly dug harder. Soon, the soil was dug up and an iron box was revealed. She picked up the iron box and opened it. There was a diary inside. The diary was opened and Shi Junmin's name appeared on it. Tang Xuelu's eyes lit up. Previously, she was worried that the Shi family would use this opportunity to make a comeback if they couldn't find any new evidence. She didn't expect this new evidence to be so useful. Indeed, hard work pays off for those who work hard. The diary not only recorded the details of Gao Min and Shi Junmin's relationship, but it also included how they tried to frame her with a love letter, how Shi Junmin persuaded her to pin all the charges on herself, how Shi Junmin attacked her daily, and how he promised her that he would make their relationship public and they would get married as soon as they graduated. It also detailed how she committed the crime by cutting the rope and how Shi Junmin told her not to write in the diary, but she couldn't control herself. It turned out that Shi Junmin was worried that she would write down their relationship in the diary and use it as evidence to threaten him in the future, so he tried every possible way to persuade Gao Min not to write in the diary. Gao Min agreed, but she had been writing in the diary since elementary school. She was used to venting her dissatisfaction and pain in the diary. If she didn't vent, she would easily break down. Therefore, after a short struggle, Gao Min came up with this idea. On one hand, she hid it from Shi Junmin, and on the other hand, she came to Baihu to write in the diary. After she finished writing, she buried it in the pit. Shi Junmin probably didn't expect that Gao Min would feign compliance but secretly oppose him, giving him a fatal blow. Jiang Baihui leaned over to read the diary. His mouth was wide open, and he looked shocked. Gao Min is really crazy. Why is she still with Shi Junmin after he belittled her like that? If any man dares to belittle and humiliate me like this, I'll smash his head. Tang Xuelu pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Gao Min was PUA, which was something she didn't expect at all. She only thought that Gao Min was lovey-dovey. After all, Gao Min showed signs of lovey-dovey before they were together. She never expected that Shi Junmin would use PUA to control Gao Min. PUA, the full name of pickup artist, originally referred to communication skills. Later, it deformed and developed into emotional control and psychological manipulation. In the beginning, PUA guys would treat girls very well. Once a stable relationship was established, they would crazily suppress the other party from a psychological level. They would focus on the girl's mistakes and magnify them infinitely, making the girl feel guilty and sorry for the other party, thus achieving the goal of controlling the other party. Of course, Shi Junmin was neither a transmigrator nor a reincarnator. It could only be said that using emotions to control others had been around for a long time. It was just that no one had realized it in the past. Just like now, she couldn't explain to Jiang Baihui the meaning of puberty. She also couldn't explain to her that those who were putted weren't stupid. They were just emotionally controlled and had no choice. Jiang Baihui was still talking to herself. Look at what she wrote here. Before she cut the rope, she did an experiment to accurately calculate when the chandelier would fall. Then, taking into account the time you rehearsed, she made sure that the chandelier would fall on your head. She's obviously very smart, but she didn't use her intelligence on the right path. Tang Xuelu agreed with this point. You're right. If she had put her mind on the right path, she wouldn't have gone to such a dead end. Let's go, let's send the diary to the department head. Jiang Baihui nodded, and the two of them sent the diary to the department head's office. After the department head saw the diary, he felt that his worldview was about to be turned upside down. The department head said, "You found this at White Lake. But why did you think of going to White Lake to find the diary?" Tang Xuelu said, "I didn't know that Gao Min would hide the diary at White Lake. However, I heard from many people that Gao Min often went to White Lake alone. I wanted to see if I could find any clues or evidence. I didn't expect to really find it." Naturally, she couldn't tell anyone that she had seen the diary. The department head glanced at her and said, "Previously, the police also went there to search, but they didn't find anything. You guys are really lucky." After saying that, he turned around and called the police. In less than half an hour, the police came over. After the police finished reading the diary, they took out Gao Min's workbook and carefully compared the handwriting on it. In the end, they confirmed that the diary was indeed Gao Min's. The police didn't expect things to take such a turn. "You guys found the evidence very timely. If it wasn't for this evidence, we would have to treat a bad person like a hero." If there was no new evidence in the next 2 days, Shi Junmin would be portrayed as a hero who sacrificed himself to save others. If that was really the case, it would be a great irony. Tang Xuelu said modestly, "Maybe it's fated. It's not too late to find evidence now." Jiang Baihui asked curiously, "Police, Shi Junmin instigated Gao Min to deal with Solve several times. Will he be executed?" The police said, "That depends on whether Gao Min's death has anything to do with him. If Gao Min's death was just an accident, even if they had the diary, they couldn't sentence Shi Junmin to death. At most, he would be locked up for a few years. However, he was now completely paralyzed. If he was locked up, it would cause trouble for the police. Jiang Baihui still wanted to ask, but Tong Xuelu pulled her and said, "We haven't eaten yet. Let's go." Jiang Baihui's attention was immediately attracted. "If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. Now that you mention it, my stomach is starting to growl. Let's go. Let's go eat." Tong Xuelu pulled her out of the office and said, "It's already past dinner time. Let me treat you to a state-run restaurant outside." Jiang Baihui's eyes widened. "Are you trying to brush me off with this? I'm telling you, I won't accept it. I only eat food that you cook." Tong Xuelu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Of course not. I'll treat you this time. Next time, I'll cook for you. Is that okay?" Jiang Baihui rubbed her stomach. "That's more like it." After the two of them walked far away, Tong Xuelu turned around and looked at the spot where Gao Min jumped off the building. The police were fooled by Shi Junmin and the Shi family. They definitely wouldn't let them off easily. This time, Shi Junmin was dead meat. The Shi family didn't know that they were in trouble. Second brother Shi said, "Junmin, I know you can't accept it right now, but don't be discouraged. Dad will definitely find a way to cure you." Shi Junmin stared at the ceiling and said dishearteningly, "The doctor said that I'll never be able to stand up again. What can you do?" Second brother Shi felt as if his heart had been pricked by a needle. He didn't know how to continue persuading him. He could only raise his head and ask Qing Xiuyun for help. Qing Xiuyun walked over and cut the peeled apple into small pieces. He placed a fork next to Shi Junmin's mouth. "Junmin, once you're awarded the title of Hero of Righteousness, not only will you be able to continue your studies, but you'll also become a great writer." If a hero who sacrificed himself to save others wanted to publish his own literary works, which publishing society would refuse, Shi Junmin was talented, but this talent wasn't enough to make him stand out from the crowd. But now, things were different. As long as he was awarded the title of Hero of Righteousness, he could become a well-known writer in the future. It was even possible for him to become a great writer. Shi Junmin finally retracted his gaze. "Do you think the Wen family won't attack us? Will they just watch me be awarded the title of Hero of Righteousness?" Qing Xiuyun didn't force him to eat. "Of course, the Wen family won't want us to turn the tables. But what can they do? Unless they found new evidence, they would definitely turn the tables this time." Second brother Shi admired Qing Xiuyun for being able to persuade his son with just a few words. "Junmin, after you're awarded the title of Hero of Righteousness, I'll find you a good girl and let her take care of you for the rest of your life." Qing Xiuyun smiled. "I don't think we need to be too anxious. After Junmin becomes a writer, there will be a lot of girls begging to marry him." Shi Junmin thought that he would have to lie in bed for the rest of his life. But now that he heard Qing Xiuyun's description of his future as a writer, it was as if spring water had been poured onto dry land. His withered heart was rejuvenated. Just as the family was imagining a bright future, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. Two police officers walked in. "Officers, are you here because the case is about to be closed?" The officers had been very polite before, but now they were pulling long faces. Qing Xiuyun's heart raced and he had an ominous feeling. "Closed? It's still early." The officers glanced at Qing Xiuyun. "We found new evidence that Shi Junmin made a false statement. We now suspect that he is related to Gao Min's death. We want to take him back to the police station for investigation." There was a thunderous sound. The Shi family was so shocked that they almost died on the spot. The apple in Qing Xiuyun's hand fell to the ground. The apple rolled a few times and was covered with a layer of dust. She looked at the officers with her mouth wide open. She finally understood what the ominous feeling in her heart was. "Officers, are you mistaken? Junmin, how could he be related to Gao Min's death? Didn't we already investigate it?" She wanted to say that Shi Junmin was a hero, but she swallowed her words when she met the officer's cold eyes. Shi Junmin came back to his senses. His hands were trembling as if he had epilepsy. "Yes, my son is a good boy. He wouldn't lie. The officers said, "We have found evidence. If you dare to cover for him again, we will lock you up as well." Qing Shouyun and Shi Junmen were like chickens that had been strangled. They couldn't say a word. Shi Junmen's heart sank. When the officers were about to put him on the stretcher, he suddenly asked, "What new evidence did you find?" Gao Min's diary. Shi Junmen's face seemed to be drained of blood. He was listless. He was done for. This time, he was really done for. The Public Security Bureau was very efficient this time. In less than a day, Shi Junmen had confessed everything. He admitted that he had instigated Gao Min to deal with Tong Xuelu. He also admitted that he had pushed Gao Min off the school building. Of course, at first, he wanted to resist stubbornly. He wanted to say that Gao Min's death was an accident. As long as he had nothing to do with the murder case, the other things he did to Tong Xuelu would not constitute a capital offense. But with the previous trick, how could the Public Security Bureau listen to his nonsense this time? They had plenty of ways to force Shi Junmen to confess. Ever since Shi Junmen was arrested, Qing Shouyun knew that the Shi family was done for. She also wanted to talk to Wenrugi. But with the irrefutable evidence, it was useless to talk to anyone. Under such circumstances, she made a prompt decision to abandon Shi Junmen to save the king. She said that she did not know that Shi Junmen was lying, and that she did not know that he had pushed Gao Min off the school building. Shi Junmen was filled with hatred. At the brink of death, he finally came to his senses. If it weren't for Qing Shouyun and his uncle, the Shi family wouldn't have ended up like this. He would not go to a dead end just because he went against Tong Zulf. He could have had a beautiful future, but now he was paralyzed and was going to be shot. He wanted to drag Qing Shouyun down with him. But the person who told him about the hero that day was his father. In other words, if he wanted to drag Qing Shouyun down with him, his father and grandfather would also be dragged down with him. Therefore, despite his hatred, he did not reveal Qing Shouyun's identity in the end. Qing Shouyun had thought this through. That was why she was fearless. Of course, on the surface, she pretended to be very frightened and upset. "Brother Shi, let's hurry up and tell everyone to come over. If we don't come, I'm afraid that we won't be able to see Junmen again." Shi Junmen had been sentenced to death. Because of the bad influence and Shi Junmen's physical condition, the Public Security Bureau moved the execution date forward. It was set to be 1 week later. Brother Shi cried with tears and snot running down his face. Junmen is only 27 years old. He hasn't married or had any children. He doesn't even have an heir. My poor child. Shi Junmen was actually married. However, after his wife found out about Qing Shouyun and Shi Shoning's relationship, she found it unbelievable. Therefore, she made a few comments. Of course, she said a lot of nasty things. Because of this, the two of them got into a quarrel. The woman wanted to separate from Shi Junmen and Qing Shouyun's family. Of course, the elders of the Shi family refused. In the end, it ended in a divorce. After that, Shi Junmen did not marry again. Now, it seemed that the woman had profited from a disaster. Seeing that Brother Shi was crying so hard that he could not stand up, Qing Shouyun had no choice but to go to the post office and call home. When Mrs. Shi found out that her son was going to be executed, she fainted on the spot at the office. When she woke up, she immediately went crazy. She ran to Shi Shoning's house and smashed it into pieces. Then, she punched and kicked Shi Shoning without caring about anything else. She scratched and scratched Shi Shoning's face. When old Master Shi found out that his eldest grandson was paralyzed, he fainted once. Now that he knew that his eldest grandson was going to be executed, his mouth twitched and he fell to the ground. He never woke up again. When old Master Shi died, Mrs. Shi did not feel sad at all. Instead, she felt very happy. She did not stay to take care of old Master Shi's funeral. Instead, she packed her things and went to Jing City. When she got off the train, she saw her white-haired husband. She also saw Qing Shouyun standing next to him, wiping her tears and pretending to be sad. She cursed in her heart, "Bitch." Then, she rushed over and grabbed Qing Shouyun's hair. Before Qing Shouyun came, she had been on guard against Mrs. Shi going crazy. However, she thought that Mrs. Shi would at least control herself when they were outside. She never expected that Mrs. Sher would hit her at the train station. Second sister-in-law, let go of me. Second sister-in-law Sher put Xianxia down on the ground with red eyes. Then, she sat on Xianxia's stomach and raised her hand to give her a series of slaps. You bitch. You should go to hell. If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't have been executed. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Mrs. Sher's eyes were red. She slapped, scratched, and scratched her. She used all the skills that a woman could use in a fight. Xianxia also wanted to resist, but she was no match for second sister-in-law Sher. Her cheeks were slapped red and swollen. Her face and neck were scratched with red marks, and a lot of her hair was pulled out. She was in so much pain that she cried. Second brother, save me. Hurry up and get second sister-in-law away. Mr. Sher did not expect his wife to be so fierce. He scolded her and tried to grab her. Are you crazy? Get up now. Don't you feel ashamed? Second sister-in-law turned around and slapped him in the face. Your father and son were killed by this bitch, and you're still protecting her at this point. I'm starting to suspect that she drugged you, or that you two are having an affair. Mr. Sher's face was red with anger. Get up now. I'll teach you a lesson later. Second sister-in-law Sher was slapped in the face. She looked at him coldly. It seems that Sher Xiaoning, that be asterisk starred, didn't call you to tell you that your father died of a brain hemorrhage 3 hours ago. His body is lying at home now. Since you're so protective of that be asterisk tch, we'll divorce after my son is shot. After that, second sister-in-law stood up and spat on their faces. Then, she walked away. His father was dead. Mr. Sher was scared out of his wits. Lon, wait. You come back and tell me everything. Mrs. Sher did not look back. She straightened her back and walked out of the train station directly. Xianxia's limbs and bones hurt from the beating. Feeling the gazes of the people around her, she was so ashamed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide. At the same time, she had a bad feeling. Xiaoning's uncle was dead and Mrs. Sher was going to divorce. This time, she was afraid that nothing she said would work. The Sher family was going to fall apart. Tong Xuelu put the matter to the back of his mind after he learned that Sher Junmin had been sentenced to death. The alliance between the Sher and Qing families was going to fall apart. Qing Shouyun was the only woman left. If he wanted to deal with Qing Shouyun, he had to wait until the reform and opening up of the country. However, things were different from her previous life. In her previous life, Qing Shouyun had 2 families supporting her. That was why she was able to force Wenrugi into a corner. Things were different now. The Sher and Qing families had turned against each other. Sher Juanmin's death would make her a thorn in the Sher family's side. Qing Shouyun was no longer a threat. After Sher Juanmin's death sentence was announced, the students in the faculty went to the hospital to visit Qian Saixin. Qian Saixin had already regained consciousness and was out of danger. However, she still had a lot of side effects. She still vomited from time to time and had a splitting headache every day. There were also gaps in her memory. In short, she was miserable. Tong Xuelu could not pretend that she did not know anything because she had been hit by the chandelier in her place. Not only could she not pretend that she did not know anything, but she also had to look guilty and grateful. Otherwise, people would definitely blame her. In order to shut everyone's mouth, she asked old Mr. Wen and Grandpa to buy a lot of expensive tonics. There was malted milk powder, donkey hide gelatin, and ginseng. Seeing Tong Xuelu's generosity, everyone was so shocked that they could not close their mouths. Zolv, isn't this too extravagant? Yeah, there's even donkey hide gelatin and ginseng. There are so many things. I'm afraid there are at least a few hundred, if not 1,000, right? Luckily, it's your family. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to afford malted milk powder, let alone donkey hide gelatin and ginseng. Tong Xuelu said with red eyes, although it was Gao Min who cut the rope of the chandelier, Qian Saixin also took the blame for me. Now that she's still lying in the hospital, I feel very uneasy and sad whenever I think about it. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have become like this. If I had known, I would have continued to participate in the rehearsal even if I was crippled that day. Boo-hoo, seeing Tong Xuelu crying like a pear blossom in the rain, Everyone hurriedly comforted her. Zolv, don't cry. How could it be your fault? This is all Gao-min's fault. Yeah, and it was Qian Caixin who tripped you first. Speaking of which, it's her own bad luck. Yeah, it's not your fault in the first place. Even if you didn't buy these things, no one would say anything about you. Don't cry. Tang Xuelu wiped her tears and said, no matter what, Qian Caixin took the blame for me. I hope these tonics can help her get better quickly. Let's hurry to the hospital. She didn't believe their words, not even the punctuation marks. If she really didn't do anything, people would definitely accuse her of being heartless. Gossip was a fearful thing. She would rather spend money to avoid disaster. Moreover, Qian Caixin did take the blame for her. Although her motive was malicious, if she hadn't tripped her, she would be the one lying in the hospital now. They arrived at the hospital. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they saw Qian Caixin's appearance. Before the accident, Qian Caixin's face was rosy, full of vitality, and full of youthful vitality. But now, Qian Caixin was lying sickly on the hospital bed. Her face was sallow, and she had lost a lot of weight. Most importantly, her mental state was very poor. She looked like a frosted eggplant, wilting. Qian Caixin's family was very touched when they saw her classmates come to visit her. It's good that you're here. You don't have to bring anything in the future. Director Qian was also in the ward at this time. He nodded and said, that's right. You're all students. Your monthly allowance isn't much. Don't bring anything in the future. Jiang Baihui said, what we brought was just a small token of our appreciation. What Xuelu brought over is truly valuable. Qian Caixin's mother heard this and hurriedly opened the things they brought. When she saw the donkey hide gelatin and ginseng, her eyes widened. How can this be? We can't accept such valuable things. Hurry up and take them back. Director Qian glanced at Tang Xuelu and looked indescribably embarrassed. Tang Xuelu, you can take these things back. We have these things. Speaking of which, her niece suffered this time because of her own actions. She couldn't blame anyone else. After the accident, she told her family about it. When her sister-in-law came back from abroad, she felt sorry for her daughter's suffering and also sighed that she didn't educate her daughter well. In other words, her family didn't vent their anger on Tang Xuelu. If anyone was to blame, they could only blame that criminal. Gao-min. Qian Caixin became like this because of me. These are a little something from me. Please accept them. Otherwise, I won't be able to feel at ease. Before Tang Xuelu came over, she was worried that the Qian family would give her the cold shoulder or mock her. She didn't expect them to be so reasonable. Director Qian saw that Tang Xuelu spoke with deep feelings. She didn't know that she was tripped by her niece on purpose. Director Qian felt even more guilty. We'll accept the malted milk powder. You can take the other things back. They're too valuable. This girl was beautiful and kind. She also knew how to act. She was really a treasure. If only she was her daughter. Previously, she wanted Tang Xuelu to act as the female lead in her husband's movie. However, after this incident, she had to give up. She was worried that it would agitate her niece. They weren't fated to be together. Qian Caixin looked at them. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Mom, who are they? Why do I feel like I've seen them somewhere before? When the students heard Qian Caixin's words, they were shocked again. Caixin, don't you remember us? We were your university classmates. If you don't remember us, then do you remember the students from the French department? Qian Caixin's gaze swept across their faces. When it swept past Tang Xuelu, her gaze lingered for the longest time. In the end, she shook her head. I can't remember. The next moment, without waiting for anyone to speak, she retched. Then, she hugged her head and yelled that she had a headache. Director Qian hurriedly called the doctor over. Seeing how busy the Qian family was, the students could only wait outside. After Qian Caixin was injected and fell asleep, Director Qian walked out of the ward with a tired face. Caixin is already asleep. You can go back. You still have classes in the afternoon. She then returned the donkey hide gelatin and ginseng to Tang Xuelu. Tang Xuelu, thank you. Seeing that she didn't accept it, Tang Xuelu had no choice but to take it back. When she returned to the dormitory and opened the box, she realized that there was an extra 20 yuan under the donkey hide gelatin box. There was also a small note saying that it was the money they paid for the malted milk essence. Tang Xuelu kept the money. She was still very curious about why Xianxia had targeted her previously. The Qian family's parents were very cultured people. Furthermore, they didn't have any grudges with her family. Could it be that Xianxia was really just a little girl's jealousy? Unable to think of a reason, Tang Xuelu stopped thinking about it. On the weekend, they returned home. Tang Xuelu made fish skin meat rolls, brown sugar mara cakes, and red oil alms chicken for old Mr. Wen. The fish skin meat rolls were made by removing the bones of the fish and scraping out the fish paste with a knife. Then, sweet potato starch was added to make the skin. Finally, stuffing was wrapped and steamed. The fish skin meat rolls were fresh, fragrant, and chewy. The more old Mr. Wen ate, the better it tasted. His beard trembled as he ate. Obviously, he enjoyed it very much. Zulf, your cooking skills are getting better and better. If it's not cooked by you, I won't be able to enjoy it. Tang Xuelu smiled and said, then, Grandpa Wen, you should eat more. I'll cook for you during the holidays. Upon hearing this, old Mr. Wen felt more comfortable than if he had eaten iced sugar water during the hottest days of the summer. You're such a filial child. After old Mr. When finished eating, Tang Xuelu asked, Grandpa Wen, before Gao Min passed away, she said something to me. What did she say? She said that Ru Gui caused the death of her biological brother. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Old Mr. Wen was so shocked that his whole body trembled. His hand knocked against the bowl beside the table, causing it to fall onto the ground and break into 2 pieces. Tang Xuelu initially thought that Gao Min was full of crap. However, after seeing old Mr. Wen's reaction, her heart sank. Old Mr. Wen's face gradually turned pale. Faced with Tang Xuelu's threatening gaze, he had no way to escape. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said, I didn't want to tell you this at first. I was worried that you'd despise Ru Gui because of this. Tang Xuelu clenched her fists tightly and asked, Grandpa Wen, what exactly happened? Please tell me the truth. Old Mr. Wen sighed again and began to talk about what happened back then. It turned out that when Rugi was 4 years old, Qing Shouyun was pregnant again. One time, when Rugi was playing in the living room and accidentally bumped into Qing Shouyun, who was coming out of the room. Coincidentally, there was a puddle of water in the area. Qing Shouyun slipped and fell heavily onto the ground, causing her to bleed profusely. At that time, Qing Shouyun was already 6 months pregnant with a boy. Qing Shouyun suffered a lot because of the miscarriage. Hence, she hated Rugi, her biological son. How old was Ru Gui at that time? Besides, he didn't do it on purpose. That woman put all the blame on him and even said that he caused the death of his biological brother. You have no idea how dumb he was when we found out that he had been abused for an entire year. Ru Gui used to be a cheerful and obedient child. Later on, he became timid and afraid of strangers. He wouldn't respond to anything you said to him and would often stay in his room alone for the entire day. I was worried that he would be like that for the rest of his life. Later on, he met his mentor, Inspector Jiao, and gradually got better after he came into contact with physics. Being abused and being accused of causing the death of his own brother was a huge blow to a 4-year-old child. The veins on the back of Tang Xuelu's hands were exposed and her eyes were bloodshot. She began to understand why Rugi ended up in a dead end in her previous life. From old Mr. Wen's description, Rugi should have been abused to the point of autism when he was young. He might even have been depressed. Although his personality improved after he came into contact with physics, there was no way to cure it completely. Once the same memory and pain were triggered again, it was very likely that his illness would relapse again. In her previous lifetime, Qing Shouyun probably used this to force Rugi into a dead end again. Old Mr. Wen wiped his tears and said, I didn't tell you because I was worried that you would despise Ru Gui. Zulf, Ru Gui is a poor child. Please don't despise him. Tang Xuelu blinked and forced her tears back. Don't worry, Grandpa Wen. I won't. How could she despise him because of this? she would only feel more sorry for him. Old Mr. Wen was gratified. I knew you were a good child. Oh yes, please don't mention this to Rugue. He doesn't remember what happened when he was young. Tong Xuelu was stunned. You mean Rugue doesn't remember knocking Xianxia down? Old Mr. Wen nodded. He doesn't remember this incident, nor does he remember that he has a younger brother. We've never mentioned it in front of him. Hearing this, Tong Xuelu felt even more upset. From a psychological point of view, when an experience was too painful, the human brain would most likely activate its self-protection mechanism and seal the memory away. When Rugi didn't remember this incident not because he was too young, but because his memory was sealed because it was too painful. The more Tong Xuelu thought about it, the more upset she felt. She really wanted to see Wen Rugi immediately. Hence, she took her military bag and boarded the car to the military base. On the car, Tong Xuelu felt terrible at the thought of Wen Rugi being abused when he was young. If she had known earlier, she would have slapped Xianxia a few times that day. It took her 4 hours to reach the military base after a bumpy ride. Tong Xuelu ignored her tiredness and dizziness and hurriedly rushed to the military base. The security guard at the military base still remembered her. When he saw her, he immediately flashed his white teeth. You're Researcher Wen's girlfriend. Are you here to look for Researcher Wen? Tong Xuelu nodded. Can I go in? Or should I inform Comrade Wen to come and pick me up? The security guard initially wanted to call Wen Rugi to come out and pick her up. Although they knew each other, the military base was not an ordinary place and non-staff members were not allowed to enter. However, Director Zhuang happened to be returning to the military base. When he heard that Tong Xuelu was Wen Rugi's fiancée, he hurriedly told the security guard not to call and that he could bring her in. This was the first time Tong Xuelu had met Director Zhuang. She immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, Director Zhuang. I often hear about you from Rugue. I heard that you are a courageous and considerate leader. It's really better to see you in person than to hear about you 100 times." No matter how hard one tried, flattery would never work. Since ancient times, no one had ever been able to resist the charm of flattery. Upon hearing Tong Xuelu's words, the wrinkles on Director Zhuang's face could no longer be maintained. You're flattering me. It's my duty to care for my subordinates. Tong Xuelu took the opportunity to flatter Director Zhuang from all angles. She praised Director Zhuang so much that he wanted to acknowledge her as his granddaughter on the spot. At this moment, in Wen Rugi's dormitory, Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin were eating melon seeds and chatting. Huang Qimin said, "I have a mole near my tailbone." That's not strange. What's strange is that my son has a mole too. It's the same place, and it looks exactly the same. Don't you think it's strange? Before Wen Rugi could answer, Zhou Yan shouted, "No way, I also have a mole near my tailbone." As he spoke, he stood up and pulled down his pants to show Huang Qimin his mole. Wen Rugi was speechless. Huang Qimin was amazed. He also pulled down his pants to show Zhou Yan his mole. Wen Rugi was speechless. Even after they looked at each other, they still felt that it wasn't enough. Zhou Yan said, "Rugue, help us see if our mole is in the same position." Whose mole is bigger? Huang Qimin said, "I heard that if the birthmark is in the same position, it's very likely that you were relatives in your previous life, or that you came from the same tribe." Zhou Yan said, "Really? We're so fated. Maybe we were brothers in our previous lives." Rugue, help us see if our birthmarks are in the same position. Huang Qimin said, "Yeah, help us see." After speaking, the two of them leaned against the wall and pulled down their pants a little. Wen Rugi was speechless. You guys study science. Why do you still believe in this kind of saying? Zhou Yan said, "It doesn't matter if we believe it or not. We just find it interesting." Huang Qimin nodded. Don't dawdle. Come and help us see. Wen Rugi had no choice but to stand up and walk over. He wanted to take a look and tell them to hurry back to their dormitory. Unexpectedly, just as he walked behind the two of them, the door was pushed open at this moment. Tong Xuelu pushed the door open and saw Huang Qimin and Zhou Yan leaning against the wall with half of their cleavage exposed. Wen Rugi stood behind them. Tong Xuelu was speechless. Wen Rugi was speechless. Huang Qimin was speechless. Zhou Yan was speechless. They were most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. The four of them looked at each other, and the air was filled with awkwardness. When Rugi's gaze swept across Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin's half-exposed backs, he hurriedly stepped forward and blocked Tong Xuelu. His face was red. Why did you suddenly come over? Tong Xuelu's beautiful eyebrows raised slightly. Can't I come over? Or am I delaying your business? When Rugi's ears were completely red. That's not what I meant. I was worried about your safety. If I knew that you were coming over, I would have gone to the station to pick you up. Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin hurriedly adjusted their pants. They didn't dare to make eye contact with Tong Xuelu. Well, we still have something to do. We'll leave first. After saying that, the two of them rushed out of the dormitory as if there were ghosts chasing after them. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. Only Tong Xuelu and Wenrugi were left in the dormitory. Wenrugi helped her take down her military satchel and said considerately, "Are you thirsty? I'll go get a glass of water." Tong Xuelu saw that he was busy helping her. She wanted to tease him. You still haven't told me what you were doing just now. Three grown men took off their pants with the door closed. You can't be gay, right? Bang, a loud sound was heard. Wenrugi was so shocked that his hand trembled. The enamel jar in his hand fell to the ground. Fortunately, it wasn't filled with water yet. He picked it up and went outside to wash it. When he came back, his face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. I'm not gay. Don't misunderstand. How could he like men? Even if he did like men, it definitely wouldn't be Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin. Tong Xuelu said innocently, then why did you take off your pants with the door closed? The way you guys acted just now, it's really hard not to misunderstand. Wenrugi passed the water over. Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin said that they had a mole on their tailbones and wanted me to check if it was in the same position. The door was left ajar by Zhou Yan. He should have chased them out earlier. What a scourge. What if she misunderstood? Tong Xuelu couldn't bear to tease him any longer when he saw the sweat on his forehead. All right, I believe you. Wenrugi heaved a sigh of relief and sat down opposite her. You still haven't told me why you're here? Tong Xuelu took a sip of water. It was neither too hot nor too cold. It was always the most suitable temperature. He smiled and said, I missed you, so I came to find you. Wenrugi's face, which had just cooled down, turned red again, and his heart pounded. Tong Xuelu tilted his head and looked at him with an aggrieved expression. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you want to see me? Looking into her pitiful eyes, Wenrugi felt as if his heart had been pinched by someone. He hurriedly said, I miss you. I want to see you every day. He couldn't wait to marry her immediately and spend 24 hours a day with her. However, this was simply impossible. Tong Xuelu blinked at him and pouted her red lips slightly. My lips were scalded by the water just now. I need a kiss to comfort myself. Bang. Bang. Bang, looking at her red lips, Wenrugi's breathing stagnated. His heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. The water isn't hot. Although he said that the water wasn't hot, his mouth pressed against hers and he even licked her lips. It was soft and warm. It was the touch of his dreams. Wenrugi leaned forward and gently sucked on her lips. His movements were skillful, and he didn't look like a newbie in love at all. Tong Xuelu placed her hands on his shoulders. She was almost out of breath from the kiss. After a while, she gently pushed him away and panted. The door isn't closed. It won't be good if someone sees us. The tips of their noses were close. Her hot breath blew on his lips. Wenrugi's throat moved subconsciously. Does your mouth still hurt? Tong Xuelu's long and thick eyelashes fluttered. It hurts. Wenrugi swallowed his saliva. Then I'll apply some medicine. For you. After saying that, he kissed her again. At the same time, he grabbed her arm and pulled her into his embrace. Tong Xuelu sat on his lap in the next moment. Tong Xuelu reached out and hooked her arms around his neck. Her mouth opened slightly, and the tip of his tongue immediately entered. The domineering and gentle kiss, with his unique scent, invaded her territory little by little. The two of them were very close. They were so close that they could hear each other's breathing and heartbeat. Their heartbeats were like thunder. They were beating at the frequency of each other's heartbeats. Zhou Yan sat in the dormitory next door for a while with a red face. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Wouldn't it be more misunderstood if he ran away just now? Thinking of this, he stood up and walked towards Wenrugi. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out of the door, he looked up and saw Wenrugi holding Tong Xuelu on his lap. The two of them were kissing very passionately. Swish! Zhou Yan's face instantly turned red. As if he had done something wrong, he quickly turned around and ran back to the dormitory. He even closed the door. When he calmed down, he couldn't help but click his tongue. I really couldn't tell. Rugue is usually so reserved. I didn't expect him to be so wild in front of his girlfriend. TSK, holding his girlfriend on his lap and kissing her. As a married man, he had never done that before. Kissing in the dormitory was wild. The more Zhou Yan thought about it, the more his heart itched. He turned around and left the dormitory to call his wife and ask when she was free to come to the base. He, Zhou Big Yellow Chicken Yan, also wanted to kiss in the dormitory, when Rugi and Tong Xuelu had already separated. Tong Xuelu licked his lips and pretended to ask casually, by the way, do you have any childhood photos in your dormitory? Speaking of which, I haven't seen them yet. When Rugi paused for a moment and said slowly, I don't have any childhood photos in my dormitory. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have thought about it. I haven't seen any childhood photos of me either. Tong Xuelu stared at him. If you don't have any, then forget it. Grandpa Wen and Uncle Zong often praised you in front of me for being very obedient when you were young. Were you really that obedient when you were young? Didn't you secretly do bad things behind your parents' backs? When Rugi's expression froze again. I can't remember anything about my childhood. Every time I think about it, I get a headache. After he finished speaking, he frowned. Tong Xuelu felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly pricked by a needle. His nose twitched. It's okay. It's okay if you can't remember. In fact, many people can't remember their childhood. The sunlight shone into the room through the window and cast a ray of light on the ground. Countless dust particles danced in the light. When Rugi frowned and said in a low voice in the dormitory, I can't remember anything about my childhood, but I remember that I had a little friend. When I met him, he was only 5 years old. Tong Xuelu's hands slowly clenched into fists. She heard herself ask, what little friend? Was it a child from the military compound? When Rugi thought for a moment and nodded. Then, he shook his head. I'm not sure. But every time he appeared, he was covered in injuries and he never spoke to me. Tong Xuelu's nails dug into her palms. The pain made her suck in a breath of cold air. What happened after that? What happened to that child? When Rugi looked at the flying dust particles and tilted his head. He seemed to be thinking about the past. After that, he seemed to have left Beijing with his parents. He would only come to find me after a period of time. Tong Xuelu, when was the last time you saw him? Last year. Dong. It was as if something had smashed into Tong Xuelu's heart. When was last year? When Rugi turned his head and looked at her. His eyes were filled with warmth again. Last year, when I first met you, Mian Mian was beaten up by Tong Zhenjin. When I came back, I saw my little friend. He looked exactly the same as before. He hasn't changed at all. But he seemed to have done something wrong again and was punished by his mother to kneel on the glass. Tong Xuelu's heart ached. Didn't you help him? When Rugi sighed. I couldn't help him. Otherwise, he would have been beaten up even harder. Tong Zhou felt a burst of tears in her eyes and nose. She used a lot of strength to suppress the tears back. Did he come to you again after that? When Rugi shook his head. No. This is the first time that he hasn't come to see me for so long. The longest time he hasn't come to see me before was half a year. This time, it's been almost a year. Tong Xuelu's mouth twitched. Then he must be very busy. That's why he didn't have time to see you. Let's go to the dining hall. I want to cook for you. When Rugi's eyes lit up. I'll help you. Tong Xiaolu smiled gently at him and reached out to hold his hand. Okay. What do you want to eat? When Rugi looked at her smiling face, his ears slightly red. As long as it's made by you, I'll like it. Tong Xiaolu turned her hand and intertwined her fingers with his. Let's go. When Rugi glanced at their intertwined hands. He wanted to say that it wasn't good to be seen like this, but he really couldn't bear to let go of her hand. After thinking about it, he finally swallowed his words. After all, they were already engaged. At most, people would look at them a few more times. They couldn't gossip about them. Thinking of this, he held her hand even more tightly and the corners of his mouth turned up. Along the way, they occasionally met people from the base. When they saw their intertwined fingers, they couldn't help but look at them a few more times. However, the people from the base were very cultured. Although they felt that their behavior was not in line with the current customs, they didn't say anything. Instead, they smiled kindly. When they walked outside, the warm sunlight shone on their bodies. Tong Xiaolu couldn't help but shiver. When Rugi noticed it and turned to look at her. What's wrong? Are you cold? Tong Xiaolu shook her head and smiled. It's already summer. How can I be cold? I just sat for too long and couldn't help but shake my muscles and bones. As she spoke, she pretended to shake her shoulders. He looked at her and the smile on his lips deepened. Tong Xiaolu looked at the smile on his face. Her heart ached so much that she wanted to cry. She had never thought that he had been sick all this time. The two of them had known each other for so long, and he had always looked normal. However, from his description just now, it was clear that he had schizophrenia. That little boy was clearly him when he was young. After so many years, he didn't realize that something was wrong. That little boy had never grown up. When she heard him say that the little boy was covered in injuries every time he appeared, she almost couldn't hold back her tears. How did he get abused by Qing Shouyun when no one else was around? She didn't know much about schizophrenia, but she knew that it was closely related to the environment. The last time the little boy appeared was when he saw Mian being abused by Tong Xinjin. In other words, every time the little boy appeared, he would be in a state of emotional turmoil. In her previous life, after Qing Shouyun appeared, his schizophrenia worsened. Coupled with all kinds of coercion, it eventually led to his death. If murder wasn't illegal, she would definitely kill Qing Shouyun. When Rugi keenly sensed that something was wrong with her. He asked in a low voice, "What are you thinking about? Are you worried about the Shi family?" Tong Xiaolu tilted her head and looked at him. No, Shi Junmen is going to be executed. You know about this, right? When Rugi nodded. His expression didn't change at all. I know. Jianni told me. Don't worry, they won't harass you anymore. In fact, he didn't tell her that Shi Junmen was sentenced and executed so quickly because he had used the Wen family's connections. Once Shi Junmen was executed, the Shi family would leave Beijing and wouldn't be able to be arrogant anymore. When Tong Xiaolu saw that he didn't have any pity for Shi Junmen, she sighed in relief. Let's not talk about him anymore. Let's hurry to the dining hall. According to his description, the little boy hadn't appeared for a long time. This meant that his condition was getting better. This was good news. In this life, she would protect him. She wouldn't let him go down the same path as in her previous life. The two of them went to the dining hall and bought a few ingredients from the chef. Tong Xiaolu quickly made salt and pepper pork ribs and pickled fish for him. Ever since the chef saw her cooking skills last time, he had always wanted to ask her about cooking. Now that she was here, he immediately threw all kinds of questions at her. A trace of discomfort welled up in Wenrugi's heart. He wanted to ask the cafeteria master to leave. However, his upbringing prevented him from doing so. He also didn't want to embarrass someone in front of him. He could only keep looking at the chef. Did the cafeteria master notice his gaze? Of course. Was the chef going to leave and not be a third wheel? Don't even think about it. He was definitely going to be the third wheel today. The chef had been young before. Of course, he knew that when Rugi wanted to be alone with his girlfriend. However, this was a rare opportunity. He wanted to see how Tang Xuelu made pickled fish. Therefore, the chef pretended that he didn't know anything and stayed in the kitchen under Wenrugi's burning gaze. Tang Xuelu's knife skills were nimble. She quickly cut the fish into slices of uniform size. The chef praised, "Comrade Tang, the fish slices are so thin. Won't they break when you put them in the pot?" Tang Xuelu shook her head, "No. This has to do with the heat and time. If you put them in the pot too early or too late, they might break. Also, the fish slices are easy to cook, so you have to calculate the time. Once they're cooked, you have to take them out immediately." The chef quickly memorized the secret. Comrade Tang is so kind and generous. Most people wouldn't be willing to tell others the secret of cooking. Tang Xuelu smiled, "This isn't a secret." Actually, this wasn't a secret. Moreover, the chef was very nice. Not only did he sell the ingredients to them, but he also gave up the kitchen for them to cook. Because of this favor, she could steal as many recipes as she wanted. As she spoke, she chopped the garlic and scallions into powder. Then, she cut the radish into thin slices of uniform thickness. The chef was stunned and gave her 2 thumbs up. Tang Xuelu put the cold oil into the pot. Once the pot was hot, she put the scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers into the pot. The aroma wafted out and instantly aroused everyone's appetite. When the red soup base boiled, Tang Xuelu put the fish slices into the pot. When the color of the fish slices changed, she rolled them up and immediately took them out. She put all the ingredients into a basin and sprinkled pepper powder and hot oil. With a sizzling sound, the fish slices seemed to be coated with a layer of oil. The aroma instantly filled the kitchen. Tang Xuelu sprinkled some scallions and a basin of pickled fish with pickled cabbage was ready. The chef swallowed his saliva and stared at the pickled fish without blinking. "It's really too fragrant. My previous cooking method was similar to yours, but it didn't smell as good as yours. I don't know why." Tang Xuelu, "It should be the heat control. Heat control is very important in cooking. Even a minute or a second difference can cause a huge difference in taste." The chef nodded again, "I'll try again later." After speaking, he looked at the pickled fish again and said to Wenrugi, "It smells so good. It should taste even better, right?" Did Wenrugi hear what the chef said? Of course. Was Wenrugi planning to let the chef eat the pickled fish with him? Don't even think about it. This time, he planned to pretend to be deaf and dumb. This was made for him by his fiancée. Other men shouldn't even think about eating it. If possible, he didn't even want them to smell the fragrance. His possessiveness was so strong. When Tang Xuelu finished cooking, it was time for dinner in the cafeteria. As soon as the people from the base walked into the cafeteria, they immediately smelled a tantalizing fragrance. "What a fragrant smell. Master Lin, what did you cook today? Why is it so fragrant?" The chef curled his lips and said, "Isn't it written on the board outside what we eat? See for yourself. But let me tell you, this fragrant smell is from researcher Wen's fiancé's pickled fish. As for wanting to eat it? Haha, in your dreams." The chef told everyone that this fragrant smell was from Tang Xuelu's cooking because he wanted everyone to smell it but not eat it. He couldn't suffer alone. Sure enough, after hearing the chef's words, everyone cried out, "I'm very close to Rugue. If I go over and ask him for some, he should give it to me, right? I think it's a little risky." Before, when Wenrugi had a girlfriend, he was very generous to his colleagues in the base. Sometimes, he would give his rewards to people who needed it more than him. But ever since he started dating, he had changed completely. He became stingy and liked to eat all the food alone. Wenrugi's girlfriend often sent delicious food to the base, but he had never shared it with anyone else. Not to mention them, even Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin, who were his brothers, didn't get a single share. So now they wanted to share the food with him? Difficult as ascending to heaven. Wenrugi naturally heard the discussions around him, but he pretended not to hear anything. He picked up some fish for Tang Xuelu and ate it in big bites. The pickled fish was spicy and numb. It was very satisfying. The fish was tender and fragrant, white and tender, and melted in his mouth. Wenrugi felt that this pickled fish was even more delicious than the ones he had eaten before. Tang Xuelu saw him eat until his nose was slightly sweaty. She smiled and asked, is it delicious? It's delicious. Everything you cook is delicious. Wenrugi picked up some spare ribs for her and said, you should eat more too. Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin walked into the cafeteria with bowls of rice. They immediately saw Wenrugi and Tong Xuelu talking tenderly. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that the delicious food in front of them made their stomachs rumble. Zhou Yan rushed over and said, Ru Gui is so sneaky. He didn't even tell us that there was delicious food. Huang Qimin didn't follow him. He went directly to the window and got a serving of meat. Zhou Yan said, Ru Gui, are you eating? Wenrugi glanced at him and put a piece of spare ribs in his mouth. Yes. Didn't you see? Zhou Yan choked. Of course he saw. Shouldn't he invite him to sit down and eat together? However, Wenrugi didn't seem to understand his hint. He lowered his head and ate a mouthful of rice and a piece of fish. He was eating very happily. Zhou Yan was so angry that his face turned red. What good brothers? That's all a lie. Tong Xuelu couldn't help but laugh when she saw their childish behavior. If it were any other time, she would definitely invite Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin to sit down and eat together. However, she wanted to spoil Wenrugi today. If he wanted to monopolize it, she would let him monopolize it. Therefore, Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin had to suffer. Zhou Yan stood in front of them for a long time. He inhaled a lot of the aroma, but he didn't eat a single piece of meat. What was worse was that all the meat in the cafeteria was sold by the time he went to the window. He was very angry. After dinner, Wenrugi said, let's go. I'll borrow a car from the base to send you back. Tong Xuelu looked up and blinked. I'm not going back tonight. I want to stay at the base and sleep with you. Wenrugi's face was burning. His Adam's apple rolled a few times but he didn't make a sound. Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin were about to wash their lunchboxes when they saw Wenrugi's red face. They couldn't help but look at him suspiciously. Zhou Yan was angry when he remembered that Wenrugi didn't give him any meat. He deliberately raised his voice and said, Ru Gui, what's wrong with your face? Why is it as red as a monkey's butt? Huang Qimin also laughed and said, don't tell me you don't want to leave Comrade Tong? Tong Xuelu smiled and said, tomorrow is Sunday. I don't have to go to school. I want to stay at the base to make breakfast and lunch for Ru Gui, so I asked if it was convenient for him to stay at the base. Wenrugi quickly nodded and said, it's convenient. I'll go and apply for a dormitory now. He didn't even dare to think about sleeping together. However, when he thought about how she would stay at the base tonight and he could see her again tomorrow, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Zhou Yan, Huang Qimin, they wanted to make fun of Wenrugi, but they didn't expect to be fed dog food instead. Although they were married, they had never been treated like Ru Gui. They were envious, jealous, and hateful. Ignoring Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin, Wenrugi took Tong Xuelu to apply for a dormitory. There were extra rooms in the dormitory building. Tong Xuelu was Commander Zhao's granddaughter and Wenrugi's fiancée. She was qualified to stay at the base. There were many important research results and documents in the base. In order to ensure safety, not everyone's relatives could stay at the base. After the registration, they didn't go back to the dormitory. Instead, they walked around the base to digest their food. Wenrugi's mind kept replaying her words, I want to sleep with you. His heart was beating so fast that he almost couldn't control it. However, for the sake of her reputation, he could only refuse. You'll sleep in my room tonight. I'll sleep in the dormitory where I registered. He had everything in his room. The empty dormitory was usually empty, and there was nothing but a bed. Moreover, no one was staying in the dormitory, so he was worried. Tong Xuelu nodded. Okay. Seeing her agree, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. How great would it be if they weren't at the base right now? How great would it be if they were already married? Unexpectedly, Tong Xuelu tilted his head and said, when everyone is asleep tonight, come to my room quietly. I have a big treasure to show you. Big treasure, Wenrugi's heart skipped a beat. He tripped over a rock and almost made a fool of himself. Tong Xuelu quickly grabbed his arm and teased, are you that excited? No. You're still denying it? Your face is as red as a monkey's butt. Wenrugi felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to dig a hole to hide himself. He didn't even dare to look at her. Can't you show it to me now? Tong Xuelu shook his head. I said it was a big treasure. Of course, I can't show it outside. Moreover, I'll only show it to you. Wenrugi's face was so red that he could fry an egg on it. He couldn't help but think of all kinds of thoughts that would make his heart beat faster. Big treasure. Only show it to me. He couldn't help but think in the wrong direction. Tong Xuelu tilted his head and looked at his expression. He knew what he was thinking, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. They came to the vegetable garden in the base. There were many vegetables planted there, and they were green and lush. The west corner of the garden wasn't used to plant vegetables. Instead, it was used to plant flowers. Hundreds of flowers bloomed together. Bees flew around the flowers, and butterflies danced. The evening breeze blew, and the fragrance of the flowers filled the air. Tong Xuelu pointed at a bouquet of white flowers and asked, "Did Principal Zhuang plant these?" Wenrugi nodded. Yes, these flowers were planted by Principal Zhuang and his wife. Last time, he and Zhou Yan picked flowers to please their girlfriend without the principal's permission. When he came back, he bought some snacks as compensation. Unexpectedly, the principal didn't get angry. Instead, he suggested that they quickly put the social gathering on the agenda. Tong Xuelu happened to be thinking about the social gathering. He smiled and said, "Did anyone sign up for the social gathering I mentioned to you last time?" "Yes, all the single comrades have signed up. The information is still being sorted out. I can only give it to you next week." The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her cheeks. It was as if she had been dyed with rouge. Looking at her made his heart beat faster. The sound of the wind blowing in his ears was combined with the sound of his heartbeat. He couldn't distinguish between the sound of the wind and the sound of his heartbeat. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed at a pot of plants that had just sprouted. "I planted this. When it blossoms, I'll send it to you." She liked flowers. That day at school, he had decided to personally plant a pot of flowers for her. Tong Xuelu looked in the direction he was pointing at. Her eyes lit up. "What kind of flower is this?" "It's a white camellia." Wenrugi looked shy. He looked at her and asked, "Do you like it?" Tong Xuelu's red lips curled up. She tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek. "I like it. This is your reward." The place where she kissed felt itchy. Wenrugi subconsciously reached out and touched it. His eyes were full of smiles. The two of them strolled around the vegetable garden for a while. As the night gradually fell, the number of mosquitoes in the garden increased. The two of them had no choice but to go back. When they returned to the dormitory, Wenrugi went to tidy up the empty dormitory. Tong Xuelu wanted to help, but Wenrugi didn't let her. When the two of them were together, other than cooking, Wenrugi did everything else. Zhou Yan was suddenly informed that there was a new discovery in the experiment. He hurried out and gave Wenrugi the key before he left. He said that he could stay in his own dormitory. Wenrugi took the key from him. His Adam's apple bobbed. "Thank you." Zhou Yan patted him on the shoulder. "You don't have to thank me. Just give me a portion of the breakfast that your girlfriend makes tomorrow." After saying that, he hurried out. Wenrugi held the key. He felt that this was a good deal. Night fell. A crescent moon hung in the night sky. The sound of unknown insects could be heard outside. The night was charming. Wenrugi stood up. His eyes were filled with reluctance. "Rest early. I'm going over." Tong Xuelu tilted her head and looked at him. "Go take a shower. Come back when everyone is asleep. I'll show you the big baby." With a whoosh, Wenrugi's face began to heat up. "Can't I see it now?" Tong Xuelu shook his head seriously. "No, the big baby can only be seen at night." When Wenrugi walked out of the dormitory, his footsteps were light. At 10 o'clock, the people in the other dormitories had turned off the lights and gone to bed. The surroundings were quiet. Wenrugi tiptoed out of Zhou Yan's dormitory like a thief. He looked around to make sure that there was no one around before he went to the next dormitory and knocked on the door. The door was opened quickly. He quickly went in. Tong Xuelu entered his role in a second. He looked serious and said softly, "You're really bold. Last time, you were caught climbing into my bed. I didn't expect you to not repent. You're here to climb into my bed again?" Although Wenrugi could follow her train of thought, he couldn't let go. He blushed and said, "I'm not here to climb into your bed. I'm here to see the big baby. You want to see the big baby as soon as you open your mouth. Shameless." Tong Xuelu couldn't help laughing at his dumbfounded expression. He leaned on him and laughed until his stomach hurt. Wenrugi supported her with a helpless expression. Tong Xuelu suddenly took out 2 pieces of wood from his military backpack. The wood was carved into 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man looked like Wenrugi and the woman looked like Tong Xuelu. Wenrugi's eyes lit up. "Where did you get this?" Tong Xuelu sat down beside him and said with a smile, "I have a friend called Jiang Baihui. Her grandfather is a craftsman. I took a photo of us and asked her grandfather to help me carve it." Wenrugi couldn't bear to put it down. "The carvings are so lifelike. It's beautiful." "Then I'll give you mine. You can leave your puppet with me. Is that okay?" Wenrugi was overjoyed. He grabbed the puppet that looked like her and returned the puppet that looked like him. "By the way, where's the big baby you were talking about?" Tong Xuelu blinked and looked innocent. "This is the big baby. What else did you think I was going to show you?" Wenrugi, if this was the big baby, why did he say that he couldn't let others see it and had to show it in the middle of the night? Tong Xuelu held back her laughter and suddenly covered her mouth. "Don't tell me you're thinking of some hooligan place?" "Wenrugi." He was. Tong Xuelu pointed at him and accused him, "Shouldn't your brain be filled with physics? Now you're thinking of hooligan things every day. Don't you feel ashamed of your teacher?" Wenrugi was so ashamed that the tips of his ears turned red. "I'm sorry." Tong Xuelu hooked her finger on his palm and said, "So you thought I was going to show you some big baby?" Wenrugi lowered his head. His face was almost burning. He didn't say anything for a long time. Tong Xuelu clicked her tongue twice in her heart. She suddenly climbed onto the bed and lay down. She even looked at the spot next to her and said, "Come up here. Let's talk for a while." Wenrugi wanted to say that they could talk while sitting, but he couldn't resist the temptation of being close to her. He put the puppet on the table and climbed onto the bed. Tong Xuelu covered the 2 of them with a blanket. She leaned her head on his shoulder and said, "By the way, when did you find out that you had feelings for me?" The sweet fragrance of flowers wafted into his nose. It was the unique fragrance of her body. Wenrugi's heart was beating wildly. "Actually, I remembered you the first time I saw you. The moonlight that night was just as warm." Her face suddenly appeared in his mind. Every part of her face was so clear. Tong Xuelu's heart skipped a beat. "When did you start to have this problem of not remembering people's faces? Is it because you can't remember everyone's faces?" Wenrugi thought for a moment. "I can't remember when it started. I only remember that I can't remember other people's faces. It's better for men, but it's harder for me to remember women's faces." Tong Xuelu suddenly clenched her fists. She suspected that Wenrugi wasn't born with face blindness. Instead, it was a psychological problem that developed after he was abused by Xianxia. Especially when he didn't want to remember women's faces. She felt that he was trying to protect himself by deliberately forgetting women's faces. Her heart felt like it was being pinched hard. It hurt intensely again. However, in order not to be discovered by him, she quickly changed the topic. The 2 of them leaned against each other and talked for a long time. There wasn't a trace of lust in them, but it made them feel closer to each other. When it was almost midnight, Wenrugi said reluctantly, "It's very late. You should rest early. I'll be in the room next door. If you need anything, just call me." Unexpectedly, Tong Xuelu heard his words and frowned. She pretended to be scared. "Brother, don't go. I'm scared to sleep alone." The word brother was soft and delicate. It was like a feather tickling the tip of his heart. It made him extremely itchy, but he couldn't scratch it. Wenrugi's Adam's apple moved. "Why don't I watch you sleep here. I'll go back after you fall asleep. Tong Xuelu pouted her red lips and shook her head. No. If I don't see you when I wake up in the middle of the night, I'll be very scared. Wenrugi licked his lips. Then I'll sit on the chair and watch over you all night. Tong Xuelu met his incomparably sincere gaze and felt a surge of warmth in her heart. You still have to go to work tomorrow. Why don't you sleep here tonight? Wenrugi's heart pounded. Her words seemed to have a magical power that tempted him to do something bad. However, he still restrained himself and shook his head. No. We're not married yet. This isn't good for you. This big fool. Why was he so nice? Tong Xuelu's nose twitched. She hugged his arm and said shamelessly, no. Anyway, you have to stay here with me tonight. We're already engaged. What's wrong with sleeping on the same bed? Wenrugi was in a dilemma. One of the little ones said, this is such a rare opportunity and you're actually leaving. Are you a man? Are you impotent? The other little one shook his head like a rattle. No, no. This will damage her reputation. You have to control yourself. A minute later, when Wenrugi was lying on the bed, he felt that he was really a hooligan. Tong Xuelu stopped teasing him. She yawned and said, go to sleep. I'll make breakfast for you when you wake up tomorrow. Wenrugi looked at her. His voice was slightly hoarse. Okay. Tong Xuelu closed her eyes. Soon, her breathing calmed down. After she fell asleep, Wenrugi's heartbeat slowly returned to normal. Wenrugi thought that he would definitely be too excited to sleep tonight. However, his eyelids gradually closed and he finally couldn't help but fall asleep. Tong Xuelu slowly opened her eyes when she heard the sound of steady breathing. What entered her eyes was his handsome face. His long, thick, and curly eyelashes were closed like two small fans. His pink lips were pursed into a line. His sleeping appearance was extremely beautiful. He was also very obedient. Tong Xuelu didn't touch him. She didn't make a sound either. She just kept staring at him. She deliberately stayed tonight not to do anything bad. The base wasn't a place to do bad things. She did everything she could to sleep in the same room as him. She wanted to know if he would act strangely at night. She used to watch movies where people with schizophrenia would suddenly wake up in the middle of the night. The strange thing was that they didn't remember it at all after waking up. She wanted to know how serious Wenrugi's condition was. Time passed by slowly. Her body started to ache from staying motionless. She couldn't help but move her body. Wenrugi seemed to sense her movement. He frowned slightly. Tong Xuelu was so scared that she quickly held her breath and didn't dare to move. Fortunately, Wenrugi didn't wake up. Even more fortunately, he slept soundly until dawn. He didn't sleepwalk or do anything strange. When it was 6 o'clock, Wenrugi's long, thick eyelashes moved. Tong Xuelu quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. The next moment, Wenrugi opened his eyes. He was stunned when he saw her fair and beautiful face. Then, his heart started to beat wildly again. He actually fell asleep. Wenrugi felt that it was unbelievable. It was the first time they slept in the same bed. How could he fall asleep on such a rare opportunity? He should have stared at her face the entire night. Now that it was dawn, he had to hurry back to Zhou Yan's dormitory. Otherwise, it would be bad if the people from the other dormitory woke up and saw them. He couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. After staring for a while, he forced himself to get out of bed. He got off the bed lightly. When he was about to turn around, he paused. And suddenly lowered his head. His warm lips gently kissed her face. Then, as if he had done something bad, the tips of his ears and face turned completely red. Bang! There was a soft sound. After the door closed, Tong Xuelu opened her eyes again. She hadn't slept the entire night. Her eyes were dry and uncomfortable. Because she had to maintain the same posture, her limbs and bones were sore. But at this moment, she was very happy. Wenrugi's condition didn't seem serious at the moment. He didn't have insomnia, sleepwalk, or split into another personality to do things in the middle of the night. That was great. As long as she didn't provoke him in the coming days, his schizophrenia would slowly get better. Tang Xuelu laughed silently. Her nose was sore. She wanted to sleep for a while before waking up to make breakfast for Wenrugi. But when she woke up again, it was bright outside. Tang Xuelu sat up and raised her hand to look at her watch. It showed that it was 12 o'clock. She scratched her hair in frustration. Just as she was about to get out of bed, she heard the sound of a key unlocking the door. The door opened and Wenrugi strode in. "You're awake?" Tang Xuelu's eyelashes fluttered. "Why didn't you wake me up this morning?" Wenrugi's gaze fell on her messy hair, which was like a bird's nest. A hint of a smile flashed across his eyes. "I saw that you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake you up." After he finished speaking, he brought a comb over. Tang Xuelu saw this and wanted to take the comb from him. However, she heard him say, "Let me comb your hair for you, okay?" Looking into his gentle eyes, Tang Xuelu naturally couldn't refuse. She obediently turned around and let him comb her hair. Wenrugi's movements were very gentle, as if he was afraid of hurting her. "Tang Xuelu, did you sleep well last night?" Wenrugi blushed slightly. "Yes, I didn't wake you up, did I?" He usually had nightmares all night, but last night, he slept until dawn. Tang Xuelu blinked her almond-shaped eyes. "You talked in your sleep last night." Wenrugi's heart skipped a beat. "I'm sorry." No wonder she couldn't get out of bed in the morning. It turned out that he had woken her up. "Don't you want to know what you said last night?" "What did you say?" "You said that you wanted to play hooligan with me." Looking at his red face, Tang Xuelu couldn't help but laugh. Wenrugi realized that he had been fooled by her again. Because there wasn't enough time, Tang Xuelu didn't prepare lunch for Wenrugi. When the two of them arrived at the cafeteria, someone had already prepared food for them in advance. The person who had prepared the food for them was none other than the group of bachelors. At this moment, they were in 2 rows. Their faces were red as they pushed one of the men forward. The man who was pushed forward scratched his head and said, "Hello, Comrade Tong. We are Wenrugi's colleagues. Welcome to the base as a guest. This is our treat. It's just a small token of our respect." Hearing the latter part of the sentence, Tang Xuelu almost laughed out loud. "How can I accept this? I'll give you the money and food stamps." The man hurriedly waved his hand. No, we're treating you. Even if we can't find a wife, we'll have to rely on you in the future." After he finished speaking, the group of people bowed deeply to her. Tang Xuelu. She was stressed. The group of people bowed and ran away. They didn't want to be third wheels. It seemed that she had to be a matchmaker even if she didn't want to. Wenrugi really wanted to drive her back to the city, but he was very busy with work. After lunch, Tang Xuelu took a taxi back to the city by herself. After confirming Wenrugi's illness and Shi Juanmin's death, Tang Xuelu felt relieved. After returning to school, she focused all her attention on her studies. Xianxia's sequelae were serious. Later, her family came to the school to help her with the suspension procedures and let her recuperate at home. Everyone sympathized with her. After she was discharged from the hospital, they went to visit her again. Xianxia seemed to have remembered something. When she saw Tang Xuelu, she became very emotional. However, she couldn't remember anything specific. Tang Xuelu felt that it was a little strange. However, in front of Xianxia's family, she couldn't ask for an explanation. Xianxia and Gao Min didn't participate in the stage play. Both of them had a lot of scenes, especially Shi, who had a lot of lines. After discussing with the teachers, they decided to give up on this show. It was less than a week before the freshman orientation party. It was too late to rehearse again. In the end, they arranged for Tang Xuelu and the class monitor, Shi Zhenru, to recite English poems. Compared to the stage play, this show was boring and uninteresting. In the end, they didn't make it to the top 3. The department leaders sighed with regret for a while. After the incident of Gao Min and Shi Junmin, the school specially organized several classes to relieve the negative emotions of the students. The students were also frightened by the tragedy of Gao Min and Shi Junmin. Even if there were occasional conflicts, everyone talked it out on the spot. This was to prevent the conflicts from accumulating and eventually leading to a tragedy. The atmosphere on campus became much more harmonious. The weather was getting hotter day by day. When the hot July arrived, the people of China ushered in the second college entrance examination. Before the college entrance examination, the students had finished their final exams. Tang Xuelu's grades were ranked first in the department again. Before the holidays, she was called to the department head's office. When the department head saw her, he smiled kindly. "Tang Xuelu, your grades are very good. After the meeting, we would like to recommend you to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for an internship this summer. If you can maintain your grades for the next 3.5 years, we will arrange for you to enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as soon as you graduate." Tang Xuelu's oral and written English were very good. In addition, she had a straightforward personality and was very bold in doing things. She was a good seedling for a diplomat. Students like her would be recommended to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for an internship from the beginning of their freshman year and receive intensive training. The department head thought that she would be overjoyed when she heard the news. Unexpectedly, Tang Xuelu said, "Thank you for your appreciation, but I have already planned my future. I have already finished self-studying for the entire freshman year. This summer, I plan to self-study for the sophomore year. At the end of the next semester, I will apply to the school to skip a grade." The department head was stunned. Skip a grade? Tang Xuelu is too impatient. There is no shortcut to learning a language. I suggest that you be down to earth and follow the prescribed order. In the future, when you enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, you will be able to use your solid knowledge to serve the country. Tang Xuelu said apologetically, "What I mean is, I don't plan to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs after graduation." The department head paused. "Then what do you plan to do?" Tang Xuelu said, "Nonsense. Maybe I will be a teacher." The department head frowned. "How can a teacher be compared to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? If you go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, you will have a wonderful future. You will have a lot of room for development. Why don't you go back and discuss with your family before making a decision?" The department head tried to persuade Tang Xuelu, but Tang Xuelu refused again. "I am very sorry, department head. I have never thought of going to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I feel that in any industry, ability is one aspect, but interest is more important. If a person is not interested in something or work, then it will be difficult for them to go far." She paused for a moment. "And I am not interested in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so I can only decline your appreciation." The department head had a headache. He did not want to lose such a talent. He made a final struggle. "Even if you want to be a teacher, you don't have to be in a hurry to skip a grade. The most important thing is to strengthen your knowledge." Tang Xuelu suddenly showed a shy expression. "There is a reason why I skipped a grade." The department head hurriedly asked, "What is the reason?" Tang Xuelu said, "I want to graduate early and get married to my fiancé." The department head's mouth twitched violently. The department head felt that his worldview had been shaken. He tried to persuade Tang Xuelu again, saying that marriage would not conflict with going to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. However, Tang Xuelu still firmly refused. In the end, the department head could only regretfully let her go. Marriage was just an excuse. She had already planned long ago. Her goal was to do business. As for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it was not her cup of tea. The children finally did not have to go to school during the summer holidays. Although old Mr. Wen liked children very much, he still had a headache because of the noise. In less than 3 days of the holidays, Tang Xuelu discovered that something was wrong. Old Mr. Wen's memory was deteriorating rapidly. He forgot what he had just said to her in the next second. Tang Xuelu was worried that he had Alzheimer's disease, which was also Alzheimer's disease. She hurriedly brought him to the hospital for a checkup. However, medical standards were very limited in this era and the doctor could not be sure. He only told old Mr. Wen to do more exercises to exercise his brain. When they returned home, Tang Xuelu gave him 2 walnuts and let him play with them every day. She also forced him to get up every morning to exercise with Uncle Zong. In addition to this, she also made a deck of cards for him and old Mr. Wen to play with. On this day, the 4 old men were playing cards together. Commander Xiao almost lost his underwear. His face was very gloomy. Old Mr. Wen was so smug that his beard trembled. Old fogey, you are so useless. Commander Xiao was so angry that his face turned red. Just as he was about to retort, Tong Jiasen suddenly said recklessly, "Grandpa, give me a cent to buy some candy." Commander Xiao immediately threw the blame to Tong Jiasen. You can't ask others for money when playing cards. I lost because you asked me for money. The blame fell from the sky. Tong Jiasen felt wronged. Grandpa, you have been losing all the time. What does it have to do with me? Commander Xiao glared at him. You were standing behind me just now. You brought bad luck to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost. Tong Jiasen. Seeing Tong Jiasen's aggrieved expression, Tong Xuelu almost burst out laughing. She didn't expect her grandfather to be so shameless. The weather was too hot, so she made some food for everyone to cool down. She made mung bean cakes with mung beans and boiled winter melon and barley pork rib soup. She planted the winter melon in the yard and it grew very well. She had more than enough to eat. In addition to making soup, she could also make winter melon strips. The skin of the winter melon could be washed and dried. It could also be used to make traditional Chinese medicine tea. Tong Xuelu didn't like winter melon strips. She thought it was too sweet. But children in this era liked anything sweet. Recently, Xiao Mianmian had started to grow out her teeth. Yesterday, she lost another front tooth. Tong Jiasen, her unreliable brother, always made fun of her. She was very sad. However, when she saw that there was food, she immediately grinned, revealing a toothless smile. It was really cute and funny. The siblings were well nourished. They were taller than the average children. Their skin was fair and clean. They were perfect for other children of the same age. Commander Xiao liked to show off his grandchildren when he went out. After the elders finished playing cards, Tong Xuelu brought the winter melon and barley pork rib soup to the living room for everyone to drink. The winter melon and barley pork rib soup was fresh and refreshing. It was just right for the hot summer. Everyone drank 2 bowls before they stopped. Tong Xuelu told them that she had rejected the department head's recommendation to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Wei Guizhi couldn't help but look regretful. It's good to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Zolv, don't you want to reconsider? Tong Xuelu shook her head. That's not my ambition. Wei Guizhi still wanted to persuade her, but Shen Wanrong pulled his hand and glared at him. Only then did he shut his mouth. Commander Xiao put down the bowl in his hand and looked at her. You have always been an opinionated child. Since you have made up your mind, then do as you wish. Grandpa supports you. Tong Xuelu smiled. Thank you, Grandpa. She was actually quite afraid that her grandfather would join the persuasion team. There was no distinction between high and low in business, only like and dislike. Going to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was very stressful, and she did not want to live such a tiring life. Besides, all diplomats had to be stationed abroad. Basically, more than half of their career would be spent abroad. She could only return to the country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs to take up an important position. This meant that she had to be separated from her family and Wenrugi's identity and work meant that he could not go abroad. Therefore, whether it was in terms of personality, preferences, or future development, she had never wanted to go into politics, let alone become a diplomat. Seeing that Commander Xiao was thanked by Tong Xuelu, old Mr. Wen hurriedly expressed his opinion. Zolv, Grandpa supports you too. You can do whatever you want. With the Wen family's wealth, even if she didn't want to work after graduation, the Wen family would still be able to support her. Moreover, he did not want Tong Xuelu to go abroad. If she did, he would never be able to eat her cooking again. Tong Xuelu said, Thank you, Grandpa Wen. With your support, no matter what I do in the future, I will be confident. Old Mr. Wen was so happy that his beard trembled. Commander Xiao could not stand his smug look and snorted. Zolv calls you Grandpa Wen, not Grandpa. You stubborn old man, don't always want to replace me. Old Mr. Wen was not angry. Instead, he laughed even more proudly. When Zolv and Rugui get married in the future, they will call me Grandpa. Won't you be jealous then? Commander Xiao was speechless. Tong Xuelu shook his head helplessly. The two of them were over 100 years old, but they still quarreled like children every day. While this side was harmonious, the Shi family was in an uproar. After Shi Junmin was shot, Brother Shi and his wife seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Since old Mr. Shi had passed away, Brother Shi could not stay in Beijing for long. Without seeing his son's body, he returned to Jin City with Xianxia. Brother Shi's wife buried her son's body alone. Due to the inconvenient transportation these days, she could not bring the body back to Jin City. She could only bury her son in the cemetery in Beijing. When they returned to Jin City, Brother Shi's wife made a scene. She did not fight like before, but her purpose was clear. She wanted a divorce. Brother Shi thought that she was just saying it in a fit of anger. He did not expect her to be serious. "Lan, what are you doing? You are already so old. Why are you getting a divorce? Don't you feel embarrassed if word gets out?" Brother Shi's wife looked at him coldly. "Embarrassed? I didn't even feel embarrassed when my son was shot. What's so embarrassing about divorcing you?" As the old saying went, good news never leaves the house, but bad news spreads far and wide. Ever since Shi Junmin was shot, she had seen all kinds of emotions. Not only did people avoid them, but she, her husband, and her second son were also asked to leave the company. But Shi Xiaoning and Qin Xiuyun, those two scumbags, were completely fine. How could she not hate them? However, she did not want to waste any more time with Qin Xiuyun. She also did not want to take revenge. The Shi family could do whatever they wanted. She just wanted a divorce and a fresh start. When second brother Shi heard her mention his son's death, he suddenly felt heartbroken and embarrassed. "It's because Junmin is gone that our family has to live a good life and work hard together. If we divorce, what will happen to the two little ones if the news gets out?" Qin Xiuyun was called over to persuade Brother Shi. Now that Brother Shi kept looking at her, she had no choice but to say, "Sister-in-law." Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened her mouth, Sister Shi pointed at her and shouted, "Shut up, you bitch. If you dare to say another word, I will beat you until you can't walk out of this door." If she did not have a son and a daughter, she would definitely die together with Qin Xiuyun and his wife. Qin Xiuyun met Sister Shi's malicious eyes and felt a pain in her scalp. She did not dare to say another word. Last time, she had been beaten up badly by Sister Shi at the Beijing train station. The wound on her face had healed, but her bald hair would not grow back for a while. She was really angry. Sister Shi glared at her coldly and turned her head. "If you really care about the two little ones, you should divorce me. After the divorce, the two children will take my surname. That way, they can still be human." With a brother who was shot to death, the two children would be laughed at in school and at work. They might not even be able to find a job. If they changed their surname after the divorce and moved to another place, they would be able to start afresh. As long as they gave up revenge, the Wen family would let them go. She had already lost a son. She did not want to live like this anymore. Brother Shi's face darkened. "What? You want the two children to take your surname?" "I don't agree." Second sister-in-law snorted. "The biggest mistake I've ever made in my life was to fall in love with a selfish man like you. You only care about the Shi family. You don't care about the lives of me and my child. I have been wrong for so many years. I can't be wrong anymore. We have to get a divorce. As for the two children, it is up to them whether they want to stay or go with me." Brother Shi still wanted to object, but Sister Shi said, "If you insist on not divorcing me, it's okay. I will use a bottle of pesticide to kill everyone in the Shi family. We will all go to hell together." Brother Shi was speechless. Qin Xiuyun was also speechless. Shi Xiao could not take it anymore. "Brother, Sister Shi has gone crazy. Since she wants a divorce, you should do it. If they didn't get a divorce now, she might really poison them to death one day with her crazy behavior." Brother Shi was also afraid. He went to the room to call the two children out and asked for their opinions. Their second son, Shi Junjun, said, "Of course I want to stay in the Shi family. My brother died so tragically. I have to avenge him." Hearing Shi Junjun's words, the Shi family was very comforted. The youngest daughter, Shi Bichuan, after hesitating for a long time, finally chose to leave with her mother. Shi Junjun was so angry that his face turned red. He looked at her as if she was a traitor. Sister, at this time, you are not persuading mother not to divorce. You want to change your surname and go with her? Are you stupid? Shi Bichuan was still hesitant at first, but after being scolded like this, she became more determined. Mom and I are very smart. The ones with problems are you. Look at what happened to Big Brother and the Shi family. Can't you wake up? In fact, it was not that the Shi family was not awakened. It was just that they were too weak. They had been ruined by the Wen family and were unwilling to give up at this time. 2 lives were lost. If there was a possibility of reconciliation before, it was completely impossible now. This was a blood feud. Sister Shi wanted to take the 2 children with her, but her youngest son had been irritable and impulsive since he was young. He hated the Wen family. Now that his brother was dead, he would definitely not let it go. Sister Shi was full of helplessness. She held her second son's hand and said, Junjun, come with mother. Don't think about revenge anymore, but before she could finish her words, Shi Junjun flung her hand away. Mom, I have to warn you. If you dare to divorce my dad and walk out of this house, you'll no longer be my mom. I won't even look at you when you're old and dead. Sister Shi felt as if her second son had stabbed her in the heart. The Shi family is a bunch of lunatics. Xiao Chen, come with mother. We will stay away from them. In the end, Sister Shi divorced Brother Shi and took her daughter to another province to live with relatives. She even changed her daughter's surname to her own. Although the 3 brothers of the Shi family did not turn against each other, their relationship was not as strong as before. To make matters worse, Brother Shi and Shi Junjun lost their jobs. Now, they were relying on Shi Xiaoning's family to support them. Shi Xiaoning and Qing Xiuyun had a daughter in the 15th year of their marriage. Their daughter was only 7 years old and had just entered the 2nd grade of primary school. Their salary was more than enough to support a daughter. However, to support 2 more adults, it was a little difficult. It would be fine if the other party was grateful. However, one of them only sighed every day and the other sat there waiting for food like a boss. He did not even pick up the soy sauce bottle at home. What was worse was that both their clothes were washed by Qing Xiuyun. Qing Xiuyun was very dissatisfied. Looking at her hands that were getting thicker day by day, she wanted to let Shi Xiaoning and his son cook and do the laundry themselves. Then, she would give them some living expenses every month. However, although Shi Junjun was impulsive, he was not stupid. He refuted her suggestion on the spot. Qing Xiuyun wanted to persuade him again, but he said, you harmed the Shi family. You caused my brother's death. You owe us this. Qing Xiuyun was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Days passed in this chaotic situation. The relationship between the 2 families was getting worse and worse. Although they had not turned against each other yet, it was only a matter of time. It was Jiang Danhong's birthday today. She invited her close friends to a state-run restaurant for dinner. When Tong Xuelu heard that she invited everyone to a state-run restaurant, he knew what she wanted to do. Sure enough, halfway through the meal, Jiang Danhong blushed and said, let me introduce you. This is my partner, Comrade Deng. Manager Deng raised the cup in his hand and said to everyone, my name is Deng Hong. You can call me Ah Hong from now on. Thank you for taking care of Dan Hong in the past. I would like to thank everyone with tea instead of wine. After that, he drank the cup in one gulp. Manager Deng's daughter, Deng Xiaojia, sat obediently beside Jiang Danhong and whispered, Teacher Danhong, now that you are dating my father, will I have to call you mommy from now on? Jiang Danhong's face was as red as an apple. No, you can still call me teacher from now on. Fang Jingyuan came over and teased, Xiaojia, let me tell you, you can only call me mommy after you get married. So if you want to call Sister Danhong mommy, you have to hurry up and urge them to get married. Deng Xiaojia tilted her head, blinked her big eyes and asked, Teacher Danhong, when are you going to marry my father? I want to call you mommy. Jiang Danhong's face was so red that one could fry an egg on it. However, her heart was sweeter than honey. She glared at Fang Jingyuan, who was meddling in other people's business, and said, You talk too much. Since you want to get married so much, I will tell Mom later and ask her to introduce more people to you. This time, it was Fang Jingyuan's turn to blush. No, Sister Danhong, please don't do that. I know I was wrong. I was talking too much. Jiang Danhong said, I can keep quiet about it, but you are not young anymore. Are you sure you don't want to date? Fang Jingyuan scratched his nose, and his eyes drifted. It's not that I don't want to date. It's just that I haven't met anyone suitable. Jiang Danhong was very enthusiastic. What kind of person are you looking for? Tell me, and Zulv and I will keep an eye out for you. Fang Jingyuan was speechless. Tong Shuilv laughed out loud. Sister Danhong, if you really dare to introduce someone to her, someone will fight you to the death later. Fang Jingyuan's face turned even redder. He looked at Tong Shuilu anxiously. Don't talk nonsense. Little Eyes and I are not even in a relationship. Tong Shuilu shrugged. I didn't say who it was. Look at you. You just confessed without being pressed. Fang Jingyuan was speechless. Jiang Danhong was curious, but it was not convenient to ask in front of so many people. After dinner, the four of them moved to Jiang Danhong's house with Jiao Yunshi. They ate snacks and talked about their worries. Jiao Yunshi had accepted Piao Jianyi's pursuit a while ago, and the two of them were now in a relationship. Jiao Yunshi was very motivated. Although she went to primary school at an older age, she had skipped many grades in just over a year. She was now a second-year junior high school student. Tong Shuilu picked up a piece of red bean cake, took a bite, and asked, Sister Danhong, don't blame me for being nosy, but have you really thought about it? It's not easy being someone's stepmother. Upon hearing Tong Shuilu's words, Fang Jingyuan and Jiao Yunshi nodded in unison. Jiang Danhong smiled slightly. I wanted to tell you about Xiao Jia before. Xiao Jia is actually not Deng Hong's biological daughter. Deng Hong has never been married. Tong Shuilu and the others were stunned. What's going on? When Deng Hong was young, his parents were in poor health. His uncle's family helped a lot with money and labor. After his parents passed away, his uncle raised him. But good people don't have good karma. His cousin was a drilling worker. One time, he was buried under the well in an accident. When his uncle and aunt heard the news, they suffered a stroke and passed away not long after. Xiao Jia's biological mother quickly remarried after the funeral. She didn't want her daughter who was less than a year old. Deng Hong couldn't bear to see Deng Jia be an orphan, so he adopted the child and took her under his name. He also knew about my past, but he said he didn't care. After saying that, Jiang Danhong's face blushed, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. Tong Shuilu saw her expression and knew that she had a good relationship with Deng Hong. So that's how it is. It seems that Manager Deng is a reliable man. Fang Jingyuan and Jiao Yunshi nodded in unison. They all knew about Jiang Danhong's past. It was too hard. Now that she met a man like Deng Hong, who was affectionate and righteous, it could be said that the hard times were over and the good times were coming. Jiang Danhong smiled and nodded. He's very good. I told him that I won't have children in the future, and he agreed. After hearing this, everyone's impression of Deng Hong became even better. Tong Shuilu said, which man doesn't want a son these days? Manager Deng agreed to not have children even though Deng Jia isn't his biological daughter. That's really rare. Jiao Yunshi nodded. That's true. Sister Danhong is really happy for you to meet such a good man. Jiang Danhong blushed and smiled. You don't have to envy me. Comrade Wen and Comrade Piao are both reliable men. They treat you like jewels. Although Piao Jianyi had a bad mouth, he was really good to Jiao Yunshi. The two of them had already met each other's parents, and both parents were very satisfied with them. As for Tong Shuilu and Wenrugi, it was needless to say. When Wenrugi and Tong Shuilu were not dating, he bought a house that cost more than 5,000 yuan so that she could rent a house. Now, he was even going to Beijing University as a guest professor for Tong Shuilu. Although a guest professor only had to give 1 or 2 lectures a month, it increased his workload by a lot. Moreover, each round trip took 7 to 8 hours. If he didn't really like someone, he wouldn't do this. Fang Jingyuan looked at this and that and suddenly realized something. She was the only one in this room. She didn't have a boyfriend. Xiao Qingping's face suddenly appeared in her mind, and her heart raced. After returning from Jiang Danhong's house, she had already made up her mind. She felt that maybe she could give Xiao Qingping a chance. With this thought in mind, she returned to the compound of the headquarters. Fang Jingyuan was an impatient person. With this thought in mind, she immediately wanted to confirm their relationship. Therefore, she ran to the Xiao family to find Xiao Qingping, but was told that he was training at the training ground. She hurried to the training ground and saw Xiao Qingping hitting a sandbag. Xiao Qingping was half naked, and the muscles on his body and arms were exposed. He looked very strong. If it was before, Fang Jingyuan would definitely think that he was shameless. But now, her mentality changed. She actually felt that Xiao Qingping was full of charm and gave people a great sense of security. She bit her lip, blushed, and walked towards him. However, the training ground was not a place that anyone could enter. There was a short wall between him and the sandbag. Fang Jingyuan came to the short wall and was about to tiptoe to talk to him when her right foot suddenly cramped. She slipped and stepped on the mud next to her. Her foot was full of mud, and she frowned in disgust. What was worse was that her foot cramped and hurt. At this moment, Xiao Qingping found that she was hiding behind the short wall and secretly peeping at him. He immediately punched the sandbag harder, showing his manliest side. He was so manly. Fang Jingyuan must be attracted to him and blushed. He secretly looked over and saw that Fang Jingyuan's face was red, so he punched and kicked even harder. Not only that, he also kicked the mulberry tree next to him. The mulberry tree was covered with mulberry fruits, and the fruits fell to the branches after being kicked. Fang Jingyuan's face twisted in pain, but she did not dare to scream because it was too embarrassing. But before she could recover, it started raining mulberry fruits. The fruits fell on her head, and juice immediately covered her face. Fang Jingyuan was so angry that her face turned red. She must have been crazy to think that Xiao Qingping was a good partner. Xiao Qingping did not know that he had missed a chance to become a permanent employee, and continued to hit the mulberry tree hard. A strong and powerful man can't be too unlucky. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Time flew by and a lot of things happened in the past 2 years. From the perspective of the country, 1978 was the year of reform and opening up. It was also the year of the joint family contract responsibility system. In 1979, the country and the United States resumed diplomatic relations. It was also the year that the Sino-Foreign Joint Venture Law was implemented and foreign companies started to enter China. In 1980, the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone was officially established. From the perspective of Tang Xuelu's life, she skipped a grade in her freshman year and was about to graduate in half a semester. Although she skipped a grade, she still stayed in the same dormitory. There were also many changes in the dormitory. First, Choi Ruer got divorced. Her husband was studying in the university in her hometown and they decided to divorce last year. Under the introduction of her family, Xie Xian confirmed her relationship with a university student from her hometown. Lin Lanwan was the only one in the dormitory who was not in a relationship. However, under the influence of Tang Xuelu, she was not as inferior as before. Now, she was the backbone of the school's literature club and often published her works in major newspapers. Jiang Baihui was dating Liang Tianyi, the boy who had given her the Anna Karenina book back then. It had to be said that Liang Tianyi was a top student with an extremely high talent in physics. He skipped a grade in his sophomore year and was always first in his department. He once wanted to be Wenwurgi's disciple but was rejected by Wenwurgi. However, Wenwurgi cherished talents and would often guide him in private. It was also because of this relationship that Tang Xuelu and Jiang Baihui had the best relationship. At this moment, the two of them were eating in a small restaurant outside the school. Since the second half of last year, there were many business stalls on the streets. However, there were still very few people who dared to open a business. How are things between you and Liang? Are you still ignoring him? Tang Xuelu asked as she put a piece of chicken into her mouth. Jiang Baihui used her chopsticks to poke the rice in her bowl. He is going to go abroad. How are we going to continue being separated in a foreign country? Because of Liang Tiany's excellent grades, the school planned to recommend him to study abroad as soon as he graduated. Jiang Baihui didn't care about Liang Tiany's family difficulties, but when she thought about the fact that they would be separated for several years in a foreign country, she had no confidence at all. Therefore, she had been in a one-sided cold war with Liang Tiany recently. Liang Tiany would go downstairs every day to wait for her, rain or shine. He was very patient. Tong Xuelu glanced at her. Why can't we continue? If you really like each other, you can always find a way to be together. Jiang Baihui suddenly raised his head, his big eyes full of expectation. Good Zolv, have you thought of a good idea? Tell me quickly. Tong Xuelu put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said, it's not really a solution. If you two have confirmed your feelings for each other, you can get married before student Liang goes abroad. After that, you can apply to be a junior translator or intern diplomat in the country where he is studying. Liang Tiany was very talented in physics, and the country was in urgent need of talents in this field. In order to cultivate talents in this field, the country had promised to pay for Liang Tiany's expenses when he went abroad. Liang Tiany was troubled every day because of his relationship. If the teachers in the school knew about it, they would definitely find a way to solve his problems. Jiang Baihui's grades were considered excellent, and she was also the outstanding backbone of the student union. This year, she had applied to be a party member. If the two of them got married, Jiang Baihui would have a high chance to apply to work in the same country in the future. Jiang Baihui's eyes lit up, and then she bit her lip. It feels weird to get married because of this. Tong Xuelu shrugged. I've already told you the method. You can think about the rest and decide on your own. However, even if you want to get married, you have to get the approval of both parents. Jiang Baihui thought for a while, covered her face, and said, I still envy you the most. Professor Wen is so attentive to you, and you two have confirmed your relationship. At the mention of Wenrugi, the corners of Tong Xuelu's mouth curled up. Student Liang is also very good to you. Cherish him. Jiang Baihui pursed her lips. How is he that good? He's just a nerd. You don't mean what you say. After the two of them finished eating, they returned to the dormitory. From afar, they saw Liang Tiany standing under the hot sun. His face was red from the sun, but he stood still. Tong Xuelu glanced at Jiang Baihui. Your nerd is waiting for you downstairs again. Which guy has such patience? Jiang Baihui looked at her. Does your Professor Wen not have such patience? Tong Xuelu smiled. That's why I cherish our relationship. If you don't cherish it, don't regret it later. Although Liang Tiany's family situation was difficult, he was very outstanding. It was also confirmed that he would be recommended to study abroad. It could be said that he had a bright future. A guy like him had many girls eyeing him covetously. Jiang Baihui was not an awkward person. I know. Thank you for telling me this. I'll talk to him now. Tong Xuelu nodded. That's right. Talk clearly. Cold wars can't solve problems. She did not like cold wars. In her opinion, cold wars were a form of violence. However, she had been with Wenrugi for almost 3 years. They had never argued, let alone cold wars. When Liang Tiany saw Jiang Baihui, he did not know if he was shy or excited. His face turned red. Hui, you're back? Then, he looked at Tong Xuelu. Hello, student Tong. Tong Xuelu teased him. Hello, student Liang. It's such a hot day and you're still standing under the sun. If we came back a little later, wouldn't you become a monkey's butt? Liang Tiany's face turned even redder. In terms of liking physics and blushing, Liang Tiany and Wenrugi were very similar. It was no wonder that the two of them were teacher and student. They got along very well. Jiang Baihui looked at his red face and could not help but laugh. You guys talk. I'll go up first. After saying that, she left. She did not want to wait for the annoying third wheel. During the weekend, Tong Xuelu did not go home directly. Instead, she went to the shop she bought to inspect the renovation. She wanted to be one of the first people to start a business. The country's policies were becoming clearer and clearer. In the future, more and more people would go into the sea to do business. Therefore, last year, she used her own money and borrowed money from her grandfather. When Wenrugi found out, he gave her all his salary and savings. She used the money to buy a shop and a 3-story house. The shop happened to be behind Beijing University. This street would develop into a famous food street in the future. Her shop was in the best location. If she had enough money, she really wanted to buy 8 or 10 shops at once. In the future, she could rent them out and earn a lot of money as a landlady. However, she was not in a hurry. She planned to open a hot pot restaurant here first. Hot pot did not require any skills. She just needed to hire a few reliable people to help her manage it. Her main focus would be on the restaurant. The renovation of the shop at Beijing University was almost done. It would be completed in 2 days. Tang Xuelu looked around and pointed out the areas that she was not satisfied with. Then, she went to the restaurant. The renovation of the restaurant was a lot of work. Moreover, she wanted to make it a high-end restaurant. In addition, the renovation style that she proposed was unheard of by the construction and renovation masters, so it was not done quickly. Fortunately, she paid a lot of money, so the renovation masters were willing to help her. When she returned home from the restaurant, Mooncake brought his daughter, Douya, and the old hen, Xiao Lu, to welcome her. Mooncake had now grown into a big dog. He looked fierce and powerful. Usually, no one dared to let him out without a leash, for fear that he would scare passers-by. Although Douya was Mooncake's daughter, she looked much smaller and more delicate. She must have inherited her mother's genes. Moreover, Douya was very beautiful. Although Douya was raised by the Wei family, the Xiao family's food was better, so she often came over by herself. As for Xiao Lu, he was already 5 years old. A chicken could live for more than 10 years if it did not get sick, so Xiao Lu was still in his prime. In the beginning, he raised Xiao Lu to let it lay eggs. Later on, he developed feelings for it and could not bear to kill it. Xiao Lu was also smart. Usually, other than laying eggs, he could also help guard the house. He had also become friends with Mooncake, the dog, and the chicken. Tang Xuelu walked towards the tap, sweating profusely. She turned on the tap and washed her face. The cool water splashed on her face, cooling her down. She exhaled in satisfaction and turned around to give Mooncake and Douya a bath. Just as she was about to bathe them, she saw Uncle Zong appear at the door. "Commander, Zulva's back." He then turned around to look at Tang Xuelu. "I knew it. Mooncake, Douya, and Xiaolu didn't call them. They must have come home." Tang Xuelu smiled and said, "Yeah, I'll be back during the weekend." But why didn't Uncle Zong and Grandpa Wen go to the park to exercise today? 2 years ago, she was worried that old Mr. Wen would show signs of dementia. Hence, she came up with a series of fitness programs for him. In the beginning, old Mr. Wen did not want to exercise. However, he found it interesting and would go to the park with Uncle Zong every day to exercise. In the past 2 years, many elderly people would go to the park in the mornings and evenings to exercise and chat with their peers, which was very beneficial to old Mr. Wen's health. At least, his health did not deteriorate in the past 2 years. In fact, his memory was better than before. Uncle Zong frowned and said, "Come here if you have nothing to do. Commander has something to talk to you about." Noticing Uncle Zong's expression, Tang Xuelu's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly chased after him and asked, "Uncle Zong, is there something wrong with Grandpa Wen's health?" Greatly taken aback, Uncle Zong frantically waved his hands and said, No, Commander just wants to talk to you about the Qing and Shi families. Turns out it's because they are too full." Tang Xuelu heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since Shi Junmin was executed, the Shi family was no longer as powerful as they used to be. For the past 2 years, second brother Shi and Shi Junjun did nothing but sit at home and wait for Qing Shouyun and Shi Shoning to feed them. They were just like imbeciles. Qing Shouyun was especially displeased. Not only did she have to provide for Shi Junmin and Shi Junmin, she even had to serve them like a mother. According to the news, Shi Junmin and Shi Junmin quarreled with each other every 3 days and had a bad relationship. As for Shi Junmin and Shi Junmin, they were no longer in an alliance. Hence, there was nothing they could do even if they hated Shi Junmin and Shi Junmin. However, seeing Uncle Zong's stern expression, she wondered what Qing Shouyun was up to again. She entered the living room to see that old Mr. Wen was sitting on the armchair with anger written all over his face. Tong Xuelu poured a glass of water and handed it to him. "Grandpa Wen, it's not worth it to harm your health over that kind of anger. Hurry and drink some water. Don't be angry. It's so hot outside. Don't bother pouring water for me. Hurry and pour yourself a glass of water." Old Mr. Wen was elated to see her. Now that she was coaxing him like a child, he could no longer keep a straight face. Tong Xuelu nodded smilingly and poured himself and Uncle Zong a glass of scented tea made with osmanthus, cassia, and wolfberry. "Grandpa Wen, just what happened?" Old Mr. Wen placed the glass of water on the table and humphed. "That woman has returned to Capital City." Tong Xuelu asked in shock, "When did this happen?" Old Mr. Wen answered, "Yesterday. They moved back to Capital City yesterday. It seems that they're planning to return to Capital City to do business." Tong Xuelu asked, "Sure Shoning has resigned from his job? What about his second cousin and Sure Junjun? Have they returned to Capital City too?" Old Mr. Wen frowned and answered, "Sure Shoning was persuaded to resign by his unit. The factory's profits are not good and his family background is the worst. Hence, he was the first to be persuaded to resign. As for Sure Junmin and Sure Junmin, they didn't come with them for the time being. They've fallen out with each other." It was already nice to say that they had fallen out with each other. In fact, they had finally gotten into a fight. Sure Shoning was persuaded to resign by his unit and received a sum of compensation. However, without his job, Qing Shouyun was the only one who shouldered the burden of the family. Qing Shouyun was under too much pressure and made frequent mistakes at work. In the end, he was fired by his unit. The two families were running out of money. Sure Junjun knew that Sure Shoning had a sum of money in his hands. Hence, he wanted Sure Shoning to hand over the money so that they could start a business together. However, Qing Shouyun refused. Sure Junjun had been completely useless for the past 2 years. Instead of looking for a job, he focused on sneaking around. The so-called business was all a lie. He just wanted to gamble with money. Hence, things got out of hand. Sure Junjun said that Sure Shoning had one of his hands broken. In the end, Sure Shoning gave half of the compensation to Sure Junjun and the two families parted ways. "Grandpa Wen, don't worry too much. Given the situation of the Sure and Qing families, they won't be able to cause any trouble." Tong Xuelu was not at all surprised that Qing Shouyun would come to Beijing. After all, in the novel, she was the one who forced Wenrugi into a corner after returning to Beijing. However, because she was not the main character in the novel, she was not even considered a supporting character. Hence, Tong Xuelu did not know anything about her business after returning to Beijing. Old Mr. Wen nodded. "I'm not afraid of them. I'm just worried that that woman will look for Ru Guo." Back then, when Rugi was only 4 or 5 years old and yet, she was already so vicious. Now that the Sure and Qing families were in trouble, if she wanted to make a comeback, she would most likely look for Wenrugi. Old Mr. Wen was not sure if Wenrugi would be affected or agitated if he were to recall what happened when he was young. After giving it some thought, Tong Xuelu said, "Grandpa Wen, I think we should inform Ru Guo about this. At least, we should let him take some precautions." For the past 2 years, she had been paying close attention to Wenrugi's condition. Fortunately, Wenrugi's childhood friend had not appeared for a long time. If not for Qing Shouyun, she felt that Wenrugi would be able to maintain his good condition. However, Qing Shouyun was like a ticking time bomb that would explode at any moment. Old Mr. Wen nodded. "You're right. Give him a call when you're back. The two of you are not young anymore. Hurry and get married. Once you have a family, even if that woman comes back to look for Ru Guo, she won't be able to affect him." Tong Xuelu smiled and said, "Got it. I'll get married after I graduate this year." Old Mr. Wen could not help but get excited at the mention of this topic. Getting married would be great. He would be able to give birth to a few great-grandchildren. In the future, he would be able to take care of them at home. Tong Xuelu did not know what old Mr. Wen was thinking. Otherwise, she would have poured cold water on him. The family planning policy would be implemented in a few years' time. By then, she would only be able to have one child, regardless of whether she wanted to or not. However, she did not want to have more children. Since there was already a telephone installed at home, Tang Xuelu went next door to give Wenrugi a call. Although the two of them had been together for almost 3 years, Wenrugi was still as innocent as ever. He would still blush and his heart would race when he received her call. "Are you calling me from home?" Tang Xuelu pretended to complain. "Yes. You haven't been back for a month. When are you going to have a holiday?" Wenrugi said, "I'm not sure about that." Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Xuelu said, "Bai Hui and Liang Tianyi have been in a cold war recently. Do you know why?" "Why?" "Because Liang Tianyi is going to be recommended to study abroad. She feels that living in 2 different countries is not good for our relationship. Although we live in the same city, it's so difficult for us to see each other. Don't you think I should be in a cold war with you too?" Wenrugi's heart skipped a beat. He was so shocked that he almost dropped the phone in his hand. "Zolv, I'm sorry. I'll definitely find a way to apply for leave to accompany you. You'd better not be in a cold war with me." The two of them had never had any conflicts or awkwardness when they were together. However, just the thought of it made him feel very uncomfortable. Tang Xuelu's red lips curved slightly. "Then you can coax me. If you coax me, I won't be in a cold war with you." Wenrugi looked around to make sure that there was no one around. Then, he lowered his voice and said, "Zolv, don't be angry with me. I like you the most." After saying that, his face turned as red as a cooked shrimp. If an egg was placed on top of it, it would be cooked in minutes. Tang Xuelu didn't feel sweet at all. Instead, she couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you keep saying this? No, you have to think about it again." Wenrugi had never once frowned when he was asked to solve a physics problem. However, when he heard that he had to say sweet words, he really had the urge to pull his hair out. After thinking for a while, he squeezed out a sentence. "Baby, be good. When I go back, I'll let you do whatever you want." Tang Xuelu giggled. "Do whatever I want? Brother, you're so naughty. If I want you to beg for mercy under me, can I do that?" TSK, their conversation was not suitable for children. Wenrugi's face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. "Yes, as long as you're happy, I'm willing to beg for mercy under you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned around and saw Zhou Yan standing behind him with a thunderstruck expression. "Zhou Yan, Wenrugi." The atmosphere was quiet for a few seconds. The atmosphere was very awkward. Zhou Yan lowered his voice and said, "You really can't judge a book by its cover. You usually look so honest. I didn't expect you to be so wild. And very flirtatious." Wenrugi wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. "Why are you looking for me?" "The director wants you to go over." Wenrugi then said to Tong Zolv on the other end of the phone, "I have something to do. I'll call you later." Tang Xuelu originally wanted to make the atmosphere better before mentioning Qing Xiuyun. However, before she could say anything, he was busy again. However, work was more important. She responded and hung up the phone. Wenrugi went to the director's office. When Director Zhuang saw him, he immediately smiled. "Ruge, do you know why I called you over?" Wenrugi shook his head. "I don't know." Director Zhuang smiled. "Congratulations. Based on your excellent performance over the years, the base has decided to let you replace Director Jiao as the second director of the Institute of Physical Education." Wenrugi didn't look ecstatic. Instead, he frowned. "What about Director Jiao?" Director Zhuang walked over and patted his shoulder. "You don't have to worry about that. Director Jiao wasn't fired. He was promoted. His exact position hasn't been confirmed yet. However, he recommended you to be the next director. Are you okay with that?" Hearing that his mentor hadn't been fired, Wenrugi was relieved. "I'll follow the organization's arrangements." Director Zhuang smiled. Good. Continue to perform well in the future and strive to make greater contributions to the country." Although Wenrugi hadn't studied abroad, his talent in physics surpassed many people. What was even rarer was that he didn't adhere to convention. His thinking was innovative and active. No wonder Jiao Bakan treasured him so much. For example, during the missile test last time, everything was well prepared, but it couldn't reach the expected range. It was Wenrugi who proposed a new idea. He wanted to remove a portion of the propellant to reduce the missile's takeoff weight. Jiao Bakan listened to his suggestion and the experiment was successful. The base was lucky to have such a talent. After leaving the director's office, everyone who heard the news congratulated Wenrugi. A 28-year-old director, this height was really too high for others to catch up to. Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin ate a mouthful of lemons. However, they were more happy for him. When Wenrugi called back, he didn't tell Tang Xuelu the news. This was because he had to go to Beijing University to give his last speech on Monday. After being promoted to director, his workload was even heavier. He wouldn't have time to give speeches in the future. When Tang Xuelu heard that he had to go to school, he didn't mention Qing Shouyun. He wanted to tell him in person. On Monday, after Wenrugi arrived at Beijing University, he told the department leaders about his promotion and that he wouldn't be able to be a guest professor in the future. The department leaders congratulated him one after another. At the same time, they felt that it was a pity. They knew very well that Wenrugi didn't fear the hardships of being a guest professor in the past 2 years. It was mainly because of his fiancée. Where would they find such an outstanding guest professor in the future? Tang Xuelu didn't attend Wenrugi's last speech. Firstly, she had classes to attend. Secondly, she didn't understand. After Wenrugi finished his speech, he also said goodbye to the students. The students were very reluctant to see him leave. Some of them couldn't help but cry. Everyone surrounded him and asked him a lot of questions. It wasn't until half an hour later that they had other classes to attend that they dispersed. Wenrugi packed his things and was about to leave. At this moment, a graceful figure walked towards him and said in a sweet voice, "Professor Wen, are you really not going to give us any more speeches in the future?" Wenrugi looked up and saw a beautiful young face. Wenrugi glanced at the mole under Qian Rongrong's left eye and said calmly, "Yes." He had already said what he needed to say. He didn't think there was anything else to explain. "I heard that Professor Wen is knowledgeable and rigorous even before I was admitted to university. I chose to major in physics so that I could attend your classes. I didn't expect you to leave so soon. I'm so sad." Qian Rongrong moved closer to Wenrugi as she spoke. She didn't know if it was intentional, but the side of her face was facing him, revealing the black mole under her eye. Wenrugi said, "There are many knowledgeable and rigorous teachers and professors. Even if I don't come, the school will invite others to be guest professors. You don't have to worry about that." Qian Rongrong bit her lower lip and looked pitiful. "But how can others compare to you, Professor Wen?" Wenrugi had already packed his things and ignored her pitiful look. He nodded coldly and said, "I still have things to do. Goodbye." After that, he walked past Qian Rongrong. Qian Rongrong hurriedly grabbed his arm. "Professor Wen, please wait." Wenrugi pulled his hand back and took 2 steps back to put some distance between them. He frowned and said, "What else do you want?" Qian Rongrong saw that he was avoiding her as if she were the plague. She was embarrassed, but she still said shamelessly, "Professor Wen, can you give me your contact information? If I have any questions related to physics, I don't know if it's convenient for you." Wenrugi refused immediately. "It's not convenient. If you have any questions, you should ask the teachers or professors in the department. Their knowledge and qualifications are enough to solve all your problems." After that, he turned to leave again. At that moment, an accident happened. Qian Rongrong was afraid that he would run away, so she hurriedly chased after him. Unexpectedly, she sprained her foot and fell to the ground. "My foot hurts." Qian Rongrong sat on the ground and pinched her foot. Her eyes were red from the pain. "Professor Wen, can you come and help me?" Wenrugi looked at her and frowned. Coincidentally, Tang Xuelu was stopped by Qian Caixin after class in the same building. "Student Tang, I only found out today that your fiancé is our school's guest professor, Professor Wen. Why haven't I heard you mention this in the past 3 years?" Qian Caixin's words caused an uproar among the crowd. "What? Tang's fiancé is Professor Wen?" Oh my god, I only found out about this today. If I had such a handsome and talented fiancé, I would definitely show off every day. Me too. Student Tong is really able to keep her composure. She is indeed someone who can do great things. Xianxia was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood when she heard that the surrounding discussions did not go according to her plan. She took a deep breath and put on an innocent look. I think it's very strange. Why did classmate Tong keep such a thing from me? Tong Xuelu smiled faintly. Why should I tell you? You didn't ask me. She did not publicize her relationship with Wenrugi, but she did not hide it either. Everyone in the dormitory knew about it. As for the others, they did not know because there was no need to know. Xianxia, student Tong, don't be angry. I just find it strange. It would be fine if you were not in the same school, but you have been in the same school for 3 years. It's strange that you did not mention it. People who don't know the truth might think that Professor Wen dislikes you and forbids you from publicizing your relationship. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes fell on Tong Xuelu. What he said made sense. They had also heard that they had been engaged for more than 3 years but had not gotten married. Was it really because Professor Wen disliked Tong Xuelu? Of course, everyone only had some doubts in their hearts and did not say it out loud. After all, Tong Xuelu was so outstanding and came from a powerful family. If such a person was disliked, then ordinary people did not need to live anymore. Tong Xuelu looked at her with a smile. Do I look angry to you? But I suspect that you are saying these words to make me angry or embarrassed. After all, this is not the first time you have targeted me. The atmosphere was silent for a few seconds. No one expected Tong Xuelu to say these words so directly. Was he trying to shed all pretense of cordiality? The onlookers, fight. There were 2 beauties in the foreign languages department. One was Tong Xuelu, and the other was Xianxia. Both of them were very beautiful and had excellent grades. Their family backgrounds were also very good. Both of them were famous people in the school. However, the 2 of them did not have a good relationship. They had conflicts since they were classmates. Later, when Tong Xuelu skipped a grade and they were not in the same class, the conflicts did not disappear. Instead, they became more and more intense. Speaking of which, Xianxia was also quite pitiful. Her appearance was slightly inferior to Tong Xuelu's, and her grades were also slightly inferior to Tong Xuelu's. Everyone always joked that they were born Yu. Why are you born Liang? If Xianxia was Zhou Yu, then Tong Xuelu was Zhuge Liang who was above her. It was quite infuriating to think about it. Xianxia also did not expect Tong Xuelu to be so blunt. Her face immediately turned red with anger. Student Tong, why are you misinterpreting my good intentions? I only heard today that Professor Wen is your fiancé. I was very shocked that you never told anyone. By the way, Professor Wen should be giving a speech to everyone now. Why don't we go over now and you can introduce Professor Wen to everyone? When everyone heard Xianxia's suggestion, they were all excited. Zolv, I think junior sister Qian's suggestion is good. Everyone has always wanted to get to know Professor Wen. Why don't you introduce him to us today? Yes. If we had known that Professor Wen was your fiancé, we would not have had to squeeze in with the students from other faculties. Everyone had heard of Professor Wen's great reputation and had surrounded him before. However, they were not students from the physics department, so they could only look at Professor Wen from afar. They had never been able to get close to him. If Tong Xuelu could really introduce Professor Wen to them, not only would they be able to get close to Professor Wen, but they might even be able to talk to him. In the future, students from other faculties would definitely be envious of them. When she met the expectant gazes of her classmates, Tong Xuelu smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go over now. Xianxia's main purpose of saying so much was not to embarrass her. Her main purpose was to lead her to Wenrugi. I wonder what she's up to. She wondered. Since that was the case, she definitely had to go and take a look. When everyone heard Tong Xuelu's words, they immediately cheered. That's great. Let's go quickly. I'm so excited that I have goosebumps all over my body. Zolv, tell us quickly. Is it stressful to have such an outstanding fiancé? Look at what you're saying. Is our Zolv not outstanding? I think they're a perfect match. Yes, yes. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. Both of them are so smart and outstanding. Oh my god, I'm so envious. Xianxia was feeling proud when she heard that Tong Xuelu had agreed to introduce Wenwurgi to everyone. However, in the next moment, she heard everyone surrounding Tong Xuelu and praising her. Her heart was filled with hatred. However, when she thought about how Tong Xuelu would make a fool of himself later, the corners of her mouth curled up again. As Tong Xuelu answered her classmates' questions, she glanced at Xianxi's smile and was filled with curiosity. After Xianxia was hit in the head by the chandelier, she didn't remember who she was for a period of time. Half a year later, when she returned to school, she remembered everything. If she had hidden her hostility towards her in the past, she had been openly hostile towards her for the past 3 years. Of course, her hostility was different from Gao Min's. Xianxia wanted to compete with her in everything. She wanted to compete with her in terms of beauty, popularity, and grades. In short, she wanted to crush her. Unfortunately, she hadn't succeeded in the past 3 years. Now that she was about to graduate, was Xianxia planning a big move? Tong Xuelu thought to herself as she followed everyone to the large classroom. The large classroom was used for lectures or meetings. It was located on the first floor of the teaching building. When they arrived at the door of the large classroom, before anyone could say anything, they heard a delicate voice from inside. My feet hurt. Professor Wen, can you come over and help me? Everyone looked at each other and turned to look at Tong Xuelu. Xianxia looked even more shocked. She covered her mouth and said, This. Could it be that we came at the wrong time? Tong Xuelu smiled. Was this Xianxi's trick? Did she get someone to seduce Wenwurgi and let her catch them in the act? Did she want to see her cry and make a fuss like a shrew? If this was her plan, then she could only say that her hopes were dashed. Therefore, she smiled faintly and said, How could that be? You came at the right time. If you came any later, you wouldn't have been able to watch the show. Everyone was speechless. Xianxi's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. She lowered her voice and said, Student Tong, I know you're very angry right now, but please calm down. Things might not be what you think. What I think? Then tell me, what do you think I think it is? Xianxia was countered. She thought angrily, keep pretending. I'll see how you cry later. At this moment, Wenwurgi's voice came from inside. Student, if you really can't stand up, I'll call the school doctor now. Xianrongrong said, Professor Wen, you don't have to go through so much trouble. I just feel a little pain. You can come and help me. Wenwurgi frowned. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. I can't help you. Xianrongrong looked uncomfortable. I heard that Professor Wen is already engaged. Professor Wen, are you avoiding female students because your fiancé doesn't allow it? I think your fiancé is making a mountain out of a molehill. We're all young people of the new era. We're not in a feudal society. How can there be such a thing about men and women not touching each other? Moreover, you're a morally upright professor. Why doesn't she trust you? Enough, I won't allow you to slander my fiancé like this. Wenwurgi's gentle face darkened. You don't have to talk about feudalism. An engaged man should keep a distance from other women. This is called avoiding suspicion. Xianrongrong had never seen Wenwurgi angry before. She felt a wave of pressure coming from him and was instantly frightened. I'm sorry, Professor Wen. I didn't mean it that way. I just think that Professor Wen is too careful. You don't even want to help me when I fall, Wenwurgi interrupted her coldly. There are 2 reasons why I don't want to help you. First, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Second, your mouth stinks. It really stinks. You'd better go to the hospital for treatment. Xianrongrong, Xianxia, everyone outside. Tong Xuelu was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This girl was really lucky to have experienced Wenwurgi's poisonous tongue. As soon as she spoke, Wenwurgi and Xianrongrong in the large classroom were immediately startled. They both came back to their senses. Xianrongrong's face seemed to have been drained of blood in an instant. She was as pale as a ghost. She turned her head to look at Xianxia in the crowd with a look of disbelief. Xianxia turned his face to the side and pretended not to see. The other students came back to their senses and pointed at her. Isn't she a first-year junior? How dare she criticize Professor Wen's fiancé in front of him? That's right. She's so shameless. Xianxia got up from the ground and ran away crying. Wenrugi couldn't see anyone else. He walked over to Tong Xuelu and said, "When did you arrive?" Tong Xuelu blinked at him. When that girl with bad breath fell down. Wenrugi, everyone thought that the girl was really pitiful. Professor Wen actually said that she had bad breath in front of him. If it were them, they would be so embarrassed that they would want to dig a hole and bury themselves. Xianxia clenched his hands. His eyes were full of confusion. Xianxia was her distant relative. Due to her family's financial difficulties, she had promised her many benefits, including helping her transfer to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs after graduation. Only then did Xianxia agree to help her seduce Professor Wen. What she couldn't figure out was that she had interacted with Xianxia several times, but she didn't smell her bad breath. Did she eat garlic today? Truly an idiot who can't do anything but spoil things. Tong Xuelu pointed to the students behind him and said, "These are my classmates. They know that you're my fiancé, so they wanted to meet you." Wenrugi nodded. "Hello. Thank you for taking care of Zolv." Everyone came back to their senses. They were so excited that their faces turned red. "Hello, Professor Wen. I've always admired you." "Me too. Professor Wen, can you ask the school leaders to help you give a speech to our foreign languages department later?" "That's right. If you're afraid that we won't understand physics, Professor Wen can teach us other things." "That's a good idea. Professor Wen is very knowledgeable. If you can give us a speech, we'll definitely benefit a lot." Wenrugi flatly refused. "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't agree to your request. I can't help you with the application." Everyone had their own specializations. He was good at physics. Naturally, he wouldn't show off in front of an expert in other fields. Moreover, the school's resources weren't something that could be applied to just because one wanted to. If he casually agreed, it would be a mess in the future. Everyone was a little disappointed when they heard this, but they could understand. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. "Professor Wen, you're a guest professor at Beijing University. That means you're our teacher. Wouldn't it be bad if word got out that you're in a relationship with a student?" The person who said this was none other than Xianxia, who was unwilling to give up. Wenrugi's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Xianxia's face. "Student, first of all, a guest professor isn't a teacher. Second of all, I was engaged to my fiancé before I came to Beijing University to be a guest professor. Lastly, this is the last time I'll be giving a speech at Beijing University. From today onwards, I'm no longer a guest professor at Beijing University." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was in an uproar. "What? Professor Wen, you're not going to give a speech? Woo-woo, then I won't have the chance to listen to Professor Wen's lectures in the future? What a pity. This is a loss for the entire Beijing University." Xianxia was also shocked. She originally wanted to use this move to deal with Tong Xuelu. She didn't expect to hear this news. As a result, all of her plans had been declared a failure. She didn't have any information that could be used against Tong Xuelu. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. "I heard that Professor Wen came to Beijing University to be a guest professor because of your fiancé. Now that Professor Wen is no longer a guest professor, could it be because student Tong is graduating?" When Tong Xuelu heard this, he frowned. Wenrugi had indeed come to Beijing University to be a guest professor because of her. However, if this reason were to spread, not only would it erase all of Wenrugi's achievements over the years, but it would also make people think that he was too sentimental. Before she could speak, Wenrugi said in a low and forceful voice, "I'm not going to be a guest professor because my fiancé is graduating. It's because I've been promoted to the director of the Institute of Mechanics. In the future, I'll have a lot of work to do. I've already told the school's leaders about this matter. Student, please remember to think twice before you speak in the future." Xianxia's face alternated between red and white. It was as if paint had been spilled. It was very exciting. The other students were shocked again. Oh my God, isn't Professor Wen too amazing? He's been promoted too. The director of the Institute of Mechanics at such a young age. That's right. Speaking of which, I'm only 2 or 3 years younger than Professor Wen, but I still haven't achieved anything. I'm so ashamed. Comparisons are odious. However, a genius like Professor Wen is one in a million. Don't belittle yourself too much. If Professor Wen is the director of the Institute of Mechanics, then won't Zul be the director's wife in the future? I'm so envious. When Tong Xuelu heard this news, she was also very shocked. However, she didn't show it. When Rugi didn't become complacent because of everyone's flattery and praise. He looked at Tong Xuelu gently. Do you have any more classes after this? I have something to talk to you about. Tong Xuelu shook her head. No, it's almost noon. I'm hungry. He naturally took the backpack on her shoulder and the textbook in her hand. Then let's go eat now. Tong Xuelu waved at the other students. Then, the two of them walked side by side. Everyone looked at their backs with envy. Today, I finally know what it means to be an immortal couple. Professor Wen and Zulv are an immortal couple. They're so compatible. I used to wonder who Professor Wen's fiancé was. I thought that the other party wouldn't be good enough for Professor Wen. I didn't expect it to be Zulv. Now, I feel that no one is more compatible than them. Everyone praised and envied them again. Xianxia was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. She turned to leave. Someone noticed and immediately sneered. Some people compare themselves to Zhouyu. That's an insult to Zhouyu. Just thinking about such petty tricks makes me want to vomit. When everyone heard this, their eyes fell on Xianxia. Junior Qian, you're quite outstanding too. Why do you have to pick on Zulv? It's better to be open-minded. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to achieve greater things in your life. That's right. No wonder everyone likes Zulv more. If someone were to pick on me like this, I'd definitely slap her on the spot. Zulv is such a nice person. Comparing their characters, it's obvious who's better. Xianxia was so angry that her face darkened. Don't slander me. I'm not picking on Tong Xuelu. After saying that, she turned around and ran away. Everyone looked at her back with disdain. Tong Xuelu and Wen Rugi went to a small restaurant outside and ordered a plate of steamed fish, a plate of steamed pork ribs, and a plate of stir-fried cabbage. Wen Rugi rinsed their chopsticks with water and handed them to her. Hurry up and eat. Aren't you hungry? Tong Xuelu took the chopsticks and looked at him. Director Wen, when did you get promoted? Why didn't I know about it? Wen Rugi's ears turned red. Yesterday, I called the dean and he asked me to go over. He mentioned it to me. I was going to tell you when we met today. He didn't expect someone to pick on him. He had no choice but to explain it clearly in front of everyone. So that's how it is. Tong Xuelu picked up a piece of pork rib and put it in her mouth. She rolled her eyes and said, Then what's up with that girl? Does she really have bad breath? Wen Rugi's face turned red when he heard her words. He shook his head. No. I didn't like it when she slandered you. That's why I said that. That girl had bad intentions. If she had said bad things about him, he wouldn't have cared. However, she had slandered Tong Xuelu. This was something he couldn't tolerate. Ha ha ha. Tong Xuelu didn't expect him to confuse right and wrong. Director Wen, you've become bad. Wen Rugi looked at her nervously. Zulv, do you think that what I did was wrong? After all, so many people had heard what happened just now. News would definitely spread. That girl would probably have the reputation of having bad breath in the future. Tong Xuelu scooped a spoonful of fish for him with a spoon. This is your reward. Director Wen did a great job. Wen Rugi looked at her smiling face and heaved a sigh of relief. So you don't think I did anything wrong? Tong Xuelu, Director Wen did the right thing. If anyone tries to seduce you in the future, just say that they have bad breath and body odor. Let's see if they have the face to continue seducing you. Wen Rugi, after dinner, the two of them returned to the campus. they strolled and digested their food. Tong Xuelu poked his chest when there was no one around. Will you be busier after being promoted to director? When Rugi grabbed her messy little hand and held it in his hand. Yes, at first. It'll be better when you're more familiar with it. Tong Xuelu hooked her finger in his palm. Then what should I do? If I don't see you in the future, I'll miss you a lot, Director Wen. Thump, 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 in the face of Tong Xuelu's teasing, when Rugi's reply was a series of thundering heartbeats. The summer wind blew and rippled the surface of the lake. A dragonfly landed on a lotus flower that had just revealed its tip. The two of them came to the lakeside. When Rugi took out a handkerchief from his pocket and spread it on the stone bench. Tong Xuelu smiled when she saw him busying himself for her. Sit down too. I have something to tell you. She then told him about Xianxia's family moving to Beijing. When Rugi played with her slender fingers. I know. Don't worry. I won't meet her. His answer was too calm. Tong Xuelu frowned slightly. Rugue, what's your impression of that woman? When Rugi paused. I don't have any impression of her. She had already divorced my father when I could remember. There was no news of her for more than 20 years. Grandpa didn't like Uncle Zong mentioning her, so I didn't mention her. Sure enough, he had indeed forgotten about the abuse he had suffered, including Xianxia. Or rather, he had sealed his memory. She didn't know if it would hurt him if he remembered it someday. Tong Xuelu leaned her head on his shoulder. Rugue, I don't like that woman. We won't invite her to our wedding. You don't have a problem with that, right? When Rugi's voice was faint. Yes, I didn't intend to invite her either. The word mother was too unfamiliar to him. He had not heard of her in the past 20 years. Later, the Sher family had made things difficult for her, which made him very disgusted. Why would he invite a mother like her to a party? Tong Xuelu's gaze fell on the sparkling lake. They didn't invite Xianxia because they were afraid that she would turn up uninvited. Since when Rugi had been promoted to the director, Tong Xuelu asked for a day off from the teacher. The two of them went home together. Old Mr. Wen was so happy that he almost cried when he heard that Tong Xuelu had been promoted to the director. He patted Tong Xuelu's shoulder and said, Good, good. You're such a promising child. Grandpa has nothing to worry about. Although when Rugi was talented and intelligent, he had only been a researcher before. Commander Xiao always felt that his granddaughter had been seduced by a pig. Now that he had been promoted to the director, he couldn't help but look at him with satisfaction. He was young and promising. He could be considered a good match for Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu's fiancé was Professor Wen. The news that Professor Wen had been promoted to the director of the institute at such a young age quickly spread throughout the school. Everyone was filled with admiration and envy. At the same time, news of Qian Rongrong's bad breath spread. These days, Qian Rongrong noticed that her classmates were looking at her strangely. One day, she returned to the dormitory from outside. Before she entered, she heard voices coming from inside. Have you heard about Qian Rongrong? Are you talking about the incident where she fell and a boy went to help her up? Then, he vomited because of her bad breath? Yes, yes. I was shocked when I heard about it. She always looks down on others. I didn't expect her to have bad breath. I heard about it too. I don't usually smell her bad breath. Did she eat garlic that day? Who knows? Now everyone is talking about how she vomited because of her bad breath. I'm dying of laughter. Qian Rongrong always claimed that she was Qian Caixin's relative. She was prouder than a peacock in the dormitory. Therefore, she didn't have a good relationship with the others in the dormitory. Qian Rongrong stood at the door and heard the discussion inside. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. She turned around and ran to find Qian Caixin. At this moment, Qian Caixin came out of the department's office. She looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She was in a daze. Just now, the department head called her to the office and said that her internship opportunity at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had been cancelled. The reason was that she had framed and slandered Professor Wen and disunited the students. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She wanted to explain, but so many students saw it that day. She couldn't defend herself. She just wanted to embarrass Tong Xuelu. She didn't expect to go for wool and come home shorn. Instead, she caused her internship opportunity to be cancelled. She was finished. This meant that she would never have a chance to enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs after graduation. When Qian Rongrong found Qian Caixin, she looked like she had lost her soul. She rushed up to her, grabbed her hand, and questioned her. "Didn't you say that you would only take Tong Xuelu with you that day? What's wrong with those students? Now everyone is saying that I have bad breath. How do you want me to face others in the future?" Qian Caixin came back to her senses and shook off her hand. "What can I do if they want to follow me?" Qian Rongrong heard her perfunctory answer and trembled with anger. "It's all your fault. If you don't give me an explanation, I will go and tell the department head now." Qian Caixin looked at her coldly. "Then go ahead. We will all be given a demerit. Let's see who will end up worse in the end." Qian Rongrong glared at her. She was so angry that her chest heaved violently. Qian Caixin's family background was powerful. Even if she was given a demerit, it wouldn't affect her much. However, she was different. Once she was given a demerit, she would definitely not be assigned to a good unit after graduation. Moreover, her family would blame her for offending Qian Caixin. "Remember your own identity." After saying that, Qian Caixin walked away. She had to go back and ask her parents and aunt for help to get her internship opportunity back. Qian Rongrong looked at her back and bit her lip. She turned around and ran to find Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu was not surprised to see Qian Rongrong come to find her. Qian Rongrong said innocently, "I'm sorry, Senior Tong. I did what I did that day because Qian Caixin forced me." Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows. "Do you know why Qian Caixin is targeting me?" Qian Rongrong said, "I don't know the details. I only heard her say that you owe her." "Owe her?" Tong Xuelu was confused by this word. "I know." Qian Rongrong looked sad. "Senior Tong, can you explain to everyone? Now everyone thinks that I have bad breath." "I'm so sad," Tong Xuelu said, "you hurt me and you want me to explain for you." "Why? Because you are so shameless?" Qian Rongrong was speechless. People have to be responsible for their own actions. After saying that, she turned around and left. She was the one who spread the news about Qian Rongrong's bad breath. She was also the one who added fuel to the fire behind Qian Caixin's internship. Everyone had to be responsible for their own actions. If they did something wrong, they had to accept the punishment obediently. As for why Qian Caixin was targeting her, she did not intend to ask. Knowing Qian Caixin's character, she definitely would not say. After that, Qian Caixin did not do anything else. She went home and was scolded by her family. For the time being, she did not dare to do anything stupid. Tong Xuelu paid attention to her for a while and did not care about her anymore. She was really too busy. Firstly, she was about to graduate. Secondly, she had to prepare for the opening of the store. Thirdly, she had to keep an eye on Xianxia. Lastly, she had to prepare for the wedding. Qian Caixin was just a small fry. She could not cause any trouble for the time being. After a discussion, old Mr. Wen and Commander Xiao decided to set the wedding date to be after Tong Xuelu's graduation and before the Mid-Autumn Festival. There were a lot of things to prepare for the wedding. Fortunately, old Mr. Wen and Uncle Zong were very supportive. Hence, Tong Xuelu did not have to do everything personally. News of the wedding between the Wen and Xiao families spread. Qing Shouyun, who had been keeping an eye on the Wen family, soon received the news. After Qing Shouyun and Shi Shoning returned to Beijing, although they did not have a problem finding a place to stay, the two of them did not have a job. Hence, they could not continue living like this. Now that there were more and more people doing business outside, Qing Shouyun had the idea of starting a business after observing. However, all their money had been taken away by Shi Junjun over the years. Their savings were not enough for them to open the store. Shi Shoning smiled and said, "You haven't looked for your son all these years. Now, the opportunity has come." Qing Shouyun raised her brows and asked, "What do you mean?" Shi Shoning said, "What else could it mean? Of course, it's to get your son to give you money. No matter what, you're still his biological mother." Isn't it only right for him to provide for you? Qing Shuyan pursed her lips and did not comment. Xianxia sat down beside her and put his arm around her shoulders. What are you worried about? Don't tell me you feel sorry for your son? If you really feel sorry for him, you wouldn't have deliberately aborted your child and beaten him up so badly back then. Upon hearing him mention the past, Qing Shuyan pushed him away and said, Why did you bring up the past all of a sudden? Didn't I suffer so much back then because of you? Xianxia hugged her again and kissed her wrinkled face. Okay, it's my fault. I shouldn't have brought up the past. Shall we go look for Wenrugi this weekend to ask for money? Qing Shuyan shook her head and said, No, let's go look for old Mr. Wen. Xianxia's eyes widened. Look for old Mr. Wen? Do you want to die? Qing Shuyan smiled and said, That's why I'm going to look for old Mr. Wen. Old Mr. Wen has always wanted me to stay away from Rugue. If I go look for him rashly, he might shoot me dead. Since he doesn't want me to see Rugue, then he has to bribe me with money. Don't you think so? Xianxia paused for a moment and laughed. You're right. Your brain works fast. Soon, it was Saturday. Tang Xuelu woke up early in the morning. Today, she was going to order a wedding dress. Unexpectedly, someone knocked on the door early in the morning. It's so early. It can't be Jingyuan. Tang Xuelu shouted from the kitchen. Mian, can you help me open the door? Okay. Xiao Mian agreed and ran to open the door. The little ponytail on her head bounced with her. When the door opened, Xiao Mian saw two strangers at the door. Who are you? Qing Shuyan pinched Xiao Mian's face and said, Sweetheart, I'm a relative of your future brother-in-law, Wenrugi. Let us in. Xiao Mian's face hurt from being pinched. She pried her hand away and said, I don't know you. I'm going to ask my sister. As she spoke, she tried to close the door again. Unexpectedly, Xianxia pushed Xiao Mian hard and pushed her back 2 steps. Then, she fell to the ground with a bang. Xiao Mian felt pain in her butt and her eyes turned red. You're bad people. I'm going to tell my grandpa and let him shoot you. Haha, little brat, get lost. Xianxia kicked away Xiao Mian, who was trying to hug him, and walked in with his long legs. Xiao Mian was kicked to the ground again. Her head hit the wall and she cried out, Sister, there's a bad guy here. Qing Shuyan frowned. She didn't agree with Xianxia's actions, but his temper had become very bad in the past 3 years. She didn't dare to persuade him. Just as Xianxia stepped into the yard, a huge shadow suddenly pounced on him. Xianxia was thrown to the ground, and before he could see clearly, the thing opened its bloody mouth and bit down on his leg. Help. Qing Shuyan was so scared that her face turned pale when she saw Xianxia being pushed to the ground by the dog and his calf being bitten and bleeding. Suddenly, she picked up the broom in the corner and threw it at Mooncake. Mooncake was hit in the head and let go of Xianxia's calf with a cry. Woof, woof, woof. Mooncake barked at her and turned around to pounce on her. Qing Shuyan was so scared that she stepped back. She saw Xiao Mian behind her and quickly picked her up like a chicken. Mooncake saw that Xiao Mian was caught and didn't dare to pounce on her. Xiao Mian's neck was red because of the collar. She cried and struggled. You're all bad people. I'll ask Grandpa to beat you to death. Qing Shuyan coaxed her. You're a Mian, right? Auntie and Uncle aren't bad people. Be good and don't cry, okay? Xiao Mian's face was red from crying. You're lying. You're bad people. There was quite a distance between the kitchen and the door. Tang Xuelu was stir-frying sand-flavored taro in the pot. The sound of the spatula hitting the bottom of the pot covered the sounds outside. Tang Xuelu only realized that something was wrong when she heard Mooncake's faint cries. She picked up the big pot and ran out with the spatula. When she arrived at the courtyard, she saw Xiao Mian being held in front of Qing Shuyan. Her face was red from crying. Her brain exploded with a buzz. Qing Shuyan saw her and immediately felt like she was facing a formidable enemy. She tightened her grip on Xiao Mian. Zolv, don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. We're here to visit you and Rugue. We didn't want your dog to suddenly go crazy and bite people. I was afraid that it would bite the Mian Mian, so I protected her. Xiao Mian Mian wanted to say something, but her mouth was covered by Qing Xiuyun. Her tears fell, and Tong Xuelu's heart ached. Since you're not here to cause trouble, let go of the Mian Mian now. Qing Xiuyun shook his head. Zulv, hurry up and tie up that mad dog. I can only release the Mian Mian if you tie up the dog. Although the mooncake didn't pounce over, it didn't leave Shi Shoning's side. If Shi Shoning dared to move, it would pounce and bite him again. Tong Xuelu looked at Xiao Mian Mian and comforted her. Mian Mian, don't cry. Don't struggle. Sister is here. Don't be afraid. When Xiao Mian Mian heard her sister's words, she stopped struggling, but her golden Daodu continued to fall. After comforting Xiao Mian Mian, Tong Xuelu shouted at the mooncake, Mooncake, come here. The mooncake hesitated for a moment, but in the end, it gave up on Shi Shoning and ran back. Tong Xuelu picked up a rope from the side of the corridor and came over. He looked at Qing Xiuyun and said, I'll tie up the dog now. You better keep your word and let go of the Mian Mian. Qing Xiuyun didn't let her guard down. After all, she had suffered greatly at the hands of Tong Xuelu. Don't try to fool me. Tie up the dog tighter. Shi Shoning's calf was dripping with blood, and his face was contorted in pain. What tie up? This kind of animal should be slaughtered and eaten. Woof, woof, woof. The mooncake understood Shi Shoning's words, and it bared its teeth and barked at him. Tong Xuelu looked at them coldly. I'll tie it up, but let me warn you. You're holding the granddaughter of a commander. Qing Xiuyun, you'd better not try to kidnap her. Otherwise, you won't live to see tomorrow. Grandpa had gone to work, old Mr. Wen and Uncle Zong had gone to the park for their morning exercise, and Xiao Jiaming and Tong Jessen had gone to the children's palace to participate in an activity. In other words, she and Xiao Mian Mian were the only two people at home. The most important thing now was to ensure Xiao Mian Mian's safety. Everything else could wait. Qing Xiuyun's heart trembled. She pursed her lips and said, Don't worry, we're here to visit you. We won't cause any trouble. Hurry and tie up the dog. Qing Xiuyun was very regretful at this moment. If she had known that Shi Shoning was so unreliable, she wouldn't have let him come over. Now that things had turned out this way, it would be difficult to clean up the mess. Tong Xuelu glanced at her and turned around to tie up the mooncake. At this moment, Wei Zhuzhu's angelic voice sounded from the door. Sister Zulv, Mian Mian, I'm here for breakfast. Wei Zhuzhu walked in and was stunned. Sister Zulv, what happened? Tong Xuelu said calmly, Our relatives are here. The mooncake can't recognize people and accidentally bit them. Don't be afraid, sit by the side for a while. Wei Zhuzhu said, Sister Zulv, why don't I go home and call Grandpa over? Tong Xuelu hurriedly said, It's okay, I'll send them to the hospital later. Qing Xiuyun saw that Tong Xuelu was so tactful and that Wei Zhuzhu was only a little girl in her teens, so she didn't let Shi Shoning catch her. Just as she let her guard down, Tong Xuelu suddenly let go of the rope in his hand and shouted coldly, Douya, bite that woman's butt. Mooncake, let's do it together. Qing Xiuyun? In the blink of an eye, Douya's figure flashed out of the door and dashed towards Qing Xiuyun. Before she could react, Douya opened his mouth and bit down hard. Qing Xiuyun's butt was bitten by Douya. It was so painful that her face twitched. She instinctively let go of Xiao Mian Mian and wanted to chase the dog away. At the same time, the mooncake pounced forward and bit Shi Shoning, who was trying to get up. The courtyard was filled with the screams of men and women. Xiao Mian Mian took this opportunity to struggle out of Qing Xiuyun's arms and ran out crying. Tong Xuelu picked up a spatula and ran over. Zhuzhu, help me take care of Mian Mian. Wei Zhuzhu was so shocked by this sudden change that she couldn't close her mouth. Fortunately, the little girl's reaction was very quick. When she came back to her senses, she quickly ran over to Xiao Mian Mian, whose face was full of tears. Let's go, let's call Grandpa and Grandma. Xiao Mian Mian was worried about her sister and didn't want to leave. Tong Xuelu was going to teach Qing Xiuyun a lesson, so she didn't want the two little girls to see what would happen next. She had no choice but to walk over and hug Xiao Mian Mian. She wiped away the tears on her face and said, Mian Mian, be good. With Mooncake and Douya around, they can't hurt your sister. Can you and Sister Juju go and call the adults over? Xiao Mianmian's long and thick eyelashes were still wet with tears. Okay, I'll go with Sister Juju to call the adults over. After the two little girls left, Tong Xuelu went to the kitchen and took 2 bowls. He broke them and scattered the broken pieces on the ground. Then, he went behind Qing Shouyun, whose butt was still bitten by Douya, and kicked her in the knee. Qing Shouyun's legs went soft and she fell to her knees on the broken pieces. She felt a sharp pain in her knee. It was so painful that she gasped. Tong Xuelu, I'm your future mother-in-law. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for treating me like this? Tong Xuelu pressed down on her shoulder and didn't let her get up. Rugue was only 4 years old that year. You're not afraid of being struck by lightning for abusing your own son. Why should I be afraid? Qing Shouyun glared at him, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Tong Xuelu pressed her firmly against the broken pieces. It's very painful. Isn't it? But Rugue was 100 times more painful than you were. Children's skin was the most delicate. Rugue was only 4 years old when he had to suffer such inhumane torture. Every time she thought about it, her heart would ache. Moreover, the one who abused him was his own mother. Besides physical abuse, it was even more heart-wrenching and mental abuse. What she was doing now was just giving him a taste of his own medicine. There were continuous screams in the courtyard. Shen Wanrong ran over with his grandson, Wei Ran. When they saw the scene, they were shocked. When Shen Wanrong came back to his senses, he hurriedly asked, Zulv, what happened? Tong Xuelu said, Grandma Shen, these 2 people broke into the house and beat up Mianmian. Please get 2 ropes. I want to tie them up. Qing Shouyun was in pain and scared. She said anxiously, Tong Xuelu, what do you want to do to us? Don't tell me you want to send us to the police station? I advise you to think twice before you do anything. Shen Wanrong asked Wei Ran to get the ropes. He walked over and scolded Qing Shouyun. You broke into the house and stole. How dare you persuade Zulv not to call the police? When she saw Xiao Mianmian running over with a red face and crying, she was so scared that she almost had a heart attack. Qing Shouyun sobbed. Big sister, you misunderstood. I am Rugue's mother. I was forced to separate from my child for more than 20 years. I came to see him because he is getting married. I don't want to be treated like a thief. Shen Wanrong was stunned. She was Wenrugi's biological mother, she didn't know much about the Wen family. She only knew that Wenrugi's parents divorced a long time ago. She didn't know the specific reason for the divorce. Regardless of filial piety, if she was Wenrugi's biological mother and Zulf treated her like this, her reputation would be ruined. Shen Wanrong didn't know how to react. He turned to look at Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu didn't expect Qing Shouyun to still want to play innocent. She didn't even bother to look at her. Tie these 2 scumbags up first. Qing Shouyun, Wei Ran found a rope and tied Shi Shoning up. Tong Xuelu and Shen Wanrong worked together to tie Qing Shouyun up. Both of their mouths were stuffed with a rag, making them unable to utter a single word. Shen Wanrong looked at the 2 of them and said, Zulv, what should we do now? Should we go to the police station and report this to the police? Or should we hurry and tell our family to come back? Tong Xuelu thought for a moment and said, Grandma Shen, I have an idea. What is it? Tong Xuelu leaned over and whispered something in her ear. Shen Wanrong's face suddenly showed a shocked expression. He frowned. This isn't a good idea, right? Tong Xuelu, other than this, I really can't think of any other way. Although Qing Shouyun and Shi Shoning were trespassing, the country didn't have any clear punishment for this behavior. Moreover, Qing Shouyun was Wenrugi's biological mother. As long as she said that she was there to visit relatives, it wouldn't be considered trespassing. As for beating Xiao Mianmian's injuries weren't as serious as theirs. Even if they used their connections, the most they could do was lock them up for 10 days. However, there were many disadvantages to this. Once Qing Shouyun's identity as Wenrugi's mother was exposed, both her and Wenrugi's reputation would be damaged. Especially her, she might not be able to graduate. As for spreading the news of Qing Shouyun's infidelity, the Wen family didn't do that back then, and she definitely wouldn't do that now. If she really did that, it would be like killing 1,000 enemies, but losing 800 of her own men. Moreover, so many years had passed. It was too late for them to say that Xianxia had an infidelity back then. They could easily be accused of framing and destroying their reputation. Since they couldn't call the police and had to intimidate Xianxia and Xianxia at the same time, the only way was, after half an hour, the sound of photos being taken could be heard from the house. At this moment, Xianxia was wearing a singlet. She was lying on top of Xianxia, who was only wearing underwear, with her eyes closed. Tang Xuelu chose several angles to take a few photos. He focused on Xianxia's face, but deliberately didn't take photos of Xianxia's face. Shen Wanrong watched as Tang Xuelu calmly took photos of the two of them. His old face was boiling hot, and it was so red that it was almost dripping blood. After taking a few photos, Tang Xuelu put the camera aside and said, "Grandma Shen, please come over and help me." Upon hearing this, Shen Wanrong hurriedly went forward and helped Tang Xuelu put on Xianxia's top. Then, they took off her trousers, leaving only her underwear, and tied her hair up to cover her face. The clothes that Xianxia was wearing were not her own, but Tang Xuelu's. Although Xianxia was almost 50 years old, she was very slim. When she put on Tang Xuelu's clothes, she looked like a young woman in her 20s from the back. After putting on the clothes, she moved the two of them to change the scene. Then, Tang Xuelu picked up the camera again and took photos. This time, she focused on taking photos of Xianxia's face and deliberately avoided Xianxia's face. Since there was no evidence of them having an affair more than 20 years ago, she would create some evidence for them. She took 2 sets of photos. One set was of Xianxia wearing a singlet and sleeping with a man whose face could not be seen. The other set was of Xianxia wearing only his underwear and sleeping with a young woman whose face could not be seen. After taking the photos, Tang Xuelu asked Wei Ran to come in. Together, they dragged the two of them to the ground and poured a bucket of water on them. When the cold well water splashed on their faces, Xianxia and Xianxia, who had been knocked unconscious, woke up. Xianxia blinked and opened her eyes. She felt pain all over her body. For a moment, she did not realize where she was. A gust of cold air rushed up from her legs, and she shivered. The next moment, she screamed. Her trousers were gone. Although she was still wearing her underwear, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide. Xianxia cursed, "What the hell are you screaming for?" After Xianxia had been knocked unconscious, Wei Zhuzhu, Xiao Mianmian, and Wei Ran had punched and kicked him. At this moment, he felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart. Tang Xuelu said coldly, "Since you're both awake, you'd better remember what I'm going to say next." After speaking, she picked up the camera beside her and walked in front of the two of them. "When you were unconscious, I took a lot of photos of you. In order to make it more realistic, I even asked you to dress up as a young woman. Once these photos are developed, anyone with eyes will think that the two of you are having an affair." Xianxia and Xianxia's eyes widened. They both remembered that they had been knocked unconscious just now. Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. "Tang Xuelu, destroy the film right now." Tang Xuelu smirked. "What nonsense are you talking about? What right do you have to make me destroy the film and hand it in? From today onwards, the two of you are not allowed to appear in front of the Wen family and Wenrugi. Otherwise, I will release the photos of the two of you having an affair." Tang Xuelu had already thought of a way to make the two of them pay the price without dirtying her hands or breaking the law. However, it would take some time. Before that plan came to fruition, she had to ensure that the two of them would not come to the Wen family's house from time to time, let alone run to Wenrugi. These 2 sets of photos were the best way to control them. Xianxia's face turned red and white. "I didn't have an affair. You're framing me. What you're doing is illegal." Tang Xuelu laughed. "You didn't have an affair? You had an affair more than 20 years ago. The child you miscarried back then was probably the child of you and your adulterer, right?" Tang Xuelu had thought about the incident where Wenrugi bumped into Xianxia when they were young and caused her to miscarry for a long time. If it were an ordinary person, they might not be able to do such a strange and vicious thing. However, Xianxia was capable of it. Not only was she ruthless to her biological son, Wenrugi, but she was also ruthless to herself. She abandoned her 6-month-old child just like that. With the medical standards of this era, if she was not careful, both the child and herself would die at any time. This woman was indeed ruthless. Qing Shouyun's face turned pale. What nonsense are you talking about? That child was Ruguay's father's. If Ruguay had not bumped into me back then, how could the child have died? Even I almost lost my life back then. Shen Wanrong and Wei Ran, who were standing at the side, were shocked when they heard the conversation between the two of them. They did not expect that there was such an inside story behind Wen Rugi's parents' divorce. No wonder they had not contacted each other for more than 20 years. Tong Xuelu said, I don't intend to argue with you about what happened back then. You just have to remember what I said just now. Don't appear in front of us in the future. Otherwise, I will destroy your reputation and make you live worse than a street rat. Shi Xiaoning gritted his teeth and glared at Tong Xuelu. Suddenly, he stood up and wanted to pounce on Tong Xuelu. However, Tong Xuelu was already on guard against him. He raised his leg and kicked Shi Xiaoning's groin. Ow wow, Shi Xiaoning's face instantly turned red. Soon, it turned as white as a sheet of paper. His eyes were wide open as he bent down and covered a certain part of his body while screaming in pain. Xiaoning, are you okay? Qing Shouyun did not care about herself. She quickly flew over and hugged Shi Xiaoning. Shi Xiaoning was in so much pain that he could not speak. Tong Xuelu kicked the clothes on the floor over and said, Put on your clothes and get out of here quickly. If you don't leave in 1 minute, I will beat you up again. Qing Shouyun, Shi Xiaoning, the two of them glared at Tong Xuelu. Their eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. They wanted nothing more than to pounce on her and smash her into pieces. However, the two of them could only rage helplessly. They did not dare to hit her or even scold her. They could only put on their clothes and help each other out of the Shao residence. Shen Wanrong looked at the backs of the two of them and said worriedly, Zolv, will they go back and report this to the police? Tong Xuelu shook his head. Grandma Shen, don't worry. They won't dare. If she did not have these 2 sets of photos, they might have gone to the police to make a false accusation. However, they definitely did not dare to go now. However, without the photos, it was not their turn to report this to the police. Shen Wanrong sighed and said, I used to wonder why the Wen family did not mention Ruguay's mother. I really did not expect her to be such a person. Tong Xuelu sneered in his heart. There are many more things that you can't imagine. Oh right, please don't tell anyone about what happened today, Grandma Shen. Shen Wanrong patted his hand. Don't tell me you don't trust me? Tong Xuelu quickly flattered him. Grandma Shen is the most reliable person. Of course I don't have to worry about you. At this moment, only the two of them were left in the room. Wei Ran saw Qing Shouyun wearing only underwear just now. His face was so red that it almost dripped blood. When Qing Shouyun and Tong Xuelu left, he immediately ran away. However, the 2 sets of photos were really nothing in the future. Qing Shouyun and Shi Xiaoning were both wearing more clothes than the bikinis on the beach later. However, in this era, it was enough to scare them, at least for a while. Qing Shouyun and Shi Xiaoning came out of the Shao family. Their bodies were in so much pain that they almost fell apart, and their hearts were burning with anger. Shi Xiaoning suddenly pushed Qing Shouyun away. If you don't want to go, I'll go by myself. I'm going to the police station to call the police and arrest that little bitch. Damn it, he had never suffered such humiliation in his life. He could not take it lying down no matter what. Qing Shouyun was pushed until she hit the wall behind her. Her back rubbed against the wall as she was in so much pain that she could not help but lose her temper. You want to die, right? Then go, I won't stop you. If you get arrested later, I'll take it that you're dead. Shi Xiaoning stopped in his tracks and turned back to glare at her. Second sister-in-law is right. Why did I fall for you back then? You're a jinx. If it weren't for you, our Shi family would not have become like this. When they got married, they were only together for the thrill of it. They did not want to divorce and be together. It was only after when Rugi's father found out about their affair that they were forced to divorce and be together. Qing Shouyun did not expect him to say such words. She felt as if thousands of arrows had pierced her heart. Shi Xiaoning, does your conscience not hurt when you say this? If you hadn't seduced me back then, how could I have betrayed my own husband and abused my own son? How dare you blame me now? The reason why she had abused Wenwurgi back then was not because he had caused her to miscarry. It was because he had seen her and Xianxia having an affair. In order to intimidate him, she had thought of all kinds of ways to torture him. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. Another reason was that Xianxia had been at odds with Wenwurgi's father since they were young. They did not have a good relationship. Later, when they had hooked up, Xianxia had encouraged her to abuse Wenwurgi from time to time. She did not have any feelings for Wenwurgi. In order to please him, she had done what he wanted. However, she could not tolerate him pushing all the blame onto her. If it were not for him, how could she and the Qing family have become like this? Xianxia met her fiery eyes and turned his head away guiltily. I can't just let that little B*tch go like this. Qing Xiuyun walked over and stroked his arm. Go Jian, let's bear with it. Now that the country's policies are becoming more and more open, as long as we make money, we will be able to deal with the Wen family and that little B*tch. Money made the world go round. Their top priority was to make money. Xianxia frowned. Then where will the capital for business come from? Qing Xiuyun thought for a moment and said, let's sell the house. Let's go all out. I am very confident that as long as we are willing to risk it, we will not lose money. Xianxia had enough of these cowardly days. He gritted his teeth and said, then let's sell the house. Let's go all out. Thus, the two reconciled and went to the hospital to get their wounds treated. They decided not to look for the Wen family for the time being. There would be plenty of time in the future. When they made a comeback, it would be the end of the Wen family. When Old Master Wen and Uncle Zong returned, Tong Xuelu briefly told them what had happened in the morning. Old Master Wen was so angry that he wanted to kill Qing Xiuyun and Xianxia. In the end, he was persuaded by Tong Xuelu. When Commander Xiao returned at night, he was also so angry that he smashed a bowl. Tong Xuelu was afraid that they would use their connections to deal with the two of them. Thus, he told them his plan, which temporarily calmed the two old men down. Time flew. When the high school students were preparing for the college entrance examination, Tong Xuelu and the rest welcomed their graduation. Facing the impending separation, the students were full of reluctance. Everyone reluctantly said their goodbyes and left their contact information, saying that they must keep in touch in the future. In this era, graduation was different from the past. There were no graduation uniforms to wear. However, graduation was still a ceremony. Everyone wore their best clothes and took photos as souvenirs under the school's arrangement. As no one invited their families to attend the graduation ceremony, Tong Xuelu did not invite them. Instead, he went to have a farewell dinner with everyone. It was rare for them to indulge. Some of the male students got drunk on the day of the farewell dinner. The female students held hands and many of them had tears in their eyes. Tong Xuelu joined the class halfway. She had only spent 2 years with the other students in the class, although she had spent 4 years with them. Because they were not in the same dormitory, she felt that there was a gap between them. However, in order to not be too abrupt, she showed her superb acting skills and cried more than the others. She was even more reluctant to part with them. Instantly, everyone felt that she was a very sentimental person. Parting was just a small episode in life. Everyone was more concerned about the allocation of jobs. Just as everyone was worried that they would not be assigned to a good unit, Tong Xuelu took the initiative to tell the department head that he would give up on the allocation and plan to start a business. Everyone was shocked to hear the news. At this moment, Tong Xuelu was called to the department head's office. The department head looked at her and felt that his head was about to explode. Student Tong, can you tell me why you want to give up on the allocation? Tong Xuelu was a very outstanding student. Her grades, personality, and family background were all outstanding. At first, they wanted to nurture such a student into an outstanding diplomat. However, she said that she was not interested and quickly skipped a grade. The reason was that she wanted to get married as soon as possible. This made the department head and the teachers feel extremely frustrated. They did not expect her to cause trouble again. The school had not assigned her a job yet, but she actually gave it up on her own accord. The department head was very tired. Tong Xuelu said, "Sir, I plan to start a business. Before this, I already bought a shop. It will be open soon." The department head was speechless. Although scholars, farmers, businessmen were not involved in feudalism, how could doing business be more stable than working in a unit? The department head and the teachers in the office tried to persuade Tong Xuelu to break down this principle to her. They were afraid that she would go down the wrong path because she was young and impetuous. However, Tong Xuelu was too stubborn. Once she made up her mind, even 10 cows could not pull her back. The department head and the teachers were all very tired. One of the teachers did not agree with Tong Xuelu's behavior. "Student, if you want to do business, why did you come to university in the first place? Aren't you wasting the country's resources?" Tong Xuelu turned around and looked at the teacher. "Teacher, I think your words are biased. Going to university is to better serve the people. Going to work is to serve the people. Isn't doing business also serving the people? Now that the country's policies are encouraging reform and opening up, and Shenzhen has even established a special economic zone, all of this shows that the country is determined to vigorously develop the economy. What's wrong with following the country's policies?" The teacher choked for a moment and was suddenly speechless. In fact, she still did not agree with Tong Xuelu doing business, but she did not dare to refute. Otherwise, she would be saying that economic development was a wrong thing to do. Tong Xuelu actually understood the thoughts of the department head and the teachers. Not to mention the people of this era, even in the hearts of many elders in the future, they still felt that working in a government unit or a civil servant was more important than all other jobs. As long as one could work in a government unit, even if it was only a salary of 2,000 yuan, it would be more glorious than being a salesperson and earning 20,000 yuan outside. However, she did not intend to continue explaining. It was still the same sentence. There was no distinction between high and low jobs. One could shine in any position. Before graduation, Tong Xuelu had a farewell dinner with her roommates. Jiang Baihui had the best relationship with her and was also the one who was the most reluctant to let her go. "Zolv, I can't bear to part with you. In the future, when I go to your house to look for you, you must not pretend that you don't know me." Tong Xuelu teased her. "I'm just afraid that you won't have time to look for me in the future. After all, you will soon be chasing your husband thousands of miles away to Germany." Jiang Baihui and Liang Tianyi were engaged and were preparing to get married before Liang Tianyi went abroad. Jiang Baihui would apply to work in Germany after a year. At that time, the two of them would be in the same country and would not be separated. When Jiang Baihui heard her teasing him, he blushed and glared at her. After the farewell dinner with her roommates, Tong Xuelu officially graduated from university. After graduation, Tong Xuelu spent more time on the shop and preparing for the wedding. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. When the maple leaves in Beijing turned red and the ginkgo trees turned yellow, Tong Xuelu and Wenrugi's wedding arrived under everyone's expectations. Zhou Yan winked and asked, "You're going to be the groom tomorrow. Rugue, are you nervous?" Wenrugi pursed his lips. Yes. He had been suffering from insomnia since a month ago. However, when he thought about getting married to her tomorrow, his heart beat so fast that he could barely control it. Huang Qimin suddenly sighed. "Zhou Yan, I'm not worried about anything else. I'm just worried that when Rugue has a child, what will you do if you still don't have one?" Zhou Yan, who was caught off guard, was speechless. Where did this crow's beak come from, bah? Zhou Yan was so angry that his face darkened. "Huang Guden, can you stop cursing me?" Besides, he had pointed out that he was impotent. Did he think that he didn't want to lose face? "Aren't I just concerned about you? It's not that I want to provoke you, but my wife was found pregnant yesterday. I'm going to be a father again." When Huang Qimin said this, his smile almost reached his ears. It didn't look like he didn't want to provoke him at all. Zhou Yan, even when Rugi couldn't help but sympathize with Zhou Yan. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Work hard." Zhou Yan, it was a coincidence. In Beijing, there was another fellow sufferer like Zhou Yan. This person was Xiao Qingping. Xiao Qingping had been single since he missed the opportunity to become a full-time employee 2 years ago. As Tong Xuelu's friend, he was going to attend the wedding tomorrow. Of course, the reason he was going was to see Fang Jingyuan. At first, when Fang Jingyuan was admitted to the directing major, no one around her was optimistic about her. This was because, in the eyes of the world, a director not only needed to have talent, but also a steady and patient personality. In order to film a satisfying scene for a few days or even a few months, Fang Jingyuan was impatient. Everyone thought that she would not be able to persist for half a year before changing her major. Who knew that not only did she persist, but she also made achievements in this major. Her thinking was very creative, and her perspective was novel and interesting. Last year, one of her works was recognized by a well-known director. Now, she was an apprentice and assistant of that director. She was often so busy that she didn't even have time to rest. Xiao Qingping hadn't seen her home for more than a month. Tomorrow was Tong Xuelu's wedding. He wanted to take the opportunity to confess to her for the 15th time. Mother Xiao watched him walk back and forth in front of the mirror. She frowned and said, "It's been more than 2 years, and you still haven't settled down with that girl. I think you should go for a blind date soon. Don't hang yourself on a tree." Xiao Qingping turned around and looked at her seriously. "Mom, don't try to persuade me. This time, I won't listen to you no matter what." Xiao Mu's mother met his gaze and was startled for a moment. In the end, she sighed and said, "All right, I don't care about you anymore. Even if you want to be a bachelor for the rest of your life, I won't care about you." Mrs. Xiao regretted it. If she hadn't stopped him from dating Tong Xuelu, she might have had a grandson by now. According to custom, the bride and groom were not allowed to meet the day before the wedding. However, Tong Xuelu and Wenrugi did not have such concerns because they had 7 days of wedding leave. Wenrugi was still at the base. The room was filled with wedding items. From the big ones to the small ones like scissors and nail clippers, expensive ones like a color TV, and cheap ones like a new pillow, scarves, and socks. Commander Xiao was an uncouth man who had never married in his life, but he could prepare such a perfect dowry. Tong Zolv couldn't help being moved by him. However, there was no smile on Commander Zhao's face. "If that brat dares to bully you in the future, just tell me. I will beat him up for you." No one was closer to their family than Tong Xuelu. She was married from her own family to the family next door. Moreover, there was a door between the two families. For Tong Xuelu, it was just a change of place to sleep. However, Commander Xiao was still upset that his beautiful granddaughter was going to marry someone else. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, "I know, Grandpa. If Rugui dares to bully me, I will definitely tell you." Commander Xiao nodded with satisfaction. "That's right. Don't believe the bullshit saying that a married daughter is like spilled water. You will always be a child of the Xiao family. And you two brothers, even if I'm not here in the future, you have to support your sister and sister. Do you understand?" Xiao Jiaming and Tong Jessen replied in unison, "Yes, Grandpa." The two brothers were reluctant to let their sister get married. However, they were boys and were too embarrassed to cry in front of others. Xiao Mianmian did not have this concern. She hugged her sister tightly and said, "Sister, I don't want you to get married." Tong Xuelu rubbed her head and said, "You can't bear to let your sister marry into the family next door. What will you do if she marries into another province or abroad?" Xiao Mianmian tilted her head and thought for a moment. Her big eyes blinked and she said, "Then I will marry into the family with my sister and be her burden." Ha ha ha. Tong Xuelu could not help but laugh. Who would say that they are a burden? Xiao Mianmian stuck out the tip of her tongue and looked shy. Tong Xuelu looked at her face, which was becoming more and more delicate as she grew up. He thought about how no one had protected her in her previous life. She must have suffered a lot and suffered a lot. Fortunately, everything was different in this life. She and the Xiao family had the ability to protect her. Tong Xuelu packed his things and sent some of his daily necessities to the Wen family. Seeing Tong Xuelu coming over, old Mr. Wen hurriedly said, "Zolv, although Rugui will only be back at night, don't worry. Grandpa has prepared everything. I won't embarrass you." At this moment, old Mr. Wen's face was glowing and he was in high spirits. No wonder Commander Xiao rolled his eyes every time he saw him. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, "I'm not worried. Rugui's room is not locked, right?" I'll put some of my necessities in there. Old Mr. Wen smiled even more happily when he heard this. It's not locked, it's not locked. I'll get little Zong to make you a set of the house keys later. Tong Xuelu agreed and took the things to Wenrugi's room. Wenrugi's room was in the east wing of the house and it was the largest among all the rooms. Unlike usual, the room had been decorated to look like a bridal chamber. There was a red blanket, a red pillow, and a pink mosquito net. Everything was red, and it looked very festive. Tong Xuelu placed the things in the cupboard and walked to the study table. He took out a small key from his pocket and opened the drawer of the study table. Inside the drawer was a black leather diary, lying there quietly. Wenrugi had sent the key back 2 days ago, saying that his diary was in the study table. Tong Xuelu picked up the diary and sat by the bed. He caressed the cover of the diary and gently flipped it open. Zhou Yan said that if he could use true virtue to please his girlfriend, she would definitely be very happy. At that time, I thought of her face, so I asked the director for true virtue as my reward. I intercepted Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan was very angry, but she was very happy. Everything was worth it. Tong Xuelu was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Wenrugi to do such an unkind thing. It turned out that the true virtue he had given her was supposed to be Zhou Yan's. Poor Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan asked Qimin for advice on how to please his girlfriend. Qimin taught him to praise his girlfriend's face as big as a basin. I was listening at the side and came back to record it silently. However, when I saw her face on the day of the holiday, my heart started to beat faster. I thought that her face was so small that it was smaller than my palm, so I blurted it out. I was worried that I had said something wrong, but she was very happy. When I returned to the base, I found out that Zhou Yan had praised his girlfriend's face as big as a basin. Ha ha ha, Tong Xuelu laughed until she collapsed on the bed. She laughed so hard that tears almost came out of her eyes. She didn't expect that there would be so many interesting things between the three of them at the base. She was dying of laughter. She rubbed her mouth, which was sore from laughing, and continued reading. August 11, 1976. That was the day I met her for the first time. She likes to eat pork ribs. She wants to learn how to cook pork ribs. If she wears new clothes, you have to praise her for her beauty. The entire diary was densely packed with records of how they got to know each other and how they fell in love with each other. It was filled with bits and pieces about her. Tong Xuelu hugged the diary. She felt a surge of warmth in her heart. In her previous life, there were countless people who pursued her, but none of them cared about her as much as Wenrugi did. He might be too shy, he might not be romantic enough, but he was definitely the person who loved her the most in this world. She was so lucky to have someone who truly loved her. At this moment, she really wanted to see Wenrugi. She wanted to hug him and kiss him. August 11th was an auspicious day, suitable for marriage. It was a good day for the Wen and Xiao families to tie the knot. The Wen and Xiao families were decorated with lanterns and streamers. New auspicious couplets were hung at the door. Big red balloons were tied to the trees in the courtyard. It was a joyous occasion. At this moment, Tong Xuelu was sitting in her boudoir. She was wearing a bright red bridal gown and her makeup was done by herself. Fang Jingyuan's eyes lit up as she looked at her. Shui LV, you're really beautiful. You're even more beautiful than those actors and singers I've seen. If you were to become an actress, you'd definitely be famous all over the country. Tong Xuelu laughed shamelessly. Of course. I am the most beautiful person in the world. Fang Jingyuan rolled his eyes. Yes, yes. You are not only the most beautiful person in the world, but you are also the most shameless person in the world. Everyone in the room laughed when they heard this. Jiang Baihui said enviously, Zolv, on my wedding day, can you help me with my makeup? Your makeup is not exaggerated at all. In fact, it looks really good. Everyone in the room nodded. Xiaxia said, Shui LV's bridal makeup is the best I've ever seen. The bridal makeup I usually see is either a face that's as white as a sheet of dust, or a mouth that's as big as a bloody basin. It's better not to wear makeup. Tian Fingji, that's right. When I got married, I put 2 red eggs on my face. Later, my husband said that my face was as red as a monkey's but on my wedding day. When he saw me, he was so scared that he almost had a heart attack. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh again. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, "No problem. I will go over and help you with your makeup." Jiang Baihui hugged her arm and said gratefully, "Zolv, you are so kind. I really don't want to go to Germany." Liang Tani was going abroad next month. Their wedding was set for the end of this month. When she graduated next year, she would go to Germany to work. However, when she thought about leaving home, she felt very uneasy. Tong Xuelu patted the back of her hand and said, "It is good to go abroad and see more. People should see more while they are still young. Otherwise, they will not be able to walk when they are old." Liang Tani was a talent supported by the country. He was an excellent stock with great potential. As long as he didn't court death, his future would be bright. Jiang Danhong looked at the group of young girls talking and laughing. She sat in the corner and didn't say anything. However, her face was full of happiness. She and manager Deng got married last year. The two of them discussed not having children and focused on raising their daughter, Deng Jia. The family of three was very happy. Fang Jingyuan looked at everyone and suddenly realized a terrible thing. 2 years had passed, and she was still single. However, before she could feel sad, a series of firecrackers came from outside. Xiao Mianmian ran in wearing a red dress with 2 small buns on her head and said, "Sister, Grandpa Wen said that the auspicious time has arrived." Brother-in-law went out to pick up the bride. The little girl's big eyes were blinking. Her eyelashes were long and black, like 2 small brushes. She was very beautiful. Hearing her words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Fang Jingyuan pinched her white and tender face and said, "Mianmian, your sister hasn't married into the family yet. You can't call him brother-in-law so soon." Xiao Mianmian tilted her head and looked shocked. "Then what should I do? I've been calling him brother-in-law since 2 years ago." Everyone laughed even harder and asked her why she changed her tune 2 years ago. Xiao Mianmian twisted her small body and said with a red face, "Brother-in-law gave me a lot of New Year's money." "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter." Fang Jingyuan was laughing so hard that her stomach hurt. "So you've been bought over by money, you little rascal." Xiao Mianmian said, "Third brother has also been bought over by money." Tong Jessen, who was at the door, was speechless. Jiang Baihui said, "I don't think we can blame the Mianmian. We can only blame Comrade Wen for being so sneaky. He actually knew how to use New Year's money to buy people so early." Yes, yes, Tong Xuelu looked at the people in the room who were laughing and the corners of his mouth curled up. When Rugi did not come to pick up the bride directly. Instead, he got into the car and prepared to go out for half a round before coming back. Because the two families lived too close to each other, it would be too embarrassing to pick up the bride directly. Therefore, after a discussion, old Mr. Wen and Commander Xiao decided to let Wen Rugi and his brothers drive the car around for half a round before coming back. In other words, on such a festive day, they had to show off. The Wen and Xiao families used their connections and borrowed 8 cars. At this moment, the 8 car set off to show off with a big red flower on the front. As expected, the pedestrians on the road saw the cars lined up in a row and stopped to pay attention. What's going on? Why are there so many cars together? It looks like they're going to celebrate a happy occasion. Are they going to pick up the bride? You make it sound like it. I wonder which family is so generous? The passers-by discussed fervently. Fortunately, the atmosphere in the past 2 years was different from before. If it had been 10 years ago, the Wen and Xiao families would definitely not have dared to do this. The cars passed through the military compound and the children cheered when they heard the noise. Some children even ran after the cars. When they passed by the compound, Mrs. Tong was about to go to work when she suddenly heard someone talking. The Wen family is so prestigious. They actually used 8 cars to pick up the bride. The Wen family? Is it the Wen family that used to be the commander of the Air Force? Yes, it's the Wen family. They married the granddaughter of the commander of the army in the capital city. The two families are well matched in social status. I'm so envious. Is Commander Zhao's granddaughter the one who got first place in the college entrance examination? That's her. Not only is she smart, but she's also a good cook. She used to be the manager of Dongfeng restaurant. After she left, I couldn't eat the food in Dongfeng restaurant anymore. So it's her. Mrs. Tong listened to the conversation and stared at the cars driving slowly in front of her. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed so hard that she almost couldn't breathe. If she hadn't said those words back then, if she had apologized in time, would she not have lost her daughter, Tong Shuilv? In the past 2 years, Tong Shuilu had completely cut off contact with the Tong family. The better Tong Shuilu lived, the more she regretted it. However, there was no medicine for regret in the world. It was useless for her to regret. The cars took a detour before arriving at the Xiao family's gate. When Rugi walked out of the car in a military uniform. His broad shoulders and narrow waist gave him a sense of abstinence in the military uniform. He was so handsome that the girls on the side of the road blushed and didn't dare to look at him directly. The group of people came to the gate and banged on the door. Open the door. It's time to pick up the bride. Open the door quickly. Tong Jiasen's excited voice came from inside. My grandfather said that I can't let you in easily. Zhou Yan said, brother-in-law, the auspicious hour is almost over. Open the door quickly. Otherwise, it will be bad luck. Tong Jiasen was stunned. He turned to look at his second brother. Xiao Jiaming shook his head at him. He immediately shouted, don't lie to me. I won't open the door if you don't give me something in return. The people outside laughed when they heard this. Zhou Yan threw candies inside and said, take it, take it. Here are some candies. Open the door quickly. Tong Jiasen picked up the candies and said, no way. You want to marry a wife with just a few candies? It's not that cheap in the world. Zhou Yan laughed and scolded him, you little brat. Then, he stuffed the change he had prepared into the door. However, the door still wouldn't open even after a few rounds. Seeing that the auspicious hour was about to pass, when Rugi walked to the door and said, Jiasen, if you open the door, I'll give you double the amount of red packet money during the new year. Xiao Jiaming frowned when he heard this. However, before he could stop him, Tong Jiasen ran over like a monkey and opened the door with a creak. Xiao Jiaming was speechless. What a useless fellow. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let him guard the door. Tong Jiasen didn't know what his second brother was thinking. He grinned and called out to Wenrugi, brother-in-law. The people outside looked at Wenrugi's foolish brother-in-law and couldn't help but laugh until their stomachs hurt. Wenrugi pursed his lips and said in a low voice, lead me in. Tong Jiasen nodded vigorously and ran to the hall. Seeing him come in so quickly, Commander Zhao's eyes almost popped out. He wanted to slap him when he saw his foolish grandson. Wenrugi shouted to Commander Xiao, Grandpa, I'm here to pick up Zulv. Commander Xiao snorted. How can it be so easy? Wenrugi asked, Grandpa, what else can I do for you? Commander Xiao said, do 50 push-ups first. I want to see if your body is good enough. If you are weak, I won't be able to trust you with my granddaughter. As an elder, he shouldn't be the one to make things difficult for the groom. However, his 2 grandsons were not good enough, so he had to do it himself. Wenrugi was speechless. Wenrugi knew that Commander Xiao was deliberately making things difficult for him. However, he had to do it for his wife. He handed the bouquet in his hand to Zhou Yan, bent down, and began to do push-ups. Everyone was stunned when they heard Commander Zhao's request. However, when they saw Wenrugi doing push-ups obediently, they couldn't help but cheer. Rugue, work hard. Whether you can do it or not depends on this moment. Ha ha ha, I bet that Rugue can do it. Huang Qimin said, then I don't think I can do it. Push-ups are very tiring. Zhou Yan said, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3. Would he do anything for his brother? That was impossible. At this moment, of course, they had to make fun of him and drag him down, when Rugi was speechless. Fang Jingyuan leaned against the door and looked outside. After a while, he ran back and reported, the groom is doing push-ups outside. Commander Xiao asked him to do 50 push-ups. Poor Comrade Wen. Commander Xiao asked him to do it. How can he refuse? Fang Jingyuan said, he is indeed pitiful. Not only did Commander Xiao make things difficult for him, but his brothers also kept counting. Hearing this, everyone in the room laughed heartily. It was the first time that they had seen such a lively wedding. It was so interesting. Jiang Baihui was thinking that she would do the same when she got married. When Rugi did more than 60 push-ups in one go. Even though he usually exercised, he was still exhausted. After he finished, his face turned pale. He gasped and said, "Grandpa, can I go and pick up Zulf now?" Commander Xiao knew when to stop. "Go ahead." When Rugi's eyes lit up, he turned around and strode to the boudoir. Tong Xuelu was sitting on the bed in a red bridal gown. When Rugi looked past everyone and fell on her, his heart was beating like thunder. She had willowy eyebrows and a beautiful face. She was more beautiful than flowers. This was his bride, the person he would spend the rest of his life with. "Zulf, I'm here to pick you up." Tong Xuelu looked up at him and smiled. "Hug me." When Rugi bent down and picked her up in his arms. Seeing this, the group of brothers outside cheered and some even whistled. Rugue can still carry the bride after doing more than 60 push-ups. Looks like he's very capable. Commander Xiao should be relieved to let Rugue take care of his granddaughter now, right? Rugue usually looks so gentle. I didn't expect him to be so strong. The group of sisters in the room also exclaimed. When Rugi had become the director of the Institute of Mechanics at such a young age. Not only did he have a bright future, but he was also very handsome. It was rare that he obeyed Tong Xuelu. Different people had different lives. Tong Xuelu was so lucky. The men envied Wenrugi for marrying a wife who was capable in the hall and the kitchen. She was also a top student. It was a man's dream to marry such a wife. The two of them were handsome and beautiful. For a moment, they didn't know whether to envy Wenrugi or Tong Xuelu. Wenrugi carried Tong Xuelu out of the boudoir. The bright light shone on her face. She had applied light powder on her face and lipstick on her lips, which made her look even more beautiful and charming. Tong Zulf noticed that his Adam's apple moved, and her fingertips lightly hooked on his chest. It seemed unintentional, but it also seemed intentional. The red mole under her almond-shaped eyes was incomparably bright, and she looked like a little fox that could capture one's soul. Thump, 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 when Rugi's heart beat wildly. He felt that it was going to jump out of his throat. It wasn't a long walk from the boudoir to the living room, but he felt that it was very far. He wished that it was already dark. When Commander Xiao saw Wenrugi carrying Tong Xuelu over, he felt as if his heart was soaked in sour water. Wenrugi put Tong Xuelu down. The two of them kowtowed to Commander Xiao and offered tea. "Grandpa, please have some tea." Commander Xiao took the tea from Tong Xuelu's hands and said in a choked voice, "Good child. You'll always be a part of the family. Come home and visit me more often." Everyone, Tong Xuelu is just marrying next door. There is no difference between marrying him and not marrying him. Commander Xiao, you don't have to be so sentimental, do you? Tong Xuelu smiled and agreed. After drinking his granddaughter's tea, Commander Xiao stared at Wenrugi for a long time without moving. Seeing him like this, Tong Xuelu couldn't help but think of the stories in which the mother-in-law deliberately made things difficult for the new daughter-in-law. She almost laughed out loud. The wedding officiator hurriedly came out to smooth things over. "Commander Xiao, the auspicious hour is almost over. Hurry up and drink this cup of tea from your grandson-in-law. I wish the two newlyweds a happy marriage and have a child soon." Although Commander Xiao was sad, he still hoped that his granddaughter would have a happy marriage. So he took the tea from Wenrugi, took a sip and said, "Treat Zulf well. If you dare to treat him badly, I will." The following words were not very auspicious, so he swallowed them back. Wenrugi nodded heavily. "Grandpa, don't worry. I will treat Zulf well. He is more important than my life." When the women outside the hall heard this, some were envious, some were moved, and some turned to glare at their husbands angrily. Tong Xuelu's heart was sweet as if he had drunk honey. Commander Xiao was satisfied with his answer. He handed over 2 thick red envelopes. "I will leave Zulf to you. You two will live a good life in the future." Wenrugi held Tong Xuelu's hand and nodded heavily again. "We will. Grandpa, don't worry." Xiao Jiaming, who had been very quiet, raised his head and looked at Wenrugi firmly. "Brother-in-law, I believe that you will treat my sister well, right?" Xiao Jiaming was 14 years old this year. He suddenly grew a lot taller since the beginning of the year. At this time, the young man stood upright like a bamboo. His tone and attitude made people unable to treat him as a child. When Rugi looked directly into his eyes. "Yes, I will take good care of your sister." The two of them seemed to have made a promise between two men. This scene was inexplicably touching. At this moment, Tong Jessen scratched his head and said, "Second brother, I told you that your voice has become like a duck. You didn't believe me. It's so unpleasant to hear." Xiao Jiaming's face turned red and he glared at him. He had touched a sore spot. Tong Jessen's neck shrank. He was so scared that he did not dare to speak again. Ha ha ha. Everyone roared with laughter. The touching atmosphere in the hall was instantly extinguished. Tong Zol's lips curled upwards. Xiao Jiaming's voice had been changing recently. His voice was very unpleasant to the ears. He was usually a man of few words. Recently, he had become more silent and steady. Only Tong Jessen, the silly boy, still looked like a hothead. Xiao Mianmian tugged at his sister's skirt. He looked up and said, "Brother-in-law, do you need a burden?" When Rugi pursed his lips. "You want to be a burden?" Xiao Mianmian nodded her little head. "I'm very obedient and pretty. I can even sing. A burden like me will not let you suffer." Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Zol's younger siblings are all silly babies. It's too funny. Mianmian, if your brother-in-law doesn't accept a burden like you, come home with Auntie. Auntie really needs a burden like you. Sister needs a burden too. Xiao Mianmian looked beautiful and spoke softly and sweetly. He was so cute that a lot of women fainted. Their motherly love instantly overflowed. When Rugi said, "Then you can go to brother-in-law's house tomorrow to be a burden." Xiao Mianmian's eyes lit up, but then she frowned again. "If I go there, Grandpa will definitely be sad. How about this? I'll stay at home on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday and go to brother-in-law's house on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday to be a burden." Ha ha ha. My stomach hurts from laughing. Xiao Mianmian's words made them laugh again. Before when Rugi could answer, Commander Xiao hurried over and grabbed her hand. "Don't make trouble. It won't be good if you delay your sister's auspicious time." He had already lost one granddaughter to the Wen family. Did they want to take a second granddaughter? Humph, in their dreams. Xiao Mianmian didn't know what an auspicious time was, but she knew that she shouldn't drag her sister down at this time. So she was very obedient and didn't insist on being a burden. Tong Xuelu and Wen Rugi walked out of the hall hand in hand and got into the wedding car. This time, the 8 cars set off again. They were going to go out and show off. But this time it was different. They came in from the west alley, but now they were going out from the east alley. The new car didn't take the same road. It meant that the two newlyweds had a happy marriage. After the wedding car drove away, firecrackers were immediately set off at the entrance of the Xiao family's house. The firecrackers crackled loudly, and it was very lively. Looking at the half-empty house, the 4 people of the Xiao family suddenly felt empty. Even Tong Jessen, who didn't feel much before, felt a little sad. He suddenly patted his second brother on the shoulder and said, "Second brother, grow up quickly." Xiao Jiaming was confused. Tong Jessen saw the confused look on his second brother's face, so he kindly explained, "Grow up quickly and then marry a wife. Then our family won't suffer a loss." After marrying one out, they could only balance out by marrying one back. Xiao Jiaming's ears turned red. "Why don't you grow up and marry a wife yourself?" Tong Jessen said proudly, 2 years ago, I made a wish to Buddha on my birthday. I want to be a bachelor for the rest of my life." Xiao Jiaming was speechless. 8 cars drove out of the alley and headed east. When they passed by Dongfeng Restaurant, Tong Xuelu looked out of the car window. It was morning, and Dongfeng Restaurant wasn't open yet. It looked very deserted. When the economic reforms were first proposed, it wasn't obvious. However, in the past 2 years, especially at the beginning of this year, there were many food stalls on the road. It was a blow to the state-run restaurants. However, many of the managers of the state-run restaurants didn't seem to take it seriously. They still felt that this was an iron rice bowl that could last them a lifetime. In the Dongfeng restaurant where she worked, Meng Qingqing and Wu Lizhu both failed the college entrance examination twice. However, they made different choices. Meng Qingqing became braver with every setback. She chose to continue taking the college entrance examination. Finally, she was admitted to a normal university in another province during the third college entrance examination. This time, she even received some local products from the Northwest for her wedding. Wu Lizhu quickly got married and had children. When she gave birth, her sister-in-law took over her job. After that, she became a housewife. Now, only Master Meng, Guo Weiping, and Guo Chunyu were left working in Dongfeng restaurant. Master Lei returned to Jin City last year. It was said that he didn't get along with the new manager. The few people in the restaurant gave her gifts, but they didn't come to the banquet because it wasn't easy to ask for leave. Just like at the wedding, the 8 cars attracted everyone's attention and discussion wherever they went. When they passed by the train station, Tong Xuelu suddenly saw 2 familiar figures in the crowd. However, when she looked closely, the 2 figures had already blended into the crowd and couldn't be seen anymore. Sensing her strangeness, Wenrugi held her hand tightly. "What are you looking at?" Tong Xuelu turned around and shook her head slightly. "Nothing. I thought I saw my former colleagues from the restaurant. I must have been mistaken." In fact, she didn't see her former colleagues. She suspected that the 2 figures were Qing Shouyun and Shi Shoning. Looking at the direction they were heading, they were probably going to take the train to the south. During this time, she had been keeping an eye on Qing Shouyun. They didn't seem to have any intention of giving up their business. They had even sold their house and were now renting a house. Wenrugi rubbed the back of her hand with his fingertips. "Did you eat something in the morning? Are you hungry?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "I ate. How about you?" Wenrugi paused for a moment and shook his head. "I didn't eat." "Why?" Before Wenrugi could answer, he heard Zhou Yan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, laugh. "Rugue must be too nervous to eat." Wenrugi, Zhou Yan turned around and his eyes fell on their hands. He winked and smiled. "You two are really interesting. Comrade Tong is so calm, but Rugue is so nervous that he can't eat or sleep. If I didn't know better, I would think that the bride is Rugue." Wenrugi, the driver, was Piao Jiani. When he heard this, he didn't give them any face and laughed out loud. Wenrugi looked at the 2 of them and said in a low voice, "It's the pot calling the kettle black. Zhou Yan, before your wedding, you were so nervous that you didn't go to the bathroom for 3 days. Later, you even went to the hospital. Have you forgotten?" Zhou Yan's mouth twitched. What a vicious mouth. Pfft, Tong Xuelu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhou Yan's face was as red as a pig's liver. Seeing Wenrugi's unceremonious retort, Piao Jiani gulped and said, "Zhou Yan, you're wrong. How dare you laugh at others when you're so useless?" Zhou Yan, who had been stabbed in the chest, was speechless. Piao Jiani thought that he could make up for it with this, but the next moment, he heard Wenrugi's poisonous tongue Rugue say, "Last time when you went to see my teacher, I heard that you were so nervous that you farted 3 times in a row. You don't seem to be very useful either." Piao Jiani, ha ha ha. Tong Xuelu laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. These people were really poisonous. When Zhou Yan heard that Piao Jiani was even more embarrassing than him, he suddenly felt less embarrassed and laughed out loud. The laughter spread all the way. Wenrugi looked at her smiling face and the corners of his mouth curled up. In order to make his wife happy, the most effective way was to stab his brother a few times. It seemed that he would have to stab him a few more times in the future. At the same time, at the train station, Shi Shoning's lips curled up as he looked at Qing Shouyun and mocked, "That wedding card just now was your son's, right? How dare you say that Rugue remembers you as his mother? Who knew that he couldn't be bothered to talk to you at all? He didn't even send you an invitation." Qing Shouyun frowned and looked at him. "No one will think that you're mute if you don't open your mouth." If this was the old Qing Shouyun, he would never have spoken to him in such a tone. Especially when they were having an affair. Her personality was as gentle as water. After marrying into the Shi family for more than 20 years, she was still a dignified and magnanimous daughter-in-law of the Shi family. However, since 2 years ago, they had been quarreling non-stop, and there was no love between husband and wife. Especially after they were beaten up by the Xiao family, Xianxia's temper became even more irritable. He often used her as a punching bag to vent his anger. At first, she could tolerate it, but recently, her temper had become more and more irritable. She didn't like anyone. Xianxia was indeed handsome when he was young, but now he was bald and his belly was bigger than a 5-month pregnant woman's. He had a rosacea nose, and it was disgusting to look at him. Plus, there was no love between them, so when she heard him mock her, she couldn't help but retort. Xianxia's eyes widened. "What did you say?" Xianxia didn't say anything else. He frowned and looked into the distance, as if he wanted to see when the train would arrive. When she left the Xiao family, she secretly wrote to Wenrugi. She wrote 3 letters in total, but all of them sank into the sea. There was no news at all. When they were young, no matter how much she hit Wenrugi, he would stick to her like a little tail. At first, she didn't dare to hit him. First, she was afraid that the neighbors would find out. Second, she was afraid that she would break him. However, bullying people seemed to be addictive, especially when it came to bullying a defenseless child. Sometimes, she would take little Wenrugi to unfamiliar places and leave him alone in the alley. Then, she would hide outside and watch him cry in fear. She thought it was very fun. That child didn't blame her no matter how she bullied him. She didn't expect him to be so heartless now that he had grown up. Xianxia stared at a young girl not far away. The girl blushed and finally ran away with her travel bag. He rubbed his chin and retracted his wretched gaze. He turned around and saw that Xianxia's face had many wrinkles. The smile in his eyes disappeared without a trace. The sound of the train whistle came from afar. He said, "Is your friend really doing well in Shin City? She didn't lie to you, right?" Xianxia came back to her senses and turned her head. "If she lied to us, we'll find our own way. Shin City is now a special economic zone. I heard that it's developing very quickly. I've already found out the location of the market. We'll go there first." They were preparing to start a clothing business. She had a friend who worked in Shin City's clothing wholesale market. She heard that she earned 10,000 yuan in less than half a year. The temptation of earning 10,000 yuan in half a year was too great. So, she had to go to Shin City no matter what. If it was really as good as what her friend said, she could import a batch of clothing and sell it in Beijing. She could earn a lot of money. It was many times better than working in the company. Back then, Xianxia was willing to divorce Xianxia not only because she was beautiful, but also because she was capable. Now that he saw that she had everything planned out, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. "I trust you." After that, he pinched her waist. Xianxia frowned and took 2 steps back. Xianxia's face darkened. The 8 cars circled around and returned to the Wen family. Firecrackers sounded in front of the Wen family's house again. It was very lively. "The car is here. The bride is here. What a beautiful bride. What a handsome groom. The 2 of them are really a match made in heaven." Everyone was talking about good luck. The Wen family's relatives helped to spread fruit candies to the onlookers so that everyone could share in the joy. The atmosphere was joyous. Tong Xuelu was led into the Wen family's house by Wenrugi's hand. She felt very strange. In the past, she thought that she would marry a rich second-generation heir and then live a life of intrigue and hypocrisy. She didn't expect that she would find true love after transmigrating to this era where there was a lack of food and clothing. True love. If someone had said this to her in the past, she would have thought it was funny. But now, she slightly raised her head and looked at Wenrugi. Her dazzling gaze shone on him. His ink-black hair seemed to be sprinkled with a layer of golden light, shining with golden light. Under the sunlight, his facial features were defined. His side profile was perfect and flawless. No matter how long she looked at his face, she couldn't get tired of it. As if sensing her gaze, Wenrugi lowered his head and looked at her. "What's wrong?" Tong Xuelu blinked at him and smiled. "Nothing. I just think that you're especially handsome today." Boom. Wenrugi's ears turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tong Xuelu's smile spread to her eyes. He was so innocent that he blushed after a compliment. She was suddenly looking forward to tonight's wedding night. When she walked through the threshold, when Rugi's deep voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "You're especially beautiful today. I like it very much." His warm breath brushed past her ear. It was soft and itchy, as if a feather had tickled it. Tang Xuelu couldn't help but shiver. Her ears turned red for the first time. When Rugi noticed her ears and suddenly wanted to reach out and pinch them. Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin followed behind them. They were fed a lot of dog food along the way and couldn't eat anymore. They were so full. When they entered the Wen family's living room, Tang Xuelu and Wen Rugi knelt down again and kowtowed to serve tea. Unlike Commander Xiao, who was sad, old Mr. Wen's mouth had not closed since this morning. "Good, good. The two of you have a good life in the future. Get up." Old Mr. Wen took the tea from the two and took a sip each. Then, he took out the red packets that he had prepared in advance and handed them over. The red packets were thick. One look and one could tell that old Mr. Wen was very happy and generous. They didn't hold the banquet at the hotel. The banquet was held in the courtyard of the Wen and Xiao families. The courtyard was big enough to accommodate all of them. Apart from the relatives and friends of the Wen and Xiao families, there were also old Mr. Wen and Commander Zhao's comrades. These people were not ordinary people. Just a title from them was enough to make one feel afraid. Director Zhuang and Wen Rugi's mentor, Jiao Bakan, were also there. After Jiao Bakan resigned from his position as the director of the Institute of Physical Education, he was promoted to the chairman of the Science Association. He also held the position of the director of the 5th Research Institute of the Ministry of National Defense and the deputy minister of the 7 Machines Department. In those 10 years, Jiao Bakan had made great contributions to the country's missile and aviation industry. The country had wanted him to take on more positions, but Jiao Bakan refused. He said that he was just a technician. His task was to develop more advanced missile weapons for the country. It was because of his noble character that everyone respected and admired him. Tang Xuelu's roommates looked at the big shots coming and going around. They were in awe and admiration. "I used to think that Qian Caixin's family was very powerful. Now, it seems that Zolv is too low-key." Xie Xiaoyan sighed. Lin Lanwan and Tian Fingji nodded vigorously. They had been roommates for 3 years, but they rarely heard Tang Xuelu mention her family's situation. They only knew that her grandfather was a commander when school started. However, she was very approachable and didn't show off at all. Gradually, they didn't take it seriously. They didn't expect her to be so low-key. With such a family background, she was not only one street ahead of Qian Caixin, but at least half a street ahead of them. However, in the next few months, Qian Caixin seemed to have been taught a lesson by her family. She behaved herself with her tail between her legs. Jiang Baihui, who was usually the most talkative and sociable, seemed to have her mouth sewn shut. She didn't say anything for a long time. Xie Xiaoyan nudged her with her elbow. "What's wrong with you?" Could it be that he was frightened by the big shots on the stage? Jiang Baihui came back to her senses and smiled awkwardly. "It's nothing. I'm thinking about my family. However, there are indeed many big shots today. Let's not talk nonsense later." Xie Xiaoyan smiled. "Don't worry. I'll definitely pretend to be the most dignified girl from a wealthy family. I won't show my teeth when I smile." The others laughed when they heard this. Jiang Baihui also laughed, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. She was the first one in the dormitory to come to Tang Xuelu's courtyard house. She was also the first one to know that her fiancé was a researcher. However, she never knew that the relatives of the Xiao family and the Wen family were all big shots. Compared to them, the Jiang family was really not presentable. Her parents also worked in the unit, but they were just ordinary officers. They had been trembling with fear for their whole lives. Compared to ordinary people, their family was not bad. However, compared to the Wen and Xiao families, they were very shabby. This kind of comparison and awareness made her feel a little uncomfortable. However, she quickly shook her head and got rid of this uncomfortable feeling. Choi Ruru glanced at her. The corners of her mouth curled up. No one knew what she was thinking. There were many guests at the wedding. After the banquet started, Tong Xuelu and Wenrugi began to toast everyone. The relatives and friends of the Wen family all praised Tong Xuelu as a beautiful bride. Wenrugi was blessed. They wished them to have a baby soon. The relatives of the Xiao family told Wenrugi to treat Tong Xuelu well. Tong Xuelu's cousins and Commander Xiao had a common enemy. Brother-in-law, today is your big day. We won't say anything unpleasant. However, Zulva's our sister. If you dare to bully her, we won't let you go. Wenrugi raised his glass and clinked glasses with them one by one. Don't worry, cousins. You won't have the chance. After saying that, he raised his head and drank it all. Tong Xuelu hurriedly advised, don't drink so much. Be careful not to get drunk. In fact, she knew that there wasn't wine in the glass. However, she had to put on a show. Otherwise, her cousins wouldn't let Wenrugi go. Someone heard Tong Xuelu's words and laughed. That's right. If he gets drunk, he won't be able to consummate his marriage tonight. Tong Xuelu pretended to lower her head shyly. Everyone saw that the bride was shy and laughed even louder. After a round of toasts, Wenrugi was drunk. Then, he was helped to the bridal chamber by his cousins. Tong Xuelu followed him and brought a basin of water in to wash his face. Zhou Yan walked out of the bridal chamber and said with suspicion, do you think Rugue is really drunk? His alcohol tolerance seems to be much better than before. Huang Qimin said, I think so. He reeks of alcohol. Zhou Yan said, then shall we do it again tonight? Huang Qimin laughed. Of course. After the two of them walked away, Tong Xuelu closed the door. As soon as she turned around, Wenrugi hugged her tightly. Wenrugi's eyes were moist and his voice was hoarser than usual. I finally married you. He had waited for this day for 3 years. The bright red mosquito net and quilt cover made Tong Xuelu's face even redder. She was like the first flower bud blooming on a branch in spring, delicate and tender. Wenrugi's Adam's apple bobbed a few times. He couldn't help but lean over and nibble on her lips, sucking gently. After a while, the two of them were panting. Tong Xuelu hooked her arms around his neck and the tip of her nose touched his. Do you still remember what you promised me? Wenrugi felt all the blood in his body rushing to his face. It was incomparably warm. What? Tong Xuelu put some distance between the two of them. She blinked her watery almond-shaped eyes and said, on the day you were promoted to director, didn't you say that you could let me do whatever I wanted? Even if you had to beg for mercy under me. Do you still keep your word? Wenrugi was speechless. His face, neck, and ears turned red again. It was even more pink than Tong Xuelu's rouge. Tong Xuelu saw that he didn't say anything. She poked his sturdy chest with her index finger. Why? Are you going back on your word? Wenrugi's heart was beating like thunder. He reached out and grabbed her finger. His voice was low and hoarse. I won't go back on my word. It was noisy outside. The sound of laughter and chatter mixed together. The room was so quiet that it was as if they were the only two people in the world. The windows were closed and the lights in the room were not turned on. The light was dim, making the atmosphere somewhat charming and ambiguous. Tong Xuelu leaned over and kissed his Adam's apple. Okay, then tonight Wenrugi's nose was filled with her sweet scent. His heart was beating so fast that he almost couldn't control it. Just when he couldn't control himself and wanted to protect her, Xiao Mianmian's voice came from outside the room. Sister, brother-in-law, Grandpa asked you to go out. Wenrugi was speechless. He suddenly remembered that when he and Tong Xuelu had just confirmed their relationship, they wanted to kiss twice but were interrupted by the Mianmian. Tonight, he had to send the Mianmian, the king of destruction, away, because the guests hadn't left yet. They couldn't hide in the room all the time. Wenrugi was drunk and didn't wake up until the evening to attend the family dinner. At night, Wenrugi was forced to drink again. Old Mr. Wen wanted to help him out, but Commander Xiao refused to let him go so easily. Hence, he was forced to drink a glass of real white wine. Although Wenrugi's alcohol tolerance had improved in the past 2 years, it was only relatively speaking. After one glass, his face turned red. In the end, old Mr. Wen persuaded Commander Xiao to let Wenrugi go. Night fell. Wenrugi wanted to help Grandpa back to the room to rest, but he was chased away by old Mr. Wen. What day is it today? Why are you still here? Go back. Every minute of sex was worth 1,000 gold. What was the point of showing filial piety? Wenrugi looked into Grandpa's eyes and his ears turned red. Have a good rest, Grandpa. I'm going back. Old Mr. Wen waved his hand. Go ahead. Little Zong will take care of me. Don't worry. As it was a big day, old Mr. Wen drank a few more glasses and felt a little uncomfortable at night. Hence, Wenrugi was very worried about him. Uncle Zong said, Don't worry. I'll sleep in this room tonight. I'll look after Commander. Wenrugi heard this and turned to leave. When he returned to their wedding room, Tong Xuelu had already taken a shower and was lying on the bed in her pajamas. Marriage was so tiring. She felt like her whole body was falling apart. As soon as Wenrugi entered the room, his eyes fell on her fair and delicate feet. Her feet were like white jade, delicate and small. His heart began to beat wildly again. Wenrugi felt that he was too much of a hooligan. He almost couldn't control himself just now, but now he couldn't control himself after seeing her feet. Hooligan, how embarrassing. Tong Xuelu heard the door open and turned around. She supported her head with her hand and looked at him. You're back? How's Grandpa? Her collar was a little too big, revealing her fair skin and collarbone. She was extremely sexy. Wenrugi's Adam's apple bobbed. Uncle Zong is taking care of Grandpa. He asked me to come back. Tong Xuelu's lips curled up. Did Grandpa say that every minute of sex is worth 1,000 gold and asked you to come back quickly? Wenrugi. Yes. Then hurry up and take a shower. Wenrugi seemed to have heard the sound of nature. He quickly nodded. Okay. Then, he picked up his pajamas and turned to go to the bathroom. He was usually very mature. It was Tong Xuelu's first time seeing him so impatient. After he walked away, she couldn't help but laugh. Wenrugi had never taken a shower so quickly before. He came back in less than 3 minutes. He changed the lights in the room to a small lamp. The room was filled with warm orange light, and the atmosphere became much warmer. Their eyes met, and the temperature increased rapidly. The air was filled with an ambiguous factor. At this moment, a sudden cry came from the window. Rugue is too sneaky, isn't he? He actually arranged 2 dogs behind us. This clearly shows that he doesn't want us to eavesdrop. Woof, 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 Mooncake and Doya, the father and daughter, barked very dutifully. The way they bared their teeth made the group of people who wanted to eavesdrop not dare to come close. Let's go, let's go. We can't hear anything anyway. I'm going back to sleep. That's too sneaky. When the outside gradually returned to normal, Wenrugi stared at her and asked, Can I? Tong Xuelu hooked her arms around his neck and pressed her red lips against his. What do you think? Wenrugi had drunk alcohol that night, and the alcohol was still there. When her red lips touched his, he immediately turned into a wild Rugue. His warm lips sucked her, gentle and domineering. Their breathing gradually became heavy, and Wenrugi's hand moved down. His breath blew into her ear, and Tong Xuelu couldn't help but shiver again. She never knew that her ears were so sensitive. It was limp and numb, and she couldn't catch it even if she wanted to. Tong Xuelu felt a little drunk. Wenrugi's lips moved past her lips, her ears, and her neck. Finally, he gently bit her collarbone. It was the end of summer and early autumn, and the night was a little cold. However, Wenrugi's body temperature was frighteningly high, as if he could burn at any time. The temperature of his palm seemed to be scalding, and wherever it went, Tong Xuelu would burn. The temperature of her body was also ignited. Shiver. She hooked her arms around his neck, and the two of them kissed each other wildly. The orange light fell on his face. It was bright and dark, and it was extremely ambiguous. His long and dense eyelashes cast a small shadow under his eyelids, and his facial features were distinct. Under his rolling Adam's apple, his collarbone was very sexy, as if it was seducing people. Tong Xuelu leaned over and bit his collarbone. Wenrugi gasped softly, and he hugged her even tighter. Under the light, the two of them looked at each other. His ink-like eyes were deep and bottomless, and at this moment, they were filled with strong emotions. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and he looked very contradictory. However, it was this contrast that made people want to bully him even more. Tong Xuelu kissed his sexy Adam's apple and laughed softly. Chief Wen, this smile was very charming. She looked like a seductive little fox. This. Who? Is. Ah, it's their wedding night. Is a man still a man if he's not a rogue? Of course not. When Rugi's eyes darkened, and he kissed her lips again. Zolv, you're mine. His voice was extremely hoarse, and it was like the ambiguity of the night, completely burning. He wanted more. His actions were domineering and gentle, and at the same time, he was extremely patient. Even if his patience was at its limit, he still put her feelings first. However, Tong Xuelu had never thought that when Rugi's endurance would be so terrifying when he was wild. It was as if he wanted to make up for 28 years of absence in one go. In the end, her voice was hoarse. There was no energy in her body. This night. She was delirious. Tong Xuelu was tormented for a long time last night. She only remembered that when Rugi helped her clean up, but she couldn't remember what happened after that. She was too tired last night and seemed to have slept for a long time. She didn't realize where she was at that moment. She blinked her almond-shaped eyes and looked at the decorations in the room, completely forgetting that she was already married. Just then, the door was pushed open from the outside with a creak. When Rugi strode in with his long legs, she just realized that she was married. He was the one who exerted himself last night, but she was the one who was tired. It was so unfair. When Rugi met her gaze and his ears turned red. You're awake? Grandpa was worried that sleeping for too long was bad for your health, so he asked me to wake you up. Tong Xuelu glanced at his red ears and said lazily, what time is it now? According to the customs, a new daughter-in-law had to wake up on the first day to cook for her husband's family. However, before she married into the family, old Mr. Wen told her not to care about the customs and to sleep as long as she wanted. When Rugi closed the door and thought of last night's madness, blood rushed to his face. I'm sorry, I didn't control myself last night. Are you still in pain? Tong Xuelu looked at him. If I say that I'm in pain, are you going to control yourself and be a monk in the future? Actually, he was quite restrained last night and was very considerate of her feelings. Plus, he had a good rest, so she didn't feel too uncomfortable now. When Rugi was speechless. Could a monk who had broken his precepts still be able to control himself like before? Obviously, it was impossible. When Rugi sat on the edge of the bed and said with a red face, in the future, I'll be gentler. In the future. What he meant was that he didn't want to be a monk and wanted to eat meat. Tong Xuelu sat up and the blanket slid down with her movements. Other than the small singlet on her body, there were some red marks on her skin. She pointed at the red marks on her arm and said, you said that you would take care of me for the rest of my life. Look at you, you still refuse to be a monk in this state. A man's words can be trusted, but pigs can climb trees. I've seen through you. When Rugi, he looked at the fine red marks on her fair and slender arm and his eyes flashed with annoyance. I'm sorry, I didn't think that I would be so ignorant. Next time, I'll let you do whatever you want. Next time I'll let you do whatever you want. In short, he would rather be pinned down than give up on eating meat. Men, tsk. The curtains in the room were not drawn, and the light was dim and charming. Tong Xuelu hooked his arm around Wen Liang's neck and chuckled. Director Wen, there's something wrong with you. All you can think about is playing hooligan. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and her red lips were curled upwards. Her misty almond-shaped eyes looked straight at him, as if they could steal his soul. She was like a demon concubine in ancient times who seduced the king to not attend morning court. She was only wearing a small singlet. As the two of them hugged, their skin touched. When Rugi froze as if he had been electrocuted. I'm only like this to you. He couldn't even remember what other women looked like, let alone play hooligan with them. His hot breath gently blew on her neck, and Tong Xuelu's body trembled slightly. Then you have to remember what you said. I'm a clean freak. If you dare to play hooligan with others, then we'll divorce. Before she could finish her sentence, when Rugi bit her lips. Don't say such inauspicious things. That kind of situation would never happen. They would grow old together. His voice was low and hoarse, and his eyes were filled with determination. He only had eyes for her. Tong Xuelu responded to his kiss. The tip of his tongue pried open her teeth and went in, chasing after her. After a while, the two of them were panting. Tong Xuelu suddenly reacted. I haven't brushed my teeth. When Rugi kissed her again, showing that he didn't mind. The two of them lingered in the room for a while before going out. Uncle Zong had already prepared lunch, so there was no need for Tong Xuelu to cook. Old Mr. Wen and Uncle Zong saw that they took so long to come out, and their eyes twinkled with joy. However, once they saw Tong Xuelu, they immediately stiffened their faces, worried that she would be shy. In fact, Tong Xuelu's skin was thicker than the city walls. She was invulnerable and would not feel shy or embarrassed at all. However, the kindness of the two elders still made her feel very warm. Grandpa Wen, just as she called out, old Mr. Wen protested. Zolv, why are you still calling him Grandpa Wen? You should be calling him Grandpa. Tong Xuelu nodded and picked up a piece of lean meat for him. Grandpa is right. As punishment, I'll make delicious snacks for you tomorrow. When old Mr. Wen heard her call him Grandpa, he was already beaming with joy. When he heard that she wanted to make snacks for him, he was even more delighted. Okay. But you can make them in a few days. Rest well for the next few days. By the way, what did you want to say to me just now? Tong Xuelu said, I want to raise more dogs and cats, but I'm not sure if they'll disturb you, Grandpa. The two families only had one dog and one mooncake, which was still not enough. If Zhu did not bring Douya over that day, she would not have been able to do anything to Qing Shouyun. Besides, Uncle Zong and old Mr. Wen were getting older. Raising more animals would give them something to rely on, and if anything happened, the animals would be able to protect their owners. Old Mr. Wen thought that she wanted to say something. Raise whatever you want. You don't have to consider Grandpa's feelings. If you don't have time to take care of them, get little Zong to help you. Uncle Zong was speechless. Commander, is it all right for you to use me as a favor? Tong Xuelu looked at Uncle Zong and smiled. I'll have time to take care of them. I just feel that the house is too big. It'll be livelier to have a few pets. Old Mr. Wen naturally did not have any objections. Go ahead. Grandpa supports you. By the way, while Rugue is on vacation, you must hurry and collect your marriage certificate. Previously, when Rugi had not been on vacation. Hence, although the two of them had held their wedding, they had yet to collect their marriage certificate. Without seeing their marriage certificate, old Mr. Wen felt uneasy. When Rugi used the serving chopsticks to pick up some pork ribs for Zolv. We'll go and collect our marriage certificate in the afternoon. Old Mr. Wen glanced at him and humped in his heart. After getting married, his grandson will no longer see him as his grandpa. Tong Xuelu noticed old Mr. Wen's expression and hurriedly picked up some meat for him and Uncle Zong. Only then did the two old men smile. When she turned around, she saw Wen Rugi staring at her with a hint of resentment in his eyes. It was as if he was saying that he wanted some meat too. Tong Xuelu could not help but laugh out loud. He hurriedly picked up some meat for him. Only then did the men in the house feel satisfied. After lunch, she and Wen Rugi went to her parents' house next door. After all, they lived so close together and she did not mind the custom of returning home after 3 days. Since Commander Xiao did not have any holidays, he went to the army early in the morning. At his age, he would only be able to retire in 2 or 3 years. Only Xiao Jiaming and Xiao Mianmian were in the house. When Xiao Mianmian saw that her sister had returned, she hurriedly ran up to her and held her hand. Sister, you're back. I didn't see you when I woke up this morning. I was so upset. Xiao Mianmian was 6.5 years old this year. Since last year, she had had her own room. However, she often went to her sister's room to share a bed with her. She was not used to her sister's sudden marriage. Tong Xuelu rubbed her head. You're not used to having your sister next door. What if you grow up and get married? Xiao Mianmian looked up at her fair and tender face and sighed. Third brother said that he made a wish to Bodhisattva to be a bachelor for the rest of his life. I think it's good to be a bachelor. This way, I don't have to go to other people's houses. So I secretly made a wish to Bodhisattva last night. I want to be a bachelor for the rest of my life too. Tong Xuelu, Wenrugi, Xiao Jiaming, the two of them were single siblings. When she entered the room, she looked around and said, "Where's Jessen? Why isn't he here?" Xiao Jiaming first glanced at Xiao Mianmian. When she realized that she had no intention of answering, she said in a hoarse voice, "Jessen went to the army with Grandpa. He said that he wants to be a commander like Grandpa when he grows up." Be a commander? That meant that he wanted to be a soldier. Tong Xuelu was stunned. This was different from the story in the book. Doesn't he like to draw? Why does he suddenly want to be a soldier? Xiao Jiaming, he said that if we don't join the army, Grandpa will have no one to carry on his legacy. So he went to the army with Grandpa this morning. Commander Xiao was very nice to his grandchildren. This kindness was reflected in the fact that he did not judge their lives or force them to make their own choices. For example, when she did not want to join the army and refused to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for taking the English test, he had never reprimanded her for not knowing her priorities. However, he had also sighed that it was a pity that none of his children joined the army. If Tong Jessen wanted to join the army in the future, it would be a good thing. Tong Xuelu thought about it and did not say anything. The two of them sat for a while and then went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The autumn wind blew and the afternoon sun shone on them. Tong Xuelu sat on the back seat of the bicycle and hugged Wenrugi's waist. She closed her eyes comfortably and asked, "What time did you wake up this morning?" Wenrugi's face was slightly tilted. His side profile was as beautiful as a manga character's. Around 7 o'clock. He usually woke up around 6 o'clock. He indulged himself last night and woke up late in the morning. Tong Xuelu pinched his thin waist and asked, "How's your waist?" His waist was injured a few years ago. If he stayed up too late, it would occasionally become sore. Wenrugi almost tilted the bicycle when she pinched him. He held back his trembling and said, "My waist is fine. Don't worry." A man's waist was very important. He had to say that it was fine even if it was not fine. Tong Xuelu was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She almost laughed out loud and said, "Brother, you're so capable. I really don't worry." Wenrugi gripped the bicycle so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand were exposed. If he was not worried that her body could not take it, he really wanted to go back now. Tong Xuelu looked up and glanced at his red ears. The smile on her face deepened. They arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Since it was not a holiday, not many people came to register their marriage. They only waited for a while before it was their turn. In less than half an hour, the two of them walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with a bright red booklet. Tong Xuelu looked at the marriage certificate and suddenly sighed. "From today onwards, I'm a married girl." Married girl, Wenrugi was stunned when he heard this strange combination. He looked at her and asked, "Isn't it good to be married? You don't like it?" Tong Xuelu pouted and said, "I just feel that it's too early to get married." She was only 21 years old this year. If it was before she transmigrated, she could still have many more years to live. Wenrugi was silent for a moment and said in a low voice, "I've already given you my body. You can't abandon me." This time, it was Tong Xuelu's turn to be stunned. She could not help but laugh out loud again. "Director Wen is so beautiful. How can I bear to abandon you?" Then, Director Wen blushed. In the compound of the General Hospital, Fang Jingyuan was blocked by Xiao Qingping. She blushed and said, "Xiao Qingping, what do you want?" "I want to go back to school." "Don't block the way." Xiao Qingping looked at her with his small eyes. "Jingyuan, what we did yesterday, you can't have forgotten, right?" Fang Jingyuan's face turned even redder. She looked at the sky and the ground and did not look at him. "Don't talk nonsense. I went to Zulf's wedding yesterday. What could we have done? Don't tarnish my reputation." Xiao Qingping took 2 steps forward and forced her into a corner. He put one hand on the wall and said, "Is that so? It seems that your memory is not very good. Then I'll kindly remind you. Yesterday, you were drunk. On the way home, you suddenly complained that it was too hot. Then, you started to go crazy. I stopped you, and then you pressed me against the wall and kissed me. Do you remember now? Fang Jingyuan, actually, not everyone could be so lucky when it came to blacking out after getting drunk. She was drunk yesterday, but she remembered everything that she should and shouldn't remember clearly, including how she forced herself on Xiao Qingping and pushed him against the wall to bite his lips. Do you remember now? Xiao Qingping saw that she did not say anything and took another step forward. He was determined to confirm their relationship. Fang Jingyuan was forced into a corner and had nowhere to go. She suddenly raised her head and looked at him. So what if I remember? So what if I can't remember? If I remember, don't you think you should give me an explanation? Fang Jingyuan bit her lip. Yesterday was an accident. Xiao Qingping pointed to his lips and said, an accident. Look at my broken lips. Don't you think it's an accident? Yesterday, this woman hugged and bit him. She even scratched his neck several times. Now that she had eaten him, she wanted to not take responsibility. Fang Jingyuan said guiltily, didn't you bite me? My mouth is broken too. After saying that, her face was as red as an apple and she did not dare to look him in the eye. Xiao Qingping's face was also burning, but this time, he suppressed his shyness and said in a domineering tone, Fang Jingyuan, you have to take responsibility for me, or else I'll go to your school and look for your teacher and tell her that you're playing with my feelings. Fang Jingyuan's face twitched. While she was in a daze, Xiao Qingping suddenly grabbed her hand. Jingyuan, we've been like this for more than 2 years. Let's date, okay? On the road to dating, no one was as bumpy as he was. His cousins now treated him as a joke. Every time they had a family gathering, he wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. Those bastards even used him as a bet. They all bet that he would not be able to get the girl this year. Just thinking about it made him angry. Fang Jingyuan wanted to pull her hand out, but she did not succeed. Let go. It won't be good if people see. Xiao Qingping did not let go. If you promise to take responsibility for me, I'll let go. His mouth was broken. How could he let go of such an opportunity so easily? Fang Jingyuan's face was as red as if she had put on rouge. Okay. Let's date. In fact, in the past 2 years, she had been pursued by other male classmates, but it seemed that they were not as good as Small Eyes. It was just that in the past year, she had put all her attention on her studies and did not care about dating. But since it was like this, she would date. Xiao Qingping was stunned when he heard this. He did not come back to his senses for a long time. Fang Jingyuan pushed him and took the opportunity to run away from him. What a fool. Xiao Qingping came back to his senses and hurriedly chased after her. I'll take you to school. No need. Why not? I'm your girlfriend. Of course I have to take you to school. Don't always emphasize the word girlfriend. I just want to emphasize that I, Xiao Qingping, am Fang Jingyuan's girlfriend. We are dating. Shut up. 2 days later, Tang Xuelu found out that Fang Jingyuan and Xiao Qingping had confirmed their relationship. She could not help but laugh. These two were like quarrelsome lovers. After 2 years of quarreling, it was time for them to settle down. Xiao Qingping was a good person and was also capable. The two families were well matched in terms of social status. She knew him well and was a good partner. On this day, she received a call from Shin City. The call was from Xiaojiu's father, Su Yuesen. Comrade Tong, I'm sorry that we didn't have time to attend your wedding with Comrade Wen. Tong Xuelu, it's okay. You gave us such a valuable gift. I haven't thanked you yet. Su Yuesen, this is what we should do. If you didn't help us back then, the Su family would have been broken up. Although he had left the government, as long as his family was together, his home was still there. In the past few years, he had transferred to Guangdong province to develop his career and had made some achievements. However, when he found out that the government was going to develop Shin City, he made a prompt decision to move to Shin City. He had no plans to go into politics anymore. Going into business was his future development plan. Tong Xuelu had been in contact with the Su family for the past few years, but they only contacted each other once or twice. Su Yueshan suddenly called, there must be something going on. Comrade Su, do you have something to say by calling me this time? Su Yueshan, yes, I have a friend who is in the clothing wholesale business. He said that his wife's friend came from Beijing and wanted to do a clothing business. That woman's name is Xianxia. She seems to be the same as Comrade Wen's mother. Tong Xuelu was stunned for a moment. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. The world is so small. I can even meet an acquaintance like this. So she really went to Shen City. She had previously suspected that Qing Xiuyun and Xiao would go to Shen City to seek survival. She did not expect her guess to be correct. Su Yueshan, do you need me to help you? He could refuse or tamper with the business to make them lose all their money. He could do it. Tong Xuelu, no need. If they want to do it, let them do it. If Qing Xiuyun and Xiao could continue to be unlucky and destitute, they would definitely come back to harass the Wen family and Wenrugi. Moreover, some people could only share poverty but not wealth. She wanted to make them rich and then trample them to the bottom of the mud. Losing something after having it was more infuriating and despairing than never having it in the first place. Su Yueshan paused for a moment and understood. Okay, then I'll let my friend not do anything. Thank you, Comrade Su. You're welcome. I wish you a happy marriage. After hanging up the call with Su Yueshan, she turned around and saw Wenrugi walking in with a bowl of pork ribs and corn soup in his hands. Try the taste. See if it's too bland. Tong Xuelu smiled at him and scooped up a spoonful. The taste was just right and the temperature was just right. They had been staying at home for the past 2 days. Wenrugi had personally cooked for her and even poured her a cup of water. If this continued, she would soon become a salted fish. Would she feel embarrassed because she was a salted fish? Of course not. She enjoyed it very much. It tastes very good. Tong Xuelu handed over the spoon and said confidently, feed me. Wenrugi's eyes were filled with tenderness. He sat down beside her and scooped up a spoonful of soup to feed her. Tong Xuelu sucked on the spoon and winked at him. She lowered her voice and said, I want to be on top tonight. Wenrugi's hands trembled and he almost spilled the soup. His ears turned red and his sexy Adam's apple bobbed. Okay. At this moment, Xiao Mianmian and Wei Zhuzhu were hiding in a corner at school. They looked very sneaky. Wei Zhuzhu suddenly took out a small glass bottle from his pocket and placed it under the sunlight. Mianmian, look. Xiao Mianmian looked over and saw 4 or 5 black bugs jumping around in the glass bottle. Sister Zhuzhu, are these lice? Wei Zhuzhu nodded. That's right. I caught them from the hair of the louse king in our class. Xiao Mianmian looked at him with admiration. Are we really going to put the lice in that person's hair? If the teachers find out, they will definitely scold us. Wei Zhuzhu patted his chest. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Xiao Mianmian immediately felt relieved. Okay, let's go. The two of them hid in the corner and waited for a long time before they saw a girl in her teens walk out of the classroom. As she walked, she said proudly, I told you that Xiao Mianmian is easy to bully. She didn't even dare to look at me when I pushed her. Tomorrow, I will take you to scold her. Xingrui, you are so awesome, a girl said flatteringly. Sure, Xingrui proudly puffed out her chest like a rooster. Of course. As long as you listen to me in the future, I will protect you. As soon as she finished speaking, Wei Zhuzhu and Xiao Mianmian rushed out of the corner. Wei Zhuzhu knocked Sure Xingrui down and pressed her under his body. Then he glanced at Xiao Mianmian. Although Xiao Mianmian was very nervous, she quickly opened the bottle and poured the lice on Sure Xingrui's head. The flea in the bottle jumped into her hair and disappeared in an instant. Sure Xingrui was so angry that she struggled and shouted, Wei Zhuzhu, Xiao Mianmian, let go of me. Wei Zhuzhu pinched a small piece of skin on her body and spun it hard. Sure Xingrui, if you dare to bully Mianmian again, I will beat you until you look for your teeth on the ground. When Wei Zhuzhu and Xiao Mianmian rushed out, the two girls with Sure Xingrui were so scared that they turned around and ran away. So, no one saw that Xiao Mianmian had put the lice in her hair. Sure Xingrui screamed in pain and didn't notice Xiao Mianmian's actions. Wei Zhuzhu, let go of me. Woo woo, I will tell my mother. Wei Zhuzhu saw that Xiao Mianmian was done and didn't want to continue fighting. He got up and said, "If you dare to tell the teacher, I will also tell the teacher that you bullied Mianmian." After saying that, he pulled Xiao Mianmian and ran away. Xiao Mianmian and Wei Zhuzhu ran a long way before they stopped. The two of them ran until they were out of breath, but they were very happy. Xiao Mianmian said, "Sister Zhuzhu, you are amazing. But will she really not tell the teacher?" Wei Zhuzhu said matter-of-factly, "She won't dare. By the way, don't you think Xingrui looks familiar? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before, but I can't remember where." "I feel the same way." Xiao Mianmian nodded vigorously. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "I remember now. She looks like the man whose foot was bitten by a mooncake." The man whose foot was bitten by a mooncake, Shi Xiaoning. But Wei Zhuzhu and Xiao Mianmian didn't know his name. But when Xiao Mianmian said this, Wei Zhuzhu remembered. Yes. Shi Xingrui looks very similar to that man. But I think her eyes also look a little like your brother-in-law's. Xiao Mianmian frowned. How can that be? My brother-in-law is so good-looking. Shi Xingrui is so ugly. Shi Xingrui had bullied her before. She was a very ugly person. How could she be compared to her brother-in-law? Wei Zhuzhu thought about it and nodded. You're right. Shi Xingrui is really ugly. Let's go home and eat. Xiao Mianmian nodded. Yes. My sister will be cooking today. Why don't you come to my house for dinner? Okay. So the two little sisters held hands and skipped home together. Shi Xingrui got up and realized that the skin on her hand was broken. Wah! She cried even harder. During the wedding holidays, Tong Xuelu and Wen Rugi traveled around the city instead of working in the store. They went to the Great Wall the day before yesterday and visited the Forbidden City and the museum yesterday. They spent most of their time in Beijing. Tong Xuelu also thought about going on a short trip around the country. However, they were in a rush and it was better not to have fun. As long as they were together, it didn't matter where they went. Today, they didn't go out. Instead, they tended to the plants at home and cooked a table full of delicious dishes. The pig intestines were washed with coarse salt and starch until they were clean and tasteless. Then, they were stir-fried with red chili, ginger, garlic and scallions. The pig intestines were spicy and tasted fresh. The more one chewed, the more delicious it became. Commander Xiao had a special liking for this dish. He took a sip of wine and a mouthful of pig intestines and enjoyed it very much. In addition to the pig intestines, Tong Xuelu also made steamed pork with rice flour. He cut the pork into long strips and marinated them with sauce. Then, he stir-fried the rice until it was yellow. He added cloves, star anise, and cinnamon and continued to stir-fry. After stir-frying, he ground the rice into powder and made 5-spice rice noodles. Then, he wrapped the marinated pork in 5-spice rice noodles and placed the sliced pumpkin on a plate. Then, he placed the pork on top of the pumpkin and steamed it in the steamer. Within a few minutes, the water boiled and a whiff of fragrance came out of the steamer. The alluring aroma filled the entire kitchen. The steamed pork with rice flour was soft and fragrant. It was tender and refreshing. It was fatty but not greasy. The rice flour on the outside made the texture more layered. The rich aroma danced in the mouth and made people want to eat more. Old Mr. Wen and Uncle Zong preferred steamed pork with rice flour and Commander Xiao mocked them for having bad teeth. Old Mr. Wen wouldn't let him slander him so easily. Thus, they quarreled while eating. It was very lively. Wen Rugi loved to eat fish, so this dish must be on the table. Tong Xuelu fried the fish until both sides were golden brown. Then, he poured a small glass of wine to remove the fishy smell and enhance the taste. The fragrance of the wine blended into the fish and rose with the smoke. Then, he poured the spring water he brought back from the mountain into the pot. When the water boiled, a pot of delicious fish soup was ready. The milky white fish soup was fragrant. He sprinkled some chopped green onions, and it looked delicious. The holidays had passed too quickly, and the thought of being separated from her made him lose interest. But now that he smelled the rich aroma, his appetite was immediately aroused. He scooped a bowl for her and then scooped a bowl for himself. The spring water was sweet, and the fish soup made from it was even more delicious than the fish soup made from ordinary tap water. It was irresistible. Old Mr. Wen watched as Xiao Luo gulped down a mouthful of wine and pig intestines. Suddenly, he felt like drinking too. Little Zong, pour me a glass of wine too. I'm in a good mood today, let's have a drink together. Before Uncle Zong could answer. When Rugi said, Uncle Zong, don't listen to Grandpa. The doctor said he can't drink. Old Mr. Wen was so infuriated that his beard trembled. If you don't have a full glass, half a glass will do too. When Rugi said, Grandpa, the doctor said not even one bite. Old Mr. Wen's face turned even uglier and he shrieked, you unfilial descendant. Tong Xuelu picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks and said, Grandpa, Rugue didn't let you drink for your own good. Eat more vegetables. Old Mr. Wen's face changed instantly. He picked up the vegetables and said, my granddaughter-in-law is still the best to me. When Rugi was speechless. Uncle Zong was speechless. Seeing that Tong Xuelu was picking up vegetables for old Mr. Wen, Commander Xiao looked at her expectantly. Tong Xuelu had no choice but to pick up some vegetables for him. Wei Zhuzhu ignored the commotion on the table and wolfed down the food. It was so fragrant that she almost swallowed her own tongue. Tong Jiasen felt his heart ache when he saw that she had eaten 2 whole bowls of food. He thought to himself that it was indeed the right choice to be single. If he married a wife like Wei Zhuzhu, he would definitely become poor. After the meal, Xiao Mianmian held her sister's hand and asked, Sister, if I have lice in my hair and it's not treated, will I die? Tong Xuelu was shocked. He looked at her hair and asked, what's wrong? Did you have lice again? She recalled how Xiao Mianmian had lice more than 2 years ago and goosebumps appeared on her arms. Xiao Mianmian shook her head and said, no, I'm just asking. Sister Zhuzhu's classmate has lice in her hair. Tong Xuelu was even more worried when he heard that. He pulled her hair under the light and carefully checked it. He was only relieved when he was sure that there were no lice. Lice won't kill you, but your scalp will be very itchy. The lice will suck the blood from your scalp, so you have to treat it as soon as possible. Hearing that no one would die, Xiao Mianmian pursed her lips. I got it. I'll tell Sister Zhuzhu later. Tong Xuelu didn't notice her expression and said, later, you have to tell Zhuzhu not to get too close to that classmate, in case she gets infected again. I know, sister. The Wen and Xiao families were happy and harmonious, but Shi Xingrui cried all the way home. Aunt Lin, a distant relative who helped to take care of her next door, saw her crying and asked quickly, Xiao Rui, what happened to you? Did you fall down? Shi Xingrui looked at her impatiently and said, no. Aunt Lin said, then what happened? Did you fight with your classmate? Shi Xingrui was annoyed by the questions and said, why are you so long-winded? I'm hungry. I want to eat. Aunt Lin was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe. Your parents asked me to take care of you. Of course, I have to take care of you. Otherwise, how can I explain to your parents when they come back? Shi Xingrui put her hands on her hips and glared at her. Who asked you to take care of me? You just took my parents' money to take care of me. You'd better mind your own business. Aunt Lin's lungs almost burst from the poke. She had a complicated relationship with Qing Shuyun's mother. Qing Shuyun was usually gentle and polite, so when she said that she wanted to go to Shen City with Shi Shogui to buy some goods and asked her to help take care of Shi Xingrui, Aunt Lin agreed without hesitation. Who knew that Qing Shuyun was a good person, but her daughter Shi Xingrui was not like her at all. Shi Xingrui was overbearing and rude. She simply thought of herself as a little ancestor. Aunt Lin made up her mind to not care about the Shi family's business anymore. Aunt Lin was so angry that she didn't take care of Shi Xingrui as carefully as before. As a result, no one noticed that there were lice on Shi Xingrui's head. The next day, when Rugi returned to the base, Tong Xuelu began to focus on the shop. The shop behind the school had been renovated. Tong Xuelu began to look for people who could help. The first person she thought of was the people at Dongfeng Restaurant. After sending Wenrugi to the car, she went directly to Dongfeng Restaurant. Because it was still morning, Dongfeng Restaurant had just opened. There were no customers. The manager of the restaurant brought the waiter who replaced Wu Lizhu to buy ingredients. At this time only Master Meng, Guo Weiping, and Guo Chunyu were in the restaurant. Guo Chunyu and the others were stunned when they saw Tong Xuelu. "Manager Tong, why are you here?" Tong Xuelu smiled. "Sister Chunyu, just call me by my name. I'm not the manager anymore." As she said this, she glanced at the restaurant. The cleanliness of the restaurant was far worse than when she was the manager. A thick layer of dust had piled up in the corners and windows. Sensing Tong Xuelu's gaze, Guo Chunyu lowered his voice and said, "It's not that we don't clean, but the current manager said that it's fine to clean once every 6 months." Tong Xuelu didn't comment. "Is Master Meng inside?" As soon as he finished speaking, Master Meng walked out while wiping his hands. "Zulv, you're here?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "Master Meng, please take a seat. I'm here today to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "I opened a shop near the school. Later, I'll open a big restaurant. I'm in urgent need of manpower. Would you be willing to help me?" The three of them were stunned when they heard this. The lobby was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Tong Xuelu glanced at the three of them and continued, "If you're willing to help me, I'll pay you 10 yuan more than you are now. Also, this is only the basic salary. If the restaurant's performance is good, I'll give you a bonus." When they heard Tong Xuelu's words just now, the three of them were thinking about how to tactfully decline. However, when they heard about the salary, they immediately swallowed their words of refusal. Money moved people's hearts. Guo Chunyu licked his lips and broke the silence. "Manager Tong, how do you calculate the bonus? Is it for a period of time or will it be the same in the future?" "Tong Xuelu, the bonus is related to the restaurant's turnover. The higher the turnover of the month, the more bonus you'll get. As for the exact amount, if you agree, I'll evaluate you based on your position and ability. After the probation period, I'll sign a contract with you." Guo Chunyu frowned. "What's that? Why do we have to sign something like that?" Tong Xuelu explained, "A contract is equivalent to a contract. If you buy a house with someone, you have to have proof of the property. Since you're working for me, I naturally have to protect your rights and interests. In addition to the bonus, you'll also have holiday benefits during the Chinese New Year. You'll be given 2 days off every month. Think about it." Guo Chunyu and the other two looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. This treatment was much better than Dongfeng restaurant. In addition to more money, they could also have 2 days off every month. Apart from holidays like Chinese New Year and Chinese New Year, they didn't have any holidays throughout the year. Sometimes, they had to ask for leave when something happened at home. Asking for leave meant that their salary would be deducted, which was painful. Moreover, their bodies couldn't take it if they didn't have any rest for a long time. However, the three of them didn't immediately agree. After all, working here was an iron rice bowl. As long as they didn't do anything illegal, they could work until the day they couldn't move anymore. However, if they worked at her restaurant, what if it closed down one day? What if they had a falling out and she didn't want to hire them anymore? The three of them hesitated and didn't know how to answer for a while. Tong Xuelu also understood their thoughts. "Think about it carefully. If you want to come over, you can come to my house. However, I'll only give you 3 days to think about it. After that, I won't entertain you." She felt that the three of them had good characters and abilities, but it didn't mean that she had to rely on them. She wouldn't give them the illusion that her restaurant couldn't operate without them from the beginning. Otherwise, it would be difficult to manage it in the future. Guo Chunyu nodded. "Thank you, Manager Tong. We'll think about it carefully. Just now, I said that I didn't need to call you Manager Tong. Now, it seems that I don't need to change this title." Tong Xuelu smiled, nodded, and walked out of the restaurant. Shi Xingrui was very unhappy that Wei Zhuzhu had humiliated her. However, Wei Zhuzhu was very tall and stronger than the average child. She couldn't beat him at all. Xiao Mianmian was even more sneaky. She didn't go to the playground to play after class. Otherwise, she would stick to Wei Zhuzhu so that she didn't have a chance to make a move. What made her even more annoyed was that she didn't know why her head was so itchy. She scratched it, but it still itched. However, she didn't tell Aunt Lin about it. She hated Aunt Lin. She felt that she was long-winded and annoying. Fortunately, her parents were coming back next week. Her father also promised her that he would buy her a beautiful dress. When the time came, she would wear a dress to school. That fat pig Wei Zhuzhu would be so envious. Tang Xuelu didn't pin all her hopes on Wu Chunyu and the other two. She went back to school and told her classmates that she was hiring. The students of Beijing University naturally wouldn't work in her restaurant, but they had relatives. These days, not everyone could work in a state unit. Therefore, when they heard that Tang Xuelu was hiring, everyone was very interested. Tang Xuelu told everyone in detail about the basic salary and job requirements, and asked them to help introduce people to her. Everyone was shocked when they heard the salary she was offering. They had all heard that Tang Xuelu had rejected the school assignment. Many people thought that she was stupid and impulsive. She actually refused to work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and ran to do business. In their opinion, doing business was not as decent and stable as working in a state unit. They thought that Tang Xuelu would definitely regret it. They didn't expect that not only did she not regret it, but she also became a boss. They also didn't expect that the salary she offered was not worse than working in a state unit. Zolv, aren't you afraid of making a loss by offering such a high salary? Jiang Baihui asked. Tang Xuelu, since I dared to offer such a high salary, I will naturally be responsible for the profits and losses. She was very confident in her culinary skills and was even more confident in the future economic development. In the past, she was able to revive Dongfeng restaurant. Now, she could also make a new restaurant popular. Everyone saw that she was so confident and didn't try to persuade her anymore. They promised to ask their relatives if they wanted to work for her. In fact, in Tang Xuelu's opinion, the ideal situation was not to hire relatives of acquaintances. Relatives would be a lot of trouble, but there were no recruitment channels now. Secondly, no private company had recruited people before. She could only use this channel. After spreading the news, there was soon news. Everyone spread the news. In the end, there were actually more than 20 people who came for the interview. Tang Xuelu interviewed them at the school's restaurant. During the interview, she used the traditional Chinese medicines looking, asking, listening, and feeling the pulse. Looking meant checking whether their clothes were neat and tidy, whether there was dirt under their fingernails, and whether their hair and ears were clean. In the food and beverage industry, hygiene was the most important. She didn't know if other people cared, but she would be the first to pass if their hygiene was not up to standard. In this round, 5 or 6 people were removed, leaving only 15 people. In addition to asking about their previous work experience, she also asked about what they were good at. She didn't want their eyes to wander, they didn't want their speech to be coherent, and they didn't want greasy and wretched expressions. Thus, another 3 or 4 people were removed. Smelling meant checking whether they had bad breath or any strange smell on their bodies. Based on this, she could determine whether they were sick or not. Later, when they were going to work, she would ask them to do a physical examination. 2 more people were removed. The last part was cutting. It was different from traditional Chinese medicines cutting. She asked them to cut vegetables. In the food and beverage industry, if they didn't even know how to hold a kitchen knife, she didn't have the patience to let them learn from scratch. In the end, 5 people were left. Among the 5 people, 1 was Jiang Baihui's relative, and the other 4 were relatives of other students from other specializations. Jiang Baihui's relative was a young man in his 20s. He was good-looking and clean. He didn't become complacent because of her relationship with Jiang Baihui. Tang Xuelu was very satisfied with this. Because Guo Qunyu hadn't replied to her, she didn't make any specific arrangements for the 5 people. She only asked them to leave their contact information and said that she would inform them later. When she returned home after the interview, she saw Guo Qunyu and Guo Weiping sitting in the living room waiting for her. Seeing her return, Guo Qunyu hurriedly stood up with a smile. "Manager Tang, you're back?" Tang Xuelu saw them and guessed their intentions. She said calmly, "Sister Qunyu, you must have come to a decision this time, right?" Guo Qunyu liked Tang Xuelu the most because of her nimble personality. Her decision was also related to the character of the restaurant's current manager. The current manager of Dongfeng restaurant wasn't a bad person, but he was very wishy-washy and often hesitated when doing things. No wonder Dongfeng Restaurant's business was getting worse and worse. When Tang Xuelu was the manager, Dongfeng Restaurant was very popular. In the past 2 days, she had thought a lot. Her family didn't approve of her resignation to work for Tang Xuelu. They felt that Dongfeng Restaurant was stable, but in the end, she decided to sell her position at Dongfeng Restaurant. She knew Tang Xuelu's ability very well. She had seen her bring Dongfeng Restaurant back to life with her own eyes. She had also seen her rise from a waitress to a first-class restaurant manager. With a capable manager, her future wouldn't be too bad. Thinking of this, Guo Chunyu nodded. Yes, Wei Ping and I have decided to come and help you, but Master Meng still decided to stay at Dongfeng Restaurant. He asked me to apologize to you. What's there to apologize for? I won't blame you for not coming, but I'm still very happy that you're willing to come and help me. Tang Xuelu stretched out her hand. Welcome. When the company develops in the future, you'll be the company's founding heroes. Hearing this, Guo Chunyu was so excited that her face turned red. Thank you, Manager Tong. We'll definitely work hard. After thinking about it, Tang Xuelu decided to let Guo Chunyu and Guo Weiping help her open the hot pot restaurant behind the school. The other 5 people would follow her to run the restaurant business. She trusted Guo Chunyu and Guo Weiping's character. As for the 5 new people, she still needed to observe them. After hiring enough waiters, she still wanted to hire a chef and a manager, but these 2 positions weren't easy to find. She could still wait for the chef position because she had planned to go out herself and make the restaurant a hit. As for the manager position, she needed to find someone quickly. At this moment, Jiang Danhong and her husband, Dang Hong, came to find her. Dang Hong went straight to the point. Comrade Tong, I heard that you're looking for a restaurant manager, right? Tang Xuelu nodded. Do you have someone to introduce me? Dang Hong, Comrade Tong, what do you think of me? Do I have the ability to be the manager of your restaurant? Tang Xuelu was stunned. Are you going to resign from the state-run restaurant? Dang Hong nodded. Yes, if Comrade Tong is willing to hire me, I'll come and work. If you don't think I'm suitable, then I'll make other plans. What he meant was that he had decided to leave the state-run restaurant. Tang Xuelu glanced at Jiang Danhong. Sister Danhong, what do you think? Jiang Danhong smiled gently. I respect his choice. Tang Xuelu nodded and turned to look at Dang Hong. Manager Dang, can you tell me why you want to leave the state-run restaurant? Dang Hong said, in the past 2 years, I've noticed that there are more and more people secretly doing business outside. There are people selling breakfast and lunch next to the train station and in front of the factory. This has impacted the business of the state-run restaurant. The country is now encouraging economic development. I think that if this trend continues, there will be more and more people doing business in the future, and the business of the state-run restaurant will get worse and worse. So I think this is the best time to jump out. Tang Xuelu used to think that with Dang Hong's ability, it was a waste of his talent to stay in the state-run restaurant. Now that he heard what Dang Hong said, he was even more certain of his ability. Manager Dang, have you never thought of starting your own business? Dang Hong smiled. I've thought about it, but first of all, I'm embarrassed. Second of all, it's too risky. If I lose money, my family will have to live with me. Tang Xuelu stood up and extended his hand. Welcome, Manager Dang. I hope that we'll have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Dang Hong had both ability and character. Him coming to the restaurant to help her was like adding wings to a tiger. In the future, she could rest assured that he would be in charge of the restaurant. Dang Hong hurriedly stood up and shook her hand. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. Just as Tang Xuelu was recruiting people, Qing Shouyun and Shi Shoning came back from Shin City with a batch of clothes. Qing Shouyun and Shi Shoning brought back a large batch of clothes from Shin City. They spent most of their money and were exhausted. As soon as they got home, Shi Shoning was paralyzed on the bed and couldn't get up. Qing Shouyun saw him throw the clothes on the floor and was so angry that the veins on her forehead stood out. But in the end, she endured and picked up the clothes one by one. Before she was done, Shi Xingrui rushed in from outside like a firecracker. Mom, you and Dad are finally back. If you didn't come back, I would have been bullied. Boo-hoo, Qing Shuoyun was so tired that her whole body was about to fall apart. Her waist was so sore that she almost couldn't stand up straight. Xingruwei bumped into her and she took 2 steps back. The back of her waist hit the table behind her, and her face was distorted from the pain. What are you doing, child? You're so reckless. What did I teach you before? I told you to be gentle and elegant as a girl. Look at you now. Xingruwei was pretending to cry before. She didn't expect her mother to scold her instead of hugging and comforting her. She sat on the floor and burst into tears. Dad, your daughter is going to be beaten to death. Dad, boo-hoo, Xingruwei's voice was very loud. When she cried, it sounded like she was at a funeral. Qing Shuoyun's head was in so much pain that it was as if she was drilling a wall. Shixioning was awakened by the noise and scolded impatiently, "You're scolding the child as soon as you come back. If you continue, get out." Qing Shuoyun was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Xingruwei was very pleased to see her mother being scolded. She got up and ran to the bed to hold her father's hand. Dad, you said you would bring me a beautiful dress. Where is it? Xioning was so sleepy that he couldn't keep his eyes open. He said perfunctorily, I asked for it from your mother. After that, he turned over and fell asleep again. Xingruwei was scolded by her mother. She didn't want to pay attention to her mother for the time being, so she ran over to her mother's side and messed up the clothes that Qing Shuoyun had just tidied up. Qing Shuoyun was so angry that her chest heaved violently. I just tidied up the clothes. Stop it. Xingruwei made a face at her. I want new clothes. If you don't give them to me, I'll ask my dad to get up and say that you hit me. Xiao had a very bad morning temper. If he was woken up without enough sleep, he would definitely scold someone. Qing Shuoyun really did not want to confront him. However, when she heard her daughter use such words to threaten her, she was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe. How did she give birth to such an annoying child? Compared to Wenrugi when he was a child, Xingruwei was simply the reincarnation of a devil. Especially when she had Xiao backing her up, she didn't listen to her mother at all. Qing Shuoyun had no choice but to find 2 dresses and give them to her. Xingruwei's eyes lit up. She took the dress and said with a smile, give me some pocket money. I have no money. Qing Shuoyun frowned. Didn't I just give you 5 yuan when I left? How many days has it been? Xingruwei rolled her eyes. I want to buy stationery. Give it to me quickly. On the other end, Xiao scolded something. Qing Shuoyun could only take out 1 yuan and hand it over. Don't spend money recklessly and don't buy candy. Your teeth. But before she could finish speaking, Xingruwei took the money and the dress and ran away to show off to her peers in the courtyard. With pocket money and a new dress, Xingruwei forgot about her itchy scalp. Qing Shuoyun was tired and angry. In addition, she had a lot of things to do. She didn't notice that Xingruwei kept scratching her scalp while talking. Therefore, the matter of Xingruwei having lice on her scalp was ignored. After that, the 2 only rested for a day before they threw themselves into the business of selling clothes. They took a large tarpaulin and spread it on the street next to the market. Then, they placed the clothes on top of it. As the country's first special economic zone, Xiancia's economic development was very rapid. The clothes that the husband and wife brought back from Xiancia were fashionable and novel. People in Beijing had never seen them before. Therefore, as soon as the clothes were displayed, people quickly surrounded them and asked for the price. This top costs 8 yuan and the dress costs 15 yuan. Why is it so expensive? Big sister, look at my clothes. The color is so bright and the style is unique. You can't find a second shop in Beijing that sells it. Also, I don't need a cloth coupon. When the woman who asked for the price heard that they didn't need a cloth coupon, she was even more tempted. More importantly, the clothes were really beautiful. They were not like the clothes in the department store, which were either black or gray. Occasionally, there were a few brightly colored clothes, but they were ordered before they could be taken out. Just as she was hesitating, a woman dressed in modern clothes came over and picked up 2 dresses. How much are these 2? Qing Shuoyun immediately smiled and said, the red one costs 15 yuan and the blue one costs 18 yuan. The woman held the two dresses and compared them with her body. She looked very satisfied. Xianxia praised, "This female comrade has such a good figure. Wearing these two dresses makes you look like a fairy descending to the mortal world. People can't move their eyes away from you." Everyone liked to hear nice words. The woman was overjoyed by the praise. She handed over the two dresses and said, "I want these too. How long will you put them on display? I'll introduce my friends and colleagues to buy them." Xianxia's smile deepened. "They will be on display before dark. But this time, we don't have much stock. If you want them, you have to hurry. They will be sold out in 2 days." When the first woman heard this, she no longer hesitated and quickly took out money to buy 2 dresses. They sold 4 dresses in one go. When the 2 women left, the couple was so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. Xianxia counted the money and looked at her. "You're good. I didn't expect you to be so good at business." Xianxia drank a mouthful of water. "It's all because of life. If it was in the past, she definitely wouldn't be able to put down her face to sell clothes on the street, let alone praise people with a smile. But this time, she went to Shin City and it gave her a big impact. She saw her best friend making a lot of money doing business. The whole Shin City was full of vitality. Both men and women were very hardworking. She carefully observed other people doing business and imitated them in her heart. If others could do it, Xianxia would definitely be able to do it too. Xianxia still wanted to praise her, but soon, people came to buy clothes again. Just as Xianxia said, the clothes were sold out in less than 2 or 3 days. Because it was the first time they sold clothes, they didn't dare to wholesale too much. After they sold out, they could only go to Shin City to do it again. This time, they planned to wholesale more clothes. Xianxia could only ask Aunt Lin for help again. Aunt Lin originally wanted to refuse, but Xianxia gave her 10 yuan more than last time to take care of Xianxia. She looked at the 10 yuan and couldn't refuse. Xianxia's business was doing very well. Tong Xuelu's business was also doing very well. After choosing an auspicious day, her braised flavor shop opened for business. Before the opening, she went back to school and mentioned it to her former classmates. Because she was popular and everyone had heard about her when she was a restaurant manager, those who had never tried it wanted to try it. Therefore, on the opening day, many people came to support her. In order to make a hit, Tong Xuelu also offered a 3-day opening discount. As long as the consumption was 5 yuan or more, they would get a 10% discount. These days, whether it was shopping in a department store or a state-run restaurant, there were always situations where they couldn't buy anything. They had never heard of a discount. Everyone felt that it was very novel and heard that there was a discount. If they didn't buy anything, they would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, everyone came to buy a few things. One person couldn't eat so much, so several classmates bought together. In addition to malatang, Braised House also sold all kinds of braised food, such as braised chicken feet, braised chicken wings, braised duck neck, and many other snacks that no one had eaten before. The taste was delicious, spicy, fresh, and chewy. Moreover, they were allowed to buy only a little of each dish. This way, everyone could try as much as possible. Tong Xuelu's cooking skills were needless to say. In less than half a month, she brought Dongfeng restaurant back to life. Her cooking skills had long been recognized by everyone. After her classmates came to try it, they were full of praise. Therefore, word of mouth spread quickly. The people nearby knew that the restaurant had opened, so they also came to buy some to cook. All in all, the business was very good. The restaurant hadn't opened yet. 3 days ago, Tong Xuelu personally came to help. She also brought along Guochunyu and Guo Weiping. Guochunyu was quick-witted and could learn many things quickly. Moreover, she was enthusiastic and cheerful, so she was very suitable to be a salesperson. Guo Weiping was introverted and not very smart. However, he had a good temper, was hard-working, and was willing to follow orders. Tong Xuelu was very satisfied with him. After closing the door on the first day, the restaurant's turnover was more than 400 renminbi. Guochunyu was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. "Oh my god, everyone only bought a few RMB. I didn't expect the turnover to be so high." Dongfeng Restaurant's turnover was usually not so high. Tang Xuelu smiled and said, "You have to be mentally prepared. After the first 3 days, there won't be so much turnover later." Guo Qinyu thought about it and expressed that she understood. In the first 3 days, many people had a curious mentality, and many people came to patronize because of Tang Xuelv. In addition, there was a discount, so there were many people who bought. After that, there would be fewer people buying. In addition, people were not very rich, so they couldn't go out to eat and drink every day. Tang Xuelu smiled and said, "But this is only temporary. Now that the country is focused on economic development, the people's living standards will get better and better. There will be more people who can afford to buy things." Guo Qinyu nodded. Manager Tang is right. In fact, everyone's life has been different in the past 2 years. If it was in the past, no one would dare to sell things in public. But now, people selling things on the street could be seen from time to time. Tang Xuelu encouraged them and said, "Do your best. When the restaurant is up and running, I will open a second and third one. At that time, you will be promoted to manager and help people." Guo Qinyu and Guo Weiping were stunned. Guo Qinyu's face immediately lit up. "Thank you, Manager Tang. We will do our best." Guo Weiping showed an unconfident expression. "Be a manager? I'm afraid I can't do it." Before he could finish speaking, his sister hit him hard and signaled him to shut up with her eyes. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Others couldn't even wait for it, but he actually took the initiative to give it to them. She had never seen such a stupid person. If Tang Xuelu said this before the restaurant opened, she definitely wouldn't believe him. But looking at the turnover in the past few days, she had no choice but to believe him. The restaurant's renovation had not been completed yet. In addition, the individual business license had not been issued. Deng Hong's resignation also needed a month to hand over. Therefore, the opening could only be delayed. As for the other 5 people that were hired, Tang Xuelu asked them to take turns to help and learn in the restaurant. They also listened to Guo Qinyu's management. In addition, she also asked Deng Hong to help find 1 or 2 chefs. After all, after the restaurant opened, she couldn't be the only chef. Just as Tang Xuelu expected, the business of braised flavor shop was not as prosperous after the first 3 days. However, the business was still good. Although Xianxia didn't buy anything from braised flavor shop, she always paid attention to Tang Xuelu's every move. When she saw that Tang Xuelu actually managed to open up braised flavor shop, she felt very upset. Some people are just like mud that can't support a wall. They don't want to work, but they want to do business. They will definitely regret it in the future. When her roommates heard her say this, they looked at each other and didn't answer. Ever since Xianxia's internship at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was cancelled, she hated Tang Xuelu even more. However, because her family warned her, she didn't dare to target Tang Xuelu anymore. Before braised flavor shop opened, she cursed it in her heart every day. She didn't want the whole school to see Tang Xuelu as a joke. She didn't expect braised flavor shop's business to be so good. This was like a slap to her face. The more she thought about it, the more unsatisfied she felt. Tang Xuelu didn't know that Xianxia was sulking. She wrote a letter to Xie Guangquan in the US and asked him if he could help her buy an induction cooker. The world's first induction cooker was manufactured in Germany in 1957. In 1972, the US started to produce induction cookers. It was the early 1980s, and induction cookers were very popular in Europe, the US, and Japan. However, China still didn't have induction cookers. She wanted to make hot pot later. Using an induction cooker was the safest and most convenient way to make hot pot. Using coal or alcohol was not safe, especially since coal was very easy to get poisoned. After writing the letter, she handed it to the staff of the city's Foreign Affairs office. Currently, domestic and foreign communications had not been opened. Letters sent overseas had to go through many checkpoints before they could be sent out. It wasn't easy to send an induction cooker back. Tang Xuelu wrote in the letter that if there was no other way, she could ask him to help her get a copy of the manual. She wanted to ask Wenrugi if he had any friends who could manufacture an induction cooker. When the time came, they would become the first factory in China to manufacture induction cookers. This would be another source of income. Before Xie Guangquan could reply, it was Jiang Baihui's wedding day. Tang Xuelu went to do her makeup as promised. Since Jiang Baihui didn't have any makeup products, she gave her a set of makeup products. When Jiang Baihui received the makeup products, she was so happy that she hugged her. "Zolv, I am so happy. Thank you. I really like this gift." Tang Xuelu smiled. "It's good that you like it. Sit down. The groom is coming to pick you up later. I have to do your makeup quickly." Jiang Baihui sat down immediately. "Oh yes. Can you teach me how to do makeup later? I heard that foreign women all need to do makeup when they go to work." Tang Xuelu nodded. "Sure. Actually, makeup isn't difficult. You just need to practice a few more times." Jiang Baihui's foundation was not bad, and her facial features were elegant. Tang Zolv matched her face shape and gave her a dignified and elegant look with a little charm. After the makeup was done, Jiang Baihui looked at herself in the mirror and almost couldn't recognize herself. "Oh my god, I didn't know I was so beautiful." Jiang Baihui's cousins witnessed Tang Xuelu's magical makeup skills with their own eyes and couldn't help but praise her. "Comrade Tang's makeup skills are amazing. I can't even understand it." "Me too. But Baihui's makeup is really beautiful. When brother-in-law comes over later, he will definitely be mesmerized and won't be able to take his eyes off her." Everyone in the room laughed. Jiang Baihui blushed and glared at her cousin. Soon, Jiang Baihui's mother came over. When she saw how beautiful Jiang Baihui had become, she couldn't stop praising her. Jiang Baihui's mother called a group of girls out to help because they needed help outside. Only Jiang Baihui and Tang Xuelu were left in the room. Jiang Baihui held Tang Xuelu's hand and said, "It would be great if we could go abroad together." "Why did you have to run off to do business?" Tang Xuelu laughed. "Everyone has their own ambitions. Furthermore, my situation isn't suitable for me to go abroad." Jiang Baihui knew about her situation and didn't continue the topic. She changed the topic. "My cousin, the one who was standing beside you just now, what do you think of her?" Tang Xuelu thought for a moment. "The one with a round face?" Jiang Baihui nodded. "That's right, that's her. My cousin is 19 years old this year and has just graduated from high school. She also took the college entrance exam, but unfortunately, she didn't pass." Tang Xuelu, "Then she can continue to take the exam." Jiang Baihui shook her head. "Her heart isn't on her studies. Her goal is to marry into a good family, be a good wife, and raise her children." Tang Xuelu, Jiang Baihui suddenly lowered her voice and said, "My cousin is very gentle. She has 3 older brothers in the family, and she is the youngest. She is very doted on at home. My uncle and aunt have already said that when she gets married, they will definitely prepare a generous dowry for her." Tang Xuelu thought that she was just chatting, so he said, "Everyone has their own ambitions. As long as she doesn't break the law, she can choose the way she wants to live her life." Jiang Baihui nodded again. "I know, but I mentioned her to you because I want to ask you if you think my cousin and Juju's brother are suitable for each other." Tang Xuelu was speechless. So, she had said so much just to make her the matchmaker. She rejected without hesitation. "You should know my personality. I don't like to get involved in these things." Jiang Baihui paused for a moment, then shook her hand. "But I'm not just anyone. What kind of relationship do we have? I think my cousin and Wei Ran are quite compatible. Can you help to be the middleman? Moreover, didn't you help the base and the school organize a social gathering for female university students?" Tang Xuelu, "It's a social gathering between the base and the school. I just helped to pass a message. The school was in charge of the checks and organization. I didn't participate." "Yes, this time I just need you to help me pass a message. Just mention my cousin to Grandma Shen and arrange a blind date for them. I don't need to trouble you with anything else. Please, Zolv, please help me." Jiang Baihui looked at her expectantly. "Today is my wedding day. You can't reject me." Tang Xuelu felt a little uncomfortable, but she didn't show it. "I'll ask Grandma Shen later." In fact, there was no need to ask. The Wei family's background was more than one level higher than the Jiang family's. They were not compatible. In addition, Wei Ran and Wei Zhuzhu's parents had passed away. Shen Wanrong wanted to find a capable daughter-in-law for Wei Ran. Jiang Baihui's cousin was very childish. She was timid and didn't meet Shen Wanrong's standards for a daughter-in-law. But now that Jiang Baihui had lifted her up, she had no choice but to agree, which made her a little uncomfortable. Jiang Baihui laughed, "That's great. Grandma Shen likes you so much. As long as you introduce her, she will definitely like my cousin." Tang Xuelu glanced at her and didn't say anything. Soon, the groom came to pick up the bride, and the inside and outside of the house became lively again. Sure enough, as everyone expected, when Liang Tianyi saw Jiang Baihui in makeup, he was stunned. Everyone looked at his dumbfounded look and laughed heartily. Jiang Baihui looked up at him and said, "Hug me." When she said this, her appearance and expression were not very similar to Tang Xuelu's on his wedding day, but they were exactly the same. Xie Xian, Tian Fingji, and the others were startled when they saw this. However, because everyone was cheering for Liang Tianyi to carry her, they quickly forgot about this strange feeling. Liang Tianyi was so nervous that his face turned red. He walked over and bent down to carry Jiang Baihui. Who knew if he was too excited or Jiang Baihui's height and weight were too much for him to bear? He hugged Jiang Baihui twice, but he couldn't carry her. Seeing this, everyone laughed even harder. "Groom, can you do it? He only did 10 push-ups just now, and now he can't even carry the bride. I don't think he can do it." Liang Tianyi's face was as red as Guan Yu, and the shyness on Jiang Baihui's face disappeared without a trace. In the end, the two of them went out hand in hand. A week after the two of them got married, Liang Tianyi went abroad to study. Tang Xuelu turned back and told Shen Wanrong about Jiang Baihui's cousin. As expected, he was rejected. After Jiang Baihui found out, she was very unhappy for a while. On this day, Tang Xuelu went to the base to visit Wenrugi. On the way, he met Wang Xiaoyun, who was also going to the base. After knowing each other's identities, they chatted. At the gate of the base, Wenrugi and Zhou Yan ran out with a bouquet of flowers in their hands. When they saw their wives, the two of them handed the flowers to her. Wenrugi's gaze was gentle. "I planted these flowers myself." Tang Xuelu hugged the flowers and smiled like a flower. "They smell so good. I like them very much." Zhou Yan saw this and scratched his head. He quickly said, "Xiaoyun, I planted these flowers myself too." Wang Xiaoyun didn't suspect anything. She leaned forward and sniffed the flowers. The next moment, her face turned green. "Why do I smell like urine?" Tang Xuelu. Wenrugi, Zhou Yan. Wenrugi saw Tang Xuelu's confused face. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, "He stole the flowers from the director." The director's grandson must have secretly peed in the flowers again. Tang Xuelu, Wang Xiaoyun suddenly realized that she had been fooled. He couldn't have planted these flowers himself. She was so angry that she threw the flowers at Zhou Yan. However, before she could scold him, she retched. Zhou Yan was anxious. He held her arm and asked, "Xiaoyun, are you okay?" Wang Xiaoyun retched so much that she couldn't speak. Zhou Yan was so scared that his face turned pale. Tang Xuelu was about to say that they would help call the doctor. However, before she could say anything, a wave of nausea surged up her chest. She retched as well. When Tang Xuelu retched, Wenrugi was also shocked. "Zolv, what's wrong with you? Why did she retch all of a sudden?" Could it be that retching was contagious? Tang Xuelv retched a few times, but didn't vomit anything. However, Wang Xiaoyun kept vomiting at the side, causing her to feel nauseous as well. When the guard saw them retching, he hurriedly said, "I'm afraid they ate something wrong. Hurry and send them to the hospital." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xuelu felt her feet leave the ground and float. Wenrugi carried her up. "Let's go to the hospital now." He was a perfect boyfriend, but it was a little too exaggerated. Tang Xuelu poked his chest. "I can walk on my own. Put me down. I'm fine." Wenrugi refused to let go of her. He frowned slightly. "Your face is pale. How can you be fine? Even if you're fine, let's go to the hospital for a checkup. That way, I can rest assured." He spent most of his time in the base and couldn't stay by her side to take care of her. This made him feel very guilty. Therefore, he had to make sure that she was fine before he could rest assured. When Tang Xuelu saw that he was so worried about her, she couldn't bear to ignore his script. She thought that it would be good to have a checkup. If there were no problems, everyone could rest assured. Zhou Yan, who was behind them, saw that when Rugi carried his wife and left. If he didn't carry his wife now, wouldn't it make him look very unmanly? Therefore, he squatted down and hugged Wang Xiaoyun with both hands. He wanted to carry her in a princess carry. However, carrying her in a princess carry was a strenuous task. A man might be able to carry his wife on his back easily, but he might not be able to easily carry his wife in a princess carry. Zhou Yan was the kind of person who couldn't carry her. He exerted all his strength and his face turned red. In the end, he heard a pft sound. He let out a fart. The guard, Wang Xiaoyun, Zhou Yan, the scene was silent for a few seconds, and the atmosphere was very awkward. Wang Xiaoyun brushed him away and turned to leave. Don't follow me. What a disgrace, Zhou Yan hurriedly chased after her. Xiaoyun, give me another chance. I'll definitely be able to carry you. Wang Xiaoyun pulled a long face. I can walk on my own. I don't want to smell your fart again. Also, you have to explain to me, did you really plant those flowers yourself? Zhou Yan tried to fool her, but Wang Xiaoyun was not so easy to fool. He had no choice but to tell the truth. Wang Xiaoyun was so angry that she slapped him several times. Eat those flowers later. Zhou Yan, Tang Xuelu and Wenrugi looked at each other and smiled when they heard the scolding coming from behind them. The four of them arrived at the hospital. When the nurse saw Tang Xuelu being carried in, she thought it was a serious illness. She hurriedly ran over and asked, "What's the situation with the patient?" "Wenrugi, my wife retched twice just now." The nurse was stunned. "That's it? Is there any other illness?" Wenrugi shook his head. "No more." The retching had already made him very worried. Anything else would take his life. The nurse's mouth twitched violently. She might have eaten something wrong. You should go to the digestive department. Wang Xiaoyun also went to the digestive department. Soon, it was Tang Xuelu's turn. The doctor asked, "Did you eat anything unclean before this?" Tang Xuelu said, "I bought a few apples from a farmer on the way. I ate one each with a female comrade outside. She retched before I did." "Besides retching, does your stomach hurt? Do you have diarrhea?" Tang Xuelu shook her head. "No. Actually, I don't think I ate anything wrong. The apples are very fresh." The doctor asked her to lie down on the bed next to her. Then, he walked over and gently pressed her stomach a few times. He even asked her if she felt any pain. Tang Xuelu said no. The doctor asked her to get up. Before he could say anything, Wang Xiaoyun, who was waiting outside, retched again. When Tang Xuelu heard this, he also retched. When Rugi quickly patted her back and asked the doctor anxiously, "Doctor, what's wrong with my wife?" He felt that it was very serious. The doctor looked at the two of them. "How long have you been married? Do you have any children?" When Rugi was stunned. "We've only been married for a month. We don't have any children." The doctor looked at Tang Xuelu. "Have you received your monthly salary for this month?" "Not yet. It's 2 or 3 days later than usual." "Doctor, are you going to say that I'm pregnant?" Her menstrual cycle was considered normal. However, it would occasionally be delayed by a few days. Therefore, she did not take it to heart that it was delayed by a few days this time. When she slept with Wenrugi, it was a safe period. After that, Wenrugi was busy and did not return home. The two of them did not sleep together again. She felt that it would not be so easy for her to fall into the trap. The doctor said, "It's possible. I didn't find any problems with your stomach and digestion. Go to the gynecology and obstetrics department for a checkup." Therefore, the two of them quickly went to the gynecology and obstetrics department to register. After a while, Zhou Yan and Wang Xiaoyun also came over. However, unlike before, their faces were flushed red and they looked a little dazed. When he saw Wenrugi, Zhou Yan immediately came back to his senses. "Rugue, the doctor said that my wife might be pregnant. Quickly hit me to see if I'm dreaming." As he wished, Wenrugi hit him hard. Zhou Yan gasped in pain. "You don't have to hit me so hard. However, if it hurts, it means that it's not a dream. Could it be that my wife is really pregnant?" Wang Xiaoyun clasped her hands together. Her whole body trembled slightly. Tong Xuelu and Wenrugi could understand their agitation. The two of them had been married for almost 3 years and did not have a child. One could imagine the pressure they were under. Wenrugi turned around and held her hand. He glanced at her flat stomach and said, "Could it be that you are really pregnant?" Tong Xuelu raised her head and looked at him. "Do you want me to be pregnant or not?" Wenrugi held her hand tighter. "I want you to be healthy and safe." Tong Xuelu smiled slightly. "Me too. As long as we are both healthy and safe, we will let nature take its course." At this moment, she still felt that she was not pregnant. Wenrugi also felt that she would not have a child so soon. After all, the two of them had only been married for more than a month. They had only been together for 7 days. How could she get pregnant so easily? Look at Zhou Yan and his wife, who had not been pregnant for more than 2 years. Soon, it was their turn. Tong Xuelu and Wang Xiaoyun went for a urine test one after another. After that, they began a long wait. Zhou Yan and Wang Xiaoyun were extremely nervous. Wenrugi was soon infected. He was like an ant on a hot pan. After an hour, the test results were finally out. Tong Xuelu and Wang Xiaoyun were both pregnant. Tong Xuelu was exactly 1 month pregnant, and Wang Xiaoyun was 1.5 months pregnant. Tong Xuelu was stunned. She looked down at her flat stomach subconsciously. She was still very surprised. How did she get pregnant? Wasn't it too easy to get pregnant? Wenrugi was dumbfounded at first. When he came back to his senses, his eyes were red. He hugged her tightly. "Zolv, we are going to have a child." Tong Xuelu could feel his body trembling. "We are going to have a child. You are going to be a father." Father. Those 2 words were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. They landed on Wenrugi's heart, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. His father had passed away very early. He only had a vague impression of his father in his mind. The role of a father had always been missing in his life. Before he met Tong Xuelu, he had thought that he would never get married in this lifetime, let alone become a father. But after meeting her, there was someone in his heart that he wanted to protect. Now, he still wanted to be a father. 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 Father, Wenrugi looked down at her. His ink-like eyes were bottomless. "Thank you. Thank you for walking into my life and bringing me the light of the world." Tong Xuelu intertwined her fingers with his. "Thank you too. I am going to be a mother." She had always treated pregnancy with the mentality of letting nature take its course. If she couldn't get pregnant, she wouldn't give birth. If she got pregnant, she would give birth. Now that the child was here earlier than she had expected, what else could she do? She had to welcome his or her arrival. While the two of them were tender and affectionate, 2 cries suddenly broke out from the side. One was sobbing, and the other was sobbing. The one sobbing was Wang Xiaoyun. She covered her face, and tears flowed out from between her fingers. The one sobbing was Zhou Yan. It was said that men don't cry easily. It was only because they weren't heartbroken. For the past 2 years, because he couldn't get pregnant, he was in so much pain that he couldn't eat or sleep. On one hand, he had to face the strange and sympathetic gazes of the people around him. On the other hand, he felt that he had let his wife down. In order to have a child, he ate almost as much Chinese medicine as he ate rice. Those bowls of Chinese medicine were even more bitter than Chinese gold thread. He swallowed them without blinking. But his wife's stomach still showed no signs of pregnancy. Now, his wife was finally pregnant. How could he not be excited? He hugged Wang Xiaoyun, whose face was red from crying, and said, "Wife, we finally have a child. We finally have a child." Wang Xiaoyun nodded while crying. "Yes, we have a child. We can also be parents." After saying that, Wang Xiaoyun looked at him tenderly, hoping that he could say a few thoughtful words at this time. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yan just hugged her for a while and quickly let go of her. He turned around and walked toward Wenrugi. "Rugoe, thank you. If it weren't for you, my wife definitely wouldn't be able to get pregnant." As soon as he said that, the eyes of the people around them glanced at the two of them, and then fell on Wang Xiaoyun. They looked very meaningful. Wang Xiaoyun's face turned red again, but this time it was not because of excitement, but because of anger. "Zhou Yan, what nonsense are you talking about? What did her pregnancy have to do with Comrade Wen?" If he said that, people who didn't know better would think that there was something going on between her and Comrade Wen. The corner of Wenrugi's mouth twitched. He pulled away Zhou Yan's agitated hand and said, "Speak properly. Speak properly." Zhou Yan was so happy that he was dizzy. He scratched his head and said, "What I mean is that we were able to get pregnant because of you too. Look, Xiaoyun and I have been married for almost 3 years. You don't know how many doctors we've seen and how much medicine we've taken, but we were never able to get pregnant. But when you two got married, we got pregnant with you. I think this is because of your happiness." "Wenrugi, Tong Xuelu, Comrade Zhou Yan, you are in the scientific field. Please pay attention to your words." When Wang Xiaoyun heard Zhou Yan's words, she suddenly felt that it made sense. Then, they asked the doctor about some precautions. The doctor said that Tong Xuelu's body was very healthy. On the other hand, Wang Xiaoyun had to pay attention to rest because she had bled a little during her monthly period half a month ago. This was also the reason why she didn't know that she was pregnant. The doctor said that she might have a threatened miscarriage, so she had to rest more and stay calm. When they heard the words "threatened miscarriage," Zhou Yan and Wang Xiaoyun were so scared that their faces turned pale. They immediately decided that Wang Xiaoyun should ask the factory for a leave of absence as soon as she got back. After leaving the hospital, they first went back to the base to tell the director about this matter. Then, they asked for leave to send the two of them back to the city. Director Zhuang was very happy for the two of them. When Huang Qimin found out that Zhou Yan's wife was pregnant, he was even more shocked than when his own wife was pregnant. "Zhou Yan, I was worried that Rugue would have a child." "You don't have a child yet. I didn't expect that you and Rugue would have a child at the same time. At least it's not too embarrassing." Zhou Yan laughed so hard that his mouth almost reached his ears. "You're the one who's embarrassing. Hurry up and prepare the red packet." Huang Qimin couldn't bear to look at his silly appearance. "I didn't expect that both of your wives would be pregnant at the same time. What a coincidence." Zhou Yan nodded. "I think this is the blessing that Rugue and his wife brought to us. In the future, Rugue will be my best brother." "Huang Qimin? What about him?" Zhou Yan ignored Huang Qimin's gaze and smiled as he went to send his wife off with Wenrugi. Wenrugi borrowed a car from the base and sent Zhou Yan and his wife home before returning to the courtyard house. Seeing that the two of them had returned together, old Mr. Wen couldn't help but ask curiously, "Zolv, didn't you say that you were going to stay the night at the base? Why did you come back together? Did something happen?" Tong Xuelu smiled and said, "Something did happen, but it's good news. Grandpa, sit tight. No matter what news you hear later, you mustn't get too agitated." Upon hearing her words, old Mr. Wen was even more puzzled. He looked at her and then at Wenrugi. "Hurry and tell me what happened." Wenrugi said, "Grandpa, Zolva's pregnant. You're going to be a great grandpa." Dong. Old Mr. Wen dropped his walking stick onto the ground and jumped up. "What? Did you say that Zolva's pregnant?" Tong Xuelu said, "Yes, Grandpa. Didn't I tell you not to get too agitated just now?" She then walked over to help old Mr. Wen up. However, Wenrugi beat her to it and helped her sit down on the chair. Before pouring her a glass of water. "Don't move. You're pregnant now. The doctor told you not to tire yourself out." Tong Xuelu thought to herself, "Do you think I'm made of glass?" Old Mr. Wen snapped out of his trance and blushed. Rubbing his hands together, he said, "Great, this is great. I didn't expect the two of you to be so hardworking. You've only been married for a month and you're already pregnant." He was finally going to be a great grandpa. Uncle Zong returned from grocery shopping. Seeing how agitated old Mr. Wen was, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Commander, why are you crying? Old Mr. Wen wiped the corners of his eyes with his hand and glared at him. You must be seeing things. When did I cry? Zulva's pregnant. I'm more than happy to hear that. Why would I cry? Uncle Zong was stunned. Looking at Tong Shualu's stomach, he asked, Zulva's pregnant? Is that true? When Rugi nodded and said, it's only a month old. The doctor said that it's still early and she needs to rest more. Uncle Zong, please help take care of Zulva in the future. Uncle Zong smiled widely and said, don't worry, I will. However, I still have to ask Zhuju's grandmother. She should know better how to take care of a pregnant woman. Old Mr. Wen nodded profusely and said, you're right. I do have to ask Zhuju's grandmother. Remember to take note of the things that you need to take note of. Tong Shualu felt a warm and fuzzy feeling in her heart when she saw how happy they were for her. At night, Commander Xiao and the three siblings were also extremely excited after hearing about it. Commander Xiao even suggested getting someone to take care of Tong Shualu at home. However, Tong Shualu turned him down. Grandpa, the doctor said that I'm in good health. I'm not feeling unwell at the moment. When I'm about to give birth, I'll get someone to take care of me during the confinement period. Her family was all single. She had no choice but to get someone to help her during the confinement period. However, she did not know if the hospitals in this era offered such services. She decided to ask about it later. Xiao Mianmian scurried over and gently stroked her sister's stomach. Sister, is there really a baby inside? Why don't I see him or her? Tong Shualu smiled and said, the baby is still young. He or she will only come out in about 9 months. Xiao Mianmian opened her mouth wide and said, 9 months? Doesn't that mean there's still a long time? Won't the baby be very bored inside? Tong Shualu said, he or she should be. Why don't you come over and talk to him when you're free? Xiao Mianmian nodded her little head and said, okay, I can sing. I'll sing nice songs for him in the future. That way, he won't be bored. Ever since Tong Shualu found out that she was pregnant, she felt that she was on the path of idleness. She wanted to cook, but no one allowed her to. She wanted to drink water, so when Rugi immediately put the water in front of her with both hands. The temperature of the water was just right. Even when eating fish, he removed the bones before putting it in her bowl. When Rugi spoiled her like a little princess. He even wanted to walk for her. It felt good to be spoiled. 2 days later, Jiang Baihui came to look for her at home. Last time, because of her cousin, the two of them were a little unhappy. Tong Shualu felt that her personality had become a little strange. However, she was never the kind of person who would make things difficult for herself. Since they could not get along, it was better to keep a distance. When Jiang Baihui saw that Tong Shualu and herself had become cold, she realized that she was being unreasonable. Thus, she bought some snacks and fruits. Jiang Baihui said, Zulv, I was too selfish last time. You've already helped me ask Grandma Shen. I have no reason to be angry with you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. In the beginning, Jiang Baihui and Feng Jingyuan had a good relationship. Their personalities were similar and they got along well. However, because they were not in the same school, Tong Shualu and Jiang Baihui's relationship became even better. In the past 3 years, Jiang Baihui had taken the initiative to help her several times. This was also the reason why Tong Shualu let down his guard and accepted her. This time, she did cross the line. However, no one was perfect. Since she had apologized, Tong Shualu did not pursue the matter. Tong Shualu said, hurry and sit down. What do you want to drink? I'll make it for you. Before Jiang Baihui could speak, Uncle Zong appeared at the door and said, Zulv, don't move. Tell me what you want. Your body is not like before. Jiang Baihui looked confused. Zulv, what's wrong with your body? Tong Shualu smiled and said, nothing. It's just that I'm pregnant. Uncle Zong and the others are too concerned about me, so they are making a fuss over nothing. This time, it was Jiang Baihui's turn to be stunned. You're pregnant? Isn't that too fast? Tong Shualu touched her flat stomach. I think it's a little fast too. Jiang Baihui looked at her stomach. Some couples can't get pregnant after 1 or 2 years of marriage. They are pressured by their mother-in-law to have a child every day. It's very stressful. You're pregnant in a month. I've never seen anyone luckier than you. Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu didn't know what to say. Being pregnant in a month was a blessing. Jiang Baihui suddenly touched her stomach and sighed. I really envy you. You know my and Tiany's situation. It's impossible for us to have a child now. Liang Tiany was studying abroad. She was going to apply to be an intern diplomat at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Both of them had to work hard in their careers and couldn't have a child for 3 to 4 years. Tong Xuelu comforted her. You're both still young. It won't be too late for you to get pregnant after Comrade Liang graduates and returns to China. Jiang Baihui smiled. Obviously, he didn't take her comforting words to heart. Tong Xuelu didn't say anything else. Tong Xuelu was pregnant, and Qing Shouyun's business was booming. This time, I'll go over to get the goods myself. You can settle the matters of the shop here. Shi Shoning yawned. Got it. Qing Shouyun reminded him several times until Shi Shoning became impatient. She then got on the train. Shi Shoning watched her get on the train and leave. Qing Shouyun got on the train and wanted to say goodbye to him through the window. However, when she looked out, he was gone. She was so angry that her liver hurt. Shi Shoning didn't go home. Instead, he walked into a bungalow in an alley. After a while, a sweet laughter came from the bungalow. You're finally willing to look for me, you loser? I thought you had forgotten about me long ago. Shi Shoning hugged the woman. Sweetheart, even if I forget about myself, I can't forget about you. The woman pushed him. Did your wife go to Shin City to buy clothes wholesale? Shi Shoning's hands played tricks on her body. Yes, we plan to open a shop to sell clothes. The woman didn't push him away. Boss Shi, you're going to be rich. Will you still come to me in the future? Shi Shoning smiled and kissed her face. When the business picks up, I'll divorce that old woman and marry you. That day, when Rugi only stayed at home for a day before returning to the base. As soon as he returned, he immediately called back. After that, he would call back at least 2 to 3 times a day. Every time he hung up, she could feel his reluctance to part. Tong Xuelu understood his excitement of being a father for the first time, but he was too clingy. Ever since she got pregnant, her family treated her as if she was made of porcelain and needed to be protected everywhere. They wanted her to lie in bed 24 hours a day without moving. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. Later, she had to ask Grandma Shen to help her persuade a house full of inexperienced men to give her a lesson. Only then did she regain her freedom. Tong Xuelu knew her own body well. She planned to continue operating the braised cuisine shop and the restaurant according to her plan. The braised cuisine shop had already started to make a profit. As long as nothing went wrong, she could leave the rest to Guochunyu. Next, she would place her focus on the restaurant. If she was not feeling well, she would put her health first and leave the restaurant to Deng Hong to manage. She could also suspend the business temporarily. If there was nothing wrong with her body, she planned to continue operating the shop. She was just pregnant. It was not that delicate. When she woke up that morning, she ate the breakfast that Uncle Zong made for her. It was a cup of soy milk, 2 meat buns, an apple, and a portion of nuts. She was the one who suggested eating the nuts. Nuts were very nutritious and were very useful for both adults and the child in her belly. After breakfast, she took a car to the braised cuisine shop for an inspection. As the business of the braised cuisine shop was doing well, many people saw a business opportunity. They also saw the purchasing power of the students. A few shops next to the shop were currently under renovation. When Wu Qinyu saw her, he reported the business and customer feedback for the past few days to her. He said worriedly, Manager Tong, I have asked around. The shops next to us are all going to do food and beverage business. If they do, will it affect our business? Tong Xuelu smiled and said, it will definitely affect us in the beginning. But in the long run, it will be a good thing. Guochunyu looked confused. What do you mean? Tong Xuelu explained, if our shop is the only shop on this street, even if our reputation spreads, the number of people who come here will be limited. However, if this street becomes a food street one day, and the entire street sells delicious food, then more and more people will be attracted here. Guo thought for a while and nodded. Manager Tong, you have great foresight. I can only see what's in front of me. Tong Xuelu smiled. What do you think of the 5 people who came to help? Guo said, Manager Tong has a good eye. The 5 of them are very capable and hardworking. They didn't refuse when I asked them to work. But if we have to talk about the most outstanding and capable one, it has to be the young man named Jiang Juanli. Jiang Juanli was Jiang Baihui's distant relative. In terms of seniority, he should be Jiang Baihui's cousin. Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows. Oh? What did he do? Guo said, that day, a student came over and said that our braised food wasn't fresh. He had diarrhea after eating it and wanted us to apologize and compensate him in front of everyone. He also said that he was not allowed to open our shop again. At that time, I went out. There was only him and my silly brother in the shop. Wei Ping was so scared that he couldn't speak. Jiang Juanli was the one who kept calm. He said that he wanted to send the student to the hospital for a checkup and then report it to the police. When the student heard that he wanted to go to the hospital and report it to the police, he was terrified. Tong Xuelu asked, are you sure he's a student? She suspected that someone saw that her shop was doing well and deliberately came to cause trouble. As for the suspect, she thought of Qian Saixin. Guo shook his head. When I came back, the student had already squeezed into the crowd and ran away. We were afraid that things would get out of hand, so we didn't chase after him. Manager Tong, did we do something wrong? Tong Xuelu comforted him. It's okay. You did a good job. Don't be afraid when you encounter trouble. You don't have to reason with them. Just report it to the police. Jiang Juanli's calmness and steadiness in handling things was beyond her expectations. She would observe him in the future. If there were no problems, she could nurture him into a core member. Guo nodded. Oh right, Manager Tong. The weather is getting colder every day. I'm afraid that our braised food business will drop. Malatang was boiling hot. The colder the weather, the better the business. However, the braised food was frozen like a popsicle. No one would want to buy it. Tong Xuelu praised him. That's a good suggestion. When the weather gets colder, I have new dishes to offer. You don't have to worry. When the time came, the braised food supply would decrease. They could start barbecuing. When the weather got colder, the business of other shops would also pick up. By then, more and more people would know that this street was selling delicacies. Guo looked at Tong Xuelu's confident expression and was full of admiration. Sure enough, there was a huge gap between people. Although Manager Tong was young, she was very capable. Her cooking was top-notch and she was very experienced in dealing with people. She was also the top student in the city. She could not be compared to her. After leaving Braised Food House, Tong Xuelu went to the state-run hotel where Deng Hong worked. Deng Hong said that he had 2 chefs that he could introduce to her. When she arrived at the state-run hotel, Jiang Danhong was also there. Don't you have classes today? Tong Xuelu asked. I don't have classes today. I heard that you were hiring chefs, so I came to take a look. Jiang Danhong said as she poured her a cup of winter melon skin tea. I'll just drink plain water. Tong Xuelv knew that she had good intentions. If she was the only woman in a room full of men, there would be gossip if word got out. Jiang Danhong asked curiously, don't you usually like to drink winter melon skin tea? Why aren't you drinking it today? Tong Xuelu looked down at her belly and said with a smile, I'm pregnant. Jiang Danhong was stunned. Really? How could you be so fast? Congratulations. Tong Xuelu said, yeah, I didn't expect it to be so soon. It should be 1 month, right? Yes, it's exactly 1 month. Winter melon skin tea is cooling, so you shouldn't drink it during your monthly period. If you drink too much, I'm afraid that your body will be cold and suffer from menstrual cramps. Jiang Danhong was shocked. Is that so? I like to drink it, especially in summer. I drink it almost every day. No wonder I suffer from menstrual cramps during summer. It seems that I should drink less in the future. While they were talking, Deng Hong came in with a middle-aged man. Deng Hong saw Tong Xuelu and greeted him with a smile. "Comrade Tong, you're here so early?" Tong Xuelu said, "Yes, these two should be the chefs you want to introduce to me?" Deng Hong nodded and pointed to the man with the buzz cut. "This is Master Huang Dakai. He has 15 years of cooking experience." Then he pointed to the tall and thin middle-aged man and said, "This is Master Song Wei-jun. He has 17 years of cooking experience." Both of them used to work in state-run restaurants in other provinces. Recently, their families came to Beijing to make a living, so they came with them but couldn't find any work. After that, he said to the two men, "This woman is the owner of the restaurant." The two chefs hurriedly said, "Hello, Manager Tong." Tong Xuelu smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite. Tell me what dishes you're good at cooking." Huang Dakai spoke with his plastic Mandarin. "I'm from Guangyue Silver. I'm good at cooking Cantonese dishes and desserts." Song Wei-jun said concisely, "I'm from Sichuan. I'm good at cooking Sichuan dishes." Deng Hong smiled and said, "Why don't you let the two chefs cook 2 dishes for everyone to try?" Tong Xuelu agreed. Therefore, Deng Hong brought the 2 chefs to the kitchen to cook. "Sister Danhong, what do you plan to do after graduation?" Tong Xuelu took out some snacks from his bag and ate with Jiang Danhong. Her appetite had become very good these few days. She always got hungry easily. Jiang Danhong said, "I want to take the postgraduate exam. If possible, I want to be a teacher in a university." "That's not a problem. Being a university teacher is much easier than being a primary school teacher." The main point was that the treatment and social status were different. Moreover, Jiang Danhong's personality was more suitable for her to stay in school. More than an hour later, the 2 chefs brought out their best dishes. Master Huang Dakai made crispy barbecued pork and a dessert, flowing sand bun. The crispy barbecued pork was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The skin was crispy and the meat underneath was smooth and tender. The taste was not strong, and it left a sweet taste in the mouth. It was a typical Cantonese cooking method. Tong Xuelu picked up a piece with his chopsticks and commented, "Master Huang, this crispy barbecued pork is very good. However, it would be better if the skin of the barbecued pork was a bit more golden." Master Huang Dakai nodded vigorously. "Manager Tong, you are indeed a first-class chef. There are not many people who can make this crispy barbecued pork better than me. However, I can't control the skin well, causing the skin to turn black." Tong Xuelu said, "This has something to do with your control of the heat. I will make it once for you to see." Master Huang Dakai was stunned for a moment. Then, he beamed with joy. "Manager Tong, do you mean that I have been hired?" Tong Xuelu nodded and picked up the flowing sand bun he made. The skin of the flowing sand bun was soft and tender. After biting into it, the golden fillings flowed out like golden sand. The fillings were sweet and salty, and the taste was very fresh and tender. Tong Xuelu ate the whole bun. She had not eaten authentic flowing sand bun for a long time and missed it very much. Master Song Wei-jun made mapo tofu and kung pao chicken. The mapo tofu was spicy and tender, while the kung pao chicken was spicy and rich. The meat was smooth and crispy, and the more one chewed, the more fragrant it became. Tong Xuelu also acknowledged Master Song Wei-jun's cooking skills and pointed out that his mapo tofu was a little overcooked. However, she still hired him in the end. However, there was still half a month before her restaurant opened. Tong Xuelu asked the 2 of them to report to the restaurant in advance. After leaving the state-run restaurant, she originally wanted to go to the department store to buy some things. However, she did not know if it was because of her pregnancy, but she felt a little tired even though she was usually very energetic. Therefore, she dismissed the idea of going to the department store and took the bus home. After waiting for half an hour for the bus to arrive, Tong Xuelu decided that the first thing she would do after she earned some money was to buy a car. As soon as she entered the house, Mooncake pounced on her. However, it suddenly stopped halfway and circled around her stomach to smell it. Tong Xuelu had heard that animals were very intelligent. When they sensed that their owners were pregnant, they would automatically stop pouncing on them. She rubbed Mooncake's head. "Mooncake, do you know that I am pregnant?" Mooncake barked softly at her. It was completely different from its usual valiant and heroic appearance. At that moment, the wooden door was suddenly pushed open. Wenrugi walked in with a head full of sweat. "Where have you been?" "I went to the braised food shop but couldn't find you." Tong Xuelu stood up and asked curiously, "I went to the braised food shop and then went to the state-run restaurant where I worked as manager Dang. Why did you suddenly come back?" Wenrugi walked over and checked her body. When he found that she was fine, he replied, "I bought you a cassette recorder. My friend's dog just gave birth. It is a month old, so I brought it along with me." When Tong Xuelu heard that there was a puppy, she asked curiously, "Where is the puppy?" Wenrugi held her hand and walked over to look at the puppy. The puppy was a type of wolf dog. As it was still young, it looked a little naive. It looked at Tong Xuelu with a pair of big, watery eyes. Tong Xuelu fell in love with the puppy immediately. She rubbed the puppy's head and asked, "What name should I call you?" "Woof woof." The puppy barked twice. Then, she heard Wenrugi say, "Why don't we call you Green Turtle?" The corners of Tong Xuelu's mouth twitched violently. She didn't expect Wenrugi to still remember the name after so long. She immediately rejected the idea and named the puppy Celebrity Sandbag. Because the sandbag she had just eaten tasted very good, she felt that she could eat another 3 or 4. Therefore, she named the puppy Celebrity Sandbag. Wenrugi felt that it was a pity that the puppy couldn't be named Green Turtle. At night, after washing up, she leaned into Wenrugi's arms. Wenrugi gently stroked her flat stomach and said, "Tell your family where you go in the future so that they don't worry about you." Tong Xuelu hooked her arms around his neck and bit his chin. "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll tell Uncle Zone when I go out in the future." Wenrugi's body trembled when she bit him. He put some distance between them and said, "Bear with it. I've asked the doctor. It'll take 3 or 4 months before you can." Tong Xuelu was speechless. Oh my god, he made it sound like she was very thirsty. Wenrugi saw that she didn't speak and thought that she was angry. "I'll come back more often to accompany you and the child." Tong Xuelu saw that he was so obedient and didn't have the heart to tease him. The key point was that she wasn't as energetic as before. She was already feeling tired. Wenrugi saw that she kept yawning, so he helped her lie down and said, "Since you're tired, let's sleep." He got up and turned off the lights. Tong Xuelu hugged his waist and soon fell asleep. She didn't know how long she slept, but she was woken up in a daze by a voice. She opened her eyes and saw Wenrugi sitting by the bed. He said to the empty chair, "Did you really ask your father to arrange a woman to get close to Xianxia?" Tong Xuelu quivered and woke up completely. Her gaze landed on the chair. There was nothing on the chair, but Wenrugi was staring at it as though he was talking to someone. The atmosphere was so strange that it made her hair stand on end. Goosebumps broke out all over her body. Tong Xuelu lay on the bed, not daring to move or make a sound. Even her breathing slowed down. The next moment, she heard Wenrugi speak again. "I know you're doing this for my own good. That woman once humiliated my father and caused him to suffer greatly before he passed away. What you're doing now is just giving her a taste of her own medicine. She deserves it." With that, he fell silent again and stared at the chair as though he was listening to her. After a while, he suddenly frowned. "No, you don't have to ask your father to stop. Let that woman continue seducing Xianxia. Only when she's in pain will she have no time to hurt others. I can't let her hurt my wife and child." With that said, his brows relaxed, and the corners of his lips curled into a faint smile. "You probably don't know yet, but Zulva's pregnant. Soon, I'll be a father too." Tong Xuelu held her breath as she looked at him. She couldn't say that she wasn't afraid until she heard his last sentence. In that instant, her fear disappeared. She sniffled and tears welled up in her eyes, blurring her vision. She wanted to wipe her tears away, but she was afraid that it would affect him. She could only blink her eyes and let the tears silently flow down her cheeks. At that moment, Wenrugi suddenly turned his body. Tong Xuelu didn't have time to close her eyes, and their gazes collided in the air. Tong Xuelu held her breath. She clutched the blanket tightly and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She didn't know if Wenrugi could see her at that moment, or if he was sleepwalking or awake. The situation of schizophrenia was very complicated. She remembered watching a movie that Zhang Guorong had acted in. In the movie, he played a schizophrenic patient who woke up in the middle of the night to do things. However, he knew nothing about the outside world or what he had done. However, in the movie Beautiful Mind, the male protagonist's schizophrenia caused him to hallucinate and communicate with people who didn't exist. She didn't know what kind of person Wenrugi was. Wenrugi's gaze fell on the tear stains on her face and his heart tightened. He leaned over and said, "I'm sorry, did I wake you up? Why are you crying?" His slender and fair fingers gently touched her cheek, and the cold touch made Tong Zulf shiver uncontrollably. "No, you didn't wake me up. I just woke up from a nightmare." She tried to look as natural as possible, but her palms were sweating from nervousness. Wenrugi wiped away the tears on her face and hugged her. "I'm sorry. My friend came to find me. I was too engrossed in my conversation with him and didn't notice you." Tong Zulf swallowed her saliva. "Friends? Which friend?" "The friend I mentioned to you last time. I've known him since I was young. His name is Xiaoxiu." He then turned to look at the chair. "Xiaoxiu, this is my wife, Zulf." Tong Xuelu looked at the chair stiffly and the corners of her mouth twitched. "Hello, Xiaoxiu. Nice to meet you." There was nothing on the empty chair, so she naturally couldn't hear any reply. However, the next moment, when Rugi's face showed a hint of shyness. "I also think that my wife is very beautiful." Tong Xuelu continued his words. "Thank you for the compliment, but it's already so late. Xiaoxiu should go home, right?" When Rugi nodded. "Xiaoxiu, let me walk you out." He then stood up, walked to the door, opened it, and left. Tong Xuelu looked at his back and felt as if someone was squeezing her heart. Her eyes stung. After a minute or two, when Rugi returned. "Xiaoxiu left. He told you to rest well." He took off his shoes and got on the bed. His strong arms wrapped around her. "It's just a nightmare. I'm by your side. Don't be afraid." It was already autumn. She didn't know how long he had been sitting by the bed. Now that he leaned over, the cold air from his body made Tong Xuelu shiver uncontrollably. "What's wrong?" When Rugi sensed that something was wrong with her and lowered his head to look at her. Tong Xuelu shook her head and said in a muffled voice, "Nothing. I just feel very safe with you by my side." She then raised her head and kissed him gently on the chin. When Rugi blushed and touched her forehead lightly. If it wasn't for the strange scene from before, this scene would have been very heartwarming. Tong Xuelu squeezed her hands and asked carefully, "By the way, you and Xiaoxiu were talking about letting a woman get close to Xiaoxiu. What were you discussing?" When Rugi's body stiffened as if he was frightened. "You heard everything?" Tong Xuelu's palms were sweating again. She didn't know if what she was doing was right or wrong. Would it agitate him? But now that things had come to this, she had no way out. She nodded. "Yes, I heard what you were talking about when I woke up. You were discussing how to deal with Xiaoxiu and that woman, right?" When Rugi's ink-black eyes stared at her intently. His gaze was bottomless. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Her nerves were stretched to the limit. "If I tell you that I allowed others to deal with my biological mother, will you think that I'm despicable and unfilial?" There was a hint of guilt and worry in his voice. After saying this, he began to avoid looking at her, as if he had done something unforgivable. As a son, he knew that his actions were undesirable. But that woman had already harmed the person he loved the most. He couldn't remain indifferent. Now that she found out that he had dealt with his own mother, would she think that he was a terrible person? Tong Xuelu held his face and made him look at her again. "No, no matter what you do, I will stand by your side. Moreover, I heard everything just now. You did all this to protect me and the child." "Thank you, Rugue. I feel that I am the happiest person in the world. I also thank you on behalf of the child. You are the bravest father in the world." When Rugi's dim eyes suddenly lit up. He held her hand tightly. "You really think so? You really don't think that I'm despicable?" Tong Xuelu shook her head and kissed his soft lips gently. "No, I will never think of you that way. When Rugi saw the love and trust in her eyes, the uneasiness in his heart slowly disappeared. "Thank you." As he spoke, he leaned over and covered her lips with his, gently sucking on them. This kiss was gentler than ever before. He cherished her and rubbed her lips little by little. After a while, Tong Xuelu leaned on his shoulder with her cheeks flushed. She said in a slightly breathless voice, "You haven't answered my question." When Rugi paused for a moment. "That woman, my mother, sent me 4 letters in the past month." Tong Xuelu frowned. "She sent letters to the base?" When Rugi nodded. "Yes, she sent the letters to the base with some snacks and supplements. She said that she had been missing me for the past 20 years and wanted to see me. She also said that you had repeatedly attacked her and that she didn't approve of our marriage." Tong Xuelu shook off his hand and pretended to be angry. "Then why didn't you tell me before? Didn't you say that we were husband and wife and that we shouldn't hide anything from each other?" When Rugi saw that she was angry and moved closer to her nervously. "I'm sorry, Zolv. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just didn't want you to be angry and troubled because of this." When he received Qing Shouyun's letter, he was very surprised at first because she had never contacted him in the past 20 years. Why was she suddenly concerned about him? However, when he saw the contents of the letter, he was so angry that he threw all the things she sent to the ground. Later, he realized that she had gone to Tong Xuelu without his knowledge and had a conflict with her. This made him angry and worried. She had wronged his father in the past and now she was targeting Tong Xuelu. Why did she think that he would listen to her? He was more worried that Qing Shouyun would hurt Tong Xuelu when he was not around. Therefore, when Tong Xuelu came to find him, he told him about this matter. Tong Xuelu pouted and looked like he was throwing a tantrum. "I'm sorry. I won't hide it from you in the future. Don't be angry, okay? Also, you didn't tell me about your meeting with her, right?" His voice sounded like he was wronged, like a child who had been wronged. Guilt flashed through Tong Zol's eyes. She turned her head and said, "I didn't tell you because you were very busy at that time. I also didn't want you to worry. Forget it, we didn't tell each other. This time, we're even." When Rugi held her hand. "So you're not angry anymore? Tong Xuelu, tell me everything you did with Tong Xuelu, and I won't be angry." When Rugi had no choice but to tell her everything. After he told Tong Xuelu everything, Tong Xuelu, as his friend, was very concerned about him and told his father about it. Tong Xuelu's father then found a widow and asked her to seduce Shi Shoning and destroy the relationship between Qing Shouyun and Shi Shoning. Tong Xuelu heard this and did not say anything for a long time. His hands were tightly clenched into fists. Old Mr. Wen had asked someone to keep an eye on Shi Shoning and Qing Shouyun. However, in reality, it was not a novel. At most, that person would go and find out some information from time to time and then report back. Because of the lag in information, she did not know that Shi Shoning had hooked up with other women. She also did not know that all of this was done by When Rugi after his schizophrenia. Seeing that she did not say anything, When Rugi clenched his fists. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Now that she heard what he had done, did she regret it? Did she change her mind and think that he was a despicable person? He could ignore other people's opinions, but he could not accept that she thought of him as a despicable person. This made him feel very miserable. Tong Xuelu came back to her senses. Seeing that he had once again sunk into a dilemma and pain, she quickly held his hand. "I was just thinking about how to thank Tong Xuelu and his father. After all, they helped us." When Rugi stared at her. "So, you don't think that I'm despicable anymore?" Tong Xuelu shook his head. "You did the right thing. You gave him a taste of his own medicine. You should let Qing Shouyun have a taste of her own medicine." Hearing this, When Rugi's tense nerves relaxed. She still doesn't know that Shi Shoning cheated on her, but it's only a matter of time. Shi Shoning said that he would divorce her when their business is successful. Tong Xuelu hugged him. "Rugue, leave the rest to me and Grandpa. You just focus on your research, okay?" When Rugi suddenly felt wronged and bitter. "You want to block me out again and not let me know anything, right? Zolv, I'm your husband. I have the ability to protect you and our child." Tong Xuelu hugged him even tighter and kissed his face. I know, I know. It's just that I'm in trouble now. I hope that you can help me. If you keep worrying about Xianxia, you won't have time to help me. Wenrugi was stunned. What do you want me to help you with? Tong Xuelu, I want to wait for the weather to turn cold and cook hot pot in a restaurant. However, traditional hot pot tools are not safe. If you use coal, you will be poisoned. If you use alcohol, you won't have enough firepower. Also, it's not safe and can easily cause a fire. I heard that there's an electric appliance called an induction cooker overseas. I originally wanted to ask Comrade Xia to bring me one from overseas. But it's a little difficult. So, I was wondering if you or your friend can develop an induction cooker and we can put it into production. Wenrugi heard her mention Xie Guangquan and felt jealous. You don't have to ask Comrade Xia. I can help you. However, it's best if you can provide me with a picture of the induction cooker or tell me what it looks like. Tong Xuelu saw that his attention was successfully attracted by the induction cooker and smiled. I don't have a picture of the induction cooker, but I can draw it for you tomorrow. I also have some basic structure and operating principles. Wenrugi nodded. That's enough. They could even develop missiles and rockets, not to mention a small induction cooker. Tong Xuelu struck while the iron was hot. Since you promised to help me develop the induction cooker, then you don't have to worry about Xianxia and Xianxia, okay? Wenrugi looked into her expectant eyes and gently kissed her eyelids. He said in a low voice, okay. As long as she wanted it, he would give it to her. Tong Xuelu yawned and said, it's late. Let's go to bed. Wenrugi responded and helped her lie down. The lights in the room were turned off and the surroundings were dark. Tong Xuelu closed her eyes and slowed her breathing. She didn't know how much time had passed until she heard the sound of steady breathing next to her. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. Wenrugi's illness hadn't acted up for a long time. So, it was because of that woman, Xianxia. Very good. She originally wanted to let them live happily for a few more years and lead them onto the path of crime when the crackdown began in 1983. Now, it seemed that the plan had to be brought forward. That woman actually had the face to write a letter to Wenrugi. If she was in front of her right now, she would definitely give her a few tight slaps. Since Xianxia wanted to die so badly, she could only fulfill her wish. In this life, no matter what, she would not let Xianxia force Wenrugi into a dead end. The night was as dark as water. Tong Xuelu turned around and threw herself into his arms. Wenrugi subconsciously hugged her tighter. The next day, she woke up late again. Laughter and the sound of mooncakes could be heard in the courtyard. She changed her clothes and walked out. Mooncakes ran to the pit where it was supposed to pee. It raised one of its legs and pretended to pee. Then, it ran back and touched the sandbag with its nose. The sandbag opened its watery eyes and looked innocent. It didn't know what Mooncakes wanted it to do. Mooncakes saw that it didn't understand and became anxious. It ran back to the pit and pretended to pee. Then, it ran back to touch the sandbag again. However, the sandbag still didn't understand. It was so angry that Mooncakes barked at it as if it was scolding it. The sandbag held its face with its two front paws as if it had done something wrong and couldn't face anyone. Tong Jiesun and Xiao Mianmian saw this and couldn't help but laugh again. Brother-in-law, the sandbag is so funny. Mooncakes can't even teach it how to pee. Wenrugi stood in the sunlight. The bright sunlight shone on his hair and gilded it with a layer of golden light. He lifted the sandbag and put it in the pit. The sandbag is still young. It will learn how to pee after a few more times. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Tong Xuelu standing at the door. His eyes lit up. He stood up and walked to the tap to wash his hands. Then, he walked to her side. You're awake? Are you hungry? Tong Xuelu rubbed her stomach and nodded. I'm a little hungry. Wenrugi rubbed her hair. I'll go cook some noodles for you. Tong Xuelu nodded. After washing up, she picked up her sketchbook and started sketching. Fortunately, she had some drawing skills. She could draw a simple still life like an induction cooker. However, it was too beautiful. After drawing the exterior, she wrote down the operating principle, structure, and details as detailed as possible. Speaking of which, she remembered so much because she had a bestie who liked to dismantle electrical appliances. Her bestie liked to dismantle electrical appliances and then put them back together. She had seen her bestie dismantle an induction cooker before, so she remembered many details now. When Rugi came over with the noodles, he picked up her sketchbook and looked at it for a while. It's not difficult to make an induction cooker work, but it's not easy to find the parts. Tong Xuelu drank a mouthful of soup. You're right. No one in China is producing the outer shell yet. However, if we can develop it, it shouldn't be difficult to find a factory to produce it. To produce the outer shell, they needed the outer shell mold. Currently, there wasn't any in the domestic market. Even if they found a factory, they would have to pay for it themselves. However, if the induction cooker could be produced and put into production, the cost of the mold could be earned back in minutes. She wasn't worried about this. When Rugi thought for a while and nodded. I'll go back and study it with Zhou Yan and the others. Tong Xuelu kissed him on the cheek with her oily mouth. Thank you, dear. Dear. He liked this word. When Rugi gently wiped away the oil from her mouth, the tips of her ears were slightly red. Tong Jessen and Xiao Mianmian walked to the door and saw their sister kissing her brother-in-law. The two of them were stunned. The next moment, Tong Jessen covered his eyes and shouted, "My eyes! My eyes are going to grow needles." Xiao Mianmian was confused. Third brother, why are you going to grow needles? Tong Jessen said, I'm going to grow needles when I see other people kissing. It's very painful. Xiao Mianmian was so scared that her face turned pale. She had also seen her sister kissing her brother-in-law just now. What should she do if she were to grow needles, when Rugi, Tong Xuelu, this pair of naive siblings? When Rugi was now the director and couldn't leave the base for too long. Therefore, he went back in the afternoon. After when Rugi left, Tong Xuelu followed him out. Sorry, she was going to go all out. After leaving the house, Tong Xuelu went straight to the area near Widow Li's house. There was a lot of gossip in front of a widow's house. It was easier to find out more about a widow than about a normal person. Tong Xuelu walked around the neighborhood and chose a woman who was sewing insoles at the door. The woman was in her 30s. She had thin lips and high cheekbones. One look and you could tell that she was a gossipy person. She walked over with a nervous expression. Big sister, is there someone called Li Huanhuan here? The woman raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at her from head to toe. You're looking for Li Huanhuan? Who are you to her? Tong Xuelu twisted the corner of her clothes and bit her lips until they turned white. Big sister, do you know Li Huanhuan? I just want to see what she looks like. I don't believe that she can be as beautiful as a fairy. Why is my man? She suddenly covered her mouth as if she had accidentally let it slip. Her eyes darted around and she didn't dare to look at the woman. When the woman heard her words, her eyes lit up. She stopped sewing the insoles in her hands. Sister, quickly sit down. I do know that slut Li Huanhuan. Do you have any conflicts with her? Tong Xuelu hesitated for a moment and sat down on the stool next to the woman. I don't have any conflicts with her. I just want to see what she looks like. I want to see if she's prettier than me. When she said this, her face showed that she wasn't convinced. The woman's gaze swept across her face, and she clicked her tongue. Far from it. How can that shoehorn face of hers compare to you, little sister? But that slut has 8 pieces of meat on her chest. Men love her slutty body. Tong Xuelu looked down at her chest and frowned. I only have 4 ounces of meat. I definitely can't compete with her 8 ounces of meat. No wonder my man, the woman's eyes lit up like stars. What's wrong with your man? Don't tell me he's having an affair with Li Huanhuan? Tong Xuelu's face paled as she waved her hands repeatedly. No, big sister, don't talk nonsense. If word of this gets out, my man will definitely be fired from his unit. The woman curled her lips. Even if you don't say it, I can guess it. Your man must have slept with Li Huanhuan. You're not reconciled, so you came to see what that slut looks like. But you're afraid that you'll hurt your man, right? Tong Xuelu bit his lip and didn't say anything, but the expression on his face said it all. The woman thought that she had guessed correctly and said proudly, "Sister, you're not the first woman to come here. Before you, there were many people who came looking for her." Tong Shuilv covered her mouth, her face full of shock and confusion. She doesn't have any sense of shame, so why didn't everyone report her? In the past 2 years, the atmosphere has been getting worse and worse. Even if I reported her, I might not be able to do anything to her. But in the past, every report was accurate. The woman scratched her head with the insole. Why else? Aren't they worried that it will affect their man, just like you? If it weren't for that, that slut wouldn't have been able to live so peacefully until now. She would have been caught long ago. Tong Shuilv faintly sighed when she heard this, her face wrinkled into a bitter gourd. God is really blind, such a person actually can't do anything to her. What can a weak woman like me do? If I really make a big deal out of this, he might divorce me. Hoo. After saying this, she covered her face and cried. Her shoulders trembled nonstop, making her look like a weak little white flower. People couldn't help but sympathize with her. The woman pitied her. Secondly, she had a grudge against Li Huanhuan. Thirdly, she didn't mind the drama. She looked around and suddenly said in a low voice, "Sister, do you want to deal with that slut?" Upon hearing this, Tong Shuilv raised her head. Her eyes were red from crying, and tears condensed on her eyelashes. She looked very pitiful. "Sister, do you have a way?" The woman glanced at her fair and delicate face. Half envious and half jealous, she said, "Sister, you're so beautiful, but your man still goes out to fool around. Men are really bad. But the most despicable one is still that slut, Li Huanhuan. She seduces men everywhere. She's so shameless." Tong Shuilv saw that she was going astray and quickly pulled her back. "Sister, you just asked me if I wanted to deal with Li Huanhuan. Do you know something?" After saying this, she took out a bunch of white rabbit creamy candies from her military bag and gave them to the woman. The woman pretended to push them away. "How can I accept this?" No, take it back quickly." Tong Shuilv put the white rabbit creamy candies on her lap. "Sister, don't be so polite. Give it to the children later." In the past 2 years, the people's standard of living had improved, but most people still couldn't bear to buy white rabbit creamy candies. The woman didn't really want to refuse. Seeing Tong Shuilv give it to her, she accepted it. Gifts blind one's eyes, and one's mouth is soft. After accepting the white rabbit creamy candies, the woman poured out everything she knew. Li Huanhuan's husband died of an illness 7 years ago. At that time, she had only been married for less than half a year. Because she married into the family to ward off bad luck, her husband's health wasn't good, and they didn't have any children. After her husband died, only her and her father-in-law were left in the family. When speaking of Li Huanhuan's father-in-law, the woman had a meaningful expression on her face. Li Huanhuan was still young at that time. Her skin was tender, and her waist was swaying like a water snake when she walked. Her chest was heavy, and men couldn't take their eyes off her. Her father-in-law was the same. A trace of disgust welled up in Tong Shuilv's heart, but she pretended to be shocked. "Could it be that you're mistaken?" The woman sneered. Her father-in-law wasn't even 50 years old at that time. He was strong and healthy. His wife had passed away a long time ago, and he had been without a wife for so many years. His son was also gone, and he was left with a beautiful daughter-in-law. "Do you think he could bear it?" Tong Shuilv frowned. "He couldn't have," the woman nodded. "It's just as you think." Li Huanhuan was dragged to the bed by her father-in-law and had sex with her. Tong Shuilv was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. At the same time, she sighed in her heart. If this was the woman's so-called weakness, then she would never use it. In this matter, Li Huanhuan was a victim. If she used this to threaten Li Huanhuan, then how was she different from a beast? Just as she was about to retreat, she heard the woman's voice lower and sneaky. "Do you know what happened after that?" Tong Shuilv shook her head. In less than half a month, Li Huanhuan's father-in-law passed away. He died of a sudden illness. The woman narrowed her eyes. Li Huanhuan's father-in-law was in good health before he passed away. He didn't even have a cold or fever. How could he suddenly die of a sudden illness? Tang Xuelu covered her mouth and widened her eyes in horror. Big. Big sister, what do you mean? The woman replied, what else could it mean? I suspect that Li Huanhuan killed her father-in-law, but I don't have any evidence. Sister, if you want to kill that slut Li Huanhuan, you can do it from this matter. Tang Xuelu pretended to be frightened and shook her head like a rattledrum. Big sister, you can't say such things without evidence. Otherwise, it's easy to be blamed. I'll leave now. Thank you, big sister. After saying that, she seemed to be scared out of her wits and staggered away. The woman rolled her eyes and snorted softly. Useless soft-footed shrimp. No wonder she lost to Li Huanhuan even though she's so pretty. After saying that, she took out the white rabbit candy from her pocket and grinned, looking as if she had taken advantage of her. Tang Xuelu walked for a long time before stopping. She had come here to find Li Huanhuan's weakness. Wenrugi had made a deal with this woman, and she was worried that this woman would use this to threaten Wenrugi. She was even more worried that if she and Xianxia formed an alliance to deal with Wenrugi, then the problem would be very troublesome. If news of the director of the Institute of Physical Education using money to bribe a widow to seduce his stepfather got out, no matter what Qing Shouyun did or how wrong he was, everyone would only think that Wenrugi was immoral and an unfilial son. If that happened, his life would be ruined. Therefore, she wanted to strike first and gain the upper hand. She wanted to find Li Huanhuan's weakness and control her. She originally thought that she wouldn't gain much from this trip, but she didn't expect to gain much from it. She walked to the bus stop and boarded a bus to the Public Security Bureau. The bus was full of people. She couldn't find a seat and could only stand. She gently massaged her aching waist and swore to herself that she would buy a car when she made enough money. When she arrived at the Public Security Bureau in the southern part of the city, she went straight to Piao Jianni. Piao Jianni was working on some documents. When he saw her, he couldn't help but ask curiously, what a rare guest. Why are you here? Tang Xuelu looked at the desk and asked, are you busy right now? Piao Jianni closed the document and said, not really. Why are you looking for me? Tang Xuelu nodded and said, I want to know about a case. I wonder if you can help me get the files? A case? What do you want to do? There's a woman named Li Huanhuan living in Hammermouth Alley in the northern part of the city. Her father-in-law passed away 6 years ago. I heard that there was something fishy about his death. I wonder if the Public Security Bureau has a record of it. Piao Jianni looked at her and frowned. Tell me first. Why do you suddenly want to know about this person? And what do you want to do? Tang Xuelu lowered her head and looked at the ring on her ring finger. This ring was personally designed by Wenrugi. Their initials were engraved on the inner layer of the ring. In this era, many jewelry techniques were not up to par. In order to have their initials engraved on the ring, Wenrugi had hired many craftsmen. His love for her had long surpassed her expectations. Tang Xuelu didn't say anything. The office was eerily quiet. Piao Jianni rolled his eyes and suddenly asked, does this have anything to do with Rugue? Tang Xuelu took a deep breath and looked up. Yes. Rugue is sick. She then told Piao Jianni about Wenrugi's illness and what he did after he fell ill. Piao Jianni was stunned after hearing this. He looked at her in disbelief. Are you saying that Rugue is crazy? How is that possible? He had known Wenrugi for so many years. He had always been normal, no different from other people. If there was a difference, it would be that when he was young, he didn't pay attention to people and didn't talk to them. Later, he got better. At most, he couldn't remember people's faces. What did this have to do with being crazy? Tang Xuelu frowned and corrected him. Being crazy doesn't equal being crazy. Please pay attention to your words. Piao Jianni scratched his head. Didn't I say that Rugue is not crazy? Don't tell me you're thinking too much because you're pregnant? Tang Xuelu rolled her eyes. You know a lot, but thank you. I'm not thinking too much. I'm the only one who knows about Rugue's condition. Believe it or not, I hope you won't tell anyone else. Piao Jianni saw that she wasn't joking. His heart skipped a beat. Does Rugue really talk to the air? Can he be cured? Will it worsen in the future? Tong Shuelu, he's not talking to the air. He's talking to the people in his imagination. His condition had stabilized a lot before, but Qing Shouyun's appearance triggered him and caused his condition to worsen. If we don't get rid of Qing Shouyun, the consequences will be very serious. How serious? He'll have a mental breakdown. In the end, he'll really become crazy. Or, he'll commit suicide. Piao Jianni's hand trembled, and the enamel jar on the table was knocked over. Water flowed out and flowed towards the documents. He jumped up in fright and quickly picked up the documents. Then, he looked around for a rag to wipe the table. After he was done, he looked at Tong Shuelu with a complicated expression. Zolve, what you said is very strange to me. However, I believe that you won't joke about Ruguay, and you won't do anything to hurt Ruguay. So, I'll help you with the files. Tong Shuelu said sincerely, thank you, Comrade Piao. Piao Jianni waved his hand. Don't mention it. But will the consequences really be that serious? What I mean is that Ruguay is so tenacious. He won't commit suicide. Tong Shuelu thought about what happened in his previous life and felt a lump in his throat. When a person has a mental breakdown, how can he still be rational? For when Rugi, if one day he found out that he had been interacting with illusory people, this knowledge would be enough to break him down. In addition, he thought about how he was abused when he was young, and Qing Shouyun's miscarriage. All these things would push him to the brink of despair. When she thought about how helpless Wenrugi was in her previous life, she felt so sad that she wanted to cry. Piao Jianni had known Tong Shuelu for a long time, but this was the first time he saw her so vulnerable. He was frightened. Comrade Tong, don't cry. I already said that I believe you. If you cry in front of me and Ruguay finds out, he won't let me off. Tong Shuelu turned her head and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. I'm not crying. I'm going back. I'll have to trouble you with the case. Piao Jianni stood up and said, do you want me to drive you back? Tong Shuelu immediately nodded. Yes. I'd be an idiot if I didn't take advantage of you. Piao Jianni, he was just being polite. He didn't expect her to take his words seriously. However, she was pregnant. More importantly, Wenrugi was his future father-in-law's precious student. If Wenrugi found out that he didn't drive her back, he would say bad things about him in front of his future father-in-law. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to find a place to cry. Piao Jianni went to the police station to borrow a car and drove Tong Shuelu back. When they got home, Tong Shuelu didn't stay idle. She picked up the phone and called Su Yueshan. Comrade Su, I need you to kill 2 people. Su Yueshan. Hearing Tong Shuelu's words, Su Yueshan almost dropped the phone in his hand. He was not even that shocked when his house was confiscated and he was banished to the cowshed. Now, his heart skipped a beat. He did not know what had happened to Tong Shuelu. Why did she have to resort to such extreme measures? With her intelligence and the background of the Wen and Xiao families, it must be very difficult for her to be forced to resort to such a risky method. She would not have asked for it unless she had no other choice. If it were not for her help, Xiaojiu would have been abducted and sold to some remote corner of the mountain. If it were not for her help to expose Yan Yonglan's murder of his wife, and the timely discovery of Guilan's suicide attempt, the Su family would have been separated. Fine, I'll kill him. I'll just treat it as repaying her kindness. In just a few seconds, Su Yueshan thought about many things. He even thought about how to arrange for his family after his death. He took a deep breath and said, Comrade Tong, tell me, who do you want? Me to kill for you? This time, it was Tong Shuelu's turn to be stunned. I didn't ask you to kill anyone. Su Yueshan was confused. Didn't you just ask me to kill 2 people for you? Didn't kill mean kill? His ability to understand should not be a problem. Tong Shuelu realized that her words had been misunderstood. Perhaps it had something to do with her pregnancy. She realized that her emotions were more easily affected than usual. When I said kill, I didn't mean kill. I wanted to ask you if there was a way to tamper with the supply of goods. I want to make Qing Shouyun and Shoning go bankrupt. Then, they will take the initiative to go on the road of crime. Only when they did something illegal, she could call the police and catch them all. However, she would not do anything illegal. She would not let others do something illegal like killing people for her. She did not expect Suyueshan to be so interesting. Not only did he misunderstand that she wanted to kill people, but what was funny and touching was that he actually agreed without hesitation. When Suyueshan heard her explanation, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. That makes things easier. I happened to see Xianxia at my friend's place yesterday. This time, she took several times more goods than before. She must have invested most of her money. But this time, she came alone again. On her way back, we can arrange for someone to snatch her goods and make her lose everything. When Tong Xuelu heard this, he couldn't help but admire Suyueshan's quick thinking. I think this is a good idea, but can you make arrangements for the manpower? Qing Shouyun was now in Shin City. She couldn't do anything even if she wanted to. When she returned to the capital, it would not be easy for her to make a move. After all, this was the capital. If she made a move, it was very likely that she would be caught red-handed. Suyueshan chuckled. Don't worry about that. Since I was the one who proposed the method, I naturally have the ability to do it. Shin City had just been established as a special economic zone. There were many things waiting to be done in this city. The rules and regulations were not perfect yet, so there were many crimes. He wanted Qing Shouyun's goods to be snatched away. He didn't even need to do it himself. As long as he spread the news, someone would naturally do it. Tong Xuelu said sincerely, "Thank you, Comrade Su. It's actually a little difficult to make such a request. Please be careful on your side. Don't let anyone catch you." Suyueshan, you're welcome, Comrade Tong. I've only repaid 1,000th of the help you gave to the Su family. But does Comrade Wen know about this? Tong Xuelu paused for a moment. He doesn't know. But even if he knows, he won't blame me. As for the reason, she didn't plan to tell Suyueshan. She could tell Piao Jiani about Wenrugi's illness because if she didn't, Piao Jiani wouldn't help her get the files. Secondly, although Piao Jiani had a bad mouth, he was very close to Wenrugi. Piao Jiani had helped her several times previously on account of Wenrugi. Lastly, now that she was pregnant, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to take care of things. Hence, she needed a helper. She couldn't possibly tell her two grandfathers about Wenrugi's illness, especially old Master Wen. They definitely wouldn't be able to take it. Hence, after some consideration, she felt that Piao Jiani was the most suitable person to tell her. Given Piao Jiani's character, she wasn't worried that he would leak the news. Suyueshan was a smart person. After hearing Tong Xuelu's words, he immediately understood that she had something that she couldn't say. He immediately changed the topic. Comrade Tong, I need to go out and make some arrangements. I'll contact you if I have any news. Okay. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, Tong Xuelu called Wenrugi. Ever since Wenrugi was promoted to the director, he had installed a telephone in his office. Daddy, are you busy with work today? Wenrugi smiled when he heard this new way of addressing him. Yes, I am. What did you do after I left? Did the child torture you? Tong Xuelu said, the child is only a month old. He might not even be as big as a soybean. He doesn't have the ability to torture me. After you left, I went to the department store to shop, but I didn't buy anything. Why didn't you buy anything? Did you run out of tickets? As Wenrugi spoke, he pulled open the drawer and looked at the tickets inside. He couldn't help but feel regretful that he had forgotten to bring them home yesterday. Of course not. The tickets that you usually bring home and the tickets that your two grandfathers gave me are more than enough. I just don't have the desire to buy anything. When Wenrugi heard her contradictory statement, his smile deepened. If you don't have the desire to buy anything, why did you go to the department store? Tong Xuelu pouted and said in a coquettish voice, I was bored. I started to miss you as soon as you left. Daddy, did you miss me? Wenrugi's ears immediately turned red. He said in a low and pleasant voice, yes, I missed you when I wasn't doing my experiments. The corners of Tong Xuelvi's mouth also curled up. It was really difficult for him to say such explicit words of love. However, Wenrugi didn't feel so good. As soon as he finished speaking, two strange voices came from the door. Oh my God, I have goosebumps all over my body. Who would have thought that our director Wen would be so mushy? I missed you when I wasn't doing my experiments. Ha ha ha, the great Casanova Wenrugi. Wenrugi didn't need to turn around to recognize the voices of his two bad friends, Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin. His face became hot. Zhou Yan and Qimin, come and find me. I'll call you back later. Tong Xuelu was very happy that he could get along with his friends. Being alone all the time was not good for his condition. Okay, then you can hang up first. Wenrugi held the phone and said in a low voice, you can hang up first. In the past, when they called, he would always wait for her to hang up. The two of them went back and forth on the topic of you can hang up first several times. Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin, who were standing by the door, were fed a stomach full of dog food. After hanging up the phone, Wenrugi looked at the two of them with a trace of embarrassment. Why did you come to find me? Zhou Yan looked like he deserved a beating. Can't we come if there's nothing? If we didn't come, we wouldn't have been able to hear your sweet nothings. Huang Qimin clicked his tongue twice. Rugue, I didn't expect you to surpass your master. You couldn't even remember a woman's face before, but now you can say sweet nothing so easily. It's true that a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Wenrugi was embarrassed by the two of them. If there's nothing else, then hurry up and leave. I still have work to do. Huang Qimin said, what work? We're all off work. Let's go to the state-run restaurant together. It's your treat. Wenrugi's mouth twitched. I won't go. I just returned to the base at noon. There are still many things that I haven't settled. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Yan interrupted him. A person is iron, and food is steel. No matter how busy you are, you still have to eat. Let's go. If you don't have time to go to the state-run restaurant, then let's go to the cafeteria. Wenrugi wasn't very hungry, but the two of them didn't care about anything else and dragged him to the cafeteria. Of course, it was still his treat to go to the cafeteria. The two of them deliberately came to freeload. However, he could still afford to pay for the cafeteria, so he didn't resist and invited the two of them. After eating, Wenrugi went straight back to the office to work. Huang Qimin asked Zhou Yan if he wanted to go to the supply and demand cooperative to buy daily necessities. Zhou Yan's eyes drifted. I won't go. I just remembered that I have things to do in the office. You can go by yourself. After saying that, he left Huang Qimin behind and hurried away. Huang Qimin looked at him and was a little puzzled. However, he didn't pursue the matter and turned to go to the supply and demand cooperative. Zhou Yan didn't go back to the office. Instead, he went to the telephone room. At this time, the clerk had already gotten off work and no one was in the office. He picked up the phone and called the office in the villa complex. A few months ago, the villa complex had a telephone installed. Now, it was much more convenient for him to contact his family. After a while, his wife, Wang Xiaoyun's voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhou Yan? Why did you call back? Zhou Yan remembered Wenrugi's words of love. He took a deep breath and said, Mom, have you eaten? Wang Xiaoyun frowned, but still answered patiently, Yes, I have. Why did you call back? Zhou Yan twisted the phone cord. His coy expression was particularly funny. It's nothing. I just miss you. My child's mother, did you miss me? Wang Xiaoyun took the phone away and glanced at it. Are you really Zhou Yan? Why are you saying such mushy words for no reason? Did you do something wrong to me? Zhou Yan almost choked to death. Xiaoyun, what nonsense are you thinking? I just miss you and the child, so I specially called back. Why are you so unromantic? Wang Xiaoyun endured the nausea in her chest and said, Can romance be used as food? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Zhou Yan, wife, you haven't said whether you miss me or not. Wretch, as soon as Zhou Yan's words came out, he was answered by a series of vomiting sounds. Zhou Yan, Wang Xiaoyun vomited for a while before answering the phone. I'm having a lot of morning sickness. I can't talk to you anymore. Zhou Yan immediately said in a caring and affectionate tone, Wife, have a good rest. Tell me what you want to eat. Wife, you can hang up first. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a caw-caw sound from the other end of the phone. Then, there was only the do-do-do sound left. Zhou Yan, why can one Rugi and his wife be so affectionate, but when it comes to me, it becomes so QAQ, ***. 2 days later, there was news from Piao Jiani. Due to the fact that it was not convenient to talk about such matters in the police station, and Tong Xuelu was now pregnant, he personally sent the file to the Wen family. Upon seeing him, old Mr. Wen asked curiously, Jiani, don't you have to go to work? Why are you here at this time? Piao Jiani said, I happened to be nearby to settle some matters, so I came to see you. I heard that you're going to be a great-grandfather. Congratulations. Old Mr. Wen loved to hear others talk about him becoming a great-grandfather. He smiled so widely that his crow's feet wrinkled together. You're so thoughtful. But you're not getting any younger. You're already pregnant with Ruguay's child. You have to hurry up. If you go on like this, you'll become an old bachelor. Piao Jiani, who was stabbed by old Mr. Wen, was speechless. Old Mr. Wen said, don't take it lightly. Look at your face. You may be younger than Rugi by half a year, but you look old. You look just like his uncle. If you don't hurry and get married, your child is going to think that you're his grandfather when you give birth. Piao Jiani, who was stabbed in the chest, was speechless. Tong Xuelu walked out of the house and happened to hear old Mr. Wen's words. She laughed hysterically. Ha ha ha, upon hearing Tong Xuelu's laughter, Piao Jiani felt even more frustrated. He hurriedly shot her a look, hinting for her to send old Mr. Wen away. Tong Xuelu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Grandpa, I feel like eating the red bean cake from the alley next door. Can Uncle Zong buy some for me? Old Mr. Wen said, little Zong has gone to buy groceries. I'll go buy some for you now. Tong Xuelu said, how can you do that? I'd better go buy some myself. Old Mr. Wen waved his hand. Why not? I'm very strong. Just wait for me at home. I'll be back in no time. He then returned to his room to grab some money and tickets before striding out of the house. Once old Mr. Wen left, Tong Xuelu shifted her gaze onto the document in Piao Jiani's hand. Is there any news about the thing that I asked you to do? Piao Jiani nodded as he walked into the living room. Yes. Tong Xuelu poured her a cup of tea and took out some snacks. Where's the document? Noticing how anxious she was, Piao Jiani handed the document to her without even taking a sip of water. Li Huanhuan's father-in-law, Chen Dai, died very suddenly. I heard that there was something fishy going on after his death. However, Li Huanhuan hooked up with the deputy bureau chief at that time. Hence, the case was closed as a natural death. Tong Xuelu opened the document and skimmed through it quickly. Just like what Piao Jiani said, the record of the case was very simple. It stated that Li Huanhuan's father-in-law, Chen Dai, had died of an illness and there was no suspicion at all. She put the document down and raised her brows. What do you mean by there being something fishy about his death? Did someone see the corpse and feel that something was amiss? Pu Jiani took a sip of water and took a bite of a snowflake. That's right. My subordinate's uncle was one of the people in charge of this case. However, his uncle's position was low, so he didn't dare to say anything when he saw that something was wrong. Chen Dai didn't have any other relatives to stand up for him, so he didn't say anything because he believed that it was better to avoid trouble. Tong Xuelu asked, if I want to reverse the case, can that person stand up and testify? Piao Jiani ate the snowflake pastry in 2 or 3 bites. Yes. The deputy bureau chief who helped Li Huanhuan was removed from his position a few years ago. She was no longer a backer. However, do you really want to reverse the case? Tong Xuelu shook her head. No. I just want to use this to threaten and control Li Huanhuan. However, there's always a possibility. I have to be fully prepared. Piao Jiani was very impressed with her cautious personality. I told you that you'd be very suitable for the criminal investigation unit. Unfortunately, you weren't interested. Tong Xuelu put the document away. I'll need to borrow this document for a day. I'll return it to you later. Is that okay? No problem. However, you mustn't lose it. Don't worry. After the discussion, Piao Jiani stood up and was about to leave. However, before she turned around, she saw old Mr. Wen returning with something. Zolv, I bought the red bean cake. Hurry and eat it while it's hot. Tong Shualu's heart was filled with warmth. Thank you, Grandpa. You bought this for the baby. I'll thank you on behalf of the baby, Great-Grandpa. Upon hearing her words, old Mr. Wen was so happy that his beard almost stood up. Hurry and eat it. Tell me if you want to eat anything else. I'll buy it for you. He then looked at Piao Jianni and said, Jianni, you really have to get married and have children soon. Don't think that I'm just scaring you. You look really old. Piao Jianni's lips twitched. Got it, Grandpa. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. If he didn't leave now, old Mr. Wen would poke him in the chest. Watching Piao Jianni flee, Tong Xuelu couldn't help but burst into laughter again. The next day, she brought the document to Li Huanhuan. After confirming that Shi Shoning was not in the Li family home, she avoided the woman from the previous time and knocked on Li Huanhuan's door. Li Huanhuan and Shi Shoning had fooled around until late last night. At this moment, she was catching up on sleep. Upon hearing the knocking on the door, she asked impatiently, Who is it? The Public Security Bureau. Upon hearing this, Li Huanhuan shuddered and immediately woke up from her sleepiness. She practically rolled out of bed and hurriedly put on her clothes before opening the door. As soon as she opened the door, she was stunned to see Tong Xuelu. Why are you here? Tong Xuelu knew that she recognized her. Seems like you know me. I have something to tell you. Is it convenient for me to come in? Li Huanhuan looked at her warily. I don't know you. I mistook you for someone else. You're pretending to be a police officer. I advise you to leave now. Otherwise, I'm going to call for help. Tong Xuelu's red lips curled. If you don't know me, how do you know that I'm not a police officer? Li Huanhuan bit her lip and looked at her. I know that you're Mr. Cheng's lover. Why are you looking for me? Mr. Cheng? Yup, Mr. Cheng was Xiaxu's father. He was also the second character that Wenrugi came up with. Tong Xuelu stared at her. My husband has never mentioned me to you. How do you know that I'm his lover? Have you investigated him? It seemed that Li Huanhuan was indeed dishonest. Fortunately, she had made the first move. If she had been a little later, this woman might have joined forces with Shi Xiu to deal with Wenrugi. Li Huanhuan bit her lip angrily. She knew that she had said the wrong thing again. I'm not investigating. I saw you on the street once. That's why I recognized you. Tong Xuelu pushed her away and walked straight into the house. She looked around. There were 2 rooms in the house. The furniture inside was neither new nor old. However, she had everything she needed, such as enamel vats, thermos bottles, and radios. She had everything that ordinary people couldn't afford. As far as she knew, Li Huanhuan didn't have a job. Her husband's family didn't leave much money behind. Obviously, she had relied on men for the past few years to live so comfortably. She took the initiative and sat down on a chair. Don't stare at me like that. Sit down. Li Huanhuan frowned. However, in the face of Tong Xuelu's strong aura, she felt as if she was being strangled. She didn't dare to be presumptuous. She sat down on the chair opposite her. Why are you looking for me? Tong Xuelu couldn't be bothered to pretend to be polite with her. He took out the case file directly. This is the transcript of your report when your father-in-law, Chen Dai, died of a sudden illness. Back then, Chen Dai didn't die of natural causes. He was killed because of you. However, you seduced the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau and made him cover up for you. Later, the deputy director was shot to death. Do you still remember this? Li Huanhuan's face turned pale. She looked at Tong Xuelu as if she had seen a ghost. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. Of course, my father-in-law died of an illness. The Public Security Bureau has proven it. Don't you dare use this to slander me. Tong Xuelu wasn't anxious at all. His red lips curled up slightly. Although the deputy director who helped you was shot to death, the other person in charge of the case is still alive. He said that if I want to reverse the case, he can testify. Li Huanhuan's lips trembled. Her nails dug into her palms. What do you want? I helped your husband do something, and you're using this to threaten me? Good, very good. You can go ahead and report me. At worst, we'll all die together. What she meant was that if Tong Xuelu dared to expose her, she would reveal that Wenrugi had bribed her to seduce Shi Xiaoning. They would all die together. Tong Xuelu chuckled softly. Relax. Don't be so nervous. I'm not here to send you to prison. Then what do you want? I have a few questions for you. Tong Xuelu didn't wait for her reply. He asked directly, have you told anyone that my husband asked you to get close to Shi Xiaoning? Li Huanhuan shook her head. No. Tong Xuelu said, you'd better not lie. If I find out that anyone else knows about this, I won't go easy on you. Li Huanhuan said, I said no. If you don't believe me, you can investigate it yourself. Don't worry. I'll definitely investigate it. Tong Xuelu looked at her coldly. Second question. Did Shi Xiaoning find out that you were sent by Wenrugi? This time, Li Huanhuan quickly shook her head. No. If he found out, he wouldn't let me off easily. Really? I heard that he wants to marry you. It seems that he's obsessed with you. Aren't you moved at all? Li Huanhuan's eyes flashed. No. You're lying. Tong Xuelu slammed the table and shouted, if you weren't moved, why would you investigate my husband and know who I am? You're obviously disloyal. Li Huanhuan was shocked. She forced herself to calm down and argued, I already said that I didn't investigate you. I just bumped into you on the road. Stop your nonsense, Tong Xuelu interrupted her. I don't even believe in punctuation. I'm here to make a deal with you. After we're done, I'll arrange for you to leave Beijing. You don't have to say anything. You have no choice in this matter. Otherwise, I'll send you to prison. As for what you said about perishing together, I advise you to save it. Since you've investigated our identities, you should know how powerful our backgrounds are. Do you think that everyone will believe the words of a seductive widow like you? Li Huanhuan glared at her, her eyes burning with anger. Then what do you want me to do? I'm telling you, I won't do anything illegal. Tong Xuelu sneered. You've already done something illegal. Stop pretending to be innocent in front of me. But don't worry, I won't let you kill Shi Xiaoning. I won't do anything illegal. Li Huanhuan's face alternated between red and white. Tong Xuelu said, what I want you to do is very simple. Write a confession letter admitting that you killed your father-in-law. Sign it and put your fingerprint. Before she could finish speaking, Li Huanhuan shouted, dream on. Do you think I'm a fool? With this in your hands, won't I be controlled by you for the rest of my life? Tong Xuelu said, I'll return this confession letter to you on the day you leave Beijing. But before that, you can't tell anyone what my husband wants you to say. Also, you have to let Xianxia know of your existence. Once they start fighting, your mission will be considered complete. Li Huanhuan frowned. That's it? Tong Xuelu nodded. That's it. After I'm done with this, I'll send you to Shin City. I can help you find a job there, but you can't return to Beijing for the rest of your life. Of course, the so-called job search was just to keep an eye on her. Li Huanhuan's 8 meaty breasts heaved up and down violently, indicating that her heart was in turmoil. Tong Xuelu knew that if it weren't for the fact that she had something on her, and if it weren't for her powerful background, Li Huanhuan would definitely pounce on her and tear her apart. Li Huanhuan stared at her for a long time before taking a deep breath. You said it yourself, I don't have a choice. When do you want me to take action? Just as Tong Xuelu thought, she couldn't wait to pounce on her and tear her to pieces. But she couldn't do that, otherwise, they would really perish together. But she didn't want to die more than anyone else. Moreover, this woman had guessed correctly. She had previously investigated Wenrugi's identity and found out about his relationship with Shi Xiaoning. She had hesitated for a long time between the two of them. Although Wenrugi had a powerful background and was extraordinarily handsome, it was impossible for her to seduce such a man even if she tried her best. On the other hand, Shi Xiaoning was obsessed with her and was even willing to divorce his wife for her. Shi Xiaoning's business was doing well now. If she could help Shi Xiaoning defeat Wenrugi, then Sure Shoning would definitely be very grateful to her. In this way, she would be able to secure her position as the lady boss. But before she could make up her mind, Tong Xuelu came knocking on her door. Tong Xuelu, take action when Qing Shouyun comes back. As she spoke, she took out a piece of paper and a pen from the bag and pushed them over to Li Huanhuan. You write what I said. Li Huanhuan had no choice but to pick up the pen and write according to what Tong Xuelu said. Then, she signed her name on it and pressed her index finger on it. After she finished writing, Tong Xuelu took the confession letter and carefully checked it. She only put it away when she found that there were no mistakes. Qing Shouyun should be back in Beijing in 4 days. Take action when he comes back. I'll send you to Shin City the next day. Remember not to play any tricks, or you'll regret it. After saying this, she stood up and left. Li Huanhuan looked at her back and was so angry that she slammed the table loudly. After walking out of Li Huanhuan's house, Tong Xuelu bumped into the woman from last time. The woman was holding vegetables in her hands and her mouth was wide open. Sister, why are you here? Did you just come out of that slut Li Huanhuan's house? Tong Xuelv nodded, her face revealing a shy expression. After I went back, I still couldn't accept it, so I specially came over to take a look today. Who knew that I wouldn't know until I saw it, but when I saw it, I was shocked. Do you know what happened? When the woman heard this, she immediately became alert. What happened? Tong Xuelu, I got the wrong person. The person with Li Huanhuan that day wasn't my husband. It was a middle-aged man that I didn't know. The woman originally thought that she would hear some gossip. She didn't expect this to happen. She was speechless. Tong Xuelu glanced at her and walked away with a smile. Ever since Su Yueshan received Tong Xuelu's call that day, he began to make arrangements. Just as he had thought, he didn't need to do it himself if he wanted to steal Qing Shouyun's goods. Shin City was very chaotic now. All kinds of gangs had been established. These people robbed and committed crimes everywhere. Some of them even went to newly established companies and shops to collect protection fees. The public security couldn't keep up with the crime crackdown, causing these evil forces to develop wildly. Su Yueshan had always hated these evil forces. However, this time, he planned to use them to deal with Qing Shouyun. This time, Qing Shouyun had ordered 4,000 yuan worth of goods. This was almost all of their wealth. As long as this batch of goods was sold, they would be able to earn twice as much. When the time came, they could use this money to buy houses and cars. Their business would become bigger and bigger. Because they had ordered a lot of goods this time, she couldn't bring them back alone. Therefore, with the help of her best friend, she found a transportation company and asked them to transport the clothes back to Beijing. At the same time, she could also follow the car back to Beijing. This way, she could save on the fare. That day, she said goodbye to her best friend and got on the truck back to Beijing. At first, everything went smoothly. The driver didn't stop except for eating and going to the toilet. However, when the car drove past a village, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked the road. The driver was so scared that he slammed on the brakes. Qing Shouyun's body hit the chair in front of her. She gasped in pain. Why did you suddenly stop the car? The driver's face turned pale. Those people are here to rob. Rob? When Qing Shouyun heard these 2 words, she was stunned. Brother driver, are you kidding? Why would someone rob in broad daylight? The driver didn't have time to waste on her. He got out of the car and raised his hands. I'll give you everything in the car. Please spare my life. The group of people laughed. Look at how scared you are. Hurry up and get lost. When the driver heard this, he scrambled away. Qing Shouyun. Looking at the driver running away, Qing Shouyun was stunned. When she came to her senses, her heart was burning with anger. Bastard, get back here. How could the driver come back? He ran so fast that he didn't even dare to pick up his shoes. He was afraid that he would lose his life if he delayed any longer. A group of people approached the car. The leader looked at Qing Shouyun and said, pull this old woman down and gag her, so that she won't make too much noise when we work. Old woman, Qing Shouyun was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She pointed at them and scolded, "How dare you do such an illegal thing in broad daylight? I advise you to leave now, or I will put all of you in jail." In the face of such villains, how could she not know that staying alive was the most important thing? Of course she knew, but she had no way out. All their property was in the car. If it was taken away, they would be finished, so she had to protect this batch of goods no matter what. Call the police? Haha, I'll kill you. Let's see how you can call the police. The leader sneered and then ordered two young men to get in the car and pull Xianxia down. Xianxia struggled and screamed, "Let go of me, let go of me. Let me tell you, my father-in-law is the commander of the Air Force. My daughter-in-law's grandfather is the commander of the army. If you know what's good for you, get out of here." The leader stared at her. "Are you telling the truth?" Xianxia's heart skipped a beat when she met the other party's ferocious gaze. Her teeth started to chatter. "No, I'm lying to you. I just want to scare you. We borrowed money to buy these goods. Please don't take them away. I beg you." But the leader didn't believe her. "Come on, take her over there and kill her." Xianxia was pale with fear and her legs were weak. "Brother, I was wrong. I'll give you all the goods. Please let me go." The leader didn't care about her at all. "Gag her mouth and don't make trouble. Others, hurry up." One of the men who grabbed Xianxia took off his sock and stuffed it into Xianxia's mouth. Xianxia didn't know how long the socks had not been washed. They smelled like dried salted fish and also like the smell of rotting corpses. The smell almost suffocated him to death. She felt nauseous and vomited. However, her mouth was stuffed with something, so she had to swallow it back. That smell, that feeling was worse than death, but these were not the main point. The main point was that the two men pulled her directly to the small forest over there. It seemed that they wanted to kill her and then dump her body in the small forest. Xianxia was so scared that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his heart thumping like thunder. She couldn't die no matter what. She whimpered and begged the two men to let her go with her eyes. The man who took off his socks kicked her. "Behave yourself. You're digging your own grave. If you didn't say that your father-in-law is the commander, and your daughter-in-law's grandfather is the commander, why would boss want your life?" "That's right." Another man sneered, "For someone like you with such a background, once we let you go back, we'll be the ones in trouble. Usually, they only robbed money and goods. As long as the people who were robbed were sensible enough, they wouldn't kill them easily. But this woman's background was too powerful. Whether she was telling the truth or just scaring them, they couldn't let her go." Xianxia regretted it 1,000 times in her heart. If she had known, she would have learned from the driver and run for her life. If she had known, she wouldn't have tried to scare them with those words. But it was too late to regret now. Xianxia's lower body was wet. She was so scared that she peed in her pants. The next moment, the smell of feces came out. The two men who grabbed her were so disgusted that they felt nauseous. They turned their faces aside and retched. Naturally, their hands didn't hold her so tightly. "Kill you when you're sick." Xianxia didn't have time to be embarrassed. She struggled hard, shook off the two men's hands, and then began to run desperately. The autumn wind blew on her face like a knife. Xianxia ran forward with all her strength. The two men reacted and hurried to catch up with her. "Damn old woman, stop." Xianxia desperately ran towards the riverside. Just as she was about to be caught, she suddenly tripped on a stone. Her whole body fell to the ground with a bang. Her forehead was immediately smashed with a big hole. Blood came out of the hole on her forehead and soon dyed the ground red. The two men ran over and didn't panic when they saw this scene. They pulled Xianxia to the riverside and threw her directly into the river. With a splash, Xianxia was thrown into the river like a piece of garbage. She only struggled for a moment before she stopped moving. Seeing her sink, the two men clapped their hands and turned to leave. As soon as they walked away, two men immediately came out of the grass and chased along the river. Then they jumped into the river one after another to save Xianxia. These two men were called by Suyueshan to prevent Xianxia from losing her life. When Xianxia woke up again, she was already in the hospital. The nurse said that she was saved by a kind person from the river. She was saved, but she had a splitting headache and wanted to bang her head against the wall. In addition to the headache, her limbs and bones hurt everywhere. After a long time, she remembered that she was robbed and hurriedly asked the nurse to call the police. The police officers quickly came to take her statement, but the group of people had already disappeared without a trace. They didn't know when they would catch them, so they only asked Xianxia to leave her contact information. Once they caught them, they would contact her. These words couldn't comfort Xianxia at all. They only made her more desperate and anxious. 4,000 yuan went down the drain just like that. How was she going to tell Xianxia when she went back? She didn't dare to delay and left the hospital as soon as she felt a little better. Because she didn't have any money, the Public Security Bureau paid for her and helped her buy a ticket back to Beijing. When she returned to Beijing, it was already 2 days later. In these 2 days, she was suffering every moment. In addition, her body hadn't recovered yet, so she lost a few pounds and her hair was white. She looked as if she had aged more than 10 years. Xianxia was shocked when he saw her. "Xiaoyun, how did you become like this? Weren't you supposed to come back 2 days ago? Where did you go?" Xiaoyun grabbed his hand and cried. "Xiaoning, I almost couldn't see you again. I was robbed on the way. They threw me into the river. I almost couldn't come back." Woo-woo, a bolt from the blue, Xiaoning's eyes widened. "You met robbers? What about the clothes? Were all the clothes taken?" Xiaoyun saw that Xiaoning only cared about the goods and turned a blind eye to her miserable situation. She felt as if her heart was blocked by cotton. "The goods were stolen. I called the police. The police said they would do their best to catch the robbers." Xiaoning shook off her hand. "Do their best? Doesn't that mean the goods can't be recovered? How did you do your job? Why didn't you just take the train back? If you took the train back, how could the goods be robbed?" Xiaoyun felt like her heart was stabbed again. "Are you blaming me? I'm a woman with so many goods. How could I take the train? If you couldn't bring them back, why didn't you call me? Anyway, this is your fault." Xiaoning thought of 4,000 yuan gone just like that. His heart ached. Xiaoyun saw that Xiaoning only cared about blaming her and felt a chill in her heart. "You didn't want to go with me back then. You said you wanted to look for a shop here. I asked you to come with me, but you didn't. What right do you have to blame me now?" Xiaoning was so angry that he slapped her. "If it's not your fault, then is it my fault? I lost all my money because of you, and you still have the face to yell at me?" Xiaoyun saw stars after being slapped. She lost her balance and bumped into the cabinet behind her. Waves of pain came from her waist. But before she could say anything, Xianxia's cries came from the door. Boo-hoo, hearing his daughter's cries, Xiaoning came back to his senses. "Why are you crying?" Xianxia cried and scratched her head. "I have a lot of lice on my head. My classmates don't want to play with me. They call me a lice lady. The teacher told me not to go to school before I get rid of the lice." Boo-hoo, Xianxia cried as if her father had died. Xiaoning walked over and pulled his daughter's hair to take a look. He immediately had goosebumps on his arms. Her hair was densely packed with lice and lice eggs. It was chilling to look at. He subconsciously pushed his daughter's head away and wiped his hands on his body. Xianxia fell to the ground after being pushed by her father. She cried even louder. Xiaoning turned to Xiaoyun and scolded, "Why are you still standing there? Get up and treat little Rue's lice. It's all your fault for neglecting little Rue. You don't even know that she has so many lice. I don't even know what kind of mother you are." Xiaoyun was so angry that she almost vomited blood. "I have to sell clothes every day and go to Shan City to get them shipped. How can I have time to take care of little Rue? You didn't even notice it at home. Don't you have any responsibility for the child? What right do you have to push all the responsibility to me?" So the two of them started a new round of quarrel. In the end, they fought. Xiaoyun was beaten black and blue by Xiaoning. Xiaoning's arm was cut by Xiaoyun with a kitchen knife. Blood flowed out. Xianxia was so scared that she cried loudly. The neighbors came over to stop the fight. Only then did the couple stop fighting. As Tong Xuelu expected, Qing Xiuyun and Shi Shoning started a dogfight. As the weather got colder day by day, the business of the braised food shop reached its peak. The plan to open the new restaurant was once again postponed by Tong Xuelu. She planned to deal with Qing Xiuyun and Shi Shoning before opening the restaurant. Otherwise, the two dogs might go to the restaurant and cause trouble. Out of the 5 people she hired, 3 of them couldn't wait and said that they were quitting. Tong Xuelu didn't keep them. She gave them their salaries and let them go. The others, including Deng Hong and the 2 chefs, said that they could wait. Tong Xuelu promised them that the restaurant would open in a month at the latest. After settling the matters of the braised food shop and the restaurant, she took a car to the base to look for Wenrugi. Ever since she saw him suffer from schizophrenia that night, she couldn't eat or sleep well. She wanted to spend more time with him to stabilize his condition. Wenrugi was surprised to see her at the base. He helped her up and said, "Why didn't you tell me that you were coming? I could have picked you up." Tong Xuelu observed his complexion. "I knew that you were busy, so I didn't tell you. Also, I wanted to give you a surprise. Are you not happy to see me?" Wenrugi held her hand. His eyes were filled with love. "I'm happy. I'm very happy to see you." Tong Xuelu hooked her finger on his palm and winked at him. "Correct answer. I'll give you a French kiss later." Wenrugi's palm was itchy. His heart was also itchy. "What's a French kiss?" Tong Xuelu's red lips curled. "You'll know later." Wenrugi looked at her red lips. His heart was beating like thunder. He wanted to immediately pull her to the dormitory to see what a French kiss was. Although he didn't know what a French kiss was, when he heard the word kiss, all the blood in his body rushed to his face. The tips of his ears immediately turned red. In order to stop himself from thinking about being a hooligan, he changed the topic. "Have you been vomiting for the past 2 days?" Tong Xuelu said, "Granny Shen gave me an indigenous prescription to treat morning sickness. After I took it, I stopped vomiting. Look, my belly is a little bigger." Wenrugi's eyes fell on her belly. Indeed, it was a little protruding. This slightly was relative to her previously flat stomach. Tong Xuelu touched her belly and said, "Granny Shen said that the belly usually looks a little bigger after 3 months. Some people need 4 or 5 months. My belly is only 3 months old and it's already protruding. She said that I might be twins." Wenrugi was stunned. "Twins?" Tong Xuelu looked up at him. "Yes. Yesterday, Granny Shen accompanied me to do an ultrasound. The doctor said that there were indeed 2 gestational sacs. It's preliminarily confirmed that I'm pregnant with twins." Wenrugi was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he was wild with joy. He felt as if a big pie had fallen from the sky and hit him. He didn't expect that he would be a father after just a month of marriage. Moreover, there were 2 of them. If Zhou Yan found out, how jealous would he be? "Why? Are you unhappy?" Wenrugi came back to his senses and quickly nodded. "I'm very happy. Thank you, Zulf. If it weren't for her, he would never have felt the love between a man and a woman. If it weren't for her, he might never have had the chance to be a father. She was his salvation." Wenrugi held their intertwined hands tightly. A warm current flowed through his heart. "But why didn't you tell me yesterday?" There was a trace of grievance and regret in his voice. He looked at her eagerly. He looked a little pitiful like a puppy. Tong Xuelu stopped. Seeing that there was no one around, she tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek. "I wanted to give you a surprise. Don't be angry, okay?" Because it was an uncertain matter, he had been very busy in the laboratory during this period. It was a bit of a fuss to call him back for a prenatal checkup. The main thing was that she didn't expect to be pregnant with twins. With such a gentle kiss, the grievance in Wenrugi's heart suddenly disappeared. He looked around and saw that there was no one around. He put his hand around her waist and lowered his head to kiss her lips. "I'm not angry. I'm very happy." The 2 kissed for a long time before separating. Kissing outside was an unprecedented experience for Wenru. The heat on his face did not subside for a long time. because Tang Xuelu was pregnant, when Rugi couldn't bear to let her cook. The two of them went to the cafeteria to eat. Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin came over to be the third wheel. When Rugi didn't eat himself, he kept putting food on Tang Xuelu's plate. This fried tofu tastes good. Try it. Tang Xuelu picked up a piece of tofu and put it in her mouth. It melts in the mouth. It tastes good. When Rugi then picked up a piece of pork ribs for her. The pork ribs are steamed very soft. It tastes good. Tang Xuelu smiled and picked up another piece of pork ribs to eat. She nodded. It's really good. But don't just pick up food for me. You should eat quickly too. As she spoke, she also picked up a piece of fried meat for him. When Rugi looked at her gently, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Zhou Yan, Huang Qimin, if he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come. He was fed by their public display of affection. Huang Qimin rolled his eyes and said, "My wife is going to give birth in 2 months. Although both of your wives are pregnant, you still can't compare to me. I'm the father of 2 children." Zhou Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw the way he was showing off. At this moment, when Rugi put down his chopsticks and said, "Zulva's pregnant with twins. I have 2 children at once." What he meant was, your wife had to be pregnant twice to have 2 children. My wife has 2 children at once. He had one. Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin were both stunned. Twins? When Rugi looked calm. Yes. I just had a prenatal checkup yesterday. The doctor has confirmed it. Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin were instantly jealous. Wasn't when Rugi's luck too good, his wife was pregnant with twins after less than a month of marriage. They had lost. Tang Xuelu couldn't help but smile when she saw when Rugi trying to show off but pretending to be calm. She only hoped that life would always be so beautiful. Zhou Yan was not only fed a stomach full of dog food, but he also realized that he was at the bottom again. When Rugi was pregnant with 2 egg yolks. Huang Qimin also had 2 children. He was the only one. Just thinking about it made him depressed. After separating from the two, he secretly ran to call home and asked if it was possible that his wife was pregnant with twins. Wang Xiaoyun scolded him as soon as she opened her mouth. It's already so hard for you to be pregnant with me. It's really easy for you. Do you want me to die of exhaustion? No, honey, Pa. Wang Xiaoyun didn't listen to his explanation at all and hung up the phone without saying another word. Zhou Yan's heart sank as he listened to the beeping sound coming from the phone. Xiaoyun used to be so gentle. How did she become a shrew after getting pregnant? However, no matter how fierce and domineering she was, what else could he do except pamper her? After Tang Xuelu and when Rugi finished their meal, the two of them held hands and strolled around the base to digest their food. The sunset seemed to have overturned a bucket of dye and dyed the western sky red. The fiery clouds were gorgeous and spectacular. It was extremely beautiful. The evening wind blew. When Rugi took off his jacket and put it on her, he held her hand and asked softly, "Are you cold? Do you want to go back?" The jacket carried his warmth and smell, and the faint smell of trees wrapped around her. Tang Xuelu shook her head and tilted her head to smile sweetly at him. The jacket has your body temperature. It's not cold. Her words were sweet and ambiguous. When Rugi's ears turned slightly red. By the way, has your little friend Xiaoxiu come to see you recently? No, I've been too busy recently. Even if he comes to see me, I don't have time to entertain him. When Rugi answered while carefully holding her waist. The induction cooker that you asked me to develop is only a little bit of progress. I can only do it after I finish my work at the base. I'm sorry for delaying your work. Tang Xuelu stopped and raised her hand to pinch his arm hard. When Rugi sucked in a breath of cold air but did not resist. He just looked at her with a puzzled and aggrieved expression. Sorry, I'll work overtime tonight to help you develop it. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuelu pinched his arm again, even harder than before. When Rugi also realized that she was not angry that he did not have time to help her develop it. Don't be angry. If you feel uncomfortable, you can pinch me a few more times. Tang Xuelu was defeated by his gentleness and good temper. I didn't pinch you because you don't have time to help me. I just don't like you always apologizing to me. We are husband and wife, the closest people to each other in this world. You don't have to apologize to me for such a small thing. People who were too sensitive and too considerate of others tended to lead tiring lives and were prone to depression. This was what Tong Xuelu wanted to correct, or rather, explain to him. Okay, I won't apologize in the future. I'll listen to you. He was so obedient that Tong Xuelu's heart softened. She rubbed his arm and whispered, "Does it hurt?" When Rugi was about to shake his head and say that it didn't hurt, but he suddenly changed his words and said, "It hurts a little." Tong Xuelu smiled at him. "How about I make it up to you when we go back?" When Rugi blushed and his heart raced. "How?" "A French kiss." When they returned to the dormitory, when Rugi immediately locked the door and stared at her with his dark eyes. Tong Xuelu held back her laughter. "Go take a shower first." Upon hearing this, when Rugi felt an indescribable sense of loss in his heart. However, when he thought about the kiss later, his heart quickly came back to life. Tong Xuelu was a clean freak. She had been in the car for so long and had been to so many places. She would only go to bed after taking a shower. Fortunately, the hot water supply in the base was sufficient, so it was not difficult to take a shower. She quickly finished her shower, but when Rugi finished his at an even faster speed. As soon as the sky darkened, the door was tightly locked. Zhou Yan came back from outside. When he saw the tightly shut door, he did not know why, but his heart ached even more. Sob, sob, sob. He also wanted to be entangled in the Mianmian's love. Tong Xuelu crawled under the blanket and kicked him. "Daddy, come on." However, when Rugi's gaze fell on her feet and did not move. Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows. She wondered if he had a foot fetish. Although her feet were quite beautiful, he definitely did not have a foot fetish. The next moment, when Rugi turned around and walked to the drawer. He took out a nail clipper and walked back. "Your nails are long. Let me trim them for you." As he spoke, he sat down naturally, pinched her feet, and focused on trimming her toenails. The room was very quiet. Only the sound of the nail clipper scratching could be heard. Tong Xuelu looked at him, and a part of her heart softened. She remembered that in her previous life, her cousin's belly was very big when she was 7 or 8 months pregnant. Not only did she become ugly, but her legs were also swollen, and it was very difficult for her to move around. Once, she acted coquettishly and asked her husband to trim her nails for her. Her husband rejected her outright, saying that he never touched other people's smelly feet. At that time, her cousin was very angry, but she did not divorce him. At that time, she felt that marrying such a man was worse than marrying a pig. She felt that there was true love in this world, but she was definitely not the lucky one. Now that she saw when Rugi trimming her nails for her, she realized that she already had this luck. After when Rugi finished trimming her nails, he put the nail clipper back and went out to wash his hands before returning. The expression on his face said, "French kiss." Tong Xuelu could not help but laugh. She hooked her finger at him. When Rugi quickly climbed onto the bed. The next moment, she hooked her arms around his neck and pressed her soft lips against his. A French kiss is an affectionate kiss. Tong Xuelu's voice was low and had a trace of bewitching power. At that moment, she was as seductive as a femme fatale. Her tongue pried open his lips and nimbly probed into his mouth, teasing and chasing his tongue. In fact, the two of them had kissed like this before, but today, Tong Xuelu was more passionate and proactive. Wherever the tip of her tongue touched, when Rugi's body temperature quickly ignited. So this was a French kiss. As when Rugi responded to her kiss, he learned from her cleverly. Soon, he was the one who took the initiative. Tong Xuelu's hand trailed down his collarbone. Although when Rugi spent a lot of time in the laboratory, he did not neglect his exercise. His figure was excellent. He was lean and strong. A little more would make him fat, and a little less would make him thin. His perfect muscles were extremely sexy, and they showed off his male hormones. When Rugi's body temperature was already very high. When her little hand touched him, he felt all the blood in his body rush up, and he was about to explode. Tong Xuelu kissed his Adam's apple. Has anyone ever told you that your Adam's apple is very nice? Wenrugi's face and ears were red. His voice was low and hoarse. No. Tong Shualu smiled like a seductive little vixen. Then I'll be the first to compliment you. Your Adam's apple is very sexy, your collarbone is very sexy, and your body. Her kiss was like a compliment to him everywhere. Wenrugi's body tensed up and trembled. He was enjoying and suffering at the same time. He wanted more. But, Tong Shualu's heart softened when she saw that he did not dare to touch her even though the veins on his forehead were bulging. The doctor said that 3 months is enough. Wenrugi looked at her belly with red eyes. Can I? But there are 2 children inside. He was afraid that he would hurt her and the children. Under the light, her skin was more tender than a peeled lychee. It made him want to pinch it. Tong Shualu bit his chin gently. Silly, it has nothing to do with the children. Just don't be too wild. Wenrugi could not help but hug her tightly. His eyes were dark. Okay, I'll be careful. After that, he kissed her red lips passionately and with restraint. The white moonlight shone in through the window. A few cat meows came from outside the window. It sounded like the crying of a baby. In the room, the temperature gradually increased, and the air was filled with an ambiguous factor. Tong Shualu felt as if all the bones in her body had been taken away. Her almond-shaped eyes reflected the light, and her cheeks were blushed. She looked more charming than before. Wenrugi was especially passionate today, and at the same time, gentle and patient. The fusion of soul and desire was an extreme pleasure. Tong Shualu hooked her arms around his neck. Her ears were filled with his hot breath. Every time it blew over, she could not help but tremble. She was like a leaf in the wind, trembling and rolling with the wind. When it reached the climax, Wenrugi hugged her tightly. His eyes were slightly red as he called her name. Zulf, life or death contract. Meeting her was his fortune. The next day, Tong Shualu slept until late in the morning. Fortunately, she was pregnant now, and the people around her were very tolerant. No one would criticize her. At noon, she and Wenrugi did not go to the dining hall. Today, the Jiao family invited them over as guests. She had met Wenrugi's teacher, Jiao Bakan, a few times. He was a knowledgeable person who cared about the country. He made people respect and fear him. In addition to admiration, Tong Shualu was also grateful that he had saved Wenrugi when he was a teenager. If he had not brought Wenrugi into the field of physics, and if he had not patiently guided Wenrugi, perhaps Wenrugi would still be immersed in his own world. If that was the case, they would not have had the chance to meet. Zhong Shulan had prepared a table full of delicious dishes. When she saw Wenrugi supporting Tong Shualu with his hands carefully protecting her stomach and waist, she could not help but be stunned. Comrade Tong, are you pregnant? Tong Shualu smiled and said, yes, exactly 3 months. Jiao Bakan walked out of the kitchen with a fish. When he heard this, he could not help but scold Wenrugi. Why didn't you tell us about such good news? Wenrugi was a little embarrassed. I heard that you can't tell others until you're 100 days pregnant, so I thought I would tell you and your wife later. They studied physics and science, but when it came to her, he was always very careful. He even accepted such a superstitious statement. Jiao Bakan looked at him and shook his head. I thought you were a materialist. However, before he could finish speaking, Zhong Shulan interrupted him. Okay, don't always lecture people with those long-winded theories. When I was pregnant, didn't you say thank you to Bodhisattva several times? Jiao Bakan was choked by his wife and his face turned red. This was the first time when Wenrugi saw his teacher so embarrassed. He was very polite and did not look at her. However, when he lowered his head, he met the corners of her lips. He could not help but smile too. Zhong Shulan called out to Wenrugi. Don't just stand there, sit down. Yunshur is in school today, so it's just the 4 of us eating. After everyone sat down, Zhong Shulan repeatedly asked Tong Shualu to help himself to the food. She was very enthusiastic. When Zhong Shulan saw Tong Shualu, she actually felt a little embarrassed and guilty. Back then, she did not know about Tong Shualu's existence. At that time, she still wanted to pair her daughter and Wenrugi together. Fortunately, Wenrugi misunderstood that she wanted Zhou Yan to be her son-in-law. Otherwise, how awkward would it be now? Under the enthusiastic encouragement of his wife, Wenrugi kept putting food into Tong Xuelu's bowl. Soon, her small bowl was piled up. Tong Xuelu felt helpless. She kicked him and said, "I have enough to eat. Don't give me more food." If he continued, all the food on the table would end up in her bowl. Zhong Shulan and Jiao Bakan did not feel that they were being rude. They smiled tolerantly, and at the same time, they recalled the scene when they were young. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes were filled with deep affection. After staying at the base for 2 days, Tong Xuelu returned to the city. Ever since Qing Shouyun returned from Shin City, the couple quarreled every day. At first, the neighbors would come over to mediate, but gradually, they became impatient. Who had time to come over and be their peacemaker every day? Moreover, they lived in the same courtyard. They did not look at the time when they quarreled. Sometimes, they quarreled in the middle of the night until everyone in the courtyard could not sleep. Everyone had a lot of opinions about the couple. There were too many lice on Xingrui's head. No matter how she washed it or combed it with a fine-toothed comb, it was useless. Moreover, Qing Shouyun was not in good health and was in a bad mood. He did not have the patience to treat her lice every day. Therefore, one day, she brought Xingrui to the hairdresser and asked the hairdresser to cut her long hair and shave it into a buzz cut. When Xingrui saw that her hair was cut like a boy's, she immediately burst into tears. She cried even harder than if her father had died. "Compensate me for my hair. Compensate me for my hair. You old woman, you will die a horrible death." Xingrui climbed down from the chair and punched and kicked her mother. The words that came out of her mouth were sharp and harsh. Qing Shouyun dodged her hands and feet. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Who taught you to say these words? I'm your mother. How can you be so rude to me? I don't want a mother like you. Compensate me for my hair." Xingrui's temper was fine a few years ago. Under her strict discipline, she could still control her temper. However, after Shi Juanmin's death, second brother Shi and Shi Junjun moved into their house. The atmosphere in the house was foul. They quarreled every day. Since then, Xingrui's temper became more and more leftist. Now, she could not control her at all. Xingrui punched and kicked her mother for a long time before running away crying. Qing Shouyun's hair was infected with lice, so she could only cut it short. Of course, she did not have the courage to cut it short, so she cut it short. The shape of her face was more suitable for long hair. Now that she had cut it short, it was not modern at all. Recently, she had lost so much weight that her cheeks were sunken, and there was a lot of white hair. The person in the mirror looked like an old woman in her 50s or 60s. Qing Shouyun looked at herself in the mirror. She seemed to be shocked. Her eyes were wide open, and her face was full of disbelief. She reached out and touched her face. There were many wrinkles, and it was very sallow and rough. She almost could not recognize herself. "When did she become like this?" Seeing that she did not move, the barber said in a rough voice, "The total is 1 yuan." Qing Shouyun recovered from her self-pity. She frowned. "Why is it so expensive? Isn't it usually 30 cents for children and 40 cents for adults?" The barber said, "That was the price last year. The price has increased a long time ago. It's 60 cents for adults and 40 cents for children." Qing Shouyun suddenly felt her heart ache. She took out 1 or 2 cents and 12 jiao from her pocket. She added everything together and still needed 3 cents. The barber waved his hand. "Forget it. I don't want your 3 cents. Seeing this, Qing Shouyun did not have a trace of gratitude in her heart. Instead, she felt extremely embarrassed. She used to be the 7th daughter of the Qing family, the favorite of the Qing family. She never had to worry about money. But now, she was prematurely old and had become like this. She was even humiliated for 3 cents. How did she fall to this point? She remembered when she had just gotten married. It was not to Shi Xiongning, but to Wenrugi's father, Wen Yuanxin. Although Wen Yuanxin was an uncouth old man, he was very good to her. He gave her all his salary. No matter what she wanted to buy, he had no objections. If she had not courted disaster at that time and gotten together with Xianxia, she might have been the wife of a commander now, living a life that everyone envied. At this moment, Xianxia finally regretted it. She suddenly did not want to go back to the cramped house that she had rented. She did not want to see Xianxia's bald and bloated face, nor did she want to see Xianxia's rebellious look. She wandered aimlessly on the street. She did not know where to go. The world was so big, but there was no place for her. Unknowingly, she arrived at the military compound. The guard did not know her and stopped her. "Who are you looking for?" Xianxia came back to her senses. She did not expect to return to the place where she used to live with Wenrugi. She was about to say Wenrugi's name when she saw two old women coming out. Her face changed. No, I'm not looking for anyone. I came to the wrong place." Then, she turned and hurried away. The voices of the two old women came from behind. "Why do I feel that the person just now looks a little familiar? Is she Xiao Wen's divorced wife? That can't be. That woman looks almost 60 years old. Xiao Wen's divorced wife should only be about 50 years old this year. Moreover, the two families are not in touch. How could she have the face to come here? You're right. I must have seen wrongly. Speaking of Xianxia, I still want to slap her a few times. They say that even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. That woman actually abused her own child. That's right. Speaking of Rugue, that child is really pitiful. He was beaten by his own mother at a young age. I remember that he could not speak for a long time." Poor Xianxia listened to the words behind her. Her face turned pale, and her footsteps became faster and faster. It was as if there was a ghost chasing after her. Back then, she had beaten Wenrugi to please Xianxia. Now that she thought about it, it was as if she had been bewitched when she was young. Her heart was filled with regret again. If she had not beaten Wenrugi at that time, the Wen family would not have been so angry, and they would not have kept biting and targeting the Qing family for more than 20 years. If she had not beaten Wenrugi, with that gentle and well-behaved child's character, he would definitely not ignore her if she went to look for him now. Xianxia's heart seemed to be soaked in bitter water, and her heart was filled with regret. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world. Moreover, she only regretted it because of her own misfortune more than 20 years later. This regret was insignificant and disgusting. She finally returned to the rented house. Unexpectedly, as soon as she walked into the courtyard, she saw everyone looking at her strangely, as if they wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. At first, she felt a little strange. Then she thought that they were making fun of her because of her hairstyle and aged face, so her face suddenly darkened. She pushed open the door with a dark face. Unexpectedly, there was a burst of ambiguous and familiar panting in the house. There were men's and women's panting. She was not unfamiliar with this sound at all. But why was there such a sound in the house? Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and then her heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly walked to the room. The door was not locked, so she pushed it open easily. Inside, there was a man and a woman lying on the bed. Their bodies were intertwined together, like two snakes entwined with each other. A surge of blood rushed to Xianxia's head. Her vision turned black, and she almost fainted. She held the door for a long time before she could steady herself. She glared at the adulterous couple on the bed and scolded, "Xianxia, you beast." In broad daylight, he actually brought another woman home and did this kind of thing in their bed. He was too much. Li Huanhuan seemed to have just realized her existence. She pushed Xianxia away and pretended to be frightened. "Brother Ning, your wife is back. Will she beat me?" Xianxia pulled himself away from her, stood up, and slowly put on his clothes. "Don't worry. With me here, she won't dare to touch a single hair on your head." Xianxia's anger was stuck in her chest. She was so angry that she almost died. "You bastards, I'll beat you to death." Although she no longer loved Xianxia as much as she did when she was young, they were still husband and wife. He said this in front of another woman. How could she face him? Xianxia scolded and threw herself at him. She knew that she couldn't beat Xianxia, and she didn't plan to divorce him, so she threw herself at Li Huanhuan. Li Huanhuan was so scared that she screamed, "Brother Ning, save me." Li Huanhuan hid behind Shi Xiaoning. Shi Xiaoning grabbed Qing Shouyun's arm and threw her to the side. Qing Shouyun's head hit the wardrobe. She was in so much pain that her face twitched. She reached out and touched it, and her hand was sticky. She was bleeding? Qing Shouyun was angry, shocked, and upset. She raised her head and glared at Shi Xiaoning. Shi Xiaoning, I gave birth to your children, took care of the house, and took care of the elderly for you. Is this how you treat me? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Shi Xiaoning looked at her condescendingly, the corners of his mouth slanted. What conscience? Didn't you cheat on Wen Yu and Xin like this back then? What's there to be shocked about now? His words were like a sharp knife, piercing Qing Shouyun's heart. How ironic, how hilarious. Back then, she cheated on Wen Yu and Xin. Now, Shi Xiaoning was using the same method as other women to make her suffer. Was this retribution? Qing Shouyun felt like her heart was being squeezed. It was so painful that she couldn't breathe. Li Huanhuan put on her clothes, and in front of Qing Shouyun, she tiptoed and kissed Shi Xiaoning's swollen face. She smiled sweetly. Brother Neng, I'll go back first. Shi Xiaoning touched her breasts. Go, little vixen. I'll look for you later. Don't come over. A touch of ridicule flashed through Li Huanhuan's eyes. She responded sweetly on the surface, then turned around and left. Qing Shouyun seemed to have been struck by lightning. She sat on the ground and looked at them, but also seemed not to be looking at them. Shi Xiaoning glanced at her. I advise you not to make trouble. For little Rui's sake, I won't divorce you. But if you make trouble like this every day, we'll divorce now. Qing Shouyun raised her head and looked at him as if she had never known him. She didn't say anything. Shi Xiaoning didn't care what she was feeling at the moment. Junjun came to see me today. He came to Beijing with his friends a while ago. Now they are doing business. He invited me to join their team. Their business is profitable with little capital. It's more profitable than selling clothes, and it doesn't cost much. I've already promised him. If you don't make trouble and don't meddle in my business, I'll bring the money back to you when I earn it. If you want to make trouble, get out of here now. Qing Shouyun felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart and suppressed her anger. She stared at Shi Xiaoning in a daze. What kind of business are you doing? What kind of business doesn't cost money these days and can make a lot of money? The corners of Shi Xiaoning's mouth curled up. You don't have to worry about that. I'm hungry. Get up and get me something to eat. Qing Shouyun wanted to cry. She wanted to pounce on him and scratch his face and die with him. But in the end, she didn't do anything. She stood up with the help of the wardrobe, casually bandaged the wound on the back of her head, and then went outside to cook. The people in the yard thought that they would definitely fight again this time. They didn't expect that there would be no fight. Some people couldn't help but feel that Qing Shouyun was too useless. Usually, when they quarreled, she would even take out a kitchen knife. This time, when Shi Xiaoning brought another woman home, she didn't even dare to make a scene. It was really inconceivable. After Li Huanhuan left Shi Xiaoning's house, she went to the post office and called Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu didn't come out to meet her until the sky was dark. At this time, Li Huanhuan had already packed her bag. She looked at Tong Xuelu with a pair of seductive eyes. I'm going to Shin City. Can you guarantee my safety? Tong Xuelu nodded. Of course. Can you introduce me to a job? Tong Xuelu nodded again. I have a friend there. As long as you listen to his arrangements obediently, after a few years, when the rumors have died down, you can go wherever you want. But in these 2 years, she had to get someone to watch over her, lest she bite back at them. Li Huanhuan seemed to have thought it through. Her attitude was much better than before. Okay then. Before I leave, I'll give you another piece of information for free. Shi Xiaoning's nephew is coming over to look for him. He wants him to join their business. Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows. Business? What business? Li Huanhuan, kidnapping and child trafficking. This was the only business that didn't require any cost and could make a huge profit. Tong Xuelu clenched his fists and cursed in a low voice. Bastard! According to her plan, she would make Xianxia and Shoning bankrupt and then force them to go down the path of tax evasion and smuggling goods. She didn't expect them to be even more sinful than she had imagined. They actually did such a thing. But since they wanted to court death, she had to send them to prison. Li Huanhuan heard this, and the corners of her mouth curled up. They are indeed bastards. Where's my ticket? I can leave tonight, right? She originally wanted to sell out when Rugi to curry favor with Shoning. But now she realized that if she really did that, it would be like asking a tiger for its skin. Moreover, if Shoning could treat Xianxia this way now, he could treat her the same way in the future. Previously, she had blamed Tong Xuelu for ruining her plans. But now, it seemed that she had saved her life. Tong Xuelu returned the ticket and the confession she had written before to her. I won't let anyone watch you. But if you dare to run away, you know the consequences. Li Huanhuan glanced at her. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. The Wen and Xiao families were so powerful that a weak woman like her couldn't resist them. Moreover, she had a criminal record. It would be easy for them to deal with her. Tong Xuelu sent Li Huanhuan to the train station and watched her board the train to Shen City. Then, she went back. The next day, she personally went to the Public Security Bureau and told Piao Jiani about Shoning's involvement in the child trafficking gang. Piao Jiani licked his back molars and laughed. This is really a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. Recently, a gang has been committing crimes around Jing City and abducting more than 10 children. The Public Security Bureau didn't have a single clue. I didn't expect you to bring us such a big clue. When the case is solved in the future, the Public Security Bureau will definitely reward you. Tong Xuelu, I don't need any reward. You just need to arrest them and find the children who were abducted. How many families had been broken up because of child trafficking? All the traffickers should be put to death by 1,000 cuts and sent to hell. Even if Shoning didn't join the gang, she still hoped that all the traffickers would be arrested. Piao Jiani nodded. By the way, how's Rugui's situation now? Hearing him mention Wenrugi's name, a touch of warmth flashed through her eyes. He's stable for the time being. Xiaoshu hadn't appeared for a while. Sure enough, as long as Xianxia was isolated, his condition would slowly improve. That's good. I heard that you had dinner with Yuncher's parents at the base. Did they mention me? Piao Jiani suddenly changed the topic and looked at her expectantly. Tong Xuelu nodded. Yes. Piao Jiani's eyes lit up. What did they say? Tong Xuelu's red lips curved. They said that you look older than Rugui and you're not as considerate as Rugui. Piao Jiani. Like hell I'll believe you. Tong Xuelu looked at his twitching mouth and stood up with a smile. I'll go back first. Piao Jiani gritted his teeth angrily. I won't see you out. With such an important clue, he had to immediately inform his colleagues in the Public Security Bureau and then have a meeting to discuss how to deal with this gang in one fell swoop. Tong Xuelu's voice came from outside. Okay. As soon as Tong Xuelu left, Piao Jiani immediately took action. After a meeting and discussion, they arranged for people to follow Shoning. Finally, after 4 or 5 days, the Public Security Bureau kicked the gang out. This was the second time that Shoning was involved in child trafficking. Last time, he had only participated for a short while and was given over 100 yuan. This time, they kidnapped 7 or 8 children and were about to sell them to the mountainous areas in other provinces. Unexpectedly, they were caught by the Public Security Bureau as soon as they stepped out. After a follow-up chase, all the gang members were arrested. Although Shoning had only participated in 2 cases, the severity of the case had nothing to do with the number of times. He was locked up because this case involved a wide range of people and was very dangerous. These people might all be shot. Even if they weren't shot, they would face life imprisonment. Xianxia hated Shoning for betraying her. She had even thought about it. From now on, she would only be his partner. When she had the money, she was going to start her business again and kick this damned man away. But she didn't expect that before she even started to dream, Shoning would be arrested. When she heard that Shoning was arrested, her vision went black and she fainted on the spot. When she woke up again, she ignored Xingrui, who was crying loudly. She took the money and rushed out. She got into the base's car. 3 hours later, she arrived outside the base and said to the guard, "I want to see the director of the Institute of Physical Education, Wenrugi." The guard looked her up and down. "Register here. What's your name and how are you related to Director Wen?" Ching Shouyun's lips twitched coldly. "Tell him that I'm his mother." Hearing this, the guard paused for a moment and couldn't help but look up at her again. This woman is Director Wen's mother. Why does she look so old? Some people would even believe that she is Director Wen's grandmother. Ching Shouyun was impatient. "What else do you want to ask?" The guard said cautiously, "Are you really Director Wen's mother? You look a little old." A little old meant that she was old. Ching Shouyun was so angry that her face turned red and then white. "What do you mean? Do you believe that I will report you to your leader?" The guard rolled his eyes in his heart. "Female comrade, you misunderstood. I am just following the rules. After all, pretending to be relatives has happened before. May I ask how old you are and where do you live? Where do you work?" Director Wen was gentle and polite. This woman was not only old but also arrogant. He didn't believe that she was Director Wen's mother at all. Ching Shouyun felt that the guard was deliberately making things difficult for her. She was so angry that her chest hurt. However, in order to see Wenrugi as soon as possible, she had to fill in all the information honestly. Seeing that she was Director Wen's mother and looking like she would make a scene if he didn't call, the guard had to pick up the phone and call Director Wen's office. When Wenrugi received the call from the guard, the pen in his hand fell to the ground and the tip of the pen was crooked. There was suddenly no sound from the other end of the phone. The guard took the phone away and looked at it, then asked repeatedly, "Director Wen, are you listening? Do you want this woman to leave?" Before he finished speaking, the phone in his hand was snatched away by Ching Shouyun. "Rugue, it's mother. I haven't seen you for so many years. I really miss you." When Rugi clenched his hand holding the phone so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand appeared. Seeing that he didn't answer, Ching Shouyun was embarrassed and anxious. "Rugue, if you don't come out to see me, I will go to your director. Anyway, I won't leave today." A mysterious light flashed across Wenrugi's eyes as he said in a cold voice, "I'll go out now." Hearing this, Ching Shouyun finally felt relieved. Okay. Mom will wait for you outside." The guard originally wanted to scold this crazy woman, but when he heard her words, he immediately swallowed the words he was about to scold her. He was completely dumbfounded. Could this woman really be Chief Wen's mother? How could this be? Ching Shouyun hung up the phone heavily, puffed out his chest like a victorious peacock, and snorted coldly at the guard. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Wenrugi slowly walked out of the base. Seeing him walk over with his two slender legs, Ching Shouyun suddenly felt a little absent-minded. She seemed to have seen Wen Yuanxin's appearance every time he came back from the army. He was tall and straight, so handsome that all the scenery around him lost its luster. Back then, she also liked Wen Yuanxin at first, but the two of them were separated more often than they were together. She didn't want to follow him to the army and suffer hardships. At that time, Shoning happened to appear in her life. When they were in college, she and Shoning secretly dated. The reason why it was called secretly was because Shoning was engaged early, so the two of them were secretly together at that time. Shoning was also very handsome when he was young. The key was that he was very considerate to women. His mouth was as if smeared with honey, and every time he made her feel happy, unlike Wen Yuanxin, who was as dull as a block of wood. Gradually, she couldn't control her heart, especially after sleeping with Shoning. She completely fell in love with him, and for him, she didn't hesitate to torture her own child. Just as Ching Shouyun was in a daze, when Rugi walked in front of her and sized her up. His eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion. If there was any emotion, it would be a little surprise. Before today, when Rugi couldn't remember what Ching Shouyun looked like at all. Now that he saw her face, one or two fragments of memory suddenly flashed through his mind. In that flash of memory, she looked young and beautiful, and was completely different from the haggard and old woman in front of him. Ching Shouyun came back to her senses and squeezed out a gentle expression on her face. "Rugue, do you still remember Mom?" Ching Shouyun's facial features were beautiful. Otherwise, sure Shoning wouldn't have had an affair with her after they got married. But now, her cheeks were sunken and her face was sallow. When she made such an expression, it looked very deliberate. When Rugi said, "I don't remember. May I ask why you're looking for me?" His voice was cold, and there was no joy in meeting after a long separation. Qing Shuyan's heart burned with anger, but she quickly suppressed her anger. "This is not the place to talk. Why don't we go to your office or dorm?" As long as they entered the base, if he didn't agree to her request, she would make a scene in the base. When Rugi refused immediately. "No, not everyone can enter the base." Qing Shuyan's fingernails dug into her palms. She was his mother. Besides, if Tong Xuelu could enter, why couldn't she? But when she remembered that she had something to ask of him, Qing Shuyan nodded understandingly. "Then let's go to the state-run restaurant nearby. Mom hasn't eaten with you for many years." When Rugi didn't comment, but turned around and strode toward the state-run restaurant. Qing Shuyan was delighted and hurriedly chased after him. When the two of them were far away, the guard touched his chin with a look of disbelief. They arrived at the state-run restaurant. Because it wasn't dinner time yet, there weren't many customers in the restaurant. When Rugi sat in his seat like a statue. He didn't make a sound and didn't order anything. Qing Shuyan had no choice but to order 2 bowls of mung bean soup, 2 portions of red date steamed cakes, and a portion of steamed dumplings. The waiter quickly brought the food over. Come, Rugue, eat more. Look at how thin you are." Qing Shuyan was very eager. She took a pair of chopsticks and handed it to Wenrugi. Wenrugi didn't take it. "I'm not hungry." "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" "I'll give you 10 minutes. I have to go back to the base later to work." Qing Shuyan choked. She felt a lump of anger in her chest. She put down the chopsticks and sighed. "Rugue, Mom knows that you hate me. All these years, I've been sending you clothes and gifts because I wanted to meet you. Your grandfather never told you about me sending gifts, right? Forget it. They're just some small toys. I know I'm wrong. Rugi, can you forgive me?" "That's right, Rugi. When Rugi, my father passed away 23 years ago. Isn't it too late for you to say sorry?" When Rugi thought she was sorry because she cheated on Shoning and did something to his father and the Wen family. Qing Shuyan's face turned red. She clenched her fists on the table again. "Yes, I also let your father down. All these years, I've been tormented by my conscience. When I'm 100 years old, I'll personally apologize to your father. But what about you? Can you forgive Mom?" When Rugi's thin lips pressed into a line. He didn't say anything. Qing Shuyan knew that it wasn't easy to get his forgiveness, so she wasn't surprised to see him like this. However, if she wanted him to help her save Shoning, she had to make him forgive her. She took a deep breath and decided to play the family card. When Rugi was very clingy to his mother when he was young. No matter how she treated him, he still loved her. She believed that in his heart, he must have always longed for maternal love. Now that she was back and was willing to give him maternal love, as long as she said a few words and gave him a way out, he would definitely forgive and accept her. Thinking of this, Qing Shuyan's heart was filled with confidence. "I remember that you loved to eat steamed dumplings when you were young. You could eat one in one bite every time. I was always worried that you would choke. You said to me, 'Mom, I want to grow up quickly. When I grow up, I can protect Mom. I want to work and buy delicious food for Mom.' Do you still remember?" When Rugi was expressionless. "I don't remember." Qing Shuyan's loving expression froze for a moment. "It's okay if you don't remember. Mom will tell you more in the future. Maybe you'll remember. You've really grown up. If I hadn't secretly watched you from afar and saw you on the road, I would have been afraid that I wouldn't have recognized you." Speaking of this, a bitter smile appeared on her lips. "You must have never thought of this, right? After Mom returned to Beijing, I went to your house to wait for you from afar. On the day of your wedding, I stood near your house for a long time. I was so sad that I couldn't see you get married in person." After saying that, she covered her face and wept softly, her shoulders trembling. When Rugi was still looking at her expressionlessly. He didn't say anything. The waiter next to them looked at them with a gossipy look in his eyes. Qing Shuyan saw that he was indifferent to her crying for a long time. She was embarrassed and angry. Rugue, what do I have to do for you to forgive Mom? When Rugi finally moved this time, he looked down at the watch on his left wrist. You have 4 minutes. Qing Shuyan gritted her teeth and almost couldn't help but curse. She took a deep breath again. Then she lowered her head and reached into her military bag to take out a box wrapped in cloth. She opened the cloth. There was another layer of cloth inside. It looked like she cherished it very much. The second layer of cloth was opened, revealing a wooden box inside. She opened the wooden box and took out a torn photo. This is a photo of you and Mom when you were young. It was torn by your grandfather. I had a hard time getting it back. This is my baby. Every time I miss you, I look at this photo. It's like you're by my side. Then she pushed the photo in front of Wenrugi. Wenrugi had been indifferent to her words. He looked at her as if he was looking at a stranger. Now that she pushed the photo in front of him, he subconsciously looked down. His body suddenly froze. He stared at the old photo on the table. The little boy in the photo was about 4 or 5 years old. He was wearing a small suit and smiling shyly. Qing Shuyan saw him staring at the photo without moving. She thought he was touched. She smiled and said, "Do you still remember this photo?" Wenrugi still didn't answer. He kept staring at the photo. Qing Shuyan didn't care. She said to herself, "That was your 4th birthday. Your father couldn't come back from the army. You were very sad. Mom saw that you were so sad, so she agreed to let you make a request. You said you wanted to take a photo with Mom. So Mom put on the little suit your grandfather bought for you and took you to the photo studio. At that time, the photographer said that you looked so cute and obedient and wanted to use your photo as a publicity photo for their photo studio, but Mom didn't agree. Do you remember now?" Wenrugi looked up suddenly. His gaze was very strange. He pointed at the little boy in the photo and said, "Who is this?" Qing Shuyan was stunned by the question. But she still replied gently, "Silly boy, it's you. This is a photo of you when you were 4 years old. Didn't you see your childhood photo at home?" Wenrugi's head seemed to have been hit by something. His brain was buzzing and his face was pale. If the little boy in the photo was him, why did Xiaoxu look exactly like him? No, something was very wrong. He gripped the edge of the table tightly. Because he gripped it so hard, the veins on the back of his hand bulged. One could imagine how his heart was fluctuating at that moment. Qing Shuyan also noticed that something was wrong. She asked carefully, "Rugue, what's wrong with you? Why do you suddenly look so pale? Are you not feeling well?" Wenrugi's eyes turned red. He looked at her as if he wanted to eat her. "Do you know Xiaoxu?" "Xiaoxu?" Qing Shuyan thought for a while and shook her head. "Mom doesn't know him. Mom remembers that you have 2 friends in the courtyard. One is called Xiaopeng, and the other is Piao Jiani. You don't have anyone called Xiaoxu." Wenrugi seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water in the dead of winter. He couldn't help but tremble. He finally knew what was wrong. Xiaoxu appeared when he was 5 years old. He had known him for more than 20 years. He was already an adult, married, and had children. Piao Jiani had also grown up. Only Xiaoxu was still 4 or 5 years old. He hadn't changed for more than 20 years. But he had never noticed it before. He had never felt that something was wrong. So, did Xiaoxu really exist? If he really existed, why did he look exactly like him when he was young? Why had he never grown up for more than 20 years, when Rugi's mind was in a mess? He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was so cold that even his teeth were chattering. If Xiaoxu didn't exist, then why did he always see him for more than 20 years? He was the one who accompanied him and talked to him. Last time, he even helped him deal with Shixioning. Shixioning, maybe Xiaoxu did exist. That day, Tong Xuelu also greeted him. Xiaoxu even praised her for her beauty. But he still couldn't convince himself. It was fine before he realized that something was wrong. Now, no matter how hard he tried to convince himself, he couldn't make sense of the logic behind it. There weren't two identical Lees in the world, and there wouldn't be two people who looked exactly the same. Moreover, this person had maintained his appearance of 4 or 5 years old for more than 20 years. Wenrugi had a splitting headache. He felt as if his head was going to explode. He stood up with the help of the table and ran out of the restaurant. He only had one thought in his mind. He wanted to find Xiaoxiu and ask him why he hadn't grown up. But when he ran out, he was stunned. He didn't know where Xiaoxiu lived. Qing Xiuyun, who was in the restaurant, was shocked by his appearance. She only regained her senses after he ran out of the restaurant. She quickly chased after him. The waiter quickly grabbed her hand and asked, "Do you still want the food on the table?" After ordering so many things, she only had a sip of mung bean soup. Wenrugi didn't eat anything. It would be a waste if she didn't eat. But now she was in a hurry to chase after Wenrugi. She could only reluctantly say, "No, I don't want it." After saying that, she withdrew her hand and chased after him in big strides. When she ran outside, she saw Wenrugi standing under the sun. His face was as white as a sheet of paper. There wasn't a trace of blood. "Rugue, what's wrong with you? Tell Mom if you feel uncomfortable." Qing Xiuyun continued to play the family card. "Do you want Mom to accompany you to the hospital?" Wenrugi didn't seem to hear her. He suddenly pushed her away and strode forward with his long legs. Qing Xiuyun staggered and almost fell to the ground. Seeing Wenrugi's back without even looking back, a string in her brain snapped with a bang. Her patience had run out. She gritted her teeth and chased after Wenrugi. She grabbed his arm and scolded, "You unfilial son. Even if I was wrong in the past, as your mother, I have already apologized to you. Since ancient times, our country has always been flattered that the rod produces the filial son. I was just a little stricter with you. I scolded you and hit you a few times. When I was young, I was also hit by your grandparents. Are you going to hold a grudge for decades? Do you want me to kneel down and beg you before you forgive me, your mother?" When the people on the street heard their words, they stopped and looked over, pointing at them. When Qing Xiuyun saw that everyone was looking at her, she suddenly became more enthusiastic and spoke with tears in her eyes. "Everyone, please be reasonable. This child was very naughty when he was young. I was worried that he would go astray, so I hit him a few times when he was young. I didn't expect this child to hold a grudge for decades. As his mother, I apologized to him personally, but he refused to forgive me. I'm so sad." When the crowd heard this, they immediately pointed at Wenrugi and tried to persuade him. "How can you be like this? There are no bad parents in the world. Your mother educated you for your own good. Look at you, you look like a decent person. Why are you so narrow-minded? That's right. Who hasn't been scolded or beaten by their parents when they were young? Should we not contact them until death? Then can our country still be called a country of etiquette? That's right. Comrade, don't be stubborn anymore. Look at you, dressed so beautifully, and your mother is so old. Do you have the heart to see her live in anxiety and suffering in the following days?" When Qing Xiuyun heard the last sentence, she almost vomited blood. However, the other party was speaking for her. She had to endure it and continue to pretend to be a kind mother who was heartbroken by her child. Wenrugi looked at the crowd and then turned back to look at Qing Xiuyun. A large number of memories suddenly surged into his mind. The young Qing Xiuyun threw a bowl on the ground. The bowl shattered into pieces. Then, she put her hands on her waist and asked Xiaoxiu to kneel on it. Xiaoxiu knelt down. His knees were pierced by the shards and were bleeding. The scene changed. Qing Xiuyun suddenly lifted Xiaoxiu and brought him to the kitchen. Then, she pushed his head into the bucket. The water from the bucket poured into his nose and mouth. Xiaoxiu struggled madly and was in so much pain that he almost died. Then, the sky changed and it became dark outside. A man sneaked into the house. The man took out a prepared rope and tied Xiaoxiu up with Qing Xiuyun. Then, they stuffed his mouth and hung him under the eaves. Xiaoxiu was hung like this for most of the night. He was on the verge of death. Countless images of Xiaoxiu being abused and scarred crazily flooded his mind. Finally, the young Qing Shouyun's face overlapped with the Qing Shouyun in front of him. He quivered. Xiaoxiu was him. He was Xiaoxiu. The Xiaoxiu he saw in the past was the Xiaoxiu he saw. Qing Shouyun saw that he was still unmoved by everyone's criticism, so she added, Ru Guo, are you still not willing to forgive your mother? Think about it. You were so naughty in the past. If I hadn't been strict with you, would you have become a researcher in the base? Would you have become the director of the Institute of Physical Education? When everyone heard that he was a researcher in the base, they criticized him even more. Qing Shouyun saw that everyone was on his side. He was very proud, but he put on a sad expression. Back then, I was pregnant with another child. At the time, I was already 6 months old. This child got angry because I neglected him once. He pushed me down. I fell to the ground, and the child was gone just like that. That was a boy who had already grown up. The child's grandfather and father were very sad. If he didn't die, he would have grown up by now. I even lost a lot of blood because of it. After that, I couldn't have another child for many years. If it wasn't for him, how could his younger brother have died? If it wasn't for the loss of the child, how could his father and I have divorced? Everyone was in an uproar. They pointed at Wenrugi and scolded him. He actually killed his own younger brother and caused his parents to divorce. Is he a debt collector reincarnated? If I had a child like him, I would probably beat him to death. He's worse than a beast. Along with the endless cursing, all the sealed memories were unsealed at this moment. He saw that he had accidentally knocked down Qing Shouyun. Qing Shouyun had fallen in a pool of blood. His younger brother was gone. His father rushed back from the army and hid in the corner of the hospital with red eyes. Later, Qing Shouyun and his father divorced. His father never smiled again. His hair fell out in large clumps. His grandfather sighed every day. Later, the fighter plane that his father was driving crashed. The plane crashed and the people died. His grandfather's hair turned white within a day. It was you who killed your younger brother. It was you who caused your parents to divorce. It was also you who caused your father to die young. Qing Shouyun saw that his expression changed greatly and continued to attack him. No, it wasn't me. It was you. Before Qing Shouyun could finish her words, her throat was grabbed by Wenrugi. The latter's face was gloomy. He was like a Shura from hell. It made people shudder. Everyone was scared and screamed, "What are you doing? Let go." Wenrugi came to his senses. He suddenly let go of Qing Shouyun and turned to run. Qing Shouyun saw that he was about to run. She ignored the pain in her throat and immediately chased after him. Unexpectedly, she kicked a stone. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Her head hit the ground heavily. Blood flowed out. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Someone screamed, "Someone died. Someone died." Tong Xuelu saw that Wenrugi was covered in blood. He was running forward with his legs trembling. She chased after him closely. "Ru Guo, wait for me." Wenrugi did not seem to hear her. He ran to the edge of the cliff, suddenly turned around and smiled sadly at her. Then, he jumped down. Ah, Tong Xuelu suddenly woke up from her dream. She was covered in cold sweat. Tong Xuelu sat up. Her heart was still beating very fast. She didn't know if it was because of her pregnancy, but she had become very sensitive. She had an ominous feeling in her heart. Mooncake and Quicksand Bun barked outside. Compared to Mooncake, Quicksand Bun was a little silly. It took Mooncake half a month to teach it how to go to the toilet. Recently, Mooncake had been teaching it how to smell so that it could quickly protect its master. However, this task was obviously a little difficult. Quicksand Bun often made Mooncake angry. The sun shone in through the window and scattered a golden color on the ground. The cold wind blew, and the curtains fluttered. This feeling of peace and tranquility calmed her heart down a little. She climbed down from the bed. Just as she walked out of the room, she saw Uncle Zong poke his head out from the kitchen. "Zolv, you're awake? Are you hungry? I'm boiling some pigeon soup in the kitchen. Do you want to eat it now?" Tong Xuelu smiled. "Thank you, Uncle Zong. I'm a little hungry." I'll go and bring it over now. Uncle Zong quickly waved his hand. No need, no need. I'll take care of this. By the way, where did Grandpa go? Rugue said that you like flowers. There are people selling flowers in the market today. The commander went to take a look. I'm about to go out and look for him. Uncle Zong said as he brought the soup out to the living room. Tong Xuelu washed her hands and walked in. Uncle Zong, go quickly. Otherwise, Grandpa will be impatient. Uncle Zong nodded and took the basket out. The courtyard was quiet again. Tong Xuelu picked up the spoon and scooped up a mouthful of soup. It was light and pleasant, very suitable for her current appetite. Ever since she was pregnant, her appetite had become very strange. Other people would either want to eat sour or spicy food, but she suddenly had a taste for bland food. After drinking the soup, she suddenly remembered the dream she had just had. The dream was so real. Most importantly, she had never seen Wenrugi so devastated. A feeling of uneasiness came over her again. Tong Xuelu took the soup bowl to the kitchen and washed it clean. When he came back, he called the base. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. She felt more and more uneasy, but she comforted herself that Wenrugi might be busy or not in the office, so he didn't answer the phone. After hanging up the phone, she walked around in circles in the living room with her hands on her hips. She wanted to distract herself so that she wouldn't be so anxious. However, the method that was usually very useful was now ineffective. After waiting for 15 minutes, Tong Xuelu couldn't help but call the base office again. Still, no one answered. After hanging up, she thought for a moment and picked up the phone again to call the front desk. Hello, I'm looking for Wenrugi. And Yume immediately recognized Tong Xuelu's voice. Are you Director Wen's wife? Yes, I called his office, but no one answered. I have something urgent to talk to him about. I don't know if he's busy right now. Call me back in 10 minutes. I'll help you look for it. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Tong Xuelu looked at her watch. Time ticked by. Once 10 minutes had passed, she immediately called back. And Yume seemed to have run over to answer the phone. She sounded a little out of breath. Comrade Tong, I've looked for Director Wen. He's not in his office or the laboratory. Someone said that they saw him go out half an hour ago, but I don't know where he went. Tong Xuelu's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Then can I trouble you to call Zhou Yan over to answer the phone? Sure, please wait a moment. This time Yume put down the phone and came back in less than 2 minutes. When Zhou Yan heard that Tong Xuelu was calling him, he looked confused. Hello, I'm Zhou Yan. Comrade Zhou, I'm Zulf. I heard from Comrade and that Rugue went out. Can you help me find out where he went? Zhou Yan paused for a moment and nodded. Sure, I'll go and ask now. I'll call you back if I have any news. Thank you, Comrade Zhou. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yan rubbed his chin and walked out. He muttered to himself that Wenrugi's wife was too clingy. However, he didn't know why, but he felt a little envious. Ever since his wife got pregnant, all her attention was on the child. She didn't care about him at all. It was too much. Huiqiu Zhou Yan directly went outside to look for the guard. The guard would definitely know whether or not he had left the base. However, he didn't expect to get so much information from the guard. When he heard that Wenrugi's mother came to look for him, he had already been out for more than half an hour. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. From what he remembered, Wenrugi's parents had divorced when he was very young. All these years, his mother had never appeared, and Wenrugi had never mentioned her. Why did she suddenly appear? Zhou Yan didn't dare to delay. He immediately ran back to call Tong Xuelu. When he heard that Qing Shouyun had gone to the base, the enamel jar in Tong Xuelu's hand fell to the ground. The water in the jar spilled all over the floor. The mooncake outside heard the commotion and quickly ran over. It thought that something had happened to her and sniffed around the living room. However, it didn't find anything. Its watery eyes couldn't help but reveal a confused expression. It tilted its head and looked very naive and cute. However, Tong Xuelu didn't have the time to care about it. Her heart was beating rapidly. Comrade Zhou, I'm worried that something has happened to Rugue. Can I trouble you to go out and look for him for me? I'll go to the base soon. Zhou Yan wanted to say that she was making a fuss over nothing. After all, it was broad daylight, and Wenrugi was an adult. Wenrugi's mother couldn't possibly kidnap Wenrugi. However, Tong Xuelu sounded very anxious. She was completely different from her usual calm and magnanimous self. Therefore, he couldn't refuse her. Okay, I'll go out and look for him now. I'm sorry for delaying your work. You're welcome. I happen to be free now. I'll hang up now. After hanging up, Tong Xuelu realized that her palms were bleeding. She trembled as she picked up the phone and called Piao Jianni. Piao Jianni immediately responded. Don't worry. Rugue might have been held back by something. I'll drive over to pick you up now. Piao Jianni was very fast. He drove over in less than half an hour. However, this half an hour was endless torture for Tong Xuelu. There was no news from Zhou Yan. Wenrugi hadn't returned to the military base either. Her heart was in a mess. She was so upset that she wanted to find Qing Shouyun immediately and kill her on the spot. She didn't know how Wenrugi was doing right now. Was he having a breakdown? Was he feeling helpless? Was he feeling hopeless? Was he feeling hopeless? People with schizophrenia had one thing in common, regardless of the severity of their illness. They didn't think that they were sick or abnormal. Once they realized this, they would feel disgusted with themselves and start to doubt and panic about the whole world. She wanted to find Wenrugi as soon as possible. She wanted to fly over to his side right now. After Piao Jianni arrived, she left a note in the living room. Then, she got into the car and the two of them rushed to the military base. Piao Jianni turned to look at her and comforted her. Don't scare yourself. It should be fine. Tong Xuelu clenched her fists tightly. It's all my fault. I knew that something was going to happen to Shi Shouyun. I should have been on guard against Qing Shouyun. I should have gone to the military base yesterday. She was supposed to go to the military base yesterday. However, her grandfather wasn't feeling well and only Xiao Jiaming and a few other children were at home. Old Mr. Wen was getting on in years and she didn't want to leave at that time. She didn't expect that Qing Shouyun would go to the military base so quickly because of her negligence. Piao Jianni said, how can you blame yourself? You didn't expect Qing Shouyun to go to Rugue all of a sudden. If we had known earlier, we should have informed the guards. Before Tong Xuelu could refute him, he realized that he had said something wrong. The military base wasn't an ordinary place. No one was allowed to spy on or ask about the military base. As Shi Shouyun's family members, they couldn't make any private deals with the guards or anyone else. If Tong Xuelu had informed the guards in advance, other people would have thought that she was trying to steal state secrets. If that happened, they would be in trouble. Tong Zolv didn't say anything when she saw that he had reacted. She turned to look out the window. Winter was coming and the leaves by the roadside had already turned yellow. When the cold wind blew, the branches would fall off, leaving bare branches behind. It was a bleak and desolate scene. Such a scene made her feel even worse. Piao Jianni noticed how pale she was and was worried that something would happen to her while she was with him. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to answer to the Wen family. Hence, he racked his brains to tell her all sorts of strange stories. However, Tong Xuelu couldn't take in any of it. Comrade Piao, I want to be alone for a while. Piao Jianni had no choice but to keep quiet. Silence filled the car and the atmosphere was heavy. After a little more than an hour, they arrived at the military base. They couldn't go in because no one showed them the way. To make matters worse, the guards told them that Wenrugi hadn't returned yet. That woman claimed to be Director Wen's mother. I didn't believe her at first because she looked a little old and had a bad attitude. However, when Director Wen came out, he didn't deny it. I heard that they were going to the state-run restaurant over there to discuss some matters. Tong Xuelu gripped the strap of her military bag tightly and forced a stiff smile. Director Wen's parents divorced a long time ago. They haven't seen each other all these years. Although this isn't a secret in the military base, I hope that you can keep it a secret for Director Wen. As she spoke, she took out a handful of white rabbit creamy candies from her military bag and gave them to the guard. The guard hurriedly waved his hand. I can't accept this. Don't worry. I'm a tight-lipped person. I won't tell anyone. Tang Xuelu placed the white rabbit creamy candies on the table beside her and drove with Piao Jiani to the state-run restaurant to look for Director Wen. When they arrived at the state-run restaurant, they saw Zhou Yan appear out of nowhere. He was sweating profusely. Comrade Tang, Comrade Piao, why are you here so soon? Tang Xuelu saw him and ran over. Comrade Zhou, did you find Rugue? Zhou Yan shook his head. No. I heard from the guards that they came to the state-run restaurant. However, when I arrived, I heard that a woman had been pushed down by her son, who was a researcher at the military base. She was unconscious and was sent to the hospital. Some people even said that she was dead. As soon as I heard that, I guessed that it was Rugue and his mother. I couldn't find Rugue's people. I was worried that someone might have died, so I went to the hospital to check. The woman in the hospital was called Xianxia. Her head was injured and she was bleeding a lot. However, her life was not in danger. Xianxia had been pushed down by Wenrugi. Tang Xuelu's face turned pale. She was instantly overwhelmed by panic. She only had one thought in her mind. Something must have happened to him. People with schizophrenia would do things that hurt others or themselves when they were stimulated. She recalled how Wenrugi had committed suicide in her previous life. She couldn't help but tremble. Comrade Tang, are you okay? Zhou Yan and Piao Jiani asked at the same time. A sense of helplessness welled up in Tang Zulf's heart. She had done so much to change Wenrugi's fate, but fate had still led to this step. If something had happened to Wenrugi, she would have an undeniable responsibility. If she hadn't attacked Xianxia wouldn't have come to find her so early. He wouldn't have exploded in advance. Tang Xuelu sank into deep self-blame. Zulf, I know that you are worried about Rugue. However, you must be strong. You are the only one who can pull Rugue back. Piao Jiani said sternly. Before this, he was still somewhat suspicious about Wenrugi's illness. After all, the Wenrugi he knew was no different from a normal person. However, when he heard that Wenrugi had pushed Xianxia down and that his whereabouts were unknown, he couldn't continue to doubt him. Tang Xuelu closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the confusion and panic in her eyes had been suppressed. You are right. Now is not the time to panic and be weak. Let's go find Rugue. The sooner they found Wenrugi, the less danger they would be in. Zhou Yan looked at her, then at Piao Jiani. He felt that something was wrong. However, neither Tang Xuelu nor Piao Jiani explained to him what had happened to Wenrugi. Wenrugi didn't return to the base after running out of the crowd. He ran towards the bus station and got on the bus back to the city. More than 3 hours later, he stumbled back home. No one was home. When the mooncakes and quicksand buns saw him, they happily wagged their tails like propellers. However, Wenrugi's eyes were red. As if he didn't see them, he went straight to the storage room. He found the house key and opened the door to the storage room. Then, he rummaged through the room. 10 minutes later, he sat on the floor. His clothes and face were covered in dust. There was a photo album on his lap. His face was pale and serious. His ink-black eyes were like the calm before a storm, deep and frightening. He stared at the photo album in his hand for a long time before slowly opening it. It was a photo album from many years ago. It was filled with photos of him when he was young and his father when he was alive. He used to think that his grandfather was afraid that he would think of his father when he saw the photos, so he hid the photo album. However, he remembered now. After his father passed away, he would have a splitting headache every time he saw the photo album. Then, he would scream and cry. Later, his grandfather put the photo album away and never took it out again. Now, he stared at the little boy in the photo album. He felt as if his whole world was about to collapse. Previously, he suspected that Xianxia had ulterior motives and used Xiaosu's photo to trick him. However, now that he saw the photos one by one, he had nowhere to run. From the time he was born to the age of 5, there were photos of him alone, with his father, and with his grandfather. The time and his name were written on the photos. Pa. The photo album in his hand fell to the ground. Wenrugi hugged his head and curled up. Xiaosu was himself, but he had been friends with him for more than 20 years. Xiaosu was real, but now he was telling him that everything was an illusion. If Xiaosu was fake, then what was real? Was he real? Were his parents real? Was it real that he was abused? Most importantly, was the person he loved the most, Tong Xuelu, real, or was everything just a figment of his imagination? Would he wake up one day and find that everything had disappeared? He remembered that when he was young, there was a lunatic in the courtyard. He was young and always talked to the air. He realized that for the past 20 years, he had also been talking to the air. So, he was a lunatic. This realization was like Mount Tai, and it instantly overwhelmed Wenrugi. His world had collapsed. Mooncake sensed that something was wrong with its master. It whimpered softly beside him and used its tongue to lick his hand. The warm touch pulled Wenrugi back to his senses. He looked at Mooncake with a frown. However, before he could say anything, Xiaosu suddenly appeared. His hair was dirty, and his knees were tattered. There was no patch of undamaged skin. Blood kept flowing down, dyeing the ground red. When he saw Xiaosu, he instinctively wanted to greet him. However, the next moment, he shouted, "Get lost, get lost. You're not real." He waved his hands and punched Mooncake's head twice. It whimpered and ran away. Looking at him from afar, its eyes were filled with confusion and grievance. It could not understand why its master, who was usually nice to it, would suddenly hit it. Seeing that Mooncake was being hit, Quicksand Bun barked at Wenrugi and bared its teeth, as if it was standing up for Mooncake. Mooncake turned around and barked at it sternly. Quicksand Bun whimpered softly and hung its head low, looking extremely aggrieved. Old Mr. Wen and Uncle Zong returned with plenty of flowers. Upon hearing Mooncake and Quicksand Bun's barks, they burst into laughter. Quicksand Bun must have provoked Mooncake because it's too stupid. Uncle Zong nodded and said, "Compared to Mooncake, Quicksand Bun is a little stupid, but Mooncake is as smart as a fairy." Mooncake, who ran out of the storeroom, was dumbfounded. Mooncake whimpered and ran around old Mr. Wen and Uncle Zong, barking at them twice before running towards the storeroom. Initially, old Mr. Wen thought that it was just too excited to see them. However, after a few rounds, he realized that something was amiss. "Little Zong, why do I feel like Mooncake wants us to go to the storeroom?" Uncle Zong frowned and said, "I think so too. Could it be that a thief has entered?" Upon hearing the word thief, old Mr. Wen placed the flowers aside and scurried towards the storeroom with a broom. Uncle Zong hurriedly grabbed a stick from the kitchen and chased after him. The two of them thought that they would see a thief. To their surprise, they were greeted with the sight of Wenrugi sitting in the middle of a pile of things. At this moment, Wenrugi's hair was messy. He grabbed his head and yelled at the air, "Get lost." Old Mr. Wen dropped the broom onto the ground and almost burst into tears. He had seen Wenrugi's condition more than 20 years ago. Later on, he stopped talking to himself and began to ignore the people around him. He only recovered slowly after meeting Jiao Bakan a few years later. "I thought that he had recovered long ago. Why did he relapse all of a sudden?" When Wenrugi relapsed, Uncle Zong had not yet arrived at the Wen family home. Hence, when he saw that old Mr. Wen's eyes were red, as if he had been struck by something, he asked worriedly, "Commander, what's wrong?" Old Mr. Wen gritted his teeth and tried to control his dizziness. "Little Zong, Ru Gui has fallen ill. Hurry and bring Zil back." Uncle Zong was puzzled. He did not understand why Wenrugi had fallen ill all of a sudden. However, he was used to obeying orders and ran towards the east wing of the house. There was no one in the east wing of the house. Uncle Zong ran to the living room and found a note left behind by Tong Xuelu on the table. He hurriedly called the military base. Zhou Yan had just returned to the military base. When he received the call, he hurriedly ran out. Fortunately, Tong Xuelu was still there. Upon hearing that Wenrugi had returned home, Tong Xuelu almost burst into tears. "Comrade Piao, please send me back now." "Okay." Piao Jiani replied. This time, Piao Jiani drove as fast as he could. It only took an hour and 20 minutes for the car to stop in front of the Sihiyuan. As soon as the car stopped, Tong Xuelu opened the door and dashed out. Piao Jiani's heart almost jumped out of his throat. It was too scary. If anything happened to Tong Xuelu, how was he going to explain it to the Wen family? Xiao Mianmian saw that her sister had returned and walked up to her sweetly. "Sister, you're back." Before she could finish her sentence, Tong Xuelu dashed past her like a gust of wind. Xiao Mianmian's bangs were blown up by the wind and fell back down. She was dumbfounded. Was that really her sister? How could he run faster than a car? Moreover, her sister had ignored him. Did that mean that love would disappear? Tong Xuelu did not have time to care about the others. He ran to the storeroom and saw that the door was closed from afar. Old Mr. Wen was standing at the door and he seemed to have aged a few years. "Grandpa, where's Rugue?" Old Mr. Wen heard the noise and turned around. He was so frightened that his beard almost stood up. "Good child, run slower." If something happened to one of them and another one came, his heart would not be able to take it. Tong Xuelu repeated, "Grandpa, where's Rugue?" "How is he?" "He's inside. He won't let me in." Old Mr. Wen looked at the door of the storeroom and tears welled up in his eyes again. "Zolv, I'm sorry. I didn't tell you the truth before. Rugue fell sick when he was young. He gradually recovered and I thought he wouldn't have a relapse." Previously, he had told her that when Rugi did not talk to others when he was young. However, he had selfishly kept the part about him falling sick when he talked to himself. He did not want Tong Xuelu to be afraid of Wenrugi because of this. He was even more worried that she would dislike Wenrugi and even leave him. Tong Xuelu took a deep breath and said, "Grandpa, I already know." Upon hearing this, old Mr. Wen's eyes widened and a sense of sorrow welled up in his eyes. This meant that when Rugi's illness had relapsed long ago and had never recovered, Tong Xuelu walked past old Mr. Wen and arrived at the door of the storeroom. He smiled and said, "Rugue, I'm Zolv. I want to see you. Can you let me in?" There was no sound in the room. At this moment, Wenrugi was like a trapped beast. He was trapped in his own world. Suddenly, a clear voice cut through the layers of dark clouds and traveled down. His heart skipped a beat. And his cloudy eyes gradually became clear. Tong Xuelu was not discouraged. "I walked a lot today and my feet hurt. Rugue, can you come out and give me a massage?" There was still no reply. In the room, Wenrugi was struggling in pain. He wanted to stand up and open the door, but Tong Xuelu said coldly, "We're all fake. I'm fake. My father is fake. Your wife, Tong Xuelu, is also fake. We never existed. We were created by your imagination. You're crazy." Wenrugi's face was contorted. He wanted to say that he was not crazy and that Tong Xuelu was not fake, but he could not make a sound. Tong Xuelu grabbed the door handle so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand could be seen. "Rugue, do you remember what I said to you a long time ago? I said, no matter what happens, you have to remember that I will always be with you. No matter what you become, I will never leave you." When Rugi's mind flashed with the image of Tong Xuelu hugging him and kissing him on the lips. That real feeling lingered on his lips. How could she be a fake? He struggled to get up from the ground. It was just a simple movement, but it seemed to have exhausted all of his energy. His limbs were uncoordinated, and his whole body was weak. It took him more than 10 minutes to stand up. Tong Xuelu was still trying to discourage him. "Rugue, ignore her. She's fake. I'm the real one. I'm your little friend. I've been with you for more than 20 years. She will leave you one day. She will disappear from your world. She will despise you just like your mother. Only I will be by your side forever. Don't go out. We'll hide so that they will never find us." When Rugi finally stood up, he held onto the table for support and looked at Tong Xuelu with his dark eyes. "I don't believe your words. Even if the whole world hates me, she won't hate me. Also, even if she's fake, I only want to be with her. Don't come looking for me again." Tong Xuelu was stunned, as if he had received a huge blow. He stared blankly at Wenrugi as he walked towards the door. The sky outside had gradually darkened, but no one in the yard moved. Uncle Zong came over with 2 coats. "Commander, Zolv, put on your coats. Don't catch a cold. I'll go and prepare dinner." Old Mr. Wen wanted to say that he did not want to eat, but when he saw Tong Shuelu, who was as still as a statue, he swallowed his words. Alright, prepare something hot. If Wenrugi still did not come out, he planned to break in. However, that would only make his illness worse. That was because he had done that when he was young. At that time, he locked himself in the room and did not respond to anyone. Later, when he broke in, little Wenrugi was so scared that he knocked his head against the wall. Uncle Zong nodded and wiped his tears before turning to go to the kitchen. Commander Xiao looked at his granddaughter and then at old Mr. Wen. He was furious. If he had known that Wenrugi had such an illness, he would not have let his granddaughter marry him. He frowned and said, if he still doesn't open the door in an hour, I'll break in. Old Mr. Wen did not quarrel with him as usual. He said in a nasal voice, okay. It was not a good idea to wait like this, especially since Tong Shuelu was pregnant. He could not let her stand outside for the whole night. At worst, he could break in and tie her up with a rope. However, the thought of that scene made him feel as if his heart was soaked in bitter water. Time passed slowly. Just as Commander Xiao was about to get the tools to break the door, a sound suddenly came from inside. Everyone held their breath and did not dare to breathe loudly, for fear of scaring Wenrugi. After a while, the door was slowly opened from the inside with a creak. Wenrugi's pale face appeared behind the door. His face was so pale that there was no trace of blood. His forehead was covered in cold sweat and his limbs were twisted as if he was having a spasm. However, the moment he saw Tong Shuelu, a smile slowly appeared on his stiff face. Zolv, I finally defeated them and came to see you. Tong Shuelu could no longer hold back her tears. She rushed over and hugged him tightly. His whole body was soaked in cold sweat and his skin was as cold as ice. They all said that you were fake and asked me not to come out to see you. Wenrugi was being hugged by her. His voice was low and his speed was very slow. But I said that even if you were fake, I would still be with you. Regardless of whether she was real or not, he only had meaning to live in his world with her existence. Tong Shuelu cried uncontrollably. I'm real. Our child is also real. As long as you don't give up on yourself, I will never leave you. Wenrugi's mouth twitched and a strange smile appeared on his face. Xiao Mianmian was frightened. She hid in her grandfather's arms and did not dare to show her head. Commander Zhao's brows furrowed even more. Piao Jiani was shocked by Wenrugi in front of him. He had never seen Wenrugi like this before. He seemed to be seriously ill. Old Mr. Wen's tears flowed down his cheeks. He had to be supported by Uncle Zong to support him. Tong Shuelu was the only one who did not seem to notice his abnormality. She leaned over and kissed his chin. I'm real. Then, she kissed his lips again. I won't leave you. Then, she kissed him from his nose to his eyes. Her kiss was delicate and warm, and it landed on his face with her body temperature. His current state was due to his physical spasm caused by his mental illness. People with mental illnesses such as schizophrenia, obsessive-compulsive disorder, and depression would develop all kinds of strange symptoms. Some people would suddenly become anorexic and lose their appetite. Some people would feel that they had asthma and could not breathe. These illnesses were all caused by their mental illness. They did not actually have these illnesses, but they were clearly reflected. She could not imagine how he had struggled with his illness and with those illusory people. He had struggled to come to see her step by step. If not for love, how could he have the courage to do this? Wenrugi's spasms gradually subsided as she kissed him. His limbs seemed to be less twisted. Zolv, aren't you afraid of my current state? Tong Shuelu kissed him again. I'm not afraid. No matter what you become, you will always be the person I love the most. Wenrugi's lips twitched strangely, revealing a very awkward smile. So, you still want me, right? Yes, I want you. Tong Shuelu hugged his face. To me, you are my whole world. Wenrugi hugged her with his trembling hands. My whole world is only you. His body was in the corner of the well, but his heart was shining brightly. She was his salvation. Because of Wenrugi, the atmosphere between the Wen and Xiao families was very heavy. After Piao Jiani returned the car to the police station, he quickly returned to the Wen family. The elders of the Wen and Xiao families were old and young, and one of them was pregnant. He couldn't leave at this time. Although Wenwurgi tried his best to fight his illness, it couldn't be cured in a short time. No matter how much he resisted, Tongsu wouldn't leave. He sometimes persuaded Wenwurgi not to trust others, and sometimes called him a lunatic. Wenwurgi was in a very unstable state. Moreover, he couldn't see anyone else. As soon as Tong Xuelu left his sight, he became very anxious and irritable. Seeing him like this, Tong Xuelv did not dare to leave his side. Uncle Zong brought the cooked meat porridge over. His eyes were red. The porridge is not hot anymore. Hurry up and eat. As he said this, he looked at Wenwurgi, hoping that he would respond. However, the latter didn't seem to see him. He just stared at Tong Xuelu without blinking. Uncle Zong's nose twitched. He quickly turned and left. Tong Xuelu put the meat porridge in front of Wenwurgi. Are you hungry? Hurry up and eat. Wenwurgi looked at her with his dark eyes and slowly shook his head. I don't want to eat. He didn't feel hungry at all. Instead, he felt nauseous when he smelled the food. Tong Xuelu touched his stomach. Although the child and I are hungry, we are family. If you don't want to eat, then the child and I won't eat with you. Wenwurgi frowned and pushed the meat porridge in front of her. You and the child both eat. Tong Xuelu smiled and shook his head. From today onwards, the child and I will go through thick and thin with you. We will support and accompany you in whatever you do. We will never leave you. Wenwurgi frowned. He picked up the spoon and put a spoonful of porridge into his mouth. A wave of nausea surged up his throat, and he used a lot of strength to prevent himself from retching. Then, he endured the nausea and swallowed the porridge. Tong Xuelu looked at him and felt so sad that he wanted to cry. However, he still had a bright smile on his face. My child's father is so obedient. Then I'll start eating with my child. Some people with psychological problems would suddenly become gluttonous, while others would hate food to the extreme. At this time, they needed the people around them to encourage them, but they couldn't indulge them to do whatever they wanted. When Wenwurgi heard her praise him for being obedient, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Then, he scooped another spoonful and slowly ate it. Tong Xuelu was starving. Previously, he was worried about Tong Xuelu's condition, so he didn't notice it. Now that he was relaxed, he felt so hungry that his stomach was cramping. She wolfed down the food and ate 3 bowls before putting down the bowl in her hand. When she looked up, she saw Wenwurgi staring at her with a pair of dark eyes. He had finished half of the porridge in front of him. Obviously, he couldn't eat any more. Tong Xuelu didn't continue to force him. She took out her handkerchief and wiped the corners of his mouth. Let's sit for a while, then go take a shower and sleep, okay? Seeing that she didn't blame him for not finishing the porridge, Wenwurgi heaved a sigh of relief and nodded slowly. Seeing this scene from the window, old Mr. Wen raised his hand and wiped his eyes. Then, he was helped by Uncle Zong to the Xiao family. Previously, Commander Xiao was very angry with him for hiding Wenwurgi's condition, but now, seeing him like this, he couldn't bear to agitate him. However, he was really upset and had no choice but to purse his lips and remain silent. Old Mr. Wen looked at him and sighed. Old fogey, I'm sorry for Zolv and the Xiao family. You can scold me if you want, but don't hold it in. Commander Xiao snorted. Do you think I don't dare to scold you, you old fogey? If I had known that you were such a selfish person, I wouldn't have allowed Zolv to marry into the Wen family even at the cost of my life. Commander Xiao was feeling indignant for his granddaughter. If he knew that Tong Xuelu had known about Wenwurgi's condition and still insisted on marrying him, he would probably vomit blood in anger. Old Mr. Wen lowered his head and looked as if he had aged a few years. Go ahead and scold me. I won't talk back. After all, Wenwurgi hadn't had a relapse for more than 20 years. Old Mr. Wen thought that he had recovered, so he kept it a secret. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? It was all Qing Shouyun's fault. Thinking of this, old Mr. Wen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Since she's Rugui's biological mother, I don't want to go too far. But some people can't change their habits. This time, he had to make Qing Shouyun pay the price. Commander Xiao agreed. Old fogey, you were too soft-hearted before. If it were me, I would have killed her long ago. Old Mr. Wen punched the table angrily. Piao Jianyu was worried that the two of them would do something illegal, so he hurriedly said, "I understand how you feel, but please don't do anything rash." Families like them all had political enemies. If they were caught red-handed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Old Mr. Wen's eyes widened. "If you want to persuade me to let that woman go, you'd better shut up." Piao Jianyu said, "I'm not trying to persuade you to let that woman go, old Mr. Wen. I just think that this matter can't be blown out of proportion. The most important thing now is to make that woman give up on the idea of reporting Ru Guo." Later on, they found many witnesses nearby and finally found out that Xianxia fell down on her own, not because Wenrugi pushed her down. However, Wenrugi had strangled Xianxia before. Due to Xianxia's identity, most people would definitely not stand on Wenrugi's side, no matter what reason he had. Old Mr. Wen snorted. "Don't worry about that. I'll handle it." Although he couldn't shoot Xianxia to death, he could still make her give up on reporting Ru Guo. At this moment, everyone had the same thought, which was to settle the matter as quickly as possible and not make things difficult for Tong Xuelu. She was already very tired from looking after Wenrugi. She would leave the rest to them. After dinner, Tong Xuelu held Wenrugi's hand and talked to him in the living room. Most of the time, she was talking while Wenrugi stared blankly at her. Occasionally, he would look to the side and his expression would change instantly. Tong Xuelu knew that Xiaoxu wouldn't leave anytime soon. The most reliable way to treat this illness was to take medicine. However, there was still no treatment for this illness in the country. If she really brought Wenrugi to the hospital, the doctor would definitely announce that he was crazy. She thought of his teachers, Jiao Bakan and Su Yueshan. Jiao Bakan's other family members were in the United States. Perhaps he could help to provide the relevant information. However, if that was the case, Wenrugi's illness would be exposed. In fact, even if she wanted to hide it, she couldn't. Wenrugi wouldn't be able to return to the base in a short period of time. The process of fighting against an illness was destined to be difficult. However, Wenrugi didn't give up on himself. His family and friends didn't give up either. What reason did she have not to be strong? Thinking of this, she waved away the sadness in her heart. She looked at him and smiled. "Ru Guo, let's go take a bath." As she spoke, she leaned over and whispered in his ear, "It's a couple's bath." Wenrugi's face finally blushed. There was finally a trace of color on his face. Tong Xuelu didn't realize it in the past. Only now did she realize how much she missed his shy look. She stood up and held his hand. "Let's go. I walked a lot today. I'm exhausted. You have to give me a massage later." Wenrugi let her pull him to the bathroom. He didn't say a word along the way. When they reached the bathroom door, he made a fierce expression at the air in front of him. Then, he slammed the door and locked Xiaoxu outside the bathroom. She was his wife. He wouldn't allow other men to see her body. Tong Xuelu pretended not to see his actions. She gently helped him take off his clothes, and then she took off her own. It wasn't the first time the two of them were naked like this. However, this time, there was no lust in their eyes. After taking off his clothes, Tong Xuelu realized that there were many bruises and wounds on his arms and back. The wounds looked very new. It was obvious that they had just been inflicted. She stroked the long red marks on his arms. "Does it hurt?" Wenrugi's eyes were on her the whole time. "It doesn't hurt." At that time, he had locked himself in the storage room. His headache was so bad that it was about to explode. Therefore, he used his body to hit the cabinet and the wall to relieve his headache. The pain in his body relieved his headache. It even gave him a strange sense of pleasure. However, he didn't like to see the worry in her eyes. "I won't do it again." Tong Xuelu's eyes lit up. She leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. "Then it's a promise. In the future, whether I'm by your side or not, you can't do anything to hurt yourself. Okay?" His cooperation was better than she had imagined. This gave her great confidence. People with mental illness were most afraid of losing interest and hope in the world. They didn't care about anything. However, he cared about her. This was far more important than other patients. Wenrugi nodded slowly. "Okay. After showering, the two of them didn't go to the living room to say goodnight to everyone. Instead, they went straight to their room. Tong Xuelu climbed into bed. Wenrugi kept staring at her. It was as if he was afraid that she would disappear if he closed his eyes. Tong Shui reached out and intertwined her fingers with his. Don't worry, I won't disappear. You see, our hands are holding each other. If I leave, will you feel it? Wenrugi looked down at their intertwined fingers. Then, he looked up and stared at her without blinking. This time, he didn't want to cooperate. Tong Xuelu sighed in her heart. Then I'm going to sleep. You can go to sleep when you're tired. His illness couldn't be cured in a short time. This was going to be a long battle. To take care of him, she had to take care of herself and the child first. Therefore, she was going to sleep. Uncle Zong and Piao Jiani were outside. Even if Wenrugi had a seizure in the middle of the night, he wouldn't be able to escape the courtyard house. Then, she closed her eyes and slowly fell asleep. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. Almost no one in the Wen and Xiao families closed their eyes. The next day, old Mr. Wen was driven to the base by Piao Jiani. He then explained Wenrugi's condition to Chief Shuang and Jiao Bakan. Astonished, Chief Shuang asked, Comrade Wen usually looks so normal. Why did he suddenly? Old Mr. Wen sighed and said, when he was young, he had a seizure once. I thought he had recovered. Now, I'm afraid he's no longer suitable to continue being the director. In order not to delay the research in the base, I had no choice but to personally hand in his resignation letter. Looking at the resignation letter, Chief Shuang frowned and said, I still have to report this matter to the higher-ups. However, given Ru Gui's current condition, it's indeed not suitable for him to return to the base. I'll give him a long leave. Wenrugi was a rare talent. All these years, the nation had invested a lot of manpower and resources in order to nurture him. Now that the nation was in dire need of talents, Chief Shuang really didn't want to lose this talent. Just as old Mr. Wen was about to speak, Chief Shuang interjected, Commander-in-Chief Wen, I know what you're trying to say. Since Ru Gui was able to recover back then, I believe he'll be able to recover this time too. I have faith in him. Old Mr. Wen nodded and said, You're right. Ru Gui will definitely recover. To others, such an illness was equivalent to mental illness. Old Mr. Wen had already mentally prepared himself for it. He thought that he would be treated coldly and ridiculed. However, he couldn't help but feel touched by Chief Shuang's concern for Wenrugi. After leaving the chief's office, old Mr. Wen and Piao Jiani headed to Jiao Bakan's laboratory. Jiao Bakan was much calmer than Chief Shuang. He sighed and said, I've heard about Ru Gui's illness in America when I was young. When I saw Ru Gui back then, I began to suspect that he had a mental illness. Piao Jiani couldn't help but ask, Uncle, why were you still willing to accept Ru Gui as your student back then when you knew about his illness? Jiao Bakan answered, people with such an illness tend to be exceptionally talented in certain fields. Back then, I discovered that Ru Gui was extremely sensitive to numbers and he could understand most of the mathematics questions immediately. Hence, I wanted to see if I could discover his talent in this area. It turned out that he was indeed a talent. Later on, he gradually recovered. However, I didn't expect him to relapse after so many years. Don't be upset, Commander-in-Chief Wen. I'll write a letter to my brothers and see if there's any better research and treatment for this illness in America. Old Mr. Wen's eyes turned red and he held onto his hand agitatedly. Thank you, Chief Jiao. You're really the benefactor of the Wen family. Back then, he was the one who saved Wenrugi. Now that Wenrugi was in trouble, he had never thought of giving up on him. Old Wen would remember this favor in his heart. Jiao Bakan held multiple positions. He was the chairman of the Science Association, the director of the 5th Research Institute of the Ministry of National Defense, and the deputy director of the 7 Machine Unit. However, everyone referred to him as Chief Jiao. Jiao Bakan shook his hand and said, You're welcome, Commander-in-Chief Wen. Ru Gui is my student. I won't give up on him no matter what. A friend in need was a friend indeed. Everyone's reaction made old Mr. Wen feel much better. In order to avoid all kinds of speculations and for the sake of Wenrugi's reputation, the military base finally announced to the public that Wenrugi had collapsed due to exhaustion. The doctor advised him to rest and recuperate. The military base also took his condition into consideration and gave him a 1-year leave. As for his position as the director, it would be temporarily taken over by someone else. He would return to the military base after he recovered. The military base was shocked to hear the news. After recovering from the shock, they discussed visiting Wenrugi. However, Chief Shuang stopped them. He said that Wenrugi needed to rest and that he would bring everyone's concern to him when he returned. When everyone heard this, they all took out money and coupons and bought many tonics for Chief Shuang to bring over. They even wrote encouraging letters and wished him a speedy recovery. Only Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin did not believe Chief Shuang's words. Especially Zhou Yan, because when he went to look for Wenrugi that day, he heard a lot of shocking news. After that, Wenrugi never returned to the military base. He vaguely guessed something in his heart, but he did not say anything to the others. When Chief Shuang went to the Wen family, the two of them hurriedly applied for leave and followed him. After arriving at the Wen family, Zhou Yan finally knew what was wrong. Although Wenrugi's emotions were more stable than the other day, it was only relatively speaking. Ever since he collapsed, Xiaoxiu followed him like a shadow and appeared in front of him every day. It was fine when he did not know, but now that he knew that Xiaoxiu was an illusion, this knowledge made him collapse repeatedly. When Chief Shuang, Zhou Yan, and Huang Qimin came over, they saw Wenrugi who did not respond to anything around him. It could not be said that he did not respond to anything. It should be said that other than Tong Xuelu, he turned a blind eye to everyone else. This kind of Wenrugi made the three of them feel very uncomfortable. Especially Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin, the three of them had the best relationship in the military base. Although they usually liked to compare with each other or laugh at each other, their concern and brotherly love for each other were never fake. On the way back, the two of them were silent for a long time. After a long time, Zhou Yan said, "Didn't Rugue say that he wanted to help his wife develop an electric appliance called an induction cooker? We'll go back and develop it with him. What do you think?" Huang Qimin looked up with bright eyes. "You're usually very unreliable, but this time, I think your words are very reliable. I think it's a good idea." Zhou Yan raised his hand and punched him. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Of course, they had to develop an induction cooker. They could not act on their own. After returning to the military base, the two of them made an application to Chief Shuang. Chief Shuang approved it on the spot, but reminded them not to neglect the military base's mission and work. Seeing Wenrugi in such a state, he felt very regretful. If he could recover sooner, he would be very happy to see it happen. Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin naturally agreed. Although she had asked Jiao Bakan for help, Tong Zolv didn't dare to place all her hopes on him alone since all her eggs weren't in the same basket. After discussing with old Mr. Wen, she decided to ask Sui Yueshan for help. Sui Yueshan had a firm foothold in the south. With the establishment of the Special Economic Zone, his business was expanding and his connections were expanding. He might be able to help find a psychiatrist in Xianxia. This decision was very correct. After Sui Yueshan knew about Wenrugi's situation, he immediately agreed. Then, he sent a lot of expensive tonics from Guangdong province. In less than 3 days, he brought everyone good news. He had already contacted a famous psychiatrist in Xianxia. However, because the mainland and Xianxia were not open yet, and Wenrugi's identity was special, he could not go out casually. It would not be easy for the psychiatrist to come in. He needed some time. This news made everyone excited. Old Mr. Wen grabbed Uncle Zong's hand and was so excited that tears flowed down his face. The Wen and Xiao families were focused on Wenrugi, but they did not let go of Qing Shuyun. Recently, Qing Shuyun's life had been very difficult. After being sent to the hospital, she stayed in the hospital alone. No one came to visit her, and no one took care of her. She had to take care of her own needs. Because of the severe fall, she would have headaches from time to time. Sometimes, when she had a headache, she really wanted to bang her head against the wall. The doctor checked her and said that there were sequelae in her head from the fall. There was nothing he could do. She was so angry that she wanted to report Wenrugi as soon as she was discharged from the hospital. However, before she could do anything, her brother rushed from Jin City to the hospital in Capital City and gave her 2 tight slaps. "I told you not to go against the Wen family. Do you want to destroy the Qing family before you stop? In the beginning, they went against the Wen family because they wanted to pull the Wen family down and let the Qing family rise. At that time, the elders doted on Qing Shoyun, so everyone united to go against the Wen family. However, in the past 20 years, the Qing family did not gain any benefits. Instead, they were suppressed to the point where they could not raise their heads. His son was locked up for impersonating his college entrance examination results, and he was fired. The Qing family was like a rat on the street in Jin City. Although they were not reconciled, the painful lesson made them realize that they could not win against the Wen family. If they continued to fight, they were afraid that their family would be destroyed. Therefore, after returning to Jin City, the Qing brothers sat together and discussed. In the end, they decided to give up on their feud with the Wen family and hide their tails. They also tried to persuade Shi Jiayun, but the Shi family did not listen. They had to draw a clear line with them. They could not control the Shi family if they wanted to court death. However, this time, because of Qing Shoyun, his 3 nephews were fired. After asking around, they found out that Qing Shoyun had provoked the Wen family again. The Wen family sent them a message, asking them to persuade Qing Shoyun to give up on reporting them. Otherwise, the retaliation would be more serious. Brother Qing received the message and rushed over. As soon as he saw her, he could not control himself and slapped her. Qing Shoyun's face was slapped to the side. Her ears were buzzing. Brother, are you crazy? You hit me indiscriminately. This time I have something on the Wen family. Why are you afraid of them? Brother Qing pointed at her and scolded, you better give up immediately. Otherwise, the Qing family will cut ties with you. Don't call me your brother in the future. Qing Shoyun was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Brother, before she could finish, Brother Qing waved his hand and interrupted her. You don't have to say anything. Just tell me if you want to give up on reporting them. Qing Shoyun was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. She did not want to give up. However, now that Shi Shoyun could go to jail, if she really cut ties with her family, no one could help her in the future. Therefore, she had to give up on reporting them. Not only did she fail to report Wenrugi, but she also fell down. It was a double loss. She was so angry. Shi Shoning's sentence finally came down. Because he was not the mastermind and had only participated in 2 crimes, he was not shot. Instead, he was sentenced to life in prison. Shi Shoning's nephew, Shi Junjun, was sentenced to be shot. When his father, Shi's second brother, found out, he had a stroke and was paralyzed in bed. Both of his sons were shot. In the eyes of outsiders, it was a tragic scene. However, the Shi family was full of criminals. The Shi family had become a target of scorn in Jin City. Their relatives and friends all drew a clear line with them. In 2 days, Shi Shoning would be sent to the most difficult farm in the northwest. They might not see each other for the rest of their lives. Qing Shoyun wanted to meet him so that they could get a divorce. Shi Xingrui was like a hedgehog now. She did not listen to her at all. Qing Shoyun did not plan to take her to see Shi Shoning. She went directly to prison. However, less than 10 minutes after she left, she was blocked by a woman. The woman was tall and strong, like a small mountain. Qing Shoyun wanted to go around her, but the woman moved and blocked her way. She frowned and said, "What do you want?" The woman pointed at her nose and scolded, "*tch, I thought you were very beautiful. I didn't expect you to seduce my man with this old woman's appearance." Qing Shoyun frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't know your husband, and I didn't seduce any man." The woman's eyes bulged. "Are you Qing Shoyun from Jin City? Do you have a 10-year-old daughter?" Qing Shoyun nodded. "Yes, but I didn't seduce your husband. I really don't know who your husband is." The woman snorted. "You still dare to quibble? *tch, I'll beat you to death." As she spoke, she stepped forward and grabbed her hair. Her fan-like palms slapped her face. The woman's strength was very strong. Qing Shoyun's face was swollen in an instant. "Ah, someone, help," she felt like she was going crazy. She did not know where this crazy woman came from. She did not know the couple at all. The pedestrians on the road came to watch. Before anyone could persuade her, the woman complained first. Everyone, please be reasonable. I gave birth to 5 children for my man and took care of my in-laws until they were old, but this woman seduced my man halfway. Now my man wants to divorce me. Do you think I should hit her? The crowd originally wanted to go to the Public Security Bureau to report the case. Now that they heard this, they immediately pointed at Xianxia and scolded her. A woman who slept with a broken shoe. If this happened 10 years ago, she would definitely be caught and paraded through the streets. Yes, I hate this kind of vixen who seduces other people's men. She should be hit hard. Xianxia was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. I didn't, she felt that this group of people was simply crazy. Why did they believe everything this woman said? The scene of Wenrgi being scolded by everyone that day suddenly appeared in her mind. But just as she opened her mouth to argue, the woman slapped her again. Pa! 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 Her face was swollen, her lips were broken, and her hair was pulled out by the woman. No one stood up to help her. Instead, they applauded and cheered. How dare you seduce other people's men? Slap her face. The woman had enough and threw her to the ground. Then she spat on her face and scolded, don't let me see you in the future. Otherwise, I'll hit you every time I see you. After that, she puffed out her chest and walked away arrogantly. The passers-by pointed at Xianxia and whispered. She's old and ugly, but she still has the face to seduce men. Shameless. Yes, I don't know where she gets her confidence from. Old witch, the smell of sex is disgusting. Xianxia could not breathe and fainted on the spot. Xianxia fell ill after returning home. She had a high fever and couldn't even get out of bed. In the end, she couldn't see Xianxia and couldn't get a divorce. By the time she recovered, Xianxia had already been locked up in the Northwest farm to undergo rehabilitation. Xianxia thought that Xianxia despised him. She hadn't come to visit him since he was arrested. He waited and waited until he was sent away, but no one came to visit him. Husband and wife were birds in the same forest, but when disaster struck, they flew away separately. This made him hate Xianxia in his heart. Xianxia finally settled the travel documents and personally brought the psychologist, Dr. Chen, to Beijing. Although he hadn't seen Wenrgi for many years, Wenrgi was such a charming talent that most people wouldn't forget him even if they only saw him once. Xianxia still remembered Wenrgi's high-spirited and gentle appearance. But when he saw him this time, even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be shocked. Wenrgi's cheeks were sunken. Although his eyes were bright, there were heavy dark circles under his eyelids. Other than Tong Xuelu, he didn't care about anything else. This scene made him sigh in his heart. After Xianxia got out of the car, the person behind him wasn't Dr. Chen, but little Jiu, who insisted on following him. Little Jiu was 8 years old this year. He was much taller than before, but his appearance was still as delicate and good-looking as before. He had long and narrow eyes and a straight nose. One could imagine how many girls would be attracted to him when he grew up. Unlike other brats his age, when he saw Tong Xuelu, a trace of shyness appeared on his face. He then politely greeted, Sister Zulv, hello brother-in-law Rugue, hello Grandpa Wen, hello Grandpa Zong. Tong Xuelu didn't expect little Jiu to follow him. He reached out and rubbed his head. Hello little Jiu, long time no see. You've grown a lot taller. When little Jiu heard this, the smile on his face deepened. The estrangement from not seeing each other for too long dissipated. At this moment, Xiao Mianmian ran out of the house and was stunned when she saw Xiao Jiu. However, she quickly recognized him. Little brother Jiu. Tong Xuelu couldn't help but laugh. Look, you're half a head shorter than little Jiu, and you still have the nerve to call him little brother? Xiao Mianmian used her hand to compare their heights. Sure enough, Xiao Mianmian was half a head taller. She couldn't help but pout. Little brother Jiu, how did you grow so tall? You should have waited for me. When little Nine heard Xiao Mianmian's words, she didn't get angry. Instead, she agreed with her in a good mood. You're right. Sorry, I grew up too fast. Xiao Mianmian stood on her tiptoes and patted him on the head. Since you know you're wrong, you have to wait for me in the future. Little Nine smiled shyly, all right. Although the two of them hadn't seen each other for a few years, they would often write letters or call each other, so they weren't unfamiliar with each other at all. Then, Professor Chen got out of the car. Everyone's attention was drawn to Professor Chen. Professor Chen was an American Chinese. He grew up in the United States and studied psychology in the United States. He only returned to Hong Kong 2 years ago. He was very famous in Hong Kong. Many celebrities had to make an appointment to see him. This time, Su Yueshan had spent a lot of effort to get him to Beijing. When they saw Professor Chen, Tong Xuelu and the Wen family took the initiative to greet him. Professor Chen's Chinese wasn't very good. It could even be said that it was very bad. He only knew Cantonese and English. At this time, Tong Xuelu's English came in handy. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Even Professor Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He praised Tong Xuelu for speaking English very well and his accent was very standard. After a round of greetings, everyone entered the house. Professor Chen said that he needed a quiet room to talk to the patient. There was one in the room, but it was best if there was no one around for this kind of psychological talk. Especially for this kind of psychological illness, if there was an outsider around, it might affect his answers and cause the doctor to be unable to make an accurate judgment. Tong Xuelu said, "Why don't I go in and be the translator? I am his wife, and he trusts me a lot. It shouldn't be a problem for me to go in." Professor Chen frowned and said, "It's best if you don't do this. But now, it seems that this is the only way." Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, Wen Rugi said in fluent English, "No need. I can go in alone." Everyone was shocked. Their eyes almost fell to the ground. Of course, Wen Rugi had learned English before. But everyone thought that it was only limited to writing. They didn't expect him to speak as well as Tong Xuelu. Even Tong Xuelu was shocked and said, "When did your English become so good?" Wen Rugi looked at her with his dark eyes and said, "Since you entered university." His mentor was an American. In fact, he had been exposed to English since he was young. Some of his materials and books were in foreign languages, so his English had always been good. However, after she entered the English major, he thought that she might need a sparring partner. So, he picked up English again and focused on improving his spoken English. However, Tong Xuelu's English was very good. He was usually very busy. He didn't expect that after she graduated, he wouldn't be her sparring partner even once. When Tong Xuelu heard this, she felt as if someone had stuffed her mouth full of jujubes. It was sour and sweet, and it made her heart ache. In a place where she couldn't see, he had been silently doing things for her. If it weren't for her illness, she might never know that he had practiced speaking for 3 years for her. She reached out and held his hand tightly. "I'll wait for you outside." Wen Rugi looked at their intertwined hands and nodded. "Okay." Professor Chen was touched by their feelings, but he was also shocked by Wen Rugi's cooperation. As far as he knew, people with psychological problems would have an obvious resistance to doctors. Many people believed that they were not sick. Other than the fact that Wen Rugi looked a little different from ordinary people, his cooperation and attention to his wife were strange and novel to him. With the language problem resolved, Wen Rugi and Dr. Chen entered the study one after another. The door of the study was closed, and everyone retreated to the courtyard to wait. It was already winter. Sitting in the pavilion, the wind blew in from all sides. Uncle Zong was afraid that Tong Xuelu would catch a cold, so he surrounded the pavilion with cloth on 3 sides. There was also a small stove inside, so it was very warm. Tong Xuelu looked at Su Yueshan and said, "Comrade Su. Thank you so much for this time." Although the Wen and Xiao families had connections and power in Beijing, they could do nothing about the medical development in China. When Rugi's mentor asked his family to send some books on psychological problems from America. Tong Xuelu was recently studying in this field. She definitely could not become a psychiatrist, but knowing more about it would be helpful for her to get along with Wen Rugi and his illness. However, professional things still needed professionals to do. Su Yueshan's help was like a timely rain. Su Yueshan smiled slightly. "Comrade Tong, you're welcome. With the friendship between our families, this is what I should do." This time, contacting Professor Chen and getting him to Beijing had cost him a lot of money, but it was all worth it. Compared to Tong Xuelu's kindness to the Su family in the past, what he did now was only 1,000th of it. By the way, how is Comrade Gu? Tong Xuelu poured a cup of tea for him and a cup of water for himself. Su Yueshan's eyes lit up. Xiaojiu's mother is doing well on the farm. Maybe in a few years, our family will be reunited. Tong Xuelu smiled. That's great. Gu Ilan's performance would at most reduce her sentence by a few years, but definitely would not let her out so soon. However, Su Yueshan dared to say this, which meant that he had found a way. After Xiaojiu saw Xiao Mianmian, the two of them huddled together and chatted as if they had endless things to talk about. Xiao Mianmian shared her treasures with him, sang him the songs she had learned, and even told him about the bad things she and Wei Zhuzhu had done together. Xiaojiu was a very good listener. He was shocked when he saw her treasures, applauded when she sang, and patted his chest to show that he would keep it a secret when he heard her secret. Xiao Mianmian was very satisfied. He felt that he was worthy of being his friend for so many years. Although they had been separated for many years, there was no barrier between the two of them. Xiaojiu took out all the specialties, snacks, and gifts he had brought from Guangdong province. He had bought all these gifts with his own pocket money. Xiao Mianmian had lost a few teeth, but when she saw the snacks, she was so happy that her eyes curved into two crescents. Among them, her favorite was the music box that Xiaojiu had brought her. There was a little girl in a white dress on the music box. When the music played, the little girl would spin in circles. Xiao Mianmian was simply amazed. She had never seen such an interesting thing. She was very happy. She leaned over and kissed Xiaojiu's fair face. Thank you, Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu was stunned. He was dumbstruck, and his face quickly turned as red as a tomato. He even stole glances at Xiao Mianmian. He looked like a shy little wife. On the other hand, Xiao Mianmian looked magnanimous. After kissing Xiaojiu, she asked, "Do you want to kiss me?" Xiaojiu's face was red. Just as he was about to nod, Tong Jessen rushed in like a firecracker. "Xiaojiu, you're not allowed to kiss my sister." Tong Jessen dragged Xiao Mianmian behind him. Xiaojiu was shocked. He nodded and felt a little regretful in his heart. Seeing that Xiaojiu didn't insist, Tong Jessen turned around and reprimanded his sister. "Mianmian, what did you do just now? How could you kiss Xiaojiu?" Xiao Mianmian tilted her head and blinked her big eyes. "Why not? Don't you always kiss your brother-in-law's face when you thank him?" Tong Jessen expected better from her. "How is that the same? Sister and brother-in-law are married. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. In short, you can't kiss Xiaojiu. You're a girl. You're at a disadvantage." Xiao Mianmian didn't feel that she was at a disadvantage. Xiaojiu had brought her so many delicious and fun things. How was she at a disadvantage? She thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll marry Xiaojiu in the future." She turned around and asked Xiaojiu, "Xiaojiu, are you willing to marry me in the future? If you marry me in the future, I can kiss you openly." Xiaojiu blinked and nodded with a red face. "I'm willing." He also wanted to kiss Mianmian openly. Tong Jessen, did he want them to get married? He didn't. After Xiao Mianmian and Xiaojiu agreed to get married, the two of them huddled together and whispered to each other. At this moment, Mooncake ran in. The man and dog looked at each other. Tong Jessen suddenly remembered what his sister said about being single and shivered. End of chapter 147. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.